Chapter 101. That's right, that's right. Okay, Xiao Yu, you're loyal enough. Uncle won't stand on ceremony with you. I definitely help you find what you need. I issue our own weapons later, so even if you and Wan Wan go to the water protection team, you still have half a day at home. We need you to teach the guards on duty how to shoot arrows then. Neither of them refused. After leaving, Qi Mingyu saw Zhou Shuwan looking thoughtful and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Shuwan shook her head. She was thinking about her past life. If Dongyuan community had a diligent and responsible leader like Wu Bin, what would have happened to him after Dong Jianhua took over most of the community? Did his nephew show him any mercy? In her past life, she was only concerned with revenge, and had no interest in who was in charge of the community. Are you struggling with whether or not to join the water protection team? Zhou Shuwan snapped out of her thought for a moment, and shook her head. I'm not too opposed to it, what about you? According to Director Wu, joining the water protection team is essentially like getting a government job, although it's not quite the same as the civil service or public sector jobs before the apocalypse, but that's roughly the idea. Joining the water protection team will allow me to get some new information. I think I could give it a try. If I'm not happy with it, I can quit, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuwan nodded. She had one more consideration she didn't voice. Right now, the entire J City is focusing on this water protection team. If she could be selected, she could also take the opportunity to get to know the current leaders of J City, which would be beneficial for entering the base later. They're doing well living in the community now, but when various natural disasters strike in the future, the government will no longer be able to control the city, both in terms of manpower and resources. They will then replan and establish a base, and only those who enter the base will receive protection. Then, these old, battered buildings will become a haven for bad guys. Back home, after discussing her idea with her family, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were unexpectedly opposed. That sounds too dangerous. I think we should just stay home. We don't lack water anyway, Zhong Tiyun said first. Zhou Jianhai nodded in agreement. Yes, Wan Wan, I heard that a supermarket water transport boat was robbed a couple of days ago, and the person in charge and the soldiers guarding the boat were all dead. We have enough supplies, let's not get involved. Yes, if you go alone, your dad and I will worry about you so much. Zhong Tiyun's eyes were already red. Zhou Shuwan then said, I'm not alone, brother Yu is going too. He's going too? Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun exchanged a complicated look. To be fair, Qi Mingyu is quite skilled. He's an excellent marksman and archer. Her already formidable daughter was no match for the other party. Have you two discussed it? Zhong Tiyun asked. Not really, Director Wu told us together. After we came out, we discussed it, and felt it wouldn't be bad to give it a try. First, the benefits are good, they provide supplies directly. Second, protecting the cruise ship is probably Jaichung's top priority. We might have a chance to meet some people, and learn more about the inside story. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun remained silent. After a while, Zhou Jianhai finally spoke. I need to talk to Xiao Yu first before deciding. Zhou Shuwan was puzzled. He said that if I go, he go too. Don't worry about it, Zhou Jianhai interrupted her. When Zhou's father came downstairs to find Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuwan said quietly, I feel like in my dad's heart, brother Yu is more reliable than me. Zhong Tiyun, however, knew what her husband had been doing. Seeing her daughter looking bewildered, she chuckled and said, Go do your work. Ask your dad when he gets back. Men always spoke decisively. Zhou Shuwan was holding her pistol, watching a video on her phone to learn how to disassemble it, when Zhou Jianhai returned. His face was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Zhou Shuwan put away the pistol and asked directly, Dad, is brother Yu going? Yes. You can go too. Zhou Jianhai glanced at her. However, I only allow you to work for a month first. Whether you continue after that depends on the situation. If it was too dangerous, then no matter what anyone said, he wouldn't allow his daughter to go. Zhou Shuwan could feel her father's deep concern from his words, and didn't feel controlled at all. She just smiled sweetly. Okay, Dad, I listen to you. She then diligently went to the kitchen to bring out her father's favorite dishes, and the family began their dinner in cheerful conversation. Tonight's meal consisted of plain congee, plus a tomato and beef soup, stir-fried gourd with shredded pork, stir-fried loofah with fried dough sticks, and steamed shrimp with eggs, accompanied by the soft steamed buns that Grandma Pang had made during the day. Zhong Tiyun took a bite of a bun first and praised, Grandma Pang's steamed buns are even better this time, especially soft and chewy. Moo Moo, who always loved sweets, also grabbed half a large bun and ate it with relish, savoring the fragrant meat broth. Delicious. Zhou Shuan also took a bite, and indeed, It was sweet and chewy. Zhou Jianhai praised, "These steamed buns are made with excellent dough. Grandma Peng truly lives up to her reputation as the best cook in our neighborhood. Whether it's a grand dish or a simple home-style meal, or even steamed buns and fried dough sticks, anything she makes tastes better than anyone else's." This was no exaggeration. Zhong Tiyun considered herself a good cook, but compared to Grandma Peng, she felt somewhat inferior. However, Zhou Shuwan knew that Qi Mingyu had kneaded the dough for these steamed buns. Indeed, as he said, although he couldn't cook, kneading dough was no problem for him. Grandma Peng's steamed buns were huge, about the size of an adult's fist. One was usually enough to fill you up. For some reason, Zhou Shuwan's mood suddenly improved. Without realizing it, she had eaten 2 large steamed buns and drunk a large bowl of porridge with tomato and beef soup. For the first half-month after her rebirth, she couldn't control herself when she saw food, and she wouldn't stop until she was so full she felt like vomiting. Zhou's parents didn't dare say anything else, only preparing plenty of digestive pills and learning massage techniques to massage her whenever she felt unwell. Later, once they had stocked up on enough food and drink in her space, Zhou Shuwan's gluttonous nature changed a bit. She no longer had the urge to stuff everything into her stomach at once. Tonight, her sudden large appetite surprised Zhou Jianhai and his wife. "These steamed buns are delicious, burp," Zhou Shuwan said, letting out a burp. "You child, even if it's delicious, you can't eat like that. Be careful, your stomach hurts." "Quick, get some digestive pills for our daughter," Zhou Jianhai hurriedly said. Zhong Tiyun took a box of digestive pills from the shelf and handed it to Zhou Shuwan. "Don't rush to sleep tonight. Freshly steamed buns are the easiest to upset your stomach. Take some digestive pills and walk around more." Zhou Shuwan was about to respond when she burped again and could only nod blankly. Chapter 102. Listening to her parents using her as a bad example, lecturing Moo about eating only until she was 80% full and avoiding indigestion, etc. In the midst of their lively conversation, a faint shouting and cursing suddenly came from next door, followed by heart-wrenching cries. Judging from the voices, it sounded like Dong Jianhua was yelling at his daughter. This had been a frequent occurrence since the Dong family moved in. Either Dong Jianhua was yelling at his daughter, or Chen Qiu was yelling at her. Dong Qingqing wasn't exactly gentle. Whether she was hit or scolded, she would let out a heart-wrenching howl, regardless of whether it hurt or not, so it was always quite a commotion. The Zhou family all frowned. Zhong Tiyun sighed. "What era are we living in? Their family is still so sexist. I think Qingqing is really unlucky to have been born into their family. Injustice breeds discontent." Zhou Jianhai frowned, his thick brows furrowing. After the apocalypse, the Dong family has never let Qingqing eat her fill. She's a few years older than our Wanwan, but she's so thin her cheeks are sunken. Their nanny is even fatter than their daughter. They practice individual servings. Everyone gets their food on time and in portions, Zhong Tiyun muttered. "If everyone did that, it would be fine, but I think Dong Jianhua and his wife are both quite overweight, while their 2 children are so thin." Zhong Tiyun and her husband doted on their daughter and looked down on those who mistreated her. As they spoke, the commotion grew louder. Like the dull thud of a stick hitting flesh, Dong Qingqing's cries grew increasingly shrill and pitiful, reaching the Zhou family through the 3 cracks in the doors. Zhou Jianhai put down his chopsticks, his brows furrowed tightly. "Can't a person eat in peace? It's like a banshee howling all day long." Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but stand up as well, her brows furrowed as she listened to the sounds from next door. Zhou Shuwan recalled Dong Qingqing's boastful act of exchanging 10 jin of pork ribs for liquor earlier that day, and wondered if something had happened to the Dong family. Although Dong Jianhua was wealthy, he had lost most of his belongings during the move, compounded by flooding. After arriving, supermarkets and boats imposed purchase restrictions, making their lives a constant struggle. However, Dong Jianhua was shrewd. While the Zhou and Qi families searched for supplies early in the morning and late at night, he frequently went out and returned with large quantities of goods. Logically, their family's situation shouldn't be so difficult, but Dong Jianhua was a calculating man. He carefully guarded all the supplies he had. Food and drink for the family were rationed. Those who contributed more, like him, received more. Those who contributed less, those who stayed home doing nothing, like his son and daughter, received less. Dong Xinglong had his mother to look after him, occasionally secretly giving him small snacks, but Dong Qingqing was left unattended, which fueled her growing resentment. The beating and scolding continued, but Moo stopped playing and listened intently. Zhou Shuwan didn't want to get involved in the Dong family's affairs, so she beckoned Moo over. "Come on, let's go upstairs and read." She had set up a bookshelf in the 7th-floor living room, filled with books she had found while searching for supplies. A sofa bed and soft blankets were arranged in a corner of the living room, creating a cozy atmosphere. Besides studying and playing, Mumu liked to stay here and read. After going up to the 7th floor, the noise from next door lessened. After a while, Zhou Shuan faintly heard voices downstairs. She peeked down the stairs and saw that both of their neighbors had arrived and were standing in the living room talking to Zhou's parents. It was nothing more than grumbling about how the neighbors next door liked to beat and scold their daughter, causing them distress. The cries from across the street grew even more pitiful, accompanied by the dull thud of a stick striking flesh. Grandma Pang couldn't sit still any longer. No. We have to go and ask. How can anyone beat and scold their child like that? Qi Mingyu stopped her, his face full of disapproval. Zhong Tian also said with difficulty, Grandma Pang, it's not appropriate for us to interfere when other parents are disciplining their children. And that Dong Qingqing? She's always so competitive and assertive. She's not easy to get along with, Ma Tinglan, who is usually quiet, added. Grandma Pang thought it over and over, and still said, I still have to go and see for myself. If they beat the child to death right under our noses, wouldn't we all be guilty? Not wanting the old woman to worry, Qi Mingyu hadn't told Grandma Pang what Dong Jianhua had done from beginning to end. Therefore, unlike the others present, Grandma Pang had zero goodwill towards the Dong family. The mere mention of their family affairs made her feel nauseous. Qi Mingyu couldn't stop her, and had no choice but to follow Grandma Pang. The others stood at a distance outside the Zhou family's gate, watching. Wei Wei didn't really want to meddle. He had received some benefits from Dong Jianhua and wanted to earn some more from him later, so he didn't want to stand there looking like he was looking for trouble. However, Dong Qingqing's cries were too loud, and remaining silent seemed too cold-hearted. Grandma Pang walked straight to the Dong family's door and knocked. There was no response from inside, so Qi Mingyu reached out and knocked loudly. The sound of beating inside stopped abruptly. Dong Jianhua's voice came through, still tinged with barely concealed anger. Who is it? Qi Mingyu raised his voice. Uncle Dong, it's me, Xiuyu. What happened? Silence fell inside. Grandma Pang knocked on the door again. Jianhua, it's me. Open the door. After a long pause, Dong Jianhua opened the door, his anger subsiding, and smiled. It's Grandma Pang and Xiaoyu. What's wrong? His words trailed off as his gaze fell on the group of people standing at the top of the stairs and at the Zhou family's door. He paused, barely managing to hide his embarrassment, forcing a sheepish smile. I'm sorry you had to see this. It's nothing, just that my daughter is being naughty. She stole some things from the house, so I gave her a scolding. Qi Mingyu was tall. Looking behind him, he could easily see the sticks lying on the ground and the stools scattered haphazardly. Dong Qingqing, her mother, and her younger brother were nowhere to be seen. Grandma Pang said, Don't think I'm nagging. How can you lecture a girl about to get married like that? There's a shortage of clothes and medicine these days. If you hurt her, where will you find a doctor? Yes, I won't lay a hand on her again, Dong Jianhua said with a forced smile. Please go back, everyone. It's all my fault for disturbing the neighbors. Hearing this, no one dared to say anything more. Just as they were about to leave, a heavy thud and a low groan suddenly came from the Dong family's bedroom. It sounded like something being hit on the ground. Qi Mingyu, with his sharp ears, recognized the sound as Dong Qingqing being gagged. He paused, but before he could speak, Dong Jianhua forced a smile. Please go back, everyone. I apologize to you another day. Then he slammed the door shut. Grandma Pang was still somewhat dazed. Could Qingqing have gotten hurt? Qi Mingyu's eyes flickered. Grandma, let's go back. It's not appropriate to meddle in other people's family affairs. Grandma Pang sighed softly. You're the building manager, but these private matters aren't suitable for you to interfere in. Chapter 103. Qi Mingyu decided to join the flood control team. The next morning, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, accompanied by Director Wu Bin, went to the reporting location early. The original government building had been destroyed in the tsunami. Now, a temporary office building with an elevator had been converted. The building was about 13 or 14 stories high, 4.5 floors were submerged, but the top 8 floors were still usable. After observing from a distance for a while, they saw many staff members coming and going, hurrying back and forth in inflatable boats, all seemingly very busy. Soldiers stood guard with guns on the rooftops, and in the smaller buildings surrounding the main building. Outside the building, a very impressive cruise ship was moored. Not only Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu saw it upon arrival, but everyone entering and leaving also glanced at the cruise ship, their eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Director Wu, beaming, led the two forward, pointing to the cruise ship. "Let me tell you," he said, "ever since this cruise ship arrived in J City, countless people have been begging to join the water protection team. If it weren't for your idea of using the cruise ship to transport water, solving J City's water shortage problem, the higher-ups wouldn't have noticed you and specifically requested you to try out for the water protection team." Yes, before they set off, Director Wu told them that joining the water protection team required an election. The competition wasn't much, just marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat skills. Only those who won both competitions could join the water protection team. This was a proper procedure. It was impossible to entrust such an important task as water protection to them before even meeting them. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both expressed their understanding with good composure. After identifying themselves to the soldiers guarding below the cruise ship, one soldier, with a dark face, put away his gun, gesturing for them to go up. Although the cruise ship was large to the people of J City, who hadn't seen many giant ships, it was actually only about 3 stories high and didn't have a particularly heavy draft. Upon boarding, it was discovered that 2/3 of the cruise ship consisted of large water tanks. The remaining space comprised the control room, common areas, and deck. A man, around 40 years old, with a stern expression, who appeared to be the team leader, was lecturing a group of about 20 people standing side by side on the deck. Director Wu waited for a long time, only to hear the man shouting for what seemed like an eternity, though he understood most of what he was saying. After finishing his address, the team leader turned around, a hint of displeasure flashing across his bronze face. "What is it?" Director Wu quickly explained the situation with a forced smile. "Mayor Lu personally instructed me to bring these two here today to try and see if they can join the water protection team." The team leader coldly sized up Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. "We assembled at 8 in the morning, and it's already 8:30. Late on your first day? I don't want soldiers like this who are unpunctual. Go back." He was actually preparing to kick them out. Zhou Shuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Director Wu hurriedly said, "It's my fault, it's my fault. I didn't know the time. The two of them came to find me early, but I had a lot of things to do in my neighborhood, so I brought them here late. Please don't be angry, sir. Give them another chance." The team leader snorted coldly. In the military, being late is a major taboo. Those two are unqualified. You should report this clearly to Mayor Lu. It was I, Du Sun Kwang, who disqualified them during the test. What, Mayor Lu? Since you entrusted me with the responsibility of protecting the water, you still want to boss my team around? There's no such logic anywhere. At this point, it became clear. It turned out that this team leader, Du Sun Kwang, was unhappy that the mayor had bypassed him in the selection of personnel for the water protection team. That's why he was being so critical of the two of them. Director Wu smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. A slightly younger middle-aged man walked over and whispered something to Team Leader Du. Team Leader Du paused for a long time before turning to Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu with a sour face. "What are your skills?" Qi Mingyu answered first. "A little bit of shooting and hand-to-hand combat." To Zhou Shuan, he was incredibly modest. She quickly followed suit, saying, "A little bit of shooting and hand-to-hand combat." Actually, she felt she wasn't being modest at all. She was quite good at archery, but lately she had been practicing diligently with a gun, and although she had improved rapidly, she was still far behind in archery. Compared to an expert like Qi Mingyu, she was even further behind. Her combat skills, unless fought to the death, were only average compared to special forces. But Team Leader Du clearly felt they were deliberately provoking him, his face darkening further. After a long silence, he pointed to a young man in the group. "Xiao Xiao, you come and have a marksmanship contest with him." He then looked at the two men. "If you win against him, then you pass the shooting test." Xiao Xiao. Zhou Shuan's pupils contracted, staring directly at the man. Xiao Xiao was the mayor of the survivor base in her previous life, very young. It was said that he came from a military background, a true sharpshooter, and quite skilled in combat. In the early days, he had been with the army rescuing people and evacuating disaster victims. Later, after establishing the survivor base, he became its youngest leader, responsible for its operation. Furthermore, he led his men to wipe out several large bandit gangs surrounding the base. The large amount of supplies he seized fed many penniless survivors like her. She had seen him a few times at base meetings, remembering him as a handsome young man with a dignified air. Later, she heard that he had been seriously wounded during a bandit raid and ultimately died at the young age of 33. Truly a tragic loss. Zhou Shuan looked at the person approaching her. Indeed, he looked exactly the same, only younger and less imposing. A faint smile played on his handsome face. He walked up to Leader Du and snapped to attention with a military salute. After Team Leader Du nodded, he turned to the two of them, smiling, and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan and nodded, "I go first." He strode towards the target with long, steady steps, light strides, upright posture, and a resolute expression. Xiao Xiao secretly assessed his opponent's strength, thinking, could he be a veteran? He seems quite strong. Qi Mingyu noticed the bow and arrows and pistol on the table in front of him and raised an eyebrow slightly. Team Leader Du spoke up. Bullets are precious, so it's not just shooting, archery is equally important. He then said to Xiao Xiao, "Xiao Xiao, don't underestimate him. This guy is a former Special Forces soldier." Special Forces soldier? Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Only experts are wary of each other. No wonder he sensed the man's strength at first glance. Qi Mingyu picked up his pistol, without any fancy techniques, simply spreading his legs, his expression calm, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Seemingly casual, yet each shot hit the very center of the bullseye. Qi Mingyu then picked up his bow and arrows, tested the draw weight, and easily drew the string and fired. Again, 3 arrows, each passing through the center of the bullseye, landed on the railing at the stern of the boat, the fletching slightly. After a moment of stunned silence, a low gasp escaped the crowd. Qi Mingyu's shooting was clearly superior to Xiao Xiao's. Chapter 104. Qi Mingyu calmly stepped back, giving the field to Zhou Shuan. The latter's archery skills were not bad. She drew her bow fully and, as usual, shot 3 arrows that hit the bullseye. However, her shooting wasn't as impressive. The bullseye was placed according to military standards, and she scored 8 points on 1 shot and 9 points on 2 others. While she couldn't compare to Qi Mingyu, she wasn't bad either. Especially after Qi Mingyu said, she's never served in the military, she's always been a civilian. She only came into contact with firearms 2 months after the apocalypse, and has been practicing for over a month. Everyone fell silent. Only a little over a month, and she's already this good. Good heavens, are all the people who came today monsters? Each one is more powerful than the last. Team Leader Du remained unsmiling, his face revealed nothing. He then pointed to a burly man in the group named Hao Feizhuang, and had him spar with Qi Mingyu. His opponent truly lived up to his name. Not only was he robust and sturdy with a stable lower body, but he was also incredibly agile. Several times, Qi Mingyu nearly knocked him down, but he skillfully dodged each attack with his supple waist. After more than 20 moves, Qi Mingyu finally seized an opening on his left side, wrapping his legs around his body and defeating him. The sparring match was exhilarating, and the onlookers watched with great interest. Hao Feizhuang stood up, gave Qi Mingyu a thumbs up, and chuckled, appearing quite easygoing. When Zhou Shuan went on stage, Team Leader Du didn't go too far, pointing to the team's only female soldier. The female soldier was dashing and spirited, her long ponytail flying backward, reminiscent of Captain Chinfen from his previous life. She smiled at Zhou Shuan, gestured for her to follow, and nimbly moved forward, reaching Zhou Shuan in a few steps. The latter was startled and quickly dodged. The fighting skills she had received intensive training from Qi Mingyu proved invaluable. Zhou Shuan had exchanged blows with her opponent more than 10 times, holding her own. Suddenly, her opponent launched a long, sweeping kick, and Zhou Shuan, unable to dodge in time, was struck hard in the cheek. Qi Mingyu, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists, restraining himself from advancing. Her face stung, but Zhou Shuan didn't flinch. She crouched low, approaching from below, her slender fingers already gripping her opponent's throat. She applied a little force, but her opponent, unable to breathe, had no choice but to concede. Although Zhou Shuan's duel was somewhat underhanded, it was a dirty trick she had honed through countless life-or-death experiences. Whether it was despicable or not, as long as it worked, that was enough. The female soldier, quite nonchalantly, smiled slightly at Zhou Shuan. Impressive skills. My name is Meng Mingwei. Let's spar more often sometime. Zhou Shuan nodded to her opponent and stepped down to face Team Leader Du. Qi Mingyu looked at her with concern, but she shook her head, indicating she was alright. Team Leader Du looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. Director Wu, who had watched the entire match without leaving, asked with a beaming smile, "Boss, can these 2 young people from our neighborhood stay?" Team Leader Du reluctantly replied, "Humph, barely satisfactory." "Well, they can stay then." Director Wu immediately smiled happily. Because today was the first day of the cruise ship trip, they gathered for training in the morning and wouldn't depart until the afternoon. Director Wu didn't linger any longer. After saying goodbye to the 2 men, he left cheerfully. "Don't worry, you two. I sent a message to both your families when I get back, telling them to go back this evening. Chi Mingyu nodded. Then I trouble you, Uncle Wu. Be careful on your way back. Director Wu waved and turned to leave. If he hadn't been going down the stairs, he probably would have jumped for joy. Chi Mingyu looked at him with amusement, then turned to Zhou Shuan. Her left cheek was badly swollen, and her bright almond-shaped eyes were almost squeezed shut. It was clear that the kick had been quite forceful. Xiao Xiao brought over a bottle of ice water. Quickly apply a cold compress to help the bruise dissipate faster. Thank you. Chi Mingyu took the ice water, tested the temperature, and finding it a bit too cold, took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around Zhou Shuan's face, applying it to her cheek. She let out a soft groan. Does it hurt? Chi Mingyu asked. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her eyes shining like countless stars. I think it's much more exciting than when you taught me martial arts. Chi Mingyu paused, feeling a surge of tenderness diminish in his heart. He smiled helplessly. You? I knew you were a troublemaker from a young age. Zhou Shuan remained silent, unsure how to tell him that the birthmark on her face had gradually made her insecure as she grew older and more sensible. And because of this insecurity, she had easily fallen for a scumbag's schemes, losing herself in the process. Chi Mingyu continued, however, my thoughts are the same as yours. Whether it's shooting or combat, only through countless real-world experiences can you improve quickly. Your foundation is already very solid. What you lack is real combat experience. Besides, although I be practicing with you, the guard team is full of carefully selected experts. By sparring with them every day, you gradually become a true expert yourself. Zhou Shuan was startled, looking directly at him. So this is why you're willing to join the water protection team? Was it to give her practical experience? Chi Mingyu nodded. Didn't you say that Mumu is still young, and your parents are getting old, so you have to be the pillar of the family? This is the fastest way for you to improve your strength. With strength, you won't have to worry and suffer from insomnia all day. And when you see the world then, although it may be a hopeless apocalypse, there will still be a beautiful side. Being the pillar of the family, that was what she said when Chi Mingyu helped her overcome her insomnia. She hadn't expected him to remember it all. And to care so much. Zhou Shuan felt a slight tremor in her heart, and tears slowly welled up in her eyes. She quickly turned her face away. What's wrong? Chi Mingyu's voice paused, a hot tear rolling down her eyelashes and dripping onto the back of his hand. Wan. Zhou Shuan said very softly, my face hurts so much. Strong-willed people don't like others seeing them cry. Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, but respected her wishes and nodded with a smile. Then apply it more often, the pain will subside once the bruises disperse. Zhou Shuan looked away, and after a long while, she softly called out, Brother Yu. Thank you. A sentence as light as a feather floated past Chi Mingyu's ear. Thank you for letting me feel your sincerity in this cold, apocalyptic world. Thank you for making my frozen, dormant heart beat again. Thank you for being willing to pull me, riddled with wounds, to break free from the shackles that bound me in the past, to discover more beauty. Chi Mingyu paused, then revealed a smile as bright as the dawn breaking through the clouds. You're welcome. Chapter 105. It was called a selection process, but in reality, it was just Team Leader Du assessing the two men's abilities. After seeing that they were both outstanding in both shooting and hand-to-hand combat, he didn't say much and immediately recruited them. He also had Deputy Team Leader Du, surnamed Du, equip them with weapons. A Type 92 semi-automatic pistol with 20 bullets in the magazine, and a finely crafted bow and arrow with 20 arrows in the quiver. These were the weapons that the water protection team members always carried. Other weapons were locked in a private room on the cruise ship. The morning was spent on surprise training, focusing on the best response to an ambush in the water from the cruise ship. Team Leader Du's team consisted of 20 people, 2 team leaders and 2 deputy team leaders, 12 selected from the military, and 6 recommended later, including Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu. Because they arrived last, it's no wonder that the furious Team Leader Du specifically targeted them. After a sweaty training session, they ate lunch. Lunch consisted of rice, with a boxed lunch, plus a bowl of seaweed and bean sprout soup. The boxed lunch was stewed chicken with potatoes. The taste was so, but there was a lot of chicken, a generous portion that was filling. The cruise ship was large, and had a dedicated dining area. Besides their water protection team members, there were 5 mechanics on board, responsible for setting up water pipes to transport water, and 6 crew members. A total of 31 people. After lunch and a short rest, the cruise ship set sail. As the cruise ship roared to life, many people in the lobby looked out the windows and waved, wishing them a safe journey. Dozens of kilometers was not a long distance for a cruise ship, It only took a little over an hour. At this time, the Jiyun Mountain scenic area was under military control. Jiyun Mountain was now the only piece of land in the entire J City, possessing clean water resources, making its strategic position extremely important. Some suggested building a safe base there, or relocating the city's population there. However, as Zhou Shuan had previously stated, due to the existence of the Tianyan Lake Reservoir, if the floodwaters exceeded the dam's critical threshold, those living below the reservoir would face catastrophic destruction. The Jiyun Mountain range was filled with massive, steep cliffs. Aside from some open land along the roadside, developed by former residents, there simply wasn't enough flat land for the city's survivors. According to the prophet, the flood season would completely end in 2 years. After the floodwaters receded, a new natural disaster would strike, at which point the submerged land and buildings would be restored, making a large-scale relocation unnecessary. Therefore, the proposed relocation plan was shelved. Furthermore, due to its crucial strategic position, it was necessary to deploy troops to bring it under complete official control. Before the authorities took over, several clashes had broken out here, resulting in dozens of deaths and injuries among the local villagers. Therefore, the villagers supported the official takeover. Although their freedom of movement was not as great as usual, their safety was fully guaranteed. At this time, along the flooded bank to the parking lot, several important roads in Jiyun Mountain were completely blocked off with barbed wire. When Zhou Shuan and her group arrived, a team of soldiers in camouflage uniforms were on patrol at the point where the land met the floodwaters. The cruise ship, due to its heavy draft, could not get too close to the shore. Team leader Du then assigned several members of the water protection team to escort the mechanics ashore. The mechanics made several trips, transporting all the equipment needed for installing the water pipes to the shore. There were also several high-powered batteries. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu remained on the boat, keeping watch. Their task was simple, but absolutely crucial. They were to guard the surrounding area for any unidentified vessels or suspicious individuals who might target the water supplies or the cruise ship. The water pipes were thick and long, needing to extend all the way to Tianyan Lake. The village chief called in some young men from the village to help. After more than an hour of tinkering, the water finally flowed smoothly into the storage tank. The initial preparations were arduous, but the flow was rapid, and the tank was full in 2 hours. After storing the massive water pipes and equipment, the captain started the cruise ship and set sail. The water protection team's ordeal had only just begun. For some, raiding a mobile cruise ship with only a few guards is far easier than raiding a heavily guarded, immobile reservoir. This is why the escort team is so important. But perhaps because it was the cruise ship's first voyage, the journey to the waterworks was uneventful. Occasionally, they encountered ships searching for supplies, but the other ships quickly avoided them, daring not to provoke them in any way. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the mechanics and workers at the waterworks coordinate and safely and smoothly transport the water to the plant, the escort team's mission was now complete. Upon disembarking, the enthusiastic Ming Mingwei was already chatting warmly with Zhou Shuan, telling them that it was a special time and they were paid every 2 weeks. Their water protection team paid more than the sailors and mechanics. Every 2 weeks, each person received a 10 jin, 5 caddies, sealed bag of rice, 15 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 packs of dried goods, and 8 cans of pork or fish. Zhou Shuan was surprised. So much. Having seen wages paid in units of a few packs of compressed biscuits in the apocalypse, she genuinely felt the water protection team's benefits were truly generous. One person's salary could easily support 2 or 3 people. Ming Mingwei smiled and said, "Of course. Our water protection team's salary is comparable to that of ordinary staff working in the government office. Indeed, those who live on the edge deserve higher rewards." Zhou Shuan felt relieved, and then thought of Mayor Lu, whom she had never met but who had arranged for her and Qi Mingyu to join the water protection team, and felt a surge of goodwill towards him. She and Qi Mingyu rode back to their apartment complex. As soon as they knocked, the door opened. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian pulled her close, looking her up and down, seemingly trying to check if she was injured. This was different from Zhou Shu's secret nighttime search for supplies. It was far more dangerous, so it was no wonder the couple was so worried. Zhou Shuan was both amused and exasperated. She stretched out her arms and spun around, laughing. "Really, I'm fine. The journey has been peaceful. Don't worry, we represent the government. No one would be foolish enough to go against the authorities." She then told the two about the salary distribution. Zhou Jianhai clicked his tongue, pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but say, "So much. Wanwan, once you establish yourself, ask if they need any repairmen or anything. I'm not a professional, but I'm learning repairs at home every day. Even if I go and get half the salary, that would be great. Half the salary would be enough for a grown man's food and drink. If such a salary existed now, people who had been idle at home for almost 4 months would fight tooth and nail for it. Chapter 106. Zhong Tian chided, putting aside whether you're a professional at repairing machines or not, with your skills, who would feel comfortable with you going? Zhou Jianhai chuckled, we practice archery every day. We're definitely better than the average person. Zhong Tian said, even with Wanwan and Xiaoyu's excellent skills, I wouldn't feel at ease, let alone your mediocre abilities. Zhou Shuan and Mumu couldn't help but laugh. Although Zhong Tian was a woman, she possessed a natural talent in both archery and combat, several times better than Zhou Jianhai. The latter was clumsy and seemed clueless, always getting beaten down by Zhong Tian in fights. As she spoke, Zhou Shuan went to the bathroom for a comfortable hot shower. When she came out, dinner was already prepared and placed on the table. Zhong Tian and Zhou Jianhai were discussing when to turn on the water. The property management notified us today that the water supply will be available every 3 days, like collecting supplies. It should be running again in 3 days, around mid-afternoon in our area. We should bring out all the buckets, pots, and pans we can use to store water then. These past few days, water tanks and inflatable swimming pools have been incredibly expensive, Zhou Jianhai said, sharing the information he gathered. Zhong Tian praised him. Yes, thankfully you had the foresight to buy a batch of inflatable swimming pools and put them there. Once inflated and spread out, they can hold a lot of water. Zhou Jianhai shook his head. It would be easier in the village, where there's plenty of open space. But living in the city now, not only is there no large enough space to store water, but the weight-bearing capacity is also a problem. An inflatable swimming pool isn't too heavy, Zhong Tian said. The only worry is that we won't have enough water. We only stocked a few buckets before it was gone. This is the reality of the water shortage. A cruise ship can only carry a very limited amount of water. A round trip each day requires a significant amount of gasoline. It takes 3 days to supply enough water for the water plant once. It's easy to imagine how pitifully small the amount would be when distributed to each household. Zhou Shuan sat down at the dining table, took a bite of a chive and egg bun, and said, we have enough water for our family. We just stockpile a symbolic amount. In front of Mumu, afraid he might not be able to keep quiet, the family always vaguely mentioned the word space. After Mumu's last visit to Jian Mountain, he had a very deep impression of the apocalypse, knowing that many people died and everyone went hungry. Zhong Tian gave Mumu a special intensive training session, telling him never to mention the family's food when he went out, not even to his loving uncles, aunts, or his brother Xiaoyu. He couldn't reveal a single word, lest bad people harm him, and his parents and sister be killed and thrown into poisonous water, becoming the horrific corpses he saw on the road like the giant statues. Mumu was old enough to understand the consequences of careless speech. He was indeed very discreet with outsiders, never mentioning the family's food. This made Zhong Tian feel guilty for quite some time. In the post-apocalyptic world, with its corpses, looting, chaotic order, cruelty towards other men, and the pain of hunger, children were among the most deeply affected. But thinking deeper, if Mumu hadn't been told the seriousness of the situation beforehand, his entire family might have faced an even more terrifying fate. Compared to that, the temporary psychological trauma seemed insignificant. Okay, I do as you say. Your mother has already washed all the buckets and basins in the house today, just waiting to fill them with water the day after tomorrow, Zhou Jianhai said. Zhou Shuan was slightly surprised, not expecting her mother to be so anxious. Their family was the least short of water. These past few days, before leaving the house, she would fill the large ceramic vat in the kitchen and the bucket in the bathroom with water, making sure the house never ran out. Even so, her parents were already feeling uneasy. Then, how would families who truly lacked water cope? Just then, there was a sudden, loud banging on the living room balcony window, so forceful and urgent that it couldn't be ignored. The Zhou family was startled. Zhou Jianhai frowned. Who is that? Did they jump onto our window? In older apartment buildings, windows are usually separate structures on the outside of the building, forming a spacious balcony together with the interior space. This was a complementary area. Just as her father was about to go check on things, Zhou Shuan stopped him. Dad, let me go. She took a bow and arrow from the shelf, nodded to her father and mother, who quickly went into battle mode, grabbing their crossbows and stun guns, and protecting Mumu at the back. Their family now only ate in the dining room, with the lights on in the dining room and kitchen. The living room, however, was pitch black. To prevent outsiders from peeping, Their balcony curtains were always tightly drawn. Zhou Shuan put on her night vision goggles, then carefully lifted the curtain a crack, and stared blankly out the window. The windows on their 6th-floor apartment all had security bars. At that moment, clinging precariously to the security bars, frantically smashing the glass, was none other than Dong Qingqing, disheveled and terrified. Her face was filled with panic as she pounded on the window, afraid to make a sound. How could she have changed so much in just one day? Zhou Shuan glanced around warily. No one was there. She hesitated for a moment, then took off her night vision goggles and whispered, "Dad, turn on the light." Once the living room light was on, she drew back the curtains, and the Zhou family could clearly see Dong Qingqing's predicament. Shang Tiyun was extremely surprised, momentarily forgetting that this person was the daughter of her enemy. She couldn't help but take a few steps forward, her voice urgent. What's she doing here? Sister, she's about to fall. Mu suddenly shouted. Dong Qingqing wasn't a well-trained special forces soldier. She was just a pampered girl who was lazy and knew nothing about farming. She had climbed over the neighbor's window on a whim and was already exhausted. When she saw the Zhou family appear, she breathed a sigh of relief, and her strength dissipated. Her grip loosened, and she swayed precariously, about to fall. In the nick of time, Zhou Shuan swiftly opened the window and grabbed the other woman's arm through the security bars. Dong Qingqing, disregarding everything else, cried out in a shrill voice, "Help me, help me." She struggled desperately, clutching Zhou Shuan's arm. Zhou Shuan was already struggling to hold her. The movement made it even harder. She snapped impatiently, "Shut up. Don't move." Dong Qingqing froze, too terrified to move. Zhou Jianhai rushed over to help. Their house had security bars. They could only grab the other woman's arm through the gaps, but they certainly couldn't pull her in. Zhou Jianhai was stronger than Zhou Shuan. She looked her over and decisively said, "Dad, you hold her. I go downstairs." Chapter 107. 1-1. What's going on? Qi Mingyu had already heard the commotion and looked up from the window. His house was directly below the Zhou family's, and it also had security bars. But Qi Mingyu had received professional training. He only needed one glance to know what had happened. When Zhou Shuan arrived, he had already tied a rope around his waist and launched an inflatable boat from the stairwell. Zhou Shuan also boarded the boat. "I help you." They steered the boat to the building on the side facing the living room, and Qi Mingyu used the external air conditioner and security bars to nimbly climb to the 6th floor. After a while, even with the security bars in place, Zhou Jianhai couldn't hold onto a woman, and Zhong Tiyun also came to help. Dong Qingqing gradually regained her composure, gripping the security bars tightly with both hands, using the gaps in the wall for leverage. Actually, with the water level so high, if she fell directly into the water, she wouldn't even be injured. But the water was too toxic. Without sufficient equipment, people absolutely could not go into the water. In her past life, Zhou Shuan dared to jump from the 19th floor only after desperately finding an open window in the stairwell, entering the building, and stealing a homemade boat tied to the entrance to escape. When she helped Dong Qingqing, who was clinging to Qi Mingyu's arms, Zhou Shuan suddenly understood why she had tried so hard to help. Because Dong Qingqing, desperately pleading for help while hanging on the safety net, was so similar to her younger self. "Wan, move forward a little. Don't let the boat capsize," Qi Mingyu said, having followed her down. Seeing Zhou Shuan standing there in a daze, he reminded her. Zhou Shuan snapped out of her reverie, nodded, and silently moved forward, taking the oars to row. The biggest drawback of inflatable boats is their light weight. When the weight is unbalanced, they easily capsize. Dong Qingqing sat on the boat, still shaken, repeatedly looking up at the spot she had climbed over, seemingly unable to believe she was saved. As the boat reached the stairwell, and she was about to climb aboard, Dong Qingqing suddenly spoke. "Thank you for saving me." She looked up, her eyes still filled with fear, her voice trembling. I knew you were good people, that's why I asked you for help." When her family locked her up yesterday, she knew the neighbors had come to her parents' door, asking them to treat her well. Although she had previously been a pampered, arrogant young lady, she wasn't stupid. Observing people's behavior, she knew that the Zhou family on the 6th floor and the Qi family on the 5th floor weren't bad people. So, when she finally found an opportunity to break the window and escape tonight, she didn't choose the more convenient way family, but instead struggled to climb over the external air conditioner to reach the Zhou family's window. Zhou Shuan pointed at Qi Mingyu. "You should thank him, he saved you. If it were me, I really wouldn't have been able to save you. I would have just let you fall into the water." The Dong family were the enemies, who killed her mother and brother, and she didn't want to accept this thank you from their daughter. Dong Qingqing looked at her. "I thank him, but I also thank you. Zhou Shuan became impatient. Hurry up and go upstairs. Dong Qingqing shook her head. I can't go back. Please, take me anywhere. I can't go back. I really can't go back. Tears rolled down her forced composure, and she bit her lip, seemingly trying her best to control herself from crying out loud. But her tone was so desperate and pleading. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, looking at her face and hands. Her exposed skin was covered in bruises, likely from the beating she received the day before. He was a soldier. Although he disliked Dong Jianhua, he saw no need to pick a fight with a defenseless girl. So he asked, "Are you often abused at home? How about we take you to the police station?" The police station still existed in the post-apocalyptic world, though it was located in the same building. Dong Qingqing suddenly burst into tears, sobbing twice before forcing herself to hold it back, choking out, "Actually, my dad wants me to go with someone." Zhou Shuan had already guessed what he meant, her face expressionless. Qi Mingyu frowned, clearly understanding the implication behind those words. Who? I don't really know either. My dad said it's some kind of gang leader. My dad wants him to help with something, but he doesn't know what gift to give. After thinking it over, he's going to give me to him. Dong Qingqing covered her face, suppressing her sobs. He said he only stayed for a few days, and then he'd take me back. I didn't want to. What difference would that make me from those other prostitutes? So I resisted. Then he beat me and locked me up. My mom and brother don't care about me at all, they're just helping him watch over me. A gang leader? That's the news they heard that day. From Wu Jiabin's conversation with his accomplices, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu heard that Dong Jianhua wanted to team up with his men to ambush them, and then seize control of the neighborhood. However, without firearms, even with bows and arrows, they had no chance against the two powerful men. Tong Chihua then tried every means to obtain some firearms. He was quite clever. After much thought, he realized he might be able to exchange some from Qi Mingyu. So he sent the unsuspecting director Wu to test Qi Mingyu. He had also considered a second option if that failed, to find a notorious gangster boss in J City, reciprocate the favor, obtain firearms from him, and then discuss the matter between the Zhou and Qi families. At the time, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu decided to find out which gangster boss Dong Jianhua was dealing with, so they could wipe them all out in one fell swoop. These past few nights, Qi Mingyu had taken Zhou Shuan to keep watch, but they hadn't noticed anything unusual about Dong Jianhua. But unexpectedly, before they could even act, Dong Jianhua had already planned to offer his daughter as a gift to the gangster boss. How did you escape? Zhou Shuan asked calmly. Dong Qingqing said, My dad loves to drink, and today he's drunk and resting in his bedroom. My mom and my brother always take advantage of his drunkenness to steal his supplies. He hides his supplies not only at home, but also elsewhere, so the two of them rode out. The nanny, Aunt Song, feels sorry for me, but she doesn't dare help me, so she hides in her room pretending to be asleep. As she spoke, Dong Qingqing knelt down on the boat, looking at the two women. Please, please spare my life, please, I count out to you. Zhou Shuan stopped her, her attitude quite cold. The only one who can save you is never someone else, but yourself. Dong Qingqing was stunned. Zhou Shuan continued expressionlessly, only you can save yourself. You want us to just take you somewhere randomly? Do you know what the situation is like outside? Although the apocalypse has only started a few months ago, order has already broken down. Where do you think you can hide, a young woman unarmed? I can go to a resettlement center. Aren't there many resettlement centers? We went to resettlement centers when we were hiding from the tsunami. Although there were many people, the smell was bad, and it was inconvenient. It was still safe, Dong Qingqing hurriedly said. It seemed she was also thinking about a way out. Chapter 108. Zhou Shuan scoffed. You went to the resettlement point because your parents brought enough supplies. Without supplies, how would you survive alone? Just relying on the relief rations distributed every 3 days? Leaving aside the fact that you have no identification and might not even get the supplies, just the fact that you're a woman alone, there are countless men at the resettlement point who could easily subdue you and drag you to a deserted corner. Guess what would happen then? The apocalypse doesn't even know how long it will last. If it's really as they say, it could be years, 10 years, decades, and then there might not even be relief rations left. How will you survive then? Do you really think you can live alone for the rest of your life? Stay with your parents and listen. Their words might just mean they're being sent as gifts temporarily, but they have enough to eat and drink, and someone to protect them. Before she could finish, Dong Qingqing angrily interrupted her. What do you mean by saying this? Are you looking down on me? Or are you being sarcastic? I know I wasn't nice to you before. Are you holding a grudge and deliberately trying to scare me with these words? If you had parents like that, would you stay and spend your whole life with them? Zhou Shuan looked at her calmly. My parents love me dearly, so I won't encounter such a thing. But whether I'm with my family or alone, I can protect myself. But can you? Dong Qingqing's tears streamed down her face again. She looked at Zhou Shuan through blurred vision. Behind Qi Mingyu, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, seeing that she hadn't come up for so long, had come downstairs to check on her. She whispered, Zhou Shuan, do you know how much I envy you? She envied his wonderful family, his parents who loved him unconditionally and without favoritism, and his devoted neighbor. She and Qi Mingyu were about the same age and had played together as children, but after moving away, they went their separate ways. This time, although she looked down on the dilapidated neighborhood and the neighbors who still lived there, Qi Mingyu's handsomeness and strength still secretly stirred her heart. She orchestrated several chance encounters, but he remained indifferent. The young woman's pride was hurt. She was only attracted to his appearance, not with any deep love, and her feelings gradually faded. Until one day, she happened to see Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan together, and she immediately realized that he actually liked Zhou Shuan, who was 2 years younger than her. Feeling resentful, she deliberately caused trouble for the two of them. But Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were focused on finding supplies and protecting their family, and they were completely unaware of her budding girlish feelings. Dong Qingqing spoke softly, and Zhou Shuan didn't quite hear her. She didn't mind, simply looking at the other girl quietly, seemingly waiting for her answer. Dong Qingqing wiped away her tears, raised her head stubbornly, and said, I can live on my own. Even if I have to beg in the future, I will never become a prostitute for my father's grand ambitions. There was a rebellious streak in her, otherwise she wouldn't have knowingly shown favoritism to her parents, still making a scene and causing chaos at home, making her parents think she was a troublemaker, but not pretending to be a good daughter. Zhou Shuan saw her determination, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Okay, I take you to the resettlement center. 1-1. Zhou Jianhai called out disapprovingly. Although Dong Jianhua was drunk to the point of being dead, he wasn't truly dead. What if he came to cause trouble for 1-1 after he sobered up, and found out that Zhou Shuan had sent his daughter away? Zhong Tiyun was also somewhat worried. 1-1, shouldn't we wait until the Dong family arrives before discussing this? Zhou Shuan sneered. Dong Qingqing is an adult now. She doesn't need to report to her father where she goes. Dong Qingqing immediately shook her head. We can't wait. We can't wait. I must leave immediately. I'm an adult now. I'm not under his jurisdiction. Aunt Zhong, please ask Zhou Shuan to help me. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Dad, Mom, after you go back, lock the door from the inside. Don't open it for anyone except me, Zhou Shuan said. Okay. Zhou Jianhai and his wife both saw their daughter's determination. They couldn't influence her decision. All they could do was relieve her of her worries. Qi Mingyu said, I go with you. Zhou Shuan shook her head. I'm fine on my own. The nearest resettlement point isn't far from here. I feel more at ease if you stay. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, glanced at Dong Qingqing, and leaned close to ask her, 1-1, don't you need to double-check what she said? Zhou Shuan understood what he meant. He was worried that Dong Qingqing was just setting a trap to lure her out and then ambush her. But Zhou Shuan shook her head, saying lightly, what she said is true. She had just remembered something she had never paid attention to in her past life. When she returned home after the acid rain to seek revenge on Dong Jianhua, Dong Qingqing had already been dead for a long time. At that time, she heard from others that during the flood season, Dong Jianhua wanted to give Dong Qingqing away to curry favor with powerful people, but unexpectedly, his daughter was very principled and resolutely refused. When she escaped from home, she fell into the flood and died of illness within 2 days. If it weren't for her and Qi Mingyu tonight, Zhou Qingqing's fate would have been to fall into the flood and die of illness. Qi Mingyu gave Zhou Shuan a deep look. She's telling the truth, so there won't be any danger on the road. But if she's lying, it's much more dangerous here. Qi Mingyu understood what she meant. Their family was their weakness, and also their primary concern. Okay, you must be careful. He finally nodded. Zhou Shuan went upstairs first to get a backpack and change her clothes. Dong Qingqing was too reluctant to go home and didn't want to go upstairs at all, so she had to stay on the boat. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan came down quickly. She waved to her family and set off with Dong Qingqing. On the way, Dong Qingqing remained silent. Only after they had walked some distance from the residential area did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Shuan, thank you so much for everything you did tonight. Zhou Shuan shook her head. Saving you wasn't my intention. I just saw it, and did what I could. If you were someone else, I would have saved you too. Her words were a bit convoluted, and Dong Qingqing didn't understand, but she still said, I know sending me away will cause trouble for your family. So, I'm truly grateful. Zhou Shuan turned and looked at her meaningfully. It's alright, as long as you don't resent me later. I won't resent you. I won't resent you. I chose this path myself, and no matter how difficult it is, I won't blame anyone else. Dong Qingqing quickly shook her head. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then took a sharp fruit knife from her backpack and handed it to her. Looking into her eyes, she emphasized again, remember, only you can save yourself. Dong Qingqing held the knife, seemingly understanding but not quite. Chapter 109. Zhou Shuan ignored her. She had originally intended to take Dong Qingqing to the nearest resettlement point, but Qi Mingyu's reminder had heightened her vigilance. After rowing the boat forward for a while, reaching the framed building, she suddenly delivered a powerful chop to the other person's shoulder and neck. Caught off guard, the latter first opened her eyes wide, then slowly lost consciousness. Zhou Shuan circled the building for a moment, then switched to a motorboat. She placed Dong Qingqing behind her, and sped off on the motorboat. She didn't go to the nearest resettlement point, but instead chose another direction, the direction of the service hall she had visited during the day. There were many resettlement points along that route. She planned to randomly drop the other person off at one of them. When she returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Everything was fine at home. Seeing her return, Zhou Jianhai and his wife breathed a sigh of relief and told her, Xiao Yu will come to check on us in an hour. Zhou Shuan pointed across the street. That mother and child haven't returned yet. Zhou Jianhai shook his head. We haven't heard a sound. That Nani, Aunt Song, seems to be fast asleep. Even with all the commotion here, she didn't come out to check. Zhong Tiyun sighed. That Aunt Song is pitiful. I heard she's from the countryside in a neighboring city. Her husband died early, and she only has one daughter in university. She's worked as a nanny for years to earn money to support her daughter's education. Now that it's the apocalypse, her daughter is studying in another city, and she can't contact her. She's trapped in RJ City, unable to go back home. This is the current situation for most survivors. Just like Zhou Shuan and her family in her previous life, they were separated too hastily and never saw each other again. Zhou Shuan seemed lost in thought. What's going on with the Wei family? She suddenly asked. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun exchanged a glance and shook their heads. They haven't shown their faces at all. Maybe they didn't hear anything? Zhou Shuan gave a slight, cold smile. It's precisely because they haven't shown themselves that they seem guilty. Alright, Dad, Mom, go to sleep. I know what I'm doing. Her parents were persuaded to go to bed. She went downstairs to find Qi Mingyu. The two of them huddled together in front of a map, discussing things in hushed tones for a long time before finally going back to rest. Qi Mingyu had been helping Zhou Shuan fall asleep for a while, and after seeing some success, Zhou Shuan had learned the technique and no longer needed his help. The next day, around 6 a.m., Zhou Shuan got up. She did some simple exercises first, and then her parents got up too. Moo was still sleeping in, so she didn't wake him. With something on their minds, the family had no appetite, only eating a few simple side dishes and drinking egg noodle soup. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door, followed by Dong Jianhua's furious voice. Open the door. Open the door. Zhou Jianhai, get out here. Coming. The Zhou family exchanged glances, and Zhou Shuan stood up to open the door. Zhou Jianhai stopped her. Daughter, I handle this. Step back. Looking at her father's tall back blocking her way, Zhou Shuan felt a warm current flow through her heart. Even though her father knew his daughter was no longer the same, and her martial arts skills far surpassed his, he still shielded her from potential danger. This was the weight of a father's love. What is it? Zhou Jianhai had just opened the door when a fist slammed into him. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan was prepared. She grabbed her father's arm and dodged to the side, causing Dong Jianhua's fist to miss. He had used a lot of force, and missing his punch, he staggered forward several steps before finally managing to steady himself by the doorframe. When he looked up again, his usually refined and smiling face was almost contorted with rage. Zhou Jianhai, tell me, where did you kidnap my daughter? Zhou Jianhai glanced at Chenqiu and her son behind him, and the timid Aunt Song beside them, and sneered, what a joke. Your daughter is so grown up, where could I have kidnapped her? Humph, don't try to fool me. Our community security guards take turns now. Whether your boat went out yesterday, and whether you took my daughter with you, we find out soon enough. Dong Jianhua said viciously. Zhou Shuan spoke up. So Uncle Dong went to ask the shift workers? Dong Jianhua paused. He had woken up that morning to find his daughter missing, and was frantically searching for her, when the Wei family arrived, telling him that his daughter had been taken away by the Zhou family. He didn't care about anything else. He came to the Dong family to demand his daughter back, completely forgetting to check with the gatekeeper first. I don't care. I have witnesses who said you kidnapped my daughter. If you don't give her back today, this isn't over. To express his anger, Dong Jianhua kicked the Zhou family's door hard, making a loud bang. Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng also arrived, their expressions grave. Dong Jianhua's brow twitched violently upon seeing them, but he wisely refrained from confronting them. He had heard from Wei Wei that Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had rescued Qingqing from the 6th floor. But he was a smart man. He knew he could only target one person, and specifically Zhou Jianhai, the head of the family. Otherwise, the combined fighting power of Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu would be beyond his capabilities. Zhou Jianhai, a real man, should be responsible for his actions. If you dare to do it, why don't you admit it? He shouted, raising his voice. Zhou Jianhai sneered. Do you think everyone is like you, not treating your daughter like a human being, but only as a tool for climbing the social ladder? How old is she? You're already sending her to a gangster boss to work as a prostitute. Just hearing that makes me feel ashamed of any man. And you still have the nerve to come here looking for your daughter. If I tell everyone what you've done, see if the spittle in the neighborhood can drown you. Zhou Jianhai was a kind and straightforward man. No one expected him to be so sharp-tongued when he cursed. Dong Jianhua was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. You, Zhou Jianhai, don't make false accusations. I'm going to sue you for human trafficking. Before he could finish, Zhou Shuan interrupted him, her tone decisive. All right, Uncle Dong, let's go to the police station together. It's in the new service hall. What you just said is partly true. I did send Dong Qingqing away, but she begged me to report her to the police, saying you were illegally detaining her and trying to sell her to the underworld. So I took her to the police station. These few casual words turned Dong Jianhua's face a deep purplish red. You. He was almost fainting with anger. Zhou Shuan continued, Come on, Uncle Dong, didn't you want to see your daughter? I row you there, and you two can confront each other. Dong Jianhua felt a pang of guilt. He knew his actions towards his daughter couldn't withstand scrutiny, so upon hearing about the police station confrontation, he hesitated for a moment. Chapter 110. Faced with the mocking gazes of the crowd, he was filled with grief and rage. He slapped Qinqiu across the face. I told you to watch over our daughter. What are you watching over? Huh? Where is she? I'm asking you where she is. Qinqiu, startled by the slap, was stunned for a moment, then angrily rushed forward and grabbed his face. You're asking me? You wanted to give my daughter away, and I didn't dare say a word, thinking she was just paying off a debt she owed her parents. But you dare hit me. If it weren't for the dowry I brought, and my father's help, do you think you could have run such a big business, become a boss? Now you turn your back on us, Dong Jianhua, you're a heartless ingrate. I fight you to the death. The couple immediately began fighting, but Qinqiu was no match for Dong Jianhua. After a few struggles, he was subdued, slapped several times, and lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Qinqiu's usually doting son watched coldly, finally speaking up, Dad, don't go too far. Dong Jianhua gritted his teeth, glaring at everyone present, and said to his son, Come on, let's go home. He dragged Qinqiu into his house, like a dead dog. Ansong and Dong Xinglong followed, and the door slammed shut. Zhong Tiyun, as a woman, found the scene unbearable, frowning slightly, that Dong Jianhua, he's truly heartless. He's so cruel to his daughter. What's so surprising about his wife? Zhou Jianhai, however, understood men's minds better. When a man truly hardens his heart, his wife and children are just stumbling blocks he can throw away at any time. In peacetime, such people are adept at disguising themselves, hiding their true colors. But in the apocalypse, human nature is exposed to its fullest extent. Living next to a man like that is like having a time bomb next to you, extremely dangerous. Closing the door, Zhong Tiyun gave Zhou Jianhai a thumbs up. To Hai, those insults you just hurled were so harsh, so satisfying. I give you an extra chicken leg for lunch. Zhou Jianhai smiled, then his expression turned serious. Do you think Dong Jianhua will just let this go? You wouldn't guess it from him normally, but that expression he had just given me. He's a ruthless man. Zhong Tiyun also looked at her daughter. Zhou Shuan nodded. Dad, Mom, don't worry, Xiaoyu and I already have a plan. Dong Jianhua's temporary reluctance to cause trouble was just the calm before the storm. That afternoon, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu said goodbye to their families, and went to the water protection team as usual. After they left, Dong Jianhua, who had been hiding behind the bed watching, smiled sinisterly. A little over an hour later, the Dongyuan residential area was silently surrounded by a group of masked men armed with weapons. Several assault boats and a dozen rubber dinghies were packed with people. Meanwhile, a group of people quietly gathered outside the windows and doors of the Zhou and Qi families' homes. Dong Jianhua opened the door and let a few people in, whispering, "Their houses have security bars. It's not easy to force your way in. Go up from my rooftop." The newcomers carried electric drills and cutting machines. Some crept through the Dong family's windows to try and break the Zhou family's security bars. Some went up the Dong family's roof to try and smash the Zhou family's rooftop windows, and some even tried to cut the entire door off the Zhou family's door from the outside. The Qi family downstairs did the same. These two families alone had about 20 people gathered. Hiding inside, Dong Jianhua listened to the commotion outside, gritting smugly. "Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuwan, once your families are in my hands, let's see if you kneel and beg for mercy." Qin Xiu sat dejectedly to one side, her face still bearing the marks of her injuries. Ansong trembled, unable to utter a word. Dong Xinglong glanced outside only once before retreating back into his room, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. Dong Jianhua, still chuckling, suddenly heard several muffled thuds outside. The sounds of people falling heavily to the ground. He listened intently, and suddenly, several screams echoed from outside the building. Slightly startled, he hesitated for a moment, then cautiously went to the peephole and looked out. He saw several people lying haphazardly outside the Zhou family's gate, directly opposite. The saw blades were still powered, spinning wildly. But all the people lying on the ground had arrows protruding from their chests, dead instantly, blood flowing freely. He was startled. Looking closer, he realized the Zhou family's security door was open sometime during the night. Zhou Shuwan, dressed in black, stood in the doorway, having just lowered her bow and arrow, then gave him a wicked smile. "Zhou Shuwan. What's she doing home?" Dong Jianhua's legs went weak. He almost wet himself in fear. However, at that moment, several more screams, and the sounds of people falling into the water echoed from outside the building. Even Dong Xinglong, hiding in his bedroom, noticed something was wrong. He opened the door, his face filled with panic. "Dad, those people have been shot and fallen into the water. Could it be Qi Mingyu? He's back too?" The Dong family huddled inside, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family's house, the atmosphere was quite lively. Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and Mu stood guard in the living room, curtains wide open. Anyone daring to peek out from behind the security bars was to be shot. Of the three, Zhong Tiyun was the best archer, firing 7 or 8 arrows in quick succession, wounding 4 people who fell into the water. Zhou Jianhai hit 2 people. Mu also managed to hit 2. In the blink of an eye, all 8 people surrounding their window had fallen. Zhong Tiyun even ran to the window, and saw several more people gathered outside the security bars below. The 5th floor was the ground level. An adult could easily reach their window from a boat. Worried that Qi Mingyu couldn't handle them alone, she kindly fired a few arrows through the security bars. Although she didn't hit many, the volley of arrows startled the people, causing several to fall into the water. The sounds of cutting and smashing glass came from the roof. Mu looked up anxiously. Zhou Jianhai said, "Don't worry, Mu. Your sister said that if we just guard our 6th floor, we successfully completed our mission. We don't need to worry about the rest." Mu nodded vigorously. Zhou Shuwan had already dealt with the people at the door. She took her bow and arrows, went outside, closed her own door, glanced at the Dong family's house, and quickly ran downstairs. 4 or 5 people lay scattered in front of the Qi family's door. Because they assumed the two had gone to the water protection team, the people sent their thought the Qi family only had an old lady and wasn't a threat, so they sent most of their men to the Zhou family's house. Little did they know, this person was lying in wait. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuwan, and without even speaking, just exchanging a look, they rushed to the living room and shot down everyone surrounding the balcony. The sounds of people falling into the water rang out one after another. At this moment, a fight and screams also came from outside. They made their move. "Let's finish this quickly." Qi Mingyu nodded, and the two of them worked together to reach the Dong family's door. At this point, only a few people on the top floor of the Wei family's house remained from the attack on both families, along with Dong Jianhua. Chapter 111. Dong Jianhua watched in horror through the peephole as the 2 men approached one after the other, their movements relaxed and casual, yet terrifying like ghosts. He quickly reassured himself. It's alright, it's alright. My security door isn't double-layered like theirs, but it's still very sturdy. They shouldn't be able to break in so quickly. But this thought had barely formed in his mind when he saw Zhou Shuan take out 2 wires, poke at the keyhole a few times, and the lock clicked open. Dong Jianhua was practically filled with despair and indignation. He had teamed up with the underworld, going to great lengths to find an electric saw and cutting machine, only to find it less effective than the other side's method of prying open the door. Why hadn't he thought to hire 2 skilled lockpickers? As soon as the lock was open, Qi Mingyu kicked the door open with a flying kick. At the same time, he and Zhou Shuan hid on either side of the door to prevent the people inside from attacking with weapons. The next moment, a figure let out a low cry and stumbled forward. Just as they were about to act, they realized the man was Qin Qiu. Looking back into the house, they saw Dong Jianhua jumping from the living room balcony. Their family had left the complex long ago, so they hadn't installed security bars. This was why Dong Qingqing had been able to easily escape through the window yesterday, and today Dong Jianhua had also escaped through the same window. Don't move! Zhou Shuan shouted sharply, but whether intentionally or unintentionally, Qin Qiu stumbled and fell heavily onto Zhou Shuan, blocking Qi Mingyu's path. By the time the two finally reached the window, Dong Jianhua was no longer there. I just saw him. He was wearing a diving suit, Zhou Shuan said gravely. This man, worthy of his past life as the one who controlled most of the Dongyuan complex, had made thorough preparations. He had arranged for his wife to be in the living room, ready to be pushed out to block the enemy and give himself a chance to survive. He himself had already donned a diving suit and carried an oxygen tank, waiting for the critical moment to put on an oxygen mask and escape. We don't know how many people have infiltrated, the water's not safe. Qi Mingyu made a decision, don't chase them. I go up to the roof and take care of the rest. You stay here and watch those two. A considerable number of people had stormed the neighborhood. Although most were in their 2 houses, the other residents had never seen blood before. It was uncertain whether they could hold them off. Zhou Shuan turned to look at Qin Qiu, who was getting up from the ground, her eyes narrowing dangerously. She walked up to her without a word. The latter bit her lip, looking at her with a mixture of fear and stubbornness. Zhou Shuan had no interest in talking to her. She knocked him unconscious with a cleaver and tied him up securely with rope. She then found Dong Xinglong and Aunt Song hiding in the bedroom. The former was trembling with nervousness, but still stubbornly tried to use his physical strength to resist. Zhou Shuan, however, was completely unfazed by his rudimentary skills. With a single, swift movement, she knocked him unconscious. Only Aunt Song remained. She remained relatively calm and spoke first. If I tell you everything I know, can you let me go to the resettlement point? She wasn't a member of the Dong family, and Zhou Shuan hadn't seen her in her previous life when she was seeking revenge. She must have died in the apocalypse long ago. What do you know? I know where Mr. Dong hid the supplies, Aunt Song said. Actually, Mrs. Chen knows. She and Xinglong have been trying to get Mr. Dong drunk these past few days, then sneaking out to move the supplies he hid. A scream came from the rooftop. Zhou Shuan glanced up and asked with interest, where is that place you're talking about? Aunt Song hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage and cautiously asked, if you find the supplies, could you share some with me and Qingqing? She must be having a hard time at the resettlement point. Zhou Shuan looked at her meaningfully. You're quite worried about her. This time, Aunt Song wasn't panicked, only sighing softly. Qingqing may have a bad temper, but she's truly pitiful. When the family was wealthy, it wasn't so noticeable, but after the apocalypse, you can see people's true nature. Her father is cold-hearted, only thinking of himself. Her mother only loves her son, ignoring her daughter. My daughter is about her age, and sometimes when I look at her, it's like seeing my own daughter. Dong Qingqing said that only Aunt Song pitied her, and it seems that was true. This aunt seems to have some genuine feelings for the other person. Zhou Shuan didn't directly agree, only saying, tell me the location of the hidden supplies first. A moment later, Qi Mingyu came down from the top floor, looked at the situation inside, and frowned. Wan, I have Grandma come to your house too. You all stay home, I go outside and check. He was going to help. Worried that Dong Jianhua and his group might return, Qi Mingyu had Zhou Shuan stay at home as well. She nodded. Tie them up first, we deal with them after we repel the people who stormed the compound. Okay. Be careful. Qi Mingyu smiled at her, then slung his quiver over his shoulder and strode out. Zhou Shuan took Grandma Pang to her home, then glanced at the Wei family's house, which remained silent with its doors tightly shut, and sneered. If she still didn't know that Wei Wei was behind her mother and Mu Mu's deaths in her previous life, she would have wasted her second life. She instructed her family to lock the doors, then barged into the Wei family's house. Her lockpicking skills were top-notch, enough to rival even the best thieves. Wei and his wife were hiding under the balcony, watching the fighting outside with a mixture of tension and anticipation. He had done a good job with Dong Jianhua, and once these people took over the neighborhood, he was sure to get a share of the loot. He was lost in thought when he suddenly sensed something was off about the atmosphere. He turned around and saw Zhou Shuan in a black tracksuit, a bow and arrow slung over her back, toying with one in her hand, watching him with a half-smile. Wei's face changed, and he tried to run away, but his legs were too weak to even stand. His wife, Ma Tinglan, also turned deathly pale. Her shrill voice rang out, How did you get in? This is trespassing, it's illegal. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. You can call the police to arrest me, I'm waiting. Ma Tinglan hesitated, unable to utter a single word. Wei raised his hands, trembling as he said, 111, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with your family being attacked. It wasn't me. It was all Dong Jianhua, he did it all. Zhou Shuan calmly looked at him. I haven't said anything yet, and you're hiding at home, yet you seem to know everything. Wei's face paled, and he tried to explain, but Zhou Shuan was already impatient. Wei's actions were all done in secret, and she couldn't produce any concrete evidence to prove that he was colluding with the Dong family. Since that's the case. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she drew her bow and arrow from her shoulder, swiftly firing an arrow. Chapter 112. Wei was startled. At this crucial moment, he somehow found the courage to grab his wife, Ma Tinglan, and run aside. Whether it was luck or not, Zhou Shuan's arrow missed its target, falling limply to the ground. She picked it up and leisurely followed behind them, like a cat playing with mice, casually asking, There are no boats outside, where can you escape to? Wei screamed, Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. While throwing everything he could reach at Zhou Shuan, but to no avail. His other hand gripped Ma Tinglan tightly. Zhou Shuan scoffed, Compared to that scumbag Dong Jianhua, you know better how to protect your wife. Wei was no longer listening to her praise. He only wished his parents had given him 2 more legs, so he could leave this terrible place as quickly as possible. In an instant, he and Ma Tinglan were cornered at the stairwell entrance by Zhou Shuan. Further retreat meant the water. Zhou Wan, please, for the sake of our years as neighbors, my parents aren't around, I don't even have a child now. Seeing Zhou Shuan unmoved, Wei, both frightened and enraged, couldn't help but raise his voice and shout through gritted teeth towards the 6th floor, Zhou Jianhai, come out and see what your daughter is doing. She's so young, and you allow her to kill her own neighbor? So young yet so vicious. Before he could finish speaking, a dark glint flashed in Zhou Shuan's eyes, and she raised her hand, swiftly hurling an arrow. Wei cried out and pulled his wife into the water. Between the death penalty and a suspended death sentence, he chose the suspended death sentence. Zhou Shuan slowly lowered the arrow from her hand. It had only been a feint. She watched the two struggle in the water with a blank expression. Wei knew he absolutely couldn't drink water after jumping in. He could just shower and disinfect himself afterward. However, once you're actually in the water without any equipment, how can you not breathe? Especially since the water level was equivalent to a 4-story building, easily over 10 meters deep. Ma Tinglan couldn't hold on any longer and choked on several mouthfuls of water. Wei's face changed, and he hurriedly tried to pull her away. Lan, you. Ma Tinglan was also heartbroken, her lips pale. I drank water. I'm going to die. Wei was truly desperate, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan, it's all your fault. We have no grudge against you. How could you be so vicious? No grudge. Zhou Shuan softly repeated those words, then looked at him with a mocking expression. Is that really so? Wei, do you think you're so smart? You think everyone else is a fool? Wei's face paled. Regarding Jia Xiaoguang, if you and Dong Jianhua hadn't conspired with him, how dare he try to break into my and Chi's homes? You secretly watched us going out every night to search for supplies, didn't you? You even saw my parents hoarding supplies before the apocalypse, and you became greedy, wanting to join forces with the Dong family to seize our things. If it weren't for me and Qi Mingyu, you would have acted long ago, instead of waiting until now. Wei's lips trembled uncontrollably. He thought he had concealed it well, but he never expected that this 21-year-old Zhou Shuan knew everything. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and exposed before her. You've been planning to kill me for a long time. Finally, he understood. Yes, I've been holding back from killing you and Dong Jianhua, waiting for you to come forward yourselves. Self-defense after committing evil sounds much better than indiscriminate killing. Perhaps because she was standing in the shadows, Zhou Shuan's expression was somewhat terrifying. How about it? Every day you smell the aroma of meat wafting from my house, hear about the delicacies we exchange with the Qi family, aren't you craving it terribly, wishing you could rush to our house, and take everything for yourself? You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Wei Wei cried out in grief and anger. He and Dong Jianhua did indeed suspect that the other family had a large stockpile of supplies, and were hiding in the shadows. After secretly observing them going out night after night, she finally decided to act quickly. Zhou Shuan admired the expression on his face. In her past life, she only exposed Dong Jianhua, killing him to avenge herself, completely forgetting that there might be cunning wolves lurking in the shadows. If it weren't for Qi Mingyu's return in this life, reminding her of Grandma Peng's inevitable death in her past life, and then connecting it to the fates of the others in the building. In her past life, all the residents on the 4th floor and beyond moved away, leaving only Jia Xiuguang's family to move to Wei Wei's house. But soon, the entire Jia family, old and young, died or disappeared. After her return, only the Dong and Wei families remained unharmed. At that time, she hadn't paid much attention to the timid and cowardly Wei Wei. But connecting everything together, she suddenly realized that what if Dong Jianhua wasn't the only one who killed her mother and Mu Mu in her past life? What if others were involved? There were some things she didn't need to do openly. Just quietly open a window while her parents were cooking, letting the aroma waft out. When passing food to the Qi family up and down the stairs, make a little more noise. Then, wait for the two families' reactions. She could only say they didn't disappoint her. Ma Tinglan, having drunk the poisoned water, struggled desperately to escape. But Zhou Shuan was waiting on the stairs with an arrow, forcing them to swim away. Ma Tinglan broke down, struggling and crying. To subdue her, Wei Wei finally couldn't resist drinking 2 mouthfuls of the poisoned water himself. As soon as the water entered his stomach, he frantically reached into his mouth, trying to pull the poison out of his throat. In a few strokes, he tore his tongue raw. The torn skin, when exposed to the poison, would also fester and die. Wei Wei screamed in grief and rage, Zhou Shuan, I won't let you go. I will never let you go. Zhou Shuan coldly watched him and Ma Tinglan struggle and suffer in the water, as if she were seeing her mother and Mu Mu being drenched to death by acid rain. The resentment in her heart seemed to lessen a little. Only the pain of one's enemy could lighten the heavy burden on one's mind. She took the arrow, and finally shot it decisively. Soon, 2 corpses floated on the surface of the water. Zhou Shuan let out a long sigh of relief. When she got home, she found her father waiting at the door, watching her cautiously. He must have heard Wei Wei calling out by name, and came out to check. He probably also witnessed part of what Zhou Shuan had done. Dad, Zhou Shuan called out. Hey, go in and wash your hands. Your mom opened a can of food for you. For some reason, Zhou Jianghai's eyes were a little moist, but he tried his best to control himself, reached out, and touched Zhou Shuan's head gently, as if he were touching a child. Chapter 113. Okay. Zhou Shuan smiled and went inside. She found that she seemed less averse to being touched now. Everything must be moving in a positive direction. The battle outside finally ended in the late afternoon. When Dong Jianhua was in business, he had a group of thugs under his command. After returning to his old neighborhood, he gradually reconnected with these thugs. He thought long and hard, wanting to revive his former glory. In the apocalypse, doing business was definitely not feasible, so he could only expand his territory, build his own power, and then dominate a region. That would be considered success. But having only his own thugs without weapons was absolutely impossible. So he contacted the largest local triad, hoping to obtain some firearms from them. He also hoped they could help him seize control of the Dongyuan neighborhood. This triad had also disguised itself as a company before the apocalypse, ostensibly running a livestock farm and a restaurant business, but secretly operating a business that used its criminal activities to support its criminal activities and its commercial activities. The company's boss, surnamed Mu, was a typical underworld tycoon. Dong Jianhua had given him most of his accumulated wealth from years of business dealings to secure a cooperation opportunity. He heard that Boss Mu was a womanizer with a multitude of mistresses and goddaughters, so he planned to offer his daughter, who was somewhat beautiful, to Boss Mu for a few days, hoping to gain his full support. However, he hadn't expected Dong Qingqing to be so audacious as to run away on her own. And the Zhou and Qi families openly aided his daughter in defying him. Unable to get Boss Moo's help, he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble, summoning all his connections and going all in to take over the Dongyuan residential complex, chopping Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu into mincemeat to vent his hatred. He appeared gentle and refined, but in reality, he commanded 60 or 70 thugs. These men were feared wherever they went. Unfortunately, they encountered the powerful alliance of Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Soon, Dong Jianhua's forces were completely wiped out. More than a dozen people were killed or wounded in the residential compound. Those who stayed at home were unharmed. The dead and wounded were mostly security guards on duty, or those who went out to help. Director Wu, with a head injury and thick bandages, emerged and declared with a strong voice that those who died for the community were heroes and must be given a hero's burial. The community will allocate a portion of the residents' property management fees to support the families and children left behind by these heroes, providing for the elderly, who cannot protect themselves, and the children, who cannot support themselves. Now, their property management fees are not considered expenses, but rather converted into supplies. In addition, when the community arranged for guard rotations, residents contributed additional supplies to equip the guards with weapons and food. We can manage to use some of these supplies to support a few elderly people and children. Everyone agreed. If some residents previously thought Director Wu was being too meddlesome, setting up a fence around the community with barbed wire, arranging for guards day and night, and demanding extra supplies from their own families, ostensibly as protection money. Then after this incident, people suddenly realized how prescient Director Wu and Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan, who proposed these ideas, were. And thankfully, they had foresight. Otherwise, who knows if they still be alive. That evening, after the community had fallen silent, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu quietly left the community. They arrived at the place and Song had mentioned where Dong Jianhua had hidden the supplies. It was an assembly line factory, presumably Dong Jianhua's factory, not far from the city center. The factory area was flooded, with only a few buildings visible above the water. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, wearing bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, and carrying pistols with tear gas canisters strapped to their waists, were prepared to strike first if any movement was detected. However, as they walked, they found absolutely no movement. They checked all the rooms, no one was there. Qi Mingyu told Zhou Shuan to stay on the shore while he went into the water to check, still no one was there. Zhou Shuan pondered, this Dong Jianhua is truly remarkably composed. If I knew my fate was sealed and I had lost all power, I would have rushed to move all the supplies away. Qi Mingyu was also deep in thought. Could he have a backup plan? He's quite clever. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could he not have prepared several hiding places for himself? Zhou Shuan stood up. Let's go. I think we should start with Chinqiu. She must have deliberately blocked us during the day. I don't know what kind of spell Dong Jianhua cast on her. He's even willing to give his daughter away for free, and she, as his mother, is still wholeheartedly helping him. She was quite disdainful. Qi Mingyu glanced at her and suddenly said, You don't want the supplies anymore? Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Qi Mingyu said, I thought you came not only to arrest Teng Qihua, but also to get his supplies? Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up immediately. You found them? I made some discoveries when I went into the water. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but smile. I thought you weren't interested in hoarding supplies anymore. Zhou Shuan glared at him. Nonsense. When have I ever given up on supplies that are right in front of me, especially those from Dong Jianhua who tried to seize our family's goods? Taking all his supplies would be the only way to get real revenge. The two then donned their diving gear and entered the water. When Qi Mingyu went underwater, he noticed something unusual about one of the walls. He tried opening it and found it was a door disguised as a wall. Opening the door revealed a space with walls on all 4 sides, about 40 to 50 square meters. In the vast factory, such a small space wouldn't attract much attention. On the ground, there was an entrance to a basement. Finding the switch and turning it on, they entered a basement of about 100 square meters. The supplies weren't plentiful, but they weren't scarce either. Ham sausages, Chinese sausages, 8 treasure porridge, canned fish, compressed biscuits. Half the basement was filled with these shelf-stable foods. There were also about 200 cases of bottled water. What remained surprised the two. It turned out to be 2 boxes of air-conditioned suits, 2 boxes of acid-resistant raincoats, 5 boxes of acid-resistant umbrellas, and a variety of other supplies needed for natural disasters. Zhou Shuan's expression was complicated. I didn't expect Dong Jianhua to actually believe that video online and hoard so much stuff. Qi Mingyu, however, wasn't surprised. After the tsunami, people were spreading rumors that the video was posted by some reborn person, taking it as a standard for post-apocalyptic survival. It's not surprising that they hoarded supplies based on it. Zhou Shuan glanced at him, but remained silent. When the two of them arrived, they rowed 2 motorboats and each brought an inflatable boat. They couldn't take all these supplies back at once, so they needed to take the most important ones first. For them, canned food and biscuits had lost their appeal. What mattered more were the supplies needed for other natural disasters. Chapter 114. After several trips, the supplies were moved cleanly. Throughout the journey, Zhou Shuan remained vigilant, wary of ambushes, but nothing happened until they safely returned to the frame building. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Dong Jianhua is so confident that no one will find his supplies? Qi Mingyu was also puzzled. Perhaps he's short-handed and can't move them all, so he doesn't want to alert them. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Shuan looked at the frame building, which was packed full of supplies, and said, the usual, half for you and half for me? Qi Mingyu nodded. He picked out the air-conditioned clothing, acid rain protection, and other supplies, then pointed to the rest and said to Zhou Shuan, the usual too. Your storage place should be more concealed than mine, so store it for me along with the motorboat. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Qi Mingyu's deep eyes looked at her again in the dim moonlight. Do you need me to help transport them? Zhou Shuan shook her head blankly. Okay, thank you for your trouble. The other person smiled, loaded the boxes onto his kayak, and paddled away. After walking a distance, he turned back and waved to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan was completely dumbfounded. Staring at his retreating figure, she opened her mouth several times, but couldn't utter a word. She had previously helped Qi Mingyu and several relatives stockpile supplies in her spatial dimension. But those were extremely precious supplies, like gasoline and perishable fish and meat. Now, he was asking her to store boxes of canned goods, biscuits, and bottled water? Did he really trust her that much? His basement in the underground passage looked perfectly safe. He could have just hidden there. Despite her grumbling, Qi Mingyu's actions demonstrated his absolute trust in her. She didn't intend to embezzle his supplies, and since there was plenty of space in her spatial dimension, she might as well help him stock up. She pretended to ride her motorboat around the area a few times, storing all the supplies into her spatial dimension. She then stored away both motorboats and paddled back to the residential area in an inflatable boat. On the way, she kept pondering where Dong Jianhua might be hiding. It was already past midnight, but she still went to the place in the residential area where Qin Qiu and her son were being held. Director Wu had arranged for people to guard the two. Because of Dong Jianhua's actions, there had been deaths and injuries in the residential area, and now the residents had no goodwill towards Qin Qiu and her son. The guards were very strict, and outsiders were not allowed to see them easily. But upon seeing that it was Zhou Shuan, they quickly let her in. It was an empty house where all the owners had died. The windows and balcony were sealed off. The mother and son were simply tied up and thrown inside. When Zhou Shuan entered the room, Dong Xinglong was already asleep. Qin Qiu sat blankly on the floor, staring out the window, lost in thought. When Zhou Shuan entered, she didn't even glance at her, her expression indifferent. Zhou Shuan knew that Qin Qiu came from a wealthy family, but by the time she married Dong Jianhua, her family had fallen on hard times. Her father had given his last fortune to his son-in-law, giving Dong Jianhua his first pot of gold. Even now, though she was tied up, her hair disheveled, and her face bruised, there was no denying that she still possessed the air of a wealthy woman. Zhou Shuan didn't beat around the bush but asked directly, during the day, were you deliberately blocking my way? Her tone was already firm. Qin Qiu's eyes flickered, but she didn't reply. Zhou Shuan glanced at Dong Xinglong, who was curled up asleep on the floor, and suddenly spoke, if you don't answer, then I take my anger out on your precious son. She clearly saw Dong Xinglong, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, tremble slightly. Qin Qiu reacted, glaring at her, you already ruined our family, isn't that enough? Zhou Shuan sneered, I was just acting in self-defense. I don't believe you were completely unaware of your husband's plan to kill me and Qi Mingyu. Qin Qiu fell silent. If we hadn't been so well prepared, we would be the ones with our families destroyed, along with all the innocent people in this neighborhood. Zhou Shuan looked at her, but what I find strange is that I don't think you're the kind of person who would willingly sacrifice yourself for your husband's life. Qin Qiu was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I didn't let you kill him because killing him with an arrow would be too easy for him. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Today, while Aunt Song was cooking, I deliberately distracted her and added something to the pot. Qin Qiu smiled like a ghost. Zhou Shuan felt a chill run down her spine. What did you add? Qin Qiu looked outside. Aren't poisons that can kill someone instantly everywhere these days? You added floodwater? Dong Xinglong, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, staring at his mother in shock. Qin Qiu smiled faintly. It was just a few spoonfuls of water. He has a strong palate. The food at home is always heavily oiled and salty, so he couldn't taste it. As she spoke, she turned to Zhou Shuwan, who somehow found her gaze somewhat profound. I didn't want you to kill him because that kind of death would be too easy for him, too gratifying. Only by making him drink poison, slowly weakening him, and watching his life drain away from his body, that kind of pain and despair, can it be considered true revenge? She spoke the gentlest words, yet uttered the most ruthless. Zhou Shuwan raised an eyebrow, thinking that her method of revenge was similar to her own. However, she wanted to torture her enemy because of her mother and Mumu's deaths. What was her reason? Are you doing this to avenge Dong Qingqing? Qin Qiu suddenly bit her lip, as if recalling a painful past. It wasn't easy for me to get pregnant. In the first few years of our marriage, I tried countless methods, but I couldn't conceive. Then one day, he brought home a baby girl, saying she was abandoned by a friend. He told us to raise her, saying that having a girl would bring us a son. I believed him and treated the girl like my own precious treasure. And indeed, she brought us a child. Within 2 years I became pregnant and gave birth to Xinglong. However, it was during my postpartum period that I discovered the baby girl wasn't his friend's at all, but he had the child with his lover outside of their marriage. They were high school classmates, childhood sweethearts. But because his family was poor while mine was wealthy, he dumped his girlfriend and came to my house to propose marriage. He made his fortune thanks to my father, yet he couldn't forget his ex-lover. They maintained a close relationship, and she even had a child with me to raise. What a humiliation. For Xinglong's sake, for the sake of his business, I endured it all. But I can no longer love that child, Qingqing, the way I used to. She always complains that I favor boys over girls, but she has no idea she's the child of a mistress. Chapter 115. Qin Qiu sneered. Zhou Shuwan and Dong Xinglong were already stunned. So, I wasn't seeking revenge for her. I hate her too much to even think about revenge. Qin Qiu took a deep breath and opened her eyes. I killed him because Dong Jianhua couldn't give his daughter away, so he set his sights on me. He heard that Boss Mu liked married women, and he actually told me to go and spend a few days with him. He could sell his own daughter, and he could sell his wife too. What's the point of keeping such a heartless, ungrateful man around? Killing him freed Xinglong and me. Dong Xinglong had already sat up, staring blankly at her. Mom, you. He couldn't accept that his mother wanted to kill his father. His thin face was filled with confusion and panic. I begged countless fertility drugs back then to give birth to him. From birth, his personality was different from other children. I only know bits and pieces of what Dong Jianhua did, but Xinglong knows nothing. So, if you want revenge, come at me. Let him go, I beg you. Only when Qin Qiu spoke of her son did fear and pleading appear on her face. No longer the numb indifference she had shown before. But you actually expected this, didn't you? Zhou Shuwan suddenly said, otherwise, you wouldn't have gone out with your son for several nights in a row, secretly moving Dong Jianhua's supplies. Perhaps when you knew Dong Jianhua was going to send Dong Qingqing away, you were already prepared to live alone with your son. Qin Qiu paused for a moment before speaking hoarsely. I can give you all the supplies Dong Jianhua hid, and half of what Xinglong and I hid. All of this together is enough for your family to eat and drink for 2 years. I only beg you to spare my son's life. Mom. Dong Xinglong called out, glaring angrily at Zhou Shuwan before turning away without a word. Zhou Shuwan asked, do you know where Dong Jianhua might be hiding? Qin Qiu shook her head. He's either gone to seek refuge with Boss Mu, or he's hiding in some resettlement center. But no matter where he is, he drank the poison, he can't survive. Zhou Shuwan turned and opened the door, intending to leave. What exactly are you going to do to us? If you have hatred or anger, come at me. Don't take it out on my son. Qin Qiu suddenly lost her composure. Zhou Shuwan didn't even turn her head, leaving without a word. She was thinking about her past life. It seemed that Qin Qiu and her son Dong Xinglong had always lived a life of luxury at home, and she hadn't done anything like poisoning Dong Jianhua. Could it be that because they saved Dong Qingqing, Dong Jianhua was enraged and vented his anger on Qin Qiu, which is why Qin Qiu made a different choice in this life? Zhou Shuwan then went to the place where Aunt Song was being held. Aunt Song was being held in another location. She wasn't lying. She had indeed found Dong Jianhua's supplies tonight. Zhou Shuwan planned to take her to the resettlement point where she had sent Dong Qingqing the next day, and as promised, give her and Dong Qingqing 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 boxes of canned pork. Each box of compressed biscuits contained 100 packs, and with the canned pork, it would be enough for them to eat for 6 months if they were careful. What happened after 6 months was none of her concern. After dealing with all this, it was already past 3 a.m. Zhou Shuan dragged her exhausted body back, only to run into Qi Mingyu at the stairwell. He was waiting there anxiously. Seeing her, he strode over, looked her up and down to make sure she wasn't injured, and then asked, "Why are you back so late? I almost thought something had happened to you. I had to go back to find you." Zhou Shuan was also surprised. "You've been waiting for me?" Qi Mingyu paused, then asked, "Did something happen? What's going on?" Zhou Shuan understood after a moment's thought. The other person had returned first, telling her to hide the supplies in a safe place. But after returning, she was still worried, so she had been waiting here. A warm feeling welled up inside her, and there was nothing to hide, so she told him about her meeting with Qinxiu. The latter frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "It's too late. Don't think about these things anymore. I handle it tomorrow. You should go back and get some sleep." Zhou Shuan opened her eyes wide and looked at him. "What are you going to do?" Qi Mingyu said, "First, we need to confirm whether what she said is true or false, then find Dong Jianhua. We need to know whether he's alive or dead." Zhou Shuan nodded. "Yes, otherwise we won't be at ease." "All right, go back to sleep." Qi Mingyu watched her go upstairs. Hearing the door open on the 6th floor, she tiptoed in and closed it. He waited a while before his relaxed expression vanished, and he looked outside with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, he rowed out in his boat, returning only as dawn broke. His clothes were damp from the night before. He quickly took a cold shower and went to bed. Grandma Pang, seeing his condition, knew he was coming home late again. She left him some food and went to tend to the vegetables she carefully cultivated on the balcony. She had transplanted some sweet potato seedlings from the Zhou family upstairs, and also planted cucumbers, lettuce, and wild leeks and other wild vegetables from the mountain. Now, their home was quite vibrant. At mealtimes, they could stir-fry canned meat with lettuce, wild leeks, and sweet potato seedlings, making the meals less monotonous. On another balcony lived a hen and a flock of half-grown chicks, their constant chirping adding a touch of liveliness. However, the space was rather small. Both balconies were used for raising animals and growing plants, forcing Qi Mingyu's training room to be moved to a corner of the living room. Grandma Pang beamed as she pulled out an egg and fed the hen and chicks a mixture of millet and chopped sweet potato leaves. "You're all Grandma's heroes. Eat up, so you lay lots of eggs when you grow up." Just then, a commotion arose outside. Grandma Pang listened intently, but couldn't quite make it out. She simply went up to the 6th floor. Now, only the Qi and Zhou families remained in this building, making it quite peaceful. Zhou Jianhai was listening on his balcony, then grinned from ear to ear. The loudspeaker announced that the community will be flooded this afternoon. Flooding every 3 days? It's already time. Grandma Pang was also very happy. Then I have to prepare in advance and fill all the containers at home with water. Since the water shortage, we reused our water several times and dare not waste it anymore. That's right, so do we, Zhong Tian said with a smile. In the afternoon, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to the water supply team. Zhong Tian said, "Xiaoyu, don't worry about home. My water supply will be connected this afternoon, and I come to your house to help Grandma Pang get water." Qi Mingyu had already placed all the containers under the tap at home. He just needed to turn on the tap when needed. He was just worried that the water was heavy and Grandma Pang wouldn't be able to carry it by herself. "Thank you very much, Auntie," Qi Mingyu said earnestly. Chapter 116. They had asked Team Leader Du for leave yesterday. Team Leader Du had already heard about the incident in the neighborhood from Wu Bin, who came to report. He looked the two men up and down and asked, "Anyone missing limbs?" "I heard there were 60 or 70 people. It was quite a large force." His words were unpleasant, but one could still detect a hint of concern in his tone. Qi Mingyu shook his head. "It's all right. We have the entire neighborhood as backup, just some casualties within the neighborhood." Team Leader Du's thick, dark eyebrows furrowed. The world these days. He swallowed the rest of his words, and then said to the two men, "Return to the team." Today was the cruise ship's 3rd water haul, but the return journey had been calm. The calmer the situation, the more vigilant everyone became, remaining on high alert and not missing a single detail. After returning home safely, Zhou Jianhai told Zhou Shuan, "Today, Director Wu, along with several young men, took Qingqiu and her son to the police station." Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. What were their sentences? Zhou Jianhai shook his head. "The world is in chaos now. The old-fashioned trial system is completely ineffective. Murderers are executed on the spot. Although Chen Qiu and Dong Xinglong weren't directly involved in Dong Jianhua's plan, they'd definitely be sentenced to hard labor. The results should be out in the next couple of days. Zhong Tiyun added, I heard that the current hard labor involves retrieving corpses, repairing infrastructure, dismantling machinery. They only get 2 meager meals of dry rations a day, and even water is restricted. Life is extremely hard. Some people couldn't take it and committed suicide. Chen Qiu and Dong Xinglong, who have been pampered for so many years, might not be able to endure it. Who cares if they can take it or not? Zhou Jianhai said gruffly, if it weren't for Wanwan and Xiaoyu's hard work, we'd be living hell right now. If you ask me, if we can find a Dong Jianhua, we should arrest him and shoot him. Who knows where he's hiding? The property management said today the police have issued a warrant, offering a 100 jin, 50 caddies, reward for anyone who provides a lead. That's quite a lot. Zhou Shuan then asked, how's the water pipe today? Is the flow strong? Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Shuan both gave her complicated expressions. The former pointed to the kitchen and bathroom. Go check it out yourself. Zhou Shuan changed her shoes and went straight to the bathroom to wash her hands. After looking around the kitchen and bathroom, she finally understood why they had those expressions. Besides the water tank she had filled at home and the bucket in the bathroom, there were 3 other buckets, 5 basins, 2 purified water bottles, a large steamer, and a soup pot, all prepared by her parents specifically for collecting water. But unexpectedly, all of them are now empty, except for 1.5 buckets of purified water. A purified water bucket has a net capacity of 20 liters, so 1.5 buckets is 35 liters of water. For drinking water only, this is certainly enough. However, if you add the water used for cooking, washing dishes, washing clothes, mopping the floor, etc., then you definitely have to be more careful with water usage. But it's better than before, Zhou Jianhai sighed. This is already quite good. Those days, besides our family, even your Grandma Pang's family was extremely frugal with water. After washing clothes, she would use the water to mop the floor, and to save water, she wouldn't even use much detergent. After mopping, she would use the remaining water to water the vegetables. Yes, we stockpiled so much water together back then. Even your Grandma Pang wasn't particularly frugal. I heard other families reused water using water purification tablets, saving water for washing and laundry as much as possible. Zhou Shuan had experienced many days of water scarcity in her previous life. In hot and dry weather, survivors generally lacked water. At that time, water purification tablets and filters could fetch high prices. People couldn't even afford to drink a large gulp of water. How could they possibly care about personal hygiene? Later, to save water, many men and women simply shaved their heads. Everyone you saw outside was bald. Zhong Tia leaned close to Zhou Shuan and whispered, even Mumu knows how to save water now. That evening, she stir-fried some freshly picked, tender sweet potato leaves with a spoonful of lard. She also used the eggs she had saved over the past few days to make golden brown omelets. When Zhou Shuan and her mother bought cooking oil, they didn't buy lard. Instead, they bought fat from the large pigs they owned and saved the lard. Zhou's father would render it slowly later when he had time. At first, everyone's lives were similar, but gradually money lost its value, supermarkets disappeared, and people's lives generally worsened. Now, after dealing with the Dong and Wei families, the Zhou family paid even more attention to their meals. Generally, strongly flavored dishes weren't suitable for home cooking. Luckily, for the past few months, the whole family had been cooking every morning. They would stew pork ribs using 7 or 8 rice cookers at a time, steam buns, make dumplings, render lard, and so on. This was enough to last them for a while. Lard made the food much more fragrant than other oils, especially when stir-frying vegetables. Zhong Tiyun didn't like using vegetable oil. She preferred lard. Their homemade lard was snow-white and smooth, making everything they cooked, from stir-fries to pancakes, incredibly fragrant. After frying the egg pancakes, they spread sauce on them, wrapped them with shredded scallions, green peppers, and cucumbers, rolled them up, and one bite was like a dance on the tongue. The vegetables had been planted for 2 months, and with the help of plant lights, they were growing vigorously. A few days ago, cucumbers, green beans, and green peppers were harvested. The Zhou family couldn't even finish eating all the newly harvested vegetables. Zhong Tiyun specially bundled up some freshly harvested green beans and took 2 tender cucumbers to Grandma Pang's house downstairs. Grandma Pang smiled broadly, but also looked somewhat envious. Mine are growing too slowly. They're still a long way from being fully grown. Actually, The Zhou family's vegetables grew so well not only because Zhong Tiyun was skilled at gardening, but also because they were constantly exposed to plant lights. Now, with the flooding, the temperature wasn't high, which wasn't the optimal environment for cucumbers, green beans, and other vegetables to grow. But where can we find plant lights now? Besides egg pancakes and stir-fried sweet potato leaves, there was also a cucumber salad and a cola chicken leg dish. After everyone finished their meal, Zhong Tiyun announced some news. Now only Wan in the family has a job. I thought about it a lot and realized I can't just sit around doing nothing, so I want to go out and work too. Everyone was surprised. What kind of work? It's too dangerous outside now. Zhou Jianhai immediately glared at her. Zhong Tiyun gave him a disapproving look. Let me finish first. What's the rush? She looked at everyone and said, actually, your second uncle's vegetables are growing quite well too. The cucumbers and green beans are already out. They planted them later than us. But your second uncle is good at tending crops. Even without plant lights, the vegetables are growing well. The property management found out and specifically asked your second uncle if he would be willing to grow vegetables and crops for the community with a salary. Your second uncle was worried that he couldn't manage alone, so he came to ask me what I thought. Chapter 117. Zhou Jianhai suddenly realized, so that's what you were talking about on the rooftop this afternoon. Zhong Tiyun then looked at Zhou Shuan, Wan. What do you think? If possible, Zhou Shuan actually hoped that her family could stay safely at home and never come into contact with the troubles outside. But having survived the apocalypse for many years, she understood very well that while staying at home might seem comfortable and safe, it also meant losing the ability to adapt to changes in the world, which was the most dangerous thing. Mom, is our community going to set up a planting area? Where? She asked. Zhong Tiyun replied, right above our old property management building. The property management building wasn't tall, only a little over 4 stories high. After the flood, only the roof, about half a meter high, was visible above the water. Your second uncle has been growing vegetables in greenhouses for so many years. Once the greenhouses are built, he can grow vegetables. The location up there is fine, but it's outdoors after all. If acid rain suddenly falls, all their hard work will be wasted. Her hesitation was immediately apparent, and Zhong Tiyun understood why she was wavering. She added, I also thought of the acid rain you mentioned, but where do we find a place big enough for planting indoors? Our rooftop is only enough for our own consumption. Zhou Jianhai then asked, leaving aside the space issue, where will we get the soil if we want to plant? The entire city of Jie is practically a flooded world. Zhong Tiyun replied matter-of-factly, besides Jian Mountain, where else is there suitable soil for planting? Then we have to transport soil from Jian Mountain, Zhou Jianhai pondered. But Jian Mountain is currently under military control. Is it even possible to get in? The whole city is short of food and water right now, so the government will definitely encourage communities to be self-sufficient. Not many people are thinking about transporting soil from Jian Mountain, so if Director Wu submits an application, it should be easily approved. Besides soil, we also need planting boxes, Zhou Jianhai said. Every household lacks water storage equipment. We almost exhausted all the water storage tanks in the city and suburbs. What can we use as planting boxes? Zhou Shuan thought for a moment. I thought of something that can replace planting boxes. I go out tonight. She figured that since the community was going to do planting, she could use the planting boxes to exchange for some supplies. Should we call Xiaoyu? Zhou Jianhai asked inexplicably. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, it's inconvenient to carry things with him. Zhou Jianhai's expression was a mix of happiness and disappointment. With Qi Mingyu going along, her daughter's safety would be fully guaranteed. However, the two worked together during the day and searched for supplies together at night. Over time, feelings might develop. And what if that brat really kidnapped his precious daughter? Zhou Jianhai felt like he was breaking his heart as a father. The family discussed it, and decided that if Zhong Tiyun wanted to work in the neighborhood, she could go. But they had to wait until the breeding area in the neighborhood was ready first. That evening, Zhou Shuan went to the flower market in the suburbs. Not for the flower pots, but because in Jie City, flowers and fish are sold together. Half is for wholesale flowers and plants, and the other half is for wholesale ornamental fish. It's considered the largest ornamental fish wholesale market in Jie City. Zhou Shuan was looking for fish tanks. These fish tanks are more suitable as planting boxes than water tanks. They have lids on 3 sides, and the top layer is perfect for planting. She visited every fish shop, collecting 2/3 of their fish tanks, regardless of size. Especially the extra-large tanks, 1 meter high, 1 meter wide, and 3 meters long. She collected 100 of them, neatly arranged to form a 300 square meter fish tank area. These large tanks were too big, only she could easily transport them. Zhou Shuan took all the large tanks, counting over 201 meter wide and 3 meter long tanks, and over 150 half-meter wide and 2 meter long tanks. After inspecting all the fish shops, she went to the flower market. Each shop had a number of empty flower pots, stacked in various sizes, taking up very little space. She collected all these empty flower pots, accumulating even more, 800 or 900 from 40 or 50 shops. The next day, before Mumu woke up, she showed one of the larger fish tanks to her parents. Zhong Tian was pleasantly surprised. She's definitely my daughter. Her mind works faster than others. This fish tank is truly perfect as a breeding terrarium. 1-1. How many of these did you collect? Zhou Jianghai was also delighted. Zhou Shuan counted the number in her storage space and said, about 200. There are also several hundred other fish tanks of various sizes, and 800 or 900 flower pots of different sizes. You went to the flower market? A quick thought revealed where Zhou Shuan had been last night. That's quite a lot. 1-1. Do you want to take them all out to exchange for supplies? Zhong Tian asked. Zhou Shuan shook her head. I just take out a portion, the rest can be exchanged later. When they arrive at the survivor base, most survivors will be carrying luggage, having discarded all their belongings and only bringing essential food and clothing. These flower pots and fish tanks will then be much more useful. Okay, your dad and I will go to the property management office later to ask. Director Wu was overjoyed to hear that the Zhou family's hardware store had previously stockpiled a batch of fish tanks, nodding repeatedly. Sure, we discuss it with the property management office and see how to exchange them. We can't let you suffer a loss. He also had something else to tell Zhou Jianghai. Dahai, I have something to trouble your Wanwan and Xiaoyu with. What is it? Zhou Jianghai, worried about causing trouble for his daughter, wanted to know first. Director Wu chuckled. Actually, it's not a big deal. I already applied to higher authorities to establish a planting farm in the community. It's been approved, but we're all manually rowing boats, slowly making our way to Jian Mountain to dig soil. It'd take forever. So, I swallowed my pride and begged the leaders again. Director Wu chuckled, his eyes gleaming. The leaders agreed to let some people from our community go to Jian Mountain on a cruise ship to dig soil. After the cruise ship returns, we send people to transport the soil back. Isn't that much closer than going to Jian Mountain? Zhou Jianghai's eyes widened in surprise. Director Wu, you're really capable. Daring to use a cruise ship as an excuse. What's truly astonishing is that he actually succeeded. It's not free. Director Wu sighed, but a smile remained on his face, clearly pleased with his idea. Once our community has grown the vegetables and staple foods, we need to unconditionally share our experience with other communities. This was a get-rich-quick scheme, requiring no investment whatsoever. Director Wu, do we have enough seeds? Zhong Tian asked, concerned about this the most. Chapter 118. Not quite enough. Zhong Baogui has a lot of seeds, but it's only enough for a portion. I also need to find some seeds, Director Wu sighed. Zhong Tian pondered, it's August now, the best time to plant potatoes, radishes, and cabbage. Right now, every household is short of food. Potatoes and radishes can be staple foods, and cabbage can be a vegetable. Radishes have a 70-day growing period, and potatoes and cabbage have about 3 months, which are considered fast-growing. Seeing her speak so knowledgeably about farming, Director Wu nodded in praise. No wonder Zhong Baogui said you're good at planting. You really know what you're doing. I wonder if our property management has decided where to plant them yet. After thinking it over, considering the current torrential rain and the potential for acid rain, high temperatures, and extreme cold, Director Wu said, the cremation frame building we used when we retrieved the body was quite good, but unfortunately, it's too far from our community, which isn't very safe. We discussed it with the property management, and we can only build a plastic greenhouse on the top of the building for now, just enough to barely keep out the wind and rain. Zhong Tian frowned slightly. It's definitely hard to find plastic sheeting to use for a greenhouse right now. We still have to get people looking for it. Director Wu sighed. Everything is just beginning, we're short of everything we need, but let's hold our breath, work hard, and we definitely succeed in the planting industry in the end. After saying goodbye to the confident Director Wu, Zhong Tian whispered, did you see? Director Wu's gray hair has obviously increased. Zhou Jianghai sighed a little. Who says it isn't? I heard his nephew also colluded with Dong Jianhua. Although he didn't attack the community that day, he was still involved and was arrested and sentenced. How can Director Wu feel good about that? This incident of Tung Chihua's takeover of the residential compound occurred relatively early and was poorly planned, making it a significant case in J City, attracting citywide attention. Under these circumstances, even if Director Wu had connections at higher levels and wanted to plead for his nephew, it would be difficult to succeed. Perhaps this is why he was so determined to develop the vegetable greenhouses. Only by doing good deeds can we plead for my nephew. Zhou Shuan, upon hearing about planting potatoes, said, "Potatoes are easy to store and can be a staple food. If everyone contributes, we should be able to gather quite a few. The weather's been damp these past few months, so potatoes haven't kept well and have mostly sprouted, making them easier to exchange." Xiong Tian smiled. "That's what I thought too. As for radishes and cabbages, your second uncle has plenty of those seeds." Zhou Shuan nodded. "We have all kinds of seeds at home. Sharing some of these won't affect anything. It's just that I don't know where to find plastic sheeting. Since the property management wants to build plastic greenhouses, the higher-ups will definitely find a way, so let's not worry about it," Zhou Jianhai said. "Okay. Shuan, you and Xiaoyu can go to work without worry. Just be careful," Zhong Tian said to Zhou Shuan. The latter nodded, dressed neatly, slung her black backpack over her shoulder, and went downstairs to row to the water protection team with Qi Mingyu. Accompanying them were young and able-bodied individuals selected by the property management from within the community. The community wasn't wealthy and couldn't afford many salaries, but Director Wu had a clever solution. He promised that anyone involved in the initial construction of the plastic greenhouses would receive work points, which would be distributed according to the harvested staple crops and vegetables. Upon hearing this, everyone in the community scrambled for a spot. Director Wu then selected 30 strong, hard-working young men to accompany Zhou Shuan to the water protection team. Now, Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian were both receiving government salaries and could bring home a monthly allowance. Zhou Jianhai, as the breadwinner of the family, felt it was unfair to just stay home and eat and drink for free, so he wanted to participate in digging soil up the mountain. However, he was older and at a disadvantage compared to the younger men. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian also felt that digging soil up the mountain was hard work, and their family was quite well off. They didn't need their father to work so hard. After much persuasion, they finally dissuaded him. These young men were inflatable boats, several people per boat, so their pace was slow. Therefore, they set off earlier than usual today, arriving outside the service hall in half an hour. When the staff coming in and out saw such a large group of young and strong people, they assumed they were there to cause trouble. Upon further inquiry, they learned that a certain residential community wanted to start their own agricultural business, and had specifically sent its able-bodied men to Jian Mountain to dig soil. Some scoffed, some stared with wide-eyed interest, and a few clever ones were already hatching various ideas. Zhou Shuan and the others ignored their stares. After verifying their identities with their ID cards, they all boarded the boat. Team leader Du naturally knew what Dongyuan community wanted to do. Looking at the large group of people, he sighed, "Old communities are so much better. We've known each other for years, neighbors, and everyone's united and working towards the same goal. That's what gives us hope." He now lived in an apartment building with an elevator, where there were many people, and they didn't know each other. Plus, many survivors had moved there later, making management difficult. So, the community was always noisy and chaotic. He felt a pang of envy for the smaller, more interconnected old neighborhoods of the city. The deputy tour leader chuckled, "Old Du, you forgotten? That Dong Jianhua case also originated from their neighborhood." "True." Tour leader Du pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Dong Jianhua is in his 50s, and everyone in that neighborhood knows him. The fact that he could do something like that shows how people's hearts turn bad once they made a living and become capitalists. I heard Dong Jianhua escaped and hasn't been caught yet. Nobody knows where he's hiding. The others on the cruise ship began discussing Dong Jianhua's whereabouts. His wife and son were arrested and sentenced to hard labor, but he seems to have a daughter who wasn't involved and severed ties with her family early on, so she wasn't implicated. Do you think Dong Jianhua went to see his daughter? You can't say for sure. Even with their conflicts, they're still father and daughter. Blood is thicker than water. Yes. Zhou Shuan overheard a few words and frowned slightly. The Dong Jianhua they were discussing was actually still with Dong Qingqing. After leaving home, Dong Qingqing's inherent competitiveness was brought to the fore. When Ansong brought some supplies to stay with her, she proactively found work in the resettlement community. She had no special skills, so she could only do the undesirable jobs that no one else wanted to do. What she did was handle the community's garbage. Their community was large, and they had a lot of garbage to process every day. Originally, everyone in the community would just throw their trash into the water, but over time, piles of trash accumulated in the water, making the air stink. Chapter 119. Later, after the service hall was established, several orders were issued for the community to rectify its practices. At the very least, basic sanitation had to be maintained. After the tsunami, to dispose of the bodies of those who had tragically died, each community found nearby abandoned buildings or rooftops to use as crematoriums. Garbage was also transported to these crematoriums for incineration. This work was outside the community, somewhat dangerous, and involved hauling a boatload of garbage, making it quite dirty. Most of the residents, who were still able to make ends meet in the community, were unwilling to do it. Dong Qingqing, a newcomer, thought long and hard and felt she couldn't find a good job, but this garbage disposal job seemed like something she could try. She gave some gifts, and the property management said that there were 3 garbage disposal boats in the community, and one of the boats had quit, so she could give it a try. The woman on the same boat as Dong Qingqing was also a woman, known as Sister Hua. She was about 40 years old, and a survivor of the relocation. She had 2 teenage children. During the relocation to save space, they had thrown away most of their belongings, leaving only food and drink. After living in the resettlement area for several months, their finances became increasingly strained, which is why she was willing to do this kind of work that no one else wanted. The property management thought Dong Qingqing was a young and pretty woman, so they assigned this woman to share the boat with her. The 2 of them made 2 trips a day, at noon and in the evening, to collect garbage. That evening, Dong Qingqing and Sister Hua had just rowed the garbage boat to the crematorium to burn the trash, when suddenly a disheveled, haggard-looking man came down the stairs. Qingqing. Dong Qingqing and Sister Hua were both startled. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Dong Jianhua. Sister Hua, not recognizing anyone, took 2 steps back, about to shout outside. The girls rowed slowly. The other 2 boats, filled with men, were faster and had already unloaded the garbage and were heading back. Actually, the 6 of them should have burned the garbage together before returning, but some of them were taking advantage of Dong Qingqing and Sister Hua being women and rowing slowly, so they did it on purpose. Dong Qingqing had endured it for 2 days, but she was only on probation, so she kept quiet. Seeing Sister Hua about to shout, Dong Jianhua quickly stepped forward. "No, no, ma'am, I'm Qingqing's father." As soon as he approached, a pungent stench assaulted their nostrils. It was a smell of excrement and rotting flesh that even in a garbage heap would be difficult to mask. Dong Qingqing and Sister Hua involuntarily held their breath. Sister Hua was somewhat surprised, glancing at Dong Qingqing, but still couldn't help covering her nose and taking a step back. "Qingqing, he's your father?" She looked the 2 up and down. Their appearances were indeed somewhat similar. Dong Jianhua, seeing her cover her nose, felt a little embarrassed, but still forced himself to call out again, "Qingqing, you're here? Dad has been looking for you for a long time." Dong Qingqing sneered. The shady dealings Dong Jianhua had done were known throughout J City. Even their neighborhood had a portrait of him posted on the wall. Only, in the portrait, he was impeccably dressed and energetic. Now, however, he looked haggard and sickly, as if he were seriously ill. "Sister Hua, this is my father. Can we talk alone?" she said to Sister Hua. Sister Hua, smelling the odor emanating from him, almost suffocated, and hurriedly nodded. "Okay, I wait for you outside." "Hurry up, you have to be back before dark." Dong Qingqing nodded, and after the other person had walked away, she looked around and asked directly, "How did you get here? By boat? You're a wanted criminal now. They're after you everywhere. If you're recognized." Her attitude was nowhere near as respectful as before. Dong Jianhua felt a surge of discomfort and looked at her coldly. "What? Do you really want to sever ties with me? Whether you admit it or not, I'm still your father. You don't want to disown me as your father, do you?" Just one look at him reminded Dong Qingqing of the violent scene where he pinned her to the ground and swung a chair at her after she refused to be given to another man. He looked like a demon crawling out of hell, his face contorted in rage. She clenched her fists tightly, suppressing the urge to lash out, and said coldly, "No father in the world is as cold-blooded and heartless as you, wanting to give your own daughter away to be a prostitute, and wanting to beat her to death if things don't go your way. I don't have a father like you. I don't want a father like you. You." Dong Jianhua, stung by her words, paled, and raised his hand. Dong Qingqing took a step back. Suddenly, she half squatted down in pain, her arms and legs convulsing. A foul stench filled the air. Dong Qingqing was astonished. She stared at him for a long time before suddenly asking, "You drank poison?" His symptoms were exactly the same as some others at the resettlement site, who had unintentionally drunk poison, vomiting, diarrhea, incontinence, and extreme weakness. Dong Jianhua, relieving himself in front of his daughter, felt a wave of embarrassment. He turned his face away for a long time before finally regaining his composure, his voice hoarse. Ching, you seen it too, Dad's health is failing. But there are wanted posters for me everywhere. I dare not go anywhere, so I could only come to you. It's all because of Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. If it weren't for them, how could I have ended up like this? Ching, we are father and daughter. How can you guarantee your safety while you're wandering alone out there? Dad will be with you, Dad promises. From now on you will be my only child, I will treat you well, and I will never treat you as a tool to gain power again, okay? He appealed to her emotions and reason, pleading earnestly. But in Dong Qingqing's eyes, this man, pleading and pouring out his fatherly love, looked utterly pathetic. She wouldn't accept him, not only because of what he had done to her, but also because she was already struggling to survive. To take on a father with dysentery, who needed medication and meticulous care, was simply beyond her capabilities. Dong Jianhua's recent actions had shattered her understanding of family ties. She seemed to see human nature more clearly now. Even between blood relatives, fathers and daughters could turn on each other or feign affection when it came to their own interests. She turned to her weak, slumped father and whispered, Dad, for the sake of our father-daughter relationship, I won't report you. But don't come looking for me again. I can manage on my own, even without you and Mom. That woman, that woman was arrested and sentenced to hard labor. I'm like this because of her. She poisoned my food and even left a note in my pocket. Dong Jinhua said angrily, standing up and frantically throwing things around her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be like this. I would definitely make a comeback. Another embarrassing sound of diarrhea followed. Chapter 120. Dong Jinhua couldn't even lose his temper now. He suppressed his anger, his eyes red as he looked at Dong Qingqing. Qingqing, you're all I have left. Dong Qingqing's heart was also in turmoil. It was that woman who poisoned Dong Jianhua? Was she avenging him? But upon further thought, she couldn't help but smile sarcastically. How could that be? Dad, not reporting you is my last act of mercy. Don't bother me anymore, Dong Qingqing said coldly. Seeing that she was unmoved, Dong Jianhua knew that his daughter was determined to sever ties with him. His expression changed several times, then he sneered, Dong Qingqing, you are my child, Dong Jianhua's child. If you don't care about me, I turn myself in and confess that you're my right-hand woman. Let's see if you can still live peacefully here. Truly a seasoned businessman, everything is about profit. When bribery failed, he resorted to threats. But his threat was effective. If he really said Dong Qingqing was involved in his plan, Dong Qingqing felt she wouldn't even have a chance to defend herself. She bit her lip and stared at him for a long time, then suddenly smiled slightly. Dad, how about this? I just arrived at this resettlement site, I'm new here, I haven't even settled in yet. Now, everyone at the resettlement site needs to see identification. The news that you're a wanted criminal has already spread throughout the neighborhood, I can't just go in. She hesitated as she spoke. Seeing that she changed her tune after his threat, Dong Jianhua was somewhat satisfied. Don't worry, I have several ID cards here, just choose one that looks like me. You can pretend I'm your uncle from the same clan. With so many people dying now, and no one connected to the internet, how can they find out? Dong Qingqing nodded, okay, but it's too late today, Dad. Why don't you stay here for the night? I talked to the property management, and come pick you up tomorrow. Dong Jianhua was reluctant. He had hidden in a secluded place for 2 days before returning to the factory where he had stored his supplies. But someone had gotten there first, leaving him nothing. He was so angry, he almost fainted. Later, he was recognized at his hiding place. He fought back with all his might, and then fled in panic. On the way, he found out the location of Dong Qingqing's resettlement point, and came to find her. His body was already at its limit, and couldn't withstand any more exertion. So his request was simple, just someone to take care of him and provide him with food and water. He thought for a moment, then reluctantly nodded, all right. I wait for you here. He forced a smile, daughter, you better come quickly. Dad's health really can't take it anymore. Dong Qingqing glanced calmly at Dong Jianhua, who was half squatting on the ground, and nodded, Dad, don't worry. She took a compressed biscuit from her pocket, Dad, I didn't bring much food, just fill your stomach first, I bring more tomorrow. Dong Jianhua had been going hungry for the past few days, and he was indeed starving. He didn't stand on ceremony, took the biscuit and ate it heartily, coughing twice because it was too dry. Dong Qingqing looked down at him, her expression indifferent. Daughter, Dad's waiting for you. Dong Jianhua called out earnestly from behind, as she turned to leave. Dong Qingqing seemed to nod slightly. When she hurried out, Sister Hua was already waiting impatiently outside. Seeing her come out alone, Hua Jie glanced at Dong Jianhua's location and asked, puzzled, Qingqing, isn't your dad coming back with you? Dong Qingqing smiled, yes, he has a place to stay. He came to see me today. She boarded the boat, seemingly unwilling to discuss further, leaving Hua Jie full of doubt. As they rowed towards the residential area, she suddenly remembered, oh dear, we forgot to burn the trash. The normal procedure was to burn the trash once a day. Dong Qingqing said, it's okay, I bring my dad some things later, then we burn it. Okay, then I won't worry about it. Dong Qingqing then begged Hua Jie not to tell anyone that Dong Jianhua had come to see her. Hua Jie had already sensed the awkward atmosphere between the father and daughter, so she waved her hand and said, don't worry, I'm not one to meddle. Dong Qingqing sincerely thanked her. After they returned to hand over the boat and arrived back at their assigned house, Aunt Song greeted them anxiously. Why are you back so late today? I was worried something had happened. Dong Qingqing had already made up her mind, not even telling Aunt Song. She just smiled and said, there was a lot of garbage today, so unloading took a little longer. Aunt Song helped her hand her clean clothes, saying, go wash up. It's our community's turn to get water today. I filled a bucket, let's use it sparingly. It lasts us 3 days, and you can use it to wash yourself. After moving to the resettlement site, there weren't many spare rooms for them. They were now sharing a 100 square meter apartment on the 12th floor with 2 other families, who had also moved there. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, and another family, with more members, occupied half the living room and lived in a tent. It was very cramped. Even when the water was being released, the families had to share a tap to get water. Fortunately, this was a new apartment complex, with a tap in the kitchen, bathroom, and balcony. Otherwise, the families would have argued over water. Of the 3 families, only Dong Qingqing's family consisted of 2 women. The other 2 families had adult men. In the apocalypse, having men in the household meant having able-bodied laborers and avoiding being bullied. Dong Qingqing and Aunt Song arrived late and had taken over a bedroom. They were usually very accommodating, even filling a bucket when the larger family managed to push them aside and give up their tap. While washing herself in the bathroom, Dong Qingqing listened to Aunt Song's rambling. After thinking for a moment, she said, Aunt Song, don't be so accommodating. We all live in this house. Each family gets their own tap. That was agreed upon. We can't stop us from getting water just because her family has more members. Next time, I try to be home, you can't fight them all by yourself. Aunt Song wasn't one to argue. Okay, she quickly replied, standing firmly in front of the door. There was a strange man living in the house they shared, so the 2 women always kept watch for each other while washing up. Living in the resettlement site was truly unpleasant in every way. As Dong Qingqing poured water, she secretly thought that she must seize the opportunity to move to a separate house. In the middle of the night, Dong Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes, glanced at Aunt Song sleeping soundly beside her, then got up, dressed, and quietly went out. Perhaps because she was extremely excited, although it was pitch black outside, she felt no nervousness at all as she rowed out in her garbage boat. Unlike the strictly managed Dongyuan residential area, their resettlement site wasn't fenced off with barbed wire, allowing free movement. She went out quietly, and few people knew. Chapter 121. She arrived at the crematorium, walked in the darkness for a while, then stopped, clutching something hidden in her sleeve, and softly called out, Dad? A muffled voice came from a sheltered corner. Who? Xinglong? Oh, it's Qingqing. The voice was somewhat unclear, as if she had been woken from a sleep. Dong Jianhua turned on his flashlight and shone it towards Dong Qingqing. He saw her standing alone in the dark building, her face somewhat eerie, probably due to the darkness. Dong Jianhua was instantly jolted awake. He sat up, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Qingqing, why are you here so late? Dong Qingqing smiled, her tone light. Dad, after I got home, I felt uncomfortable seeing you alone in this abandoned building, so I brought you some clothes. As she spoke, she showed him the clothes she was carrying. Dong Jianhua, doubting his own judgment, exclaimed happily, I'm freezing. My daughter is so filial. A pungent stench still emanated from his direction. Dong Qingqing calmly walked over and handed him the clothes. Dad, don't worry, I talked to the property management about you moving in tomorrow morning. You won't have to sleep in the open anymore. Oh, okay. You? Dong Jianhua's eyes widened suddenly. As Dong Qingqing covered him with the clothes, she suddenly plunged a knife into his chest. She had been mentally rehearsing this action since returning home in the evening, practicing it hundreds of times. So, although it was her first time killing someone, she remained completely calm, using all her strength to plunge the knife into his chest. He reached out a large hand to grab her, instantly grabbing her neck. Facing imminent death, Tang Chihua unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, his large hand gripping Dong Qingqing's neck. The latter felt her vision blur and struggled to breathe. She didn't struggle, instead, she focused all her strength on the knife in Tang Chihua's chest. With a soft thud, the knife pierced deeper, reaching her heart. Tang Chihua's body convulsed violently twice, and the strength in his grip gradually weakened. His pupils were dilated, but he still tried to stare at the other person with wide eyes. Why? Why? He never imagined that after all his scheming and meticulous planning, having evaded Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, and so many people who wanted to kill him along the way, he would ultimately die at the hands of his own daughter. At the hands of the person he trusted most. Dong Qingqing coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Since the day I left home, I had no parents. From then on, I could only, cough, 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 rely on myself. In times of despair, I could only save myself, cough, cough, cough. I finally managed to be reborn. I can't let you destroy me. Dong Jianhua didn't seem to hear her words, his large hands flailing wildly, making sounds. Finally, the light in his eyes completely disappeared, his body became motionless, and he stopped breathing. Dong Qingqing collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, looking at the other person's corpse lying there stiffly, the sharp knife embedded in his chest, and suddenly covered her face, and wept bitterly. She had always been confused by what Zhou Shuwan had said when she gave her the knife, never understanding its meaning. But now, she finally understood. In this apocalypse, only she could save herself. And to save herself, she had to harden her heart, become cold-blooded and ruthless, and disregard even family. Only in this way could she survive in the apocalypse. Now she understood. She understood completely. After crying for a while, she wiped away her tears, stood up, coldly stared at the corpses for a moment, then turned and left. There was still some time before dawn. She had many things to do. She rode to a place away from the neighborhood, retrieved 2 corpses, and then used a garbage cart to place them in a pile of trash. She also pushed Dong Jianhua's body there, removing the knife from his chest. Then she poured disinfectant alcohol over the bodies, especially Dong Jianhua's, soaking him thoroughly. Then she lit a fire, which quickly raged. The intense heat of the flames almost burned her, who was standing right in front of them. She took a step back, coldly and silently watching the corpses turn charred black in the fire. She didn't return to the neighborhood until dawn was just breaking. The crematorium was where corpses were burned. Even if someone found a few freshly burned bodies during the day, no one would care, and no one would suspect that one of them was a wanted criminal. Dong Qingqing gazed at the faintly brightening clouds on the horizon and smiled slowly. Her mother and Xinglong had been getting her father drunk every night to hide supplies. She had overheard their discussions and knew where they hid the supplies. She hadn't originally intended to take those supplies, but now, it felt like she had truly experienced a rebirth. Many of her thoughts were the same as before. She felt that since the supplies were just sitting there unused, she might as well take them herself and solve the predicament. During the day, just as Dong Qingqing had predicted, everyone saw the several corpses burning in the garbage heap without any reaction, simply assuming that someone had brought the bodies there and burned the garbage along with them. Sister Hua didn't take it to heart, only asking Dong Qingqing, "Is your dad coming again?" Dong Qingqing shook her head. "He came to borrow supplies, but I had no money to give him, so he left." "Your relationship isn't good?" Sister Hua asked tentatively. Dong Qingqing shook her head. "Not really. We just don't live together. He treats me badly, he's always been abusive. I ran away from home a long time ago." Sister Hua was indignant. Some people really don't deserve to be parents. They beat their children to death when they don't need them, but when they do need them, they come knocking like nothing happened. Don't be blindly filial like others. Some parents aren't human, so we don't need to be filial to them. Dong Qingqing nodded with a smile. That evening, when Zhou Shuwan saw Dong Qingqing near the neighborhood, she was very surprised. The other person was rowing a boat that was clearly for carrying garbage. She wondered what business he had there. Dong Qingqing had been incredibly lucky on her way there, not encountering anyone. She dared not travel so far in the middle of the night, so she left home just after dark, around 7 p.m. Aunt Song was worried about her and wanted to come along, but she hesitated, fearing she couldn't protect her, so she told her to stay home. She was quite surprised to run into Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan looked her up and down, noticing that the woman seemed completely transformed after a few days, and nodded in acknowledgement. Dong Qingqing clenched her fist and returned a smile. The two boats passed each other, neither asking where the other was going or what had happened, like two strangers who shouldn't have crossed paths. As the boats slightly parted, Dong Qingqing suddenly spoke. Dong Jianhua is dead. Zhou Shuwan was stunned. Chapter 122. Dong Qingqing stared intently at her. I saw Dong Jianhua die with my own eyes. She didn't look at Zhou Shuwan's reaction after hearing this, and turned to leave. Zhou Shuwan watched her departing figure, wondering about the cause of Dong Jianhua's death. She also thought that she had only saved Dong Qingqing because she seemed to see her own past self when she was imprisoned in her. She wanted to help her, not because she was Dong Jianhua's daughter, but simply because she was a woman, a vulnerable woman in the apocalypse. From now on, their lives would never intersect. Dong Qingqing arrived at the nearest shopping mall near the Dongyuan residential area. One of the shops there belonged to her family. She had overheard her mother and Xinglong discussing hiding the smuggled supplies in this shop, intending to move them out secretly later. She reached the 5th floor, but instead of going to the shop, she went to the hallway of the mall's warehouse. She found her own unit, which was well hidden. The renovations were deliberately done to blend in with the other walls, making it impossible to tell it was a warehouse without close inspection. She took a key and opened the warehouse door. This key was one she had found after sneaking into her own apartment in the complex. The warehouse was half filled with out-of-season clothes. Searching further, she found, sure enough, 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, canned goods, and about 30 cases of bottled water under the large cardboard boxes containing the clothes. They had been gone for several days. They shouldn't have stockpiled so few supplies. After searching back and forth, Dong Qingqing finally found a dozen or so boxes of instant noodles, and 4 or 5 boxes of hot pot ingredients on the ceiling. Overjoyed, she quickly climbed a ladder and carried the boxes down. She took 5 boxes of instant noodles, and a dozen or so boxes of compressed biscuits, put the rest back as they were, and locked the warehouse door. Looking left and right, still uneasy, she laboriously moved a cabinet that had been leaning against the wall to this location. Feeling absolutely certain, she carried the supplies up and down twice before leaving. Back home, Aunt Song was surprised to see so many supplies and asked in a low voice, "Where did you get so many supplies?" Dong Qingqing replied, "I overheard my mom and Xinglong discussing it at home, and they knew where they hid the supplies. I went to look for them today, and found them very easily." Aunt Song's eyes widened. "They hid them?" Dong Qingqing nodded, not wanting to elaborate, and changed the subject. "I'm planning to take 2 boxes of instant noodles to the property management tomorrow to see if they can give us a different apartment. We continue paying rent every month." Aunt Song nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's important. Several families living together causes too much trouble. It would be best if we could have our own apartment." Instant noodles were considered a relatively precious commodity these days. They tasted good, were filling, and incredibly convenient. Dong Qingqing estimated that 2 boxes would be enough. She would save the rest for later use in exchanging for other supplies. As for Zhou Shuwan, she went out that evening to meet up with her cousins Tao and Jiping. Because the community needed to build plastic greenhouses, in addition to planting boxes, they also needed high-quality plastic sheeting, the more the better. Xue Tao had worked at a plastic products factory in the county town. These things were unused during the flood season, so the factory's warehouse must have accumulated a lot. He wanted to take a few people to haul back a batch of goods to exchange for supplies. In the Dongyuan community, apart from 3 close relatives, everyone else was just a nodding acquaintance. The Xue family owed a great deal of help to them in establishing themselves in the Dongyuan residential area. Therefore, it was natural for the Xue family to notify both families, as well as the Qi family. They needed to travel from the city to the county seat and back, a distance of 70 or 80 kilometers, which was quite far, and they needed the assistance of the strong-willed Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. In the end, 6 people went: Zhou Shuwan, Qi Mingyu, Xue Tao, Xue Dong, Jiping, and Xiao Fei. Each of the 4 families rowed a motorboat, and they also brought an inflatable boat. They agreed on a time to meet outside the framed building that evening. Then, they set off in a grand procession. Now, the Xue and Zhong families practice archery at home, and Xue Dong and Jiping are even part of the community's gatekeepers on rotation. They are no longer the archery novices they once were. After riding for about 50 minutes, they arrived in the county seat. The county seat was even more desolate and dilapidated compared to the city. Aside from the newly built apartment buildings on the outskirts of the county town, the town center consisted of low-rise detached houses and 6-story old residential complexes. So, as far as the eye could see, there were only low 2-story buildings, floating forlornly on the water. This area wasn't the epicenter of the tsunami, but it was still affected, and some buildings collapsed. The houses they passed were all dark. They didn't know if anyone lived there. Everyone remained silent, on high alert. Shuetao led them through the county town to a more remote, newly developed area. The factories and companies that were later built in the county town were all located here. They found the plastic products factory. Apart from a few buildings still standing, the rest of the factory area was completely submerged. They left 2 people on the boat to watch over it, while the others put on diving gear and entered the water. In the factory warehouse, they indeed found a large amount of plastic sheeting, all stacked together. Going into the third workshop, they found plastic pipes for construction, which would also be useful for building houses on the base later. While Zhou Shuan and the others were transporting the plastic sheeting onto the water, she collected a large portion of the plastic pipes into her spatial storage. Going back to the first workshop, she collected all the inconspicuous pile of plastic sheeting at the back into her spatial storage. Then she went to the outer perimeter and carried a thick stack of plastic sheeting onto the boat. After 4 or 5 trips, filling the inflatable boat to the brim, they tied it securely with ropes, and also put some behind the motorboat before locking the warehouse door and leaving. With so much plastic sheeting here, they had discussed it, and realized that various communities and resettlement sites would definitely consider building plastic greenhouses in the future. They decided to take this opportunity to stockpile more plastic sheeting to exchange for supplies later. So, after returning the plastic sheeting, they came back a second time. However, this time the return journey was not as smooth. The sound of the motorboat was probably too jarring in the quiet night, for someone in the county town noticed them. When they returned for the second time, about 10 miles from the town, the group was speeding along in their motorboat when Qi Mingyu, wearing night vision goggles, suddenly shouted a warning, "Stop!" An ambush! Zhou Shuan, also wearing night vision goggles, had already spotted a thick cable about 7 or 8 meters ahead. In an emergency, how could they stop a speeding motorboat? Zhou Shuan yelled, "Slow down, turn." She slowed the motorboat down and turned right, the boat full of plastic sheeting just barely missing the edge of the cable. Qi Mingyu, meanwhile, turned left, one hand on the steering wheel and the other throwing a dagger, which plunged straight into the chest of the man holding the cable. Chapter 123. The man screamed and fell off the boat. Old John. The man behind him was furious, but Qi Mingyu wouldn't give him a chance. As soon as the boat stopped, he quickly drew his bow, an arrow from his shoulder and fired. The man clutched his chest and fell to the ground as well. Besides the 2 on this boat, there was another boat behind them with 4 people sitting in a circle, holding various weapons, ready to pounce as soon as Zhou Shuan and the others fell. But Qi Mingyu dealt with them all with his bow and arrow. On Zhou Shuan's side, her motorboat collided directly with the boat towing the cable. She had seen this direction when she turned and deliberately rammed into it. The people on the other boat were caught off guard and screamed as they retreated, but it was too late. 4 or 5 people were thrown into the water by Zhou Shuan like dumplings being dropped into a pot. She showed no mercy, drawing a tang sword from the motorboat, its brand new blade gleaming coldly. She jumped onto the other boat and, without hesitation, stabbed all the men struggling and screaming in the water. Bo Shi and Qi Mingyu reacted too quickly. Shuetao, Jiping, and the others, thinking they were about to crash into the cable, reflexively closed their eyes in despair. But Qi Mingyu's stab to the chest caused the tightly bound cable to loosen first, and Zhou Shuan's impact rendered the cable useless. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly managing to stop the boat without capsizing. While riding the motorboat, they had all removed their wetsuits. If the boat had capsized and they had fallen into the water, they would have certainly suffered. Indeed, it was fortunate that the other men wanted to eliminate them before entering the county town, choosing a very remote location, devoid of buildings and even trees. With nowhere to brace themselves against the rope, the men, wearing thick gloves, held it tightly in their hands. They were prepared. Once the rope caught the group of motorboat riders off guard, the others would rush in, kill them all, and steal their supplies. They were quite adept at this kind of operation, always successful, but they hadn't expected the robbers to be so skilled. The struggle was over in just a few moments. Seeing one of the robbers, who had fallen into the water trying to get up again, Jiping gritted his teeth and fired an arrow. The arrow struck the man squarely in the chest. He swayed and fell back down, never to rise again. Shuetao, pale-faced, gave him a thumbs up. A very strong stench of blood filled the area. Zhou Shu had inspected several boats earlier that evening. They were all inflatable boats of mediocre quality. She decisively ordered, "Take all these boats back." Before everyone had even recovered from the earlier ambush, their hearts still pounding, Zhou Shuan, with her resilient nerves, moved on to the next step. Oh! Shuetao nodded blankly, hurriedly grabbing ropes to tie the inflatable boats to the back of his own boat, though his hands trembled, and it took him a while to get it properly secured. Finally, Chi Mingyu stepped forward and tied up the inflatable boats. Let's not go back the way we came. That trip must have alerted quite a few people, Zhou Shuan said. It was fortunate that these people lacked experience and only used ropes, otherwise, they might not have escaped unscathed. Shuetao looked around. He knew the area best and pointed in one direction. That used to be a highway. It's definitely flooded now. No one's there. Let's go over there. Okay. The group changed their route and returned, arriving back after 4 a.m. They slept in the morning the next day, and in the afternoon, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu went to the water protection team. They had already agreed the night before that because they were too busy during the day, and the motorboat would be too conspicuous heading to the county town, they would go to haul the plastic sheeting at night. On the way, the two talked about the Wei and Dong families, who were still empty. The property management took back the Dong and Wei families' apartments a couple of days ago, and they're arranging for people to draw lots to choose where to live. Grandma wanted me to ask if we could move to the 6th floor? Chi Mingyu suddenly asked. She raises chickens and grows vegetables at home, and keeps saying the space is too small. The 6th floor has a terrace, and the space is bigger. Zhou Shuan thought about it seriously for a moment and nodded, sure. Just tell the property management. If you move to the 6th floor, there will be a free room, and I guess we won't even have to pay the difference in price. Besides, once both of our families move to the 6th floor, we can lock the iron gate at the 6th floor stairwell, which will come in handy. At that time, there were only 4 families left in the entire building, and 2 of them were eyeing them covetously, so the iron gate was completely useless. Seeing her speak so frankly, Chi Mingyu smiled and said, "It's good if you have no objections." Zhou Shuan asked curiously, "Why would I have any objections?" Before she could finish, she met his smiling eyes, and immediately understood his unspoken meaning. She quickly stopped talking, her face slightly flushed, and turned her head to look into the distance. Actually, I also wanted to ask Dong Qingqing. Didn't she go to the resettlement center? Dong Jianhua is dead, and her mother and younger brother have been sentenced to hard labor with no end in sight. She's safe in our neighborhood. I already told Chi Mingyu about Zhou Shuan seeing Dong Qingqing yesterday, Chi Mingyu added. Driven by a soldier's sense of morality, Chi Mingyu felt it was only right and proper to inform her about the property management company's decision to reclaim and redistribute their apartment. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't think she'd come back." She felt she barely knew Dong Qingqing, yet strangely understood her thoughts. In this old house, Dong Qingqing only received her mother's obvious favoritism and her father's cruelty. She would definitely prefer to venture into a completely unfamiliar environment rather than return to this place that had caused her so much pain. Just like Zhou Shuan before, she killed her enemies, buried her mother and brother, but also refused to stay in the old house filled with memories, instead continuing north to the survivor base. Chi Mingyu nodded. Even so, let's still ask her. It's not easy for a young girl like her to make her way in the world. The post-apocalyptic world is chaotic. Since her parents have been punished, she's no longer a concern for us. In other words, they have no grudges against each other. She's just a stranger we know. Zhou Shuan didn't say anything more. Although she sometimes felt Chi Mingyu was too kind and selfless, she also often felt fortunate that he had such a generous heart, allowing her to lower her guard and interact with him. She was already a very ruthless and cold-blooded person, wary of everyone and everything around her, but she didn't want the people around her to be cold-blooded and heartless. Someone like Chi Mingyu, kind yet principled, but not easily manipulated because of his kindness, seemed just right. He allowed her to interact with him with peace of mind, without worrying that one day he would turn ruthless and turn his weapons against her. Chapter 124. They were 2 people in one rubber boat. Several young people from the neighborhood, who went to Jian Mountain to dig soil, were in another boat. Upon arriving at the office, they carried the boat onto the cruise ship. The cruise ship had a deep draft and couldn't reach the shallow shore at Jian Mountain, so they needed the rubber boat to transport the soil dug from the mountain to the cruise ship. They had already made 2 trips. Jian Mountain is mountainous and the soil is infertile, so the soil they dug back wasn't particularly good, but there was nothing to complain about. If it weren't for special treatment from above, they wouldn't even be able to find soil like this. The soil wasn't dug from the mountain itself. The mountain is covered in trees. It was dug from parking lots privately run by locals in Jian Mountain. These parking lots weren't paved with cement, they were just compacted by large trucks. The first day of digging was difficult, but after loosening a section of the ground, digging became much easier on the second day. However, the excavated soil contained very fine pebbles, tree roots, and grass roots, requiring it to be sieved. This significantly reduced the efficiency of digging. Fortunately, a large group went, with over 30 people sharing the work, and they always managed to fill more than 20 rubber boats to the brim before returning to the cruise ship. Originally, the villagers were reluctant to have the residents of Dongyuan community go digging soil, but now everyone knows that only the locals have land and water, and their lives are the best. Those living in the city are even struggling to afford food. As this news spread, families who had already bought houses and moved out of the city have recently started moving back. Zhou Shuwan also heard that because Jiyun Mountain is a scenic area, almost every household has built a multi-story hotel. Therefore, there are plenty of places to stay. Many urban residential areas are currently experiencing high population density, leading to a proposed relocation of some residents to Jiyun Mountain. However, relocation requires consideration of food and water supplies, a decision that cannot be made hastily. Therefore, the matter is still under discussion. Once the sifted soil was transported to the cruise ship, team leader Du, looking at the rather fine textured soil, was somewhat tempted. What do you think about me taking some soil home to grow my own plants? Zhou Shuan smiled and said, of course. Team leader Du, if you want to grow them, I give you a large planting box, enough for your balcony. Team leader Du initially had a stern face, but over time, it became clear that this was merely a facade. Deep down, he possessed a strong sense of justice and a willingness to help the weak. Zhou Shuan had a good impression of him. Qi Mingyu, and the Dongyuan residential area would need his help in the future. Giving him a fish tank was nothing special. Team leader Du's eyes lit up. My wife and I were discussing this yesterday, worried about how hard it is to find planting boxes these days. If you have any extras, that would be great. How about this, I buy them from you. What supplies do you need? These days, people are used to trading with supplies. Zhou Shuwan was about to offer them for free. But team leader Du interrupted her. I can't give them away for free. Everyone will want planting boxes to grow vegetables and grains in the future. Giving me one for free is kind, but I don't want to owe anyone a favor. With his wealth, he could easily afford to give them away. Zhou Shuwan didn't stand on ceremony. After thinking for a moment, she said, I can't think of anything I need right now. Team leader Du, what supplies can we exchange? This was actually a way of showing consideration to someone you knew. Team leader Du thought for a moment, then asked, how big are your planting boxes? Zhou Shuan countered, how big of a planting box do you need? Team leader Du's eyes flashed. From her tone, it seemed she had plenty of planting boxes for him to choose from. After a few days of interaction, he could tell that although Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had been strongly recommended, they were quite capable in combat, and their living conditions were not bad. Their clothes were clean and comfortable, and their complexions weren't as pale as the others, but rather full of energy. My balcony is 2.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. I also have a small balcony that can fit a 1 meter long and half meter wide box. Do you have any? Team leader Du asked. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay, I'd bring them to you tomorrow. While team leader Du and Zhou Shuan were trading, the other members of the water protection team were listening intently. After their transaction, several people, all wanting planting boxes, soon surrounded Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan asked about their individual sizes, which she had in her spatial storage. However, she explained first, my planting box is a bit special. It's not a professional one, but the results are absolutely just as good. These days, everyone uses containers for water, and no one has large enough containers for planting. Therefore, since Zhou Shuan said it was no different from a professional planting box, no one objected. When asked what they would use for the exchange, Zhou Shuan thought for a moment. Actually, she had plenty of food, drink, and other necessities in her spatial storage. She couldn't obtain those special supplies, and neither could anyone else. Her terms for the exchange were gold and jade jewelry from her home. Gold would be calculated by weight, and jade, whether it was Hetian jade, jadeite, or other gemstones, would be calculated by quality. Besides these, if that's not enough, she also provided compressed biscuits, canned goods, and dried goods. The government still distributes supplies every 3 days, and these households all have some, just in varying quantities. No one knew what she wanted the jewelry for. But apart from a few people unwilling to exchange these, everyone knew that what was most needed right now were supplies. Everything else was secondary. Trading jewelry that couldn't be eaten or drunk was better than giving away supplies that would fill their stomachs. Therefore, everyone was pleasantly surprised by her exchange terms. Seeing the water protection team exchange planting boxes with Zhou Shuan, the young men from Dongyuan community who were carrying soil looked at each other, and two of the bolder ones stepped forward, also wanting to exchange with Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan didn't refuse and repeated her terms. That evening, after returning home, she scribbled on a piece of paper, tallying the number of planting boxes to be exchanged. A total of 47 people wanted to exchange, totaling 55 planting boxes. The households all wanted the smaller ones. Besides 200 extra-large fish tanks, she had over 400 small and medium-sized fish tanks in her storage space. After exchanging 55, she had over 300 left. She planned to exchange 100 fish tanks for the neighborhood, leaving over 100 extra-large tanks. She could keep a few more for her relatives if needed, keeping more for herself and for Grandma Peng. That meant she could exchange over 200 more, enough to get a considerable amount of supplies. That evening, while they went to the county town to collect plastic sheeting, Zhou Shuan broke away and went to the town shopping mall. During the day, while exchanging gold and jewelry, she suddenly thought she should visit the town's mall. Perhaps the gold and silver jewelry shops were still intact. Her prediction came true. In the major gold shops on the first floor, except for a few counters where the jewelry had been removed, everything else was displayed as it was. Chapter 125. She stored all the jewelry from the 5 gold shops into her spatial dimension. With a few quick glances, she felt the space expand by several thousand square meters. The space, already filled with vehicles, coal, and other supplies, felt much more spacious now. Satisfied, she swam up to the second floor in her diving suit. She found the supermarket on the second floor. Most of the shelves were empty, except for toiletries. Zhou Shuan collected the shampoo, shower gel, and similar items, then stored the entire shelf space into her spatial dimension. With the expanded space, she desperately needed these shelves to display her supplies. Besides, she also collected some of the shopping carts outside the supermarket. She hadn't realized it before, but now, with all the moving, she really appreciated how much easier it was to have a cart. She found the supermarket's warehouse and discovered over 100 cases of alcoholic beverages, along with some piles of trash cans, storage boxes, and buckets. There were also several carts for hauling heavy goods, which she collected entirely. After leaving the supermarket, she went into other stores, such as snack shops, online retailers, and convenience stores, clearing out all the shelves. She also took away any usable, sealed items, discarding anything damaged by the water. The 3rd and 4th floors were clothing stores, all ruined by the flood. On the 5th and 6th floors, she could faintly sense voices moving about, as if people lived there. It made sense. There were few tall buildings in the county town, and with the lower floors submerged, people had limited options. The 5th and 6th floors of the department store were relatively spacious, offering some safety, even if inconvenient. Zhou Shuan didn't disturb the people living upstairs. She swam for a while, until she was out of earshot, before releasing the yacht from her spatial storage and riding away. She had been cautious from the start, stopping her boat far away in her spatial storage and swimming over. When she arrived at the plastic products factory, everyone was just finishing moving things. Even her boat had been loaded and secured by the others. The mutual care and trust were evident. Zhou Shuan smiled and thanked everyone, revealing a dozen or so cases of high-end red wine that she had placed behind the motorboat beforehand. When we get back, we each get 2 cases. Where did you get these? Jipeng asked curiously, then added, they gave too much, 1-1. You only found this much. 2 cases per family, you won't have much left for yourself. She still had 100 cases left in her spatial storage. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, I actually wanted to see what else they had in their supermarket. Everything's ruined now, except for these bottles of wine, which are sealed tightly. After we moved most of the plastic sheeting, what other supplies can we find? Shuedong asked. On our second trip, we can look for their fish shops and flower shops, and look for fish tanks and planting boxes, Zhou Shuan said. That's right. These are the most popular things in our neighborhood now, Xiao Fei nodded. Qi Mingyu wasn't familiar with this county town, but before coming, he had studied the terrain thoroughly using a map, making him more familiar with it than Xue Tao. After thinking for a moment, he pointed in a direction. Their fish shops and flower shops should be over there. We can turn that way next time. Okay. After everyone carried the plastic sheeting back, they indeed turned in the direction Qi Mingyu had indicated on their next trip. They found 2 fish shops and 4 or 5 flower shops. The shops didn't have many fish tanks, but there were more than 30 of various sizes, and even more flower pots, more than 80 slightly larger ones. Everyone was overjoyed and placed all the items on the boat. The next day, when they went to the water protection team, Zhou Shuwan and the other people carrying soil brought over 20 fish tanks. The residents of their neighborhood were to collect them from Building 5 that evening. After handing over the fish tanks to the water protection team, Zhou Shuwan's storage space now contained over a dozen gold necklaces, 5 gold rings, 3 jade bracelets, and 6 jade Buddhas. There were also 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, over a dozen packets of dried goods, and over 20 canned goods. When the water protection team members saw that Zhou Shuwan had brought fish tanks, they were first surprised, then it seemed perfectly natural. The fish tanks nowadays are made of high-quality plastic, not easily broken, and easy to preserve. By drilling a few small holes in the bottom of the tank with a drill or a red-hot hammer, they could easily make planting boxes. The water protection team members couldn't leave the cruise ship. Therefore, the residents of Dongyuan neighborhood gained another source of income, helping the water protection team dig soil. These things were just a waste of effort, weight by weight. A few packs of compressed biscuits were a token of gratitude. Jiping, Xuetao, and the others also asked Zhou Shuwan to help them collect some soil. Jiping and Xuedong took turns digging in the neighborhood, so Xuetao came along to dig. The heavy responsibility of digging soil fell to him. Back home that evening, they distributed the fish tanks to those who came to exchange them in their apartment building, and also received some gold and jade jewelry and other supplies. Just as they finished exchanging, Director Wu rushed over in his boat. As soon as he came upstairs, he hurriedly asked, "Zhou Shuwan, your fish tanks are for our neighborhood, you can't exchange them all." Seeing his somewhat glaring expression, Zhou Shuwan found it amusing. "I know, Uncle Wu, I'm keeping the ones for our neighborhood carefully, how could I dare exchange them for others?" "That's good." Director Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been very anxious when he heard that the Zhou family was exchanging fish tanks for aquaculture tanks, fearing that his planned vegetable greenhouse project would be ruined. "Where are they?" "Let me see." Zhou Shuwan said, "Fish tanks are big and take up a lot of space. There's no space in our neighborhood. Don't worry, my family has already brought them back, they're just sitting nearby. We move them back when we need them." "Oh, that's true. Okay." Director Wu circled the 2 remaining fish tanks and suddenly asked, "Zhou Shuwan, does anyone want these 2 fish tanks? Why don't I exchange 2 for them and put them in my house?" Zhou Shuwan smiled, of course. She explained the exchange conditions, and Director Wu nodded without hesitation. "Sure, these are worth exchanging for things like gold and jade that can't be eaten or worn. In fact, apart from people like Zhou Shuwan who have a spatial cheat device, even if others safely reach the suburbs, it would be difficult to transport so many fish tanks back." Before Zhou Shuwan used the fish tank as a breeding container, no one had thought of this. By the time they did, and went looking for fish tanks themselves, Zhou Shuwan had emptied the city's largest wholesale market. So it's no wonder Zhou Shuwan was able to earn this extra money. Zhou Qi and several other relatives went to smuggle plastic sheeting for 4 more nights. Every night, Zhou Shuwan would secretly transfer plastic pipes and plastic sheeting into his spatial dimension. Once they had stockpiled enough of each item, they decided to stop. They had already transported enough plastic sheeting to build 60 or 70 vegetable greenhouses, and each of them could exchange it for considerable supplies, so it was time to stop. Chapter 126. Director Wu discussed the matter with the property management. To exchange for Zhou Shuwan's fish tanks, they had to spend a considerable sum. It was a batch of flour stockpiled by the flour mill. They had intended to sell it as a rare commodity, but the floods and torrential rains had made the weather too humid, and despite their best efforts to preserve it, it was now nearing spoilage. Selling it by the 100 kilograms would mean buyers couldn't consume it all before it spoiled. Selling it by the few kilograms would also be impossible to sell such a large quantity quickly. The flour mill owner had connections with the property management and tentatively mentioned it to Director Wu. Director Wu tasted the flour. Because it was relatively well preserved, it hadn't spoiled yet. However, it certainly wouldn't last much longer. Households with non-vacuum packed rice and flour were also trying to consume it quickly, fearing their precious staple food would spoil. Director Wu then asked Zhou Shuwan. The latter asked about the quantity of flour. It was approximately 5 tons. Zhong Tian had initially bought 30 tons of rice and 30 tons of flour, enough to feed her family for 30 years. However, after the apocalypse, while they could increase production using plastic greenhouses, breeding boxes, and plant lights, large-scale cultivation of corn, wheat, and rice was impossible, unless the apocalypse ended and peace returned. Therefore, the more staple food the better. While others worried about flour spoiling, her spatial dimension was unaffected. Whatever she put in remained exactly as it was when she took it out. She accepted the deal. Meanwhile, the vegetable dehydrators that Chi Mingyu had exchanged for weapons arrived, 2 in total. Besides, because melee weapons were precious, vegetable dehydrators were scarce. Furthermore, to win over Chi Mingyu, a former Special Forces soldier, the property management added 100 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 100 boxes of ham sausages, 100 boxes of dried noodles, and 300 boxes of compressed biscuits. This was already quite a show of sincerity. These supplies, aside from compressed biscuits, weren't even provided by the property management, they were all obtained through connections. The community mobilized dozens of boats to haul back 100 fish tanks from the old building, drilled holes in their bottoms, and neatly arranged them on the original property management's rooftop. Then came the grand-scale construction of the plastic greenhouses. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu had already exchanged a considerable amount of supplies during this planting effort, so they didn't want to be in the limelight. Only the Xuetao family and Zhong Jiping's family stepped forward to exchange for plastic sheeting. Their 2 families bought all the plastic sheeting needed for 300 square meters, and also exchanged for a substantial amount of supplies. When they first came to the community, both families were among the poorest, but with the help of the Zhou and Qi families, and their own hard work, they are now among the best off in the community. Xuetao is already married, but Xuedong is not. After the exchange, many people in the community went to the Xue family to try and arrange marriages for Xuedong. Annie San was both happy and worried. She was happy because she had initially thought her youngest son would remain a bachelor after the apocalypse, but she was also worried about supporting another person after marriage. If she hadn't taken proper precautions, she might have to care for another child. Even though Chun Chun was well taken care of at home, with the best and most nutritious food given to him first, the child couldn't withstand the slightest hardship and was noticeably less chubby and round than the children before the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, the elderly and children suffer the most. Xuedong, however, had no interest in dating. He was unusually ambitious, wanting to live a life of luxury with his older brother after the apocalypse. When Zhong Tian found out, she advised Annie San to let things take their course. Even though she thought Chi Mingyu was a good kid, she didn't have any immediate plans to marry her daughter. She just felt that having someone else to take care of her would provide a safety net for the future, so she wouldn't have to stand alone in front of the whole family, which would be too much for her. But having a child after the apocalypse was a matter of life and death. After the vegetable greenhouse was built, Zhong Tiyun and her second uncle, Baogua, got busy. The property management company exchanged enough seeds from Zhou Shuan, her second uncle, and other residents in the community, and they began intensive cultivation and sowing. After learning that fish tanks could be converted into planting boxes, other residents in the community also went out to find fish tanks, and the property management company gradually exchanged more than 100 square meters of breeding box space. Adding to the previous space, they now had nearly half an acre of land. Other residents in the community also learned to grow things on their balconies and terraces. Besides soil cultivation, her second uncle was actually most skilled at hydroponics. They built a vertical hydroponic system around the vegetable greenhouse, specifically for growing short-cycle vegetables like celery, scallions, lettuce, bok choy, and spinach. Celery and scallions matured in just over 10 days. Lettuce and bok choy grew a bit slower, but still matured in a little over a month. Zhou Shuan even made a special trip to the flower market to collect all the multi-tiered flower racks. Combined with the space Zhong Erjiu had created using small fish tanks, storage boxes, and wooden frames, they expanded the greenhouse by another 100 square meters because the space was insufficient. Half a month later, a batch of celery and scallions had already grown in the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood was excited. They hadn't had fresh vegetables in so long. After discussing with the property management, Director Wu decided to keep the best 50 gene of celery and scallions and send them to the service hall, while exchanging the rest with the residents. Each household was limited to a maximum of 2 gene. The hydroponic vegetables were planted in different batches, and the second batch would be ripe in a few days. Uncle Zhong and Zhong Tian had done a good job, and Director Wu generously gave each of them 10 gene of green vegetables, 2 cases of bottled water, 2 gene of dried meat, and 10 cans of pork. Zhong Tian, having worked for half a month, received her first bonus and happily carried the supplies home, her smile impossible to hide. It just so happened that Zhou Shuan was also getting paid. The 2 of their salaries were piled up in the entryway, and the whole family was very happy, feeling more hopeful about the future. Zhou Jianghai had now become a stay-at-home dad, responsible for cooking, taking care of the family of four's meals, and doing laundry and mopping. During the day, he also took Zhong Tiyun to work at the vegetable greenhouse. He congratulated Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Shuwan while bringing out the lavish meal. A large pot of stew, steaming hot, brimming with pork, dried tofu, meatballs, smoked fish, white fungus, cabbage, spinach, and glass noodles, smelled wonderfully fragrant. There was also a dish of preserved egg with cucumber, a dish of tofu with scallions, a dish of stir-fried celery with pork, and a rice wine egg drop soup. The staple foods were egg noodle soup and fluffy steamed buns. Since Uncle Zhong started hydroponics in the vegetable greenhouse, the Zhou family and several other close relatives had also started hydroponics. The scallions and water celery on the terrace, illuminated by plant lights, had ripened 4 or 5 days ago, and the family had already started eating them. The scallions and celery they were eating today were freshly grown by themselves. The tofu was obtained through a trade with Grandma Pang's family. Chapter 127. Zhong Tiyun ate a piece of meat sandwich between 2 large steamed buns, saying, "Today, Director Wu said that your second uncle and I are working too hard managing the 600 square meter greenhouse, and he's planning to hire 2 more people to help. I recommended your third aunt. She helps with the vegetable gardening at home, just like me." Director Wu said he'd consider it. But for the other candidate, he wants his wife to come. Zhong Tiyun lowered her voice. Besides the decent salary the property management pays us, he probably also wants his wife to learn how to grow vegetables. These days, apart from the older generation, most city dwellers are unfamiliar with farming. Even those who can grow vegetables in pots at home aren't professionals. I just don't know if third sister would be willing. She has children at home. Zhou Jianhai asked. Why wouldn't she want to? I visited Chun Chun at her house the other day, and she even said she envied me for having a job. Qian Qian takes care of the children at home, so she can just lend a hand. It's better for her to come out and earn some supplies for the family. That's true, Zhou Jianhai said. When third sister's family first came to our neighborhood, they were practically penniless. I was worried about how a large family would manage in the apocalypse. They couldn't all rely on their own charity. But now, Xue Dong is good at archery and works at the neighborhood gate, and third sister works in the vegetable greenhouse like you. They also occasionally find supplies, so they don't have to worry about making ends meet. Of course, they don't have to worry. De Tao and De Dong are both good kids. It's just that their father used to restrict their actions, never supporting them in anything they wanted to do, which hindered their development. Now, the 2 brothers are working together to make a living. Their father can rest in peace now. Zhong Tiyun had one more thing she didn't say, that her father's death had actually made things better for the whole family. But she felt bad about saying that about someone who had died in an accident, so she just thought it to herself. The others at the table understood her unspoken meaning. They exchanged glances, and silently lowered their heads to shovel rice into their mouths. Dad, this stew is really good. It's so tender and fragrant. The pork belly slices are almost falling apart, and the glass noodles are so smooth and soft, the best part. Zhou Shuwan praised. Zhou Jianhai said proudly, I learned this from your grandfather. Although he didn't achieve much when he was alive, he was always called upon in the surrounding villages for weddings and funerals to cook big pot stews and steam rice in a large iron pot. Not only was the stew delicious, but the rice cooked over a wood fire was perfectly separated, with a layer of crispy rice at the bottom. I looked forward to him bringing me some crispy rice every day. Rice cooked in an electric rice cooker nowadays, compared to that from the old iron pot, lacks that rich, wood-fired aroma. Mumu, engrossed in eating, immediately said, Dad, I want some crispy rice too. Zhou Jianhai chuckled and scolded, You little rascal, you're so quick-witted. The harder something is to cook, the more you crave it. Where can you find crispy rice these days? Be grateful for a bowl of plain white rice. Mumu quietly stuck out her tongue and buried her head in the bowl, refusing to look up again. On the third day, Zhong Tiyun brought back news that the property management had agreed to let her third aunt go to work, but in addition to Director Wu's wife, another property management employee's wife also went. So, a total of 5 people were taking care of the vegetable greenhouse, and also learning planting techniques from her second uncle. Uncle Zhong, far from being secretive, generously shared all his planting techniques, recognizing that food is the most important thing for people. Many people in the neighborhood were now growing their own vegetables, and knowing Uncle Zhong's expertise, they all came to ask him questions. He answered all their questions and provided tips, quickly boosting his reputation in the community. Director Wu delivered 30 kilograms of vegetables directly to the mayor's office. Mayor Liu listened attentively to his report on the construction of the neighborhood's vegetable greenhouses, expressing great appreciation and stating that he would send people to Dongyuan neighborhood as soon as possible to learn hydroponics techniques. Currently, the entire city of Jie is severely deficient in vitamins, making vegetable cultivation imperative. Just as everything was gradually getting on track, the cruise ship was attacked. By then, more than 2 months had passed since the cruise ship delivered water, and the potatoes in the greenhouses were almost ready. The Zhou family's sweet potatoes had already been harvested. The water protection team was initially on high alert, but as time went on, all passing ships began to give way to the massive cruise ship, and the crowd gradually lowered their guard. After the successful establishment of vegetable greenhouses in Dongyuan community, other communities and resettlement sites sent people to learn from Dongyuan, then sought out skilled farmers in their own communities to build their own greenhouses. Hydrogen cultivation could only solve the immediate vegetable needs, but the most important thing to solve the food problem was to grow staple crops. Therefore, soil was needed by every community. The service hall, in order of need, arranged for each community to send people to the cruise ship to transport soil from Jian Mountain. However, this action brought an unforeseen disaster to the cruise ship. On the return trip that day, everything went smoothly until the cruise ship passed through a grove of trees. Suddenly, several motorboats and assault boats rushed out of the woods, their crews armed with firearms and tear gas, which they threw at the ship. Qi Mingyu immediately sensed something was wrong, shouted a warning, and quickly drew his pistol to fight back. Zhou Shuan took out a mask from her backpack, handed one to Qi Mingyu, kept one for herself, and also took cover to fight back. Having been planning this for over 2 months, this attack was unlikely to be a simple skirmish. Besides the ships charging head-on drawing most of the fire, ships were also charging from all directions around the cruise ship. Pistols, arrows, and tear gas were used in turn. Presumably out of caution regarding the cruise ship, the attackers did not use more powerful weapons or fire. The water escort team, after an initial moment of panic, quickly formed their training formation and fought back. Team leader Du grabbed his pistol and rushed in another direction. Those carrying mud and the crew on the ship all hid in corners with their heads covered. Therefore, no one suspected that there was an enemy spy on the cruise ship. 2 young men from the neighborhood feigned nervousness, huddled together, exchanged a glance, and then suddenly attacked the nearest member of the water protection team. Caught off guard, the man was punched in the back and thrown into the water, his gun snatched from his hand. The spy grabbed the pistol and fired several shots at the water protection team members, who were fighting back with their backs to them. Screams rang out as the tear gas fog obscured visibility. But Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan immediately sensed something was wrong. Qi Mingyu shouted, "Wan, behind me!" Zhou Shuan dodged behind him, both protecting each other's backs. Their advantage over the other water protection team members was that they had put on oxygen masks early on, so the tear gas had no effect on them. Chapter 128. Zhou Shuan squinted, quickly spotting the spies firing at the others through the fog. 2 quick shots, and one was dead. Team leader Du, attacked from behind, was completely unprepared and fell to the bow of the boat, but still managed to aim at the remaining spy, killing him with a single shot. Zhou Shuan said swiftly, "Team leader Du has also fallen." Qi Mingyu glanced back briefly, then, no longer holding back, opened fire with both hands and 2 pistols at the enemies charging towards them. Zhou Shuan first filled the gaps left by the fallen men, firing as she shouted back, "Someone, go check on the wounded." The young men huddled in a corner, trembling, exchanged glances, still hesitant. Zhou Shuan snapped, "Hurry, a few people, check the wounds. There are first aid kits on the shelf over there." She stood there straight, hands clasped, gun in hand. Her sharp words and imposing manner were quite intimidating. A few of the bolder ones shakily bent down and ran to the first aid kits, retrieved the supplies, and then bent down to the fallen water protection team members. Xiao Xiao pulled out a machine gun from somewhere and rapidly opened fire on the enemy. The situation finally turned around. The enemy's offensive relented, and the remaining few quickly regrouped and escaped on motorboats. The deputy team leader fired a few shots at the fleeing men, but they had already escaped the range of his pistol. He shouted, "Stop chasing. Help the wounded first." Zhou Shuan had been continuously changing magazines, firing at least 20 bullets. Her hand was now numb from the recoil. She shook it a couple of times, and saw that the young men knew nothing about first aid, just staring helplessly at the wound. Without a word, she stepped forward, quickly stopped the bleeding, and then tightened the bandage. Qi Mingyu and the other members of the patrol team, who had previously served in the military and were transferred to the cruise ship, also rushed to help. 7 members of the patrol team fell, including team leader Du. 3 died and 4 were injured. Team leader Du had a bullet lodged in his shoulder blade and was in excruciating pain, but thankfully, his life was not in danger. The remaining members bandaged the wounded, cleaned up the mess on the ship, and pulled the surviving members onto the ship and secured them securely. The cruise ship then sped towards the city's central hospital. The hospital was overcrowded. After several wounded were taken to the operating room, the patrol team members sat solemnly outside, waiting. The deputy leader glanced at the throng of people around him. "Xiao Xiao Mingwe, and I will wait here. You guys escort the cruise ship back first. If the water isn't delivered on time today, a certain area will be without water." "Okay." Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then stood up and led his men away. He got home rather late today. It was already dark. Worried that her parents might be waiting at the stairwell, Zhou Shuan asked before even disembarking, "Brother Yu, do you see if I'm hurt?" In the chaos on the cruise ship, she hadn't paid attention to anything and didn't even know if she had bloodstains on herself. Qi Mingyu glanced at her. She was wearing a black tracksuit, so even if there were bloodstains, they wouldn't be noticeable. Her hands were bloody, and there was no way to get blood on her clothes, so he silently took out his water bottle and poured her some water to wash her hands. Only while washing did he realize that he had blood on his hands too. He also had a bloodstain on his face. The two helped each other clean up the mess before finally stowing the boat and going upstairs. Zhou Jianhai, as expected, waited anxiously at the stairwell entrance. Seeing the two of them, he breathed a sigh of relief before looking them over. "Why are you so late today?" Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, then, thinking that such a serious matter as the cruise ship attack couldn't be kept secret, said, "Dad, let's go inside and talk. Let Mom hear too." Zhou Jianghai's expression immediately tensed. Qi Mingyu had already asked the property management to inquire with Dong Qingqing, who lived at the resettlement point near the service hall. As expected, Dong Qingqing indicated she didn't want to return to the Dongyuan community. She took all her belongings from the apartment during a short trip back, and the apartment was left to the community to allocate. She bribed the property management staff at the resettlement point with 3 boxes of instant noodles, and now she and Aunt Song had moved into a 2-bedroom apartment with their own yard, living more comfortably than before. Qi Mingyu then gave gifts to the property management and reserved a 6th-floor apartment. Grandma Peng had been packing her things at home these past few days. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun wanted to help, but considering that everyone was hoarding supplies these days, going door to door would just reveal their inventory, so they decided it wasn't appropriate. They finally decided to wait until the other family finished packing, help move the important furniture, and then leave the rest to them. When Zhou Shuan got home, she recounted the day's events. When she mentioned that team leader Du and the other 3 members were in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, Zhong Tiyun exclaimed in fear, "My God, that was terrifying. Are team leader Du and the others all right? Are they okay now that the bullet has been removed?" Zhou Shuan shook her head. "We can only wait for news. Nobody can say for sure." Fortunately, all resources were being prioritized for the hospital. Solar equipment, fuel generators, and other supplies were being arranged at the hospital. All the medical equipment in the hospital was operational. There were a few doctors, but experienced ones were leading them. "Wan, the water protection team is still too dangerous." Zhong Tiyun glanced cautiously at Zhou Shuan, and after a long pause, blurted out. Zhou Shuan nodded. "Yes, the water protection team is quite dangerous. This time, the enemy attacked with over 60 people, armed with pistols and other firearms, and they know everything about us. Even among the young people who were just searched on the cruise ship today, digging in the dirt, there are their spies. They're truly everywhere. In fact, team leader Du has very strict discipline on the cruise ship, including for the water protection team members. They are searched daily before boarding, and their backpacks are checked. Bringing dangerous items on board is strictly prohibited. The water protection team members only collect their guns and bows and arrows after boarding. Those 2 spies who followed the digging team members onto the ship didn't bring any dangerous items, but they were still able to seize guns from the water protection team members, making them just as lethal. I guess after today, no one from the neighborhood will be allowed to go digging in the dirt anymore, Zhou Shuan said. This incident, which started in the Dongyuan residential area, also disrupted the crew's routine, increasing the risks. The following morning, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu rode a jet ski to the hospital to visit team leader Du and the others. Their surgeries had gone smoothly, and they were all receiving 4 drips in their hospital rooms. Team leader Du's dark complexion had turned pale, but he still smiled when the two came to visit, shouting, Why are you here? We're going to Jian Mountain this afternoon. Now that we're missing so many people, you all need to be extra careful. Zhou Shuan placed a case of 8 treasure porridge and a case of pure milk on the bedside table. Smiling, Team Leader Du, just focus on recovering. We be careful. Qi Mingyu also carried a case of milk and a case of apple cider vinegar, both for the patients to replenish their strength. Team Leader Du, how are you feeling now? Chapter 129. Team Leader Du said, it's just a minor injury, I'd be discharged in a few days. Zhou Shuan noticed several jars of canned yellow peaches on the bedside table, knowing they were a gift, and picked one up. Team Leader Du, shall I get you one? These days, when visiting patients, no one has fresh fruit to bring. Canned fruit is considered the highest level of hospitality. Team Leader Du waved his hand. I just ate one this morning. It was sweet and delicious, nothing special. My daughter insisted my wife bring it. This is a special snack for her. His light-hearted words revealed a hint of pride. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged glances and praised with smiles. Team Leader Du, your daughter is so filial. Team Leader Du laughed heartily. You young people love sweets. Get 2 jars, sit down and finish them, then hurry back. I'm fine. You come all this way to visit. Of course, the 2 of them wouldn't eat any. Qi Mingyu said, we visit the others later. All right. Team Leader Du said, then sighed, we all meant well, letting the people in the community take turns using the cruise ship to transport soil back for planting. Who would have thought the enemy would take advantage of the situation? As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed across his face. From now on, if anyone dares to ask to borrow the cruise ship to transport anything, I'll do, will be the first to object. The deceased members of the water protection team were all his men. He felt heartbroken for any of them who died. Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, but seeing Team Leader Du's displeased expression, he swallowed his words. After talking with the patient for a while, they stopped disturbing him and told him to rest. The 2 then went to visit the other colleagues, bringing them some gifts. After the 2 returned home some time later, Qi Mingyu began moving. He had already moved part of the house last night, moving items that weren't suitable for public display to the top floor. Today, the Zhou family, Uncle Zhong's family, and the Shui family all came to help. Grandma Pang's furniture, which she had used her whole life, was too precious to throw away, nor could she bear to let others move in and ruin it, so everyone replaced the furniture on both floors. They also thoroughly cleaned the 6th floor. They were busy until noon, when the move was almost complete, with only some finishing touches left. Qi Mingyu could easily move them all by himself when he returned in the evening. Since everyone had to go to work, Qi Mingyu arranged to invite them all to a housewarming party on the 6th floor another day, and then everyone hurriedly went their separate ways. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to the water protection team. As expected, Mayor Lu was reportedly furious and personally issued 3 orders. The first was for the police station to quickly identify the mastermind behind the cruise ship attack. The second was to prohibit any unrelated personnel from boarding the cruise ship. The third was an order to launch a citywide crackdown on bandits, especially those possessing firearms. The order demanded a thorough investigation into where they obtained their weapons, who was trading with them, and that anyone caught be severely punished without exception. J City then launched a massive anti-bandit operation. This was the first large-scale anti-bandit operation in several months since the tsunami. After the tsunami, the city government's control over J City was relatively weak. While this large-scale operation couldn't completely eradicate the forces lurking in the shadows, it at least served as a deterrent, making the survivors travel safer. Now, people all refer to themselves as survivors, those who survived the great disaster. On the way to Jian Mountain, Xiao Xiao and Mingwei discussed things with them for a while. Mingwei sighed. Fortunately, our Yin country has very strict gun control, so even after the apocalypse, it will be extremely difficult for those dark forces to obtain large quantities of firearms. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered so few casualties yesterday. A shadow crossed Xiao Xiao's delicate face. Now we just have to wait to find out who's behind this. I wonder if there's any collusion between insiders. Both of them were government employees. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were only temporarily recruited. This topic wasn't suitable for in-depth discussion, so Mingwei smiled and changed the subject. By the way, I have good news for you. The higher-ups might approve our use of more powerful weapons. After we returned yesterday, they held an emergency meeting, and they held 2 more this morning. The safety of the cruise ship is of paramount importance, Xiao Xiao said firmly. He glanced at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, his eyes flashing. Last night's emergency meeting saw a suggestion to remove Zhou Shuan and the other temporary personnel planted by various parties. completely eliminating the possibility of them being turned into spies. Mayor Lu ultimately didn't give a clear answer. However, Zhou Shuwan and the others could be dismissed at any time, so some things couldn't be discussed too deeply. He glanced at Qi Mingyu again, feeling a pang of regret. Even in a provincial capital, there are very few retired Special Forces soldiers with Qi Mingyu's skills. It's such a waste to dismiss them because of a few bad apples. Although Zhou Shuwan is just a civilian, her strength and reaction speed are exceptional. Although he only gave a subtle look, Qi Mingyu immediately and keenly noticed it. He watched the departing figure thoughtfully, his eyes flickering slightly. Everyone remained on high alert throughout the journey, but the trip there and back went smoothly. After dropping the cruise ship off at the water plant, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan were about to row back. However, Xiao Xiao received a message and said to the two with a serious expression, "Mayor Lu wants to see you." Zhou Shuwan frowned slightly. It was already late, and her parents would worry if she returned any later. Xiao Xiao, having already discerned her meaning, immediately said, "Don't worry, armed soldiers will escort you. They'd be using assault boats. After you meet the mayor, they'd be responsible for taking you back. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed." Qi Mingyu then looked at Zhou Shuwan. "Wan, what do you think?" Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go see." She was genuinely curious about the mayor, who had specially recruited her, and Qi Mingyu into the water escort team. 2 assault boats were moored below the cruise ship, each carrying 6 people. The 12 soldiers, all armed with rifles, had resolute eyes and solemn expressions. Xiao Xiao boarded a boat with them. Zhou Shuwan glanced at him, and the latter nodded and explained, "The mayor also wants to see me." Qi Mingyu didn't respond, but when he looked at Zhou Shuwan, he gave her a subtle look that only the two of them understood. Having fought together many times, the two already had a tacit understanding. Zhou Shuwan understood his meaning with just a glance. He was telling her to be on guard. Although she wasn't very familiar with military protocol, the sight of 2 boats sailing one after the other, surrounded by soldiers, resembled a prisoner escort. Zhou Shuwan immediately thought of the scene yesterday where Qi Mingyu fired 2 pistols simultaneously. After the battle, no one had asked Qi Mingyu where he got the second pistol. She assumed everyone thought he obtained it from a wounded comrade. Could it be that they suspected Qi Mingyu of being connected to a spy? Chapter 130. These people were all well-trained soldiers. If they launched a surprise attack, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu might not necessarily win. Zhou Shuwan secretly tightened her grip on the bow, an arrow on her back. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the service hall. Although the entire country was without internet and electricity, the service hall had a solar panel system on its roof, enough to power the entire building. Therefore, even though it was night, the service hall was brightly lit, giving it a pre-apocalyptic feel. The service hall was over 20 stories high, making it the tallest building in Jay's city. The mayor's office was on the 15th floor. Taking the elevator up, they observed the staff hurrying by and the clean, tidy environment. Zhou Shuwan felt a pang of emotion. Xiao Xiao, however, was a frequent visitor to the building, and was used to such scenes. Seeing their surprise, he smiled and said, "Although it's the apocalypse now, some things and spirits will never change." He glanced at Qi Mingyu, confident that the other would understand. Qi Mingyu didn't answer, only intently surveying his surroundings, seemingly deep in thought. Upon arriving at the mayor's office, a secretary-like figure greeted the three, saying to Xiao Xiao, "Lieutenant Xiao, the mayor will see you first. Please wait here, the other two." He led the two to an empty office nearby. Xiao Xiao greeted the two and went ahead. Worried about potential eavesdropping devices, Zhou Shuwan initially wanted to speak with Qi Mingyu, but then refrained. The latter gently tightened his grip on her hand. Zhou Shuwan inexplicably felt much more at ease. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Xiao came out, smiling and greeting the two of them. "Mingyu, the mayor wants to see you first." Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, but still nodded to Zhou Shuwan and went inside. He was inside for a while. 20 minutes passed, but he showed no sign of coming out. From the mayor's office, a few voices could be heard occasionally, but the sounds were very unclear through the 2 doors. Seemingly sensing her worry, Xiao Xiao suddenly asked, "Zhou Shuwan, are you two boyfriend and girlfriend?" Zhou Shuwan was taken aback. The other smiled. "You two are neighbors, and since you came to the water protection team, you've been inseparable, even training and eating together. The rest of us have been gossiping privately that you must be dating." Zhou Shuwan's face darkened. She hadn't expected a group of grown men in the water protection team to be so gossipy. "We're just neighbors, like siblings, very close." "You all misunderstood," she explained. Xiao Xiao nodded, leaning forward and smiling at her, Since that's the case, Zhou Shuan, then perhaps. Before she could finish speaking, the door was pushed open. Qi Mingyu strode in, immediately seeing the scene inside. Seeing the two of them standing so close together, his brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Xiao had already sat up straight, greeting him with a smile. Mingyu, you're back? Qi Mingyu nodded, glancing at Zhou Shuan. Wan, Mayor Lu wants to see you. It's nothing, just asking about your daily life, just tell the truth. Zhou Shuan couldn't discern anything from his expression, so she nodded and left. She knocked on the door, and a voice with a few coughs came from inside. Ahem, come in. Zhou Shuan walked in and immediately saw the man sitting in the middle of the desk. He was unexpectedly thin and short, and seemed ill, coughing occasionally. Only his eyes were bright and piercing. When he stared at Zhou Shuan, his gaze was almost tangible, as if he could see right through her. Are you Zhou Shuan? Come, sit down. His voice was weak, yet tinged with intimacy, as he gestured to the chair in front of the desk. Zhou Shuan walked over, nodded in acknowledgement, and sat down. Compared to his warm and friendly attitude, Zhou Shuan was somewhat aloof. But this was her usual attitude towards strangers. She didn't fawn or flatter him simply because he was the current mayor. Mayor Lu smiled at her. Zhou Shuan, I heard you learned your shooting and combat skills from your neighbor Mingyu? Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes. Mayor Lu smiled. I heard you two are very close. Are you dating? Two people had said such things to her in one day. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but reflect on herself. Had she really gotten too close to Qi Mingyu, causing misunderstandings among those around her? But now wasn't the time to think about that. She quickly shook her head. No, we're just neighbors. Our families are close, so we treat each other like siblings. The others in the water protection team might have misunderstood. Oh! Mayor Lu nodded, then asked with a smile, Zhou Shuan, although you haven't been learning from Mingyu for long, your combat skills are exceptionally strong. Old dude told me you're already better than most members of the water protection team. It's clear you have great talent. I also heard you're a student at S University, a top student from a prestigious university, young and promising. I wonder if you would be willing to join us and serve the survivors. Serving the survivors? Does that mean becoming a member of the service hall? Officially employed? Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then solemnly replied, Thank you, Mayor Lu, for your guidance. I was able to join the water protection team thanks to your kind words. However, I already made up my mind. The world is no longer peaceful after the apocalypse. As the eldest daughter in my family, I must stay with my parents and younger brother, protecting them and ensuring their peaceful lives in this world. Joining you means that my first priority will no longer be my parents and brother, nor even myself, but all the survivors. I'm sorry, I'm a selfish person, I can't do it. She finished speaking in one breath, then quietly gazed at the other person. Mayor Lu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to speak so frankly about things she should have kept hidden. After a long pause, he sighed softly. These days, talented young people are all too ambitious. Well, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't force you. But if you change your mind later, you can always come to me. He smiled kindly at Zhou Shuan, as if looking at a favorite junior. I'd be very happy to. Zhou Shuan nodded hesitantly. She could already tell that he was trying to recruit her. Was his purpose in meeting them tonight to recruit talent? Zhou Shuan, you don't have that girlish affectation. You're very opinionated. I admire you. Could you do me a favor? A favor from the mayor of a city certainly wouldn't be easy. Zhou Shuan secretly perked up. Actually, when I saw Mingyu earlier, I hoped he would reinstate his military status and re-enlist. But he refused, for reasons similar to yours, to prioritize protecting his family. However, Zhou Shuan, he's different from you. He served for over 10 years. The country and the military nurtured him. Now that the people need him, he should re-enlist. Mayor Lu looked sincerely at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan, I checked his records. When he requested to be discharged, the higher-ups didn't agree, so he was discharged. All his honors were revoked, and he was discharged from the military. Chapter 131. When Zhou Shuan came out and saw Qi Mingyu again, she didn't know how to face him. Mayor Lu's words echoed in her ears like thunder, and she couldn't hear anything else he said afterward. She just nodded haphazardly and left in a daze. Qi Mingyu immediately stood up, his expression serious. What's wrong? What did he say to you? Zhou Shuan stared at him for a moment, then shook her head. Let's talk about it when we get back. This was definitely not the place to talk. Thinking of the threat that man had just made to him, if he dared to do the same to Wan. A shadow crossed Qi Mingyu's usually calm and gentle expression. Xiao Xiao lived in the residential area behind the government office, very close by. After they said goodbye, the soldiers from earlier took them back in 2 assault boats. Neither of them spoke the rest of the way upstairs. Only after they reached the top did Qi Mingyu call out to Zhou Shuwan. Before he could finish, Zhong Tiyun, who had been anxiously waiting at home, opened the door and looked downstairs, exclaiming with delight, Wan, Xiaoyu, you're back. Qi Mingyu stopped abruptly. Zhou Shuwan had seen the worry he had been suppressing all the way. She smiled at him, Brother Xiaoyu, don't worry, Mayor Lu didn't say anything to me. He just wanted me to work at the service hall for him. I refused. Qi Mingyu scrutinized her expression carefully. Really? Why would I lie to you? Zhou Shuwan said, it's too late. Aren't you supposed to be finishing up the move today? Do you need any help? Qi Mingyu shook his head. There are just some odds and ends left. I can manage by myself. Zhou Shuwan said goodnight to the other person. After watching her go upstairs, Qi Mingyu gazed at her slender back, feeling that she was hiding something from him. Grandma Peng also heard the commotion downstairs, opened the door, and called out with a smile, Xiaoyu, you're back. Come here, Grandma wants to show you something. Qi Mingyu agreed and went upstairs. Grandma Peng wanted him to see several wire mesh cages in the attic on the 7th floor. Your Uncle Zhou across the street made them. He gave us a few. The chicks they had raised back then had long since grown up, and didn't need cages anymore. The house wasn't big enough for the hens. They had initially raised 20 chicks, but 5 died before they reached adulthood, leaving 15, 9 hens and 6 roosters. Grandma Peng kept 1 rooster for breeding and killed the rest, freezing them in the freezer. Recently, the hens had started laying eggs again. Grandma Peng cherishes these hens, feeding them diligently every day. Reluctant to feed them refined grains, she trades several pounds of flour for 20 pounds of bran, which she mixes with chopped green vegetable leaves. Earlier, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan went out to search for supplies, and found some canned pet food for cats and dogs. Now that they have enough food, Grandma Peng and Zhong Tian decided to open a can of pet food every 2 days, chop it up, and feed it to the hens with bran and chopped leaves. The hens eat happily, and their egg laying has become more frequent. Your Uncle Zhou is a very reasonable and well-mannered person. He only delivered the chicken coop to the 6th floor. Knowing how messy our place is, he didn't linger or look around. He just put the coop down and left. Qi Mingyu noticed the chicken coop was finely woven, with gaps that were just right. He nodded. Grandma, make me some food tomorrow, and I bring it over to thank you. Okay, of course. Grandma Peng remembered something and added, don't wash your hands yet. Your Uncle Zhou said during the day that when you come back, we remove the iron gate at the entrance to the 5th floor stairwell, and install it on our 6th floor. It'd be safer. The iron gate on the 5th floor hadn't been very effective. Neighbors on both the upper and lower floors lived there, eyeing them warily. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai finally breathed a sigh of relief after installing the iron gate on the 6th floor. I heard that new neighbors will be moving into our 2 apartments downstairs soon. It's only after the gate is installed that I feel at ease. Qi Mingyu then said, Uncle, I asked Director Wu tomorrow if I have time, to see who the 2 families moving in are. Oh, that's great. Zhou Jianhai glanced at the tall, slender, and upright Qi Mingyu, thinking, he's good-looking, kind to Wan, and perceptive. He's also kind-hearted. I just expressed my concerns, and he was already thinking of solutions. I never seen him impatient. He's always calm and collected. He's a good son-in-law candidate, but the thought that his precious daughter might be tricked away by another family's brat, even if that brat is Qi Mingyu, and not entirely disliked, still made Zhou Jianhai feel incredibly distressed. The next day, Qi Mingyu found out about the downstairs neighbors who were moving in. They were all residents from outside the area, who had moved to resettlement centers after their homes were flooded. Later, the food they cooked wasn't very good, so after wandering around for a while, they ended up in Dongyuan Community. Dongyuan Community didn't used to have so many empty houses, especially before the tsunami. Every house was packed full. For the limited supplies, many families in the community took in some of the migrants, but unexpectedly, the government only provided supplies for a few months and then stopped supporting them after the tsunami. Therefore, some homeowners wanted to evict these relocates. Those with a timid nature had no choice but to find new accommodations. Those with a strong temper argued with the homeowners, insisting on their point and refusing to leave. This caused the property management staff, who were constantly trying to mediate, a major headache. Fortunately, there were a dozen or so vacant apartments in the complex. Director Wu discussed the matter with other property management staff and decided to prioritize these apartments for families who were crammed together and constantly arguing. Thus, the two families who moved downstairs were such families. Moreover, because Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were now quite famous in the complex, especially skilled in martial arts, living downstairs offered an extra layer of security. Therefore, those chosen to move downstairs were those who had stood out from the competition and possessed some ability. Qi Mingyu didn't say the rest. After he finished speaking at the Zhou family's house, he looked at Zhou Shuan. Wan, come out and tell me something. The Zhou family members, including Mumufa, glanced at them, then feigned calm and looked away. Zhou Shuan also wanted to know what was going on, so she nodded. Okay. What did Mayor Lu say to you last night? At the 6th floor entrance, Qi Mingyu went straight to the point. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then repeated what Mayor Lu had said. Brother you were discharged from the army? Qi Mingyu was silent for a while, then nodded. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened in disbelief. But why? Just because you disobeyed orders? Qi Mingyu smiled bitterly. Wan, think about the circumstances under which I was discharged. He looked into Zhou Shuan's eyes. Because I learned about classified information. So, they shouldn't have let me leave in the first place. It was my superior who intervened, and I was only discharged. That was already very merciful. Chapter 132. All the honors I received after enlisting have been revoked, and all those sacrifices and contributions are null and void, Qi Mingyu said softly. Wan, don't look so sad, because I don't regret it at all. Being able to go home to take care of grandma, being able to meet. He didn't finish his sentence, only looking at Zhou Shuan with a gentle smile. Zhou Shuan was unaware that she had shown sadness for him. Perhaps it was because it was a helpless and regrettable thing for someone as outstanding and righteous as Qi Mingyu to be ruthlessly stripped of his honor and status. Besides that, are there no other punishments? Is it because you know about the secrets that you're not allowed to leave the army? She asked quickly. Qi Mingyu shook his head. I have a senior officer who values me highly. I saved him, and he intervened in my affairs. So, I was only discharged. There were no other losses. Zhou Shuan carefully observed his expression, and felt that he was probably not lying, so she slowly nodded. Then, it's my turn to ask you, the other person suddenly said. Besides my matter, what else did Mayor Lu say to you yesterday? Zhou Shuan shook her head, looking completely honest. Nothing. He just asked if I was willing to join them, and then he talked about your matter, asking me to persuade you. Qi Mingyu's lips curled slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Next time someone says that to you, tell them to come and ask me directly. Zhou Shuan wanted to say that quite a few people had misunderstood their relationship, and whether she should remind the other person. However, she ultimately swallowed her words. After the Qi family moved, two more families quickly moved in downstairs. One family was surnamed Sun, headed by Sun Pingyang, with his wife and children, a family of 4. The family was surnamed Jin, headed by Jin Chung. His wife had recently passed away from illness, leaving behind 2 sons and daughters-in-law, plus a 2-year-old child, a family of 4. Upon arriving, the Sun family's daughter-in-law was very welcoming, greeting everyone with a smile. Occasionally, upon seeing Mumu, she would hold her hand and shower her with compliments. The Jin family, however, was rather cold, merely nodding indifferently before moving on. Because there were many people downstairs, the crowing of roosters upstairs couldn't be hidden. One day, Jin's daughter-in-law, Yinhua, went upstairs and knocked on the Zhou family's door. Upon opening the door, the Zhou family member seemed somewhat embarrassed but still forced a smile and asked, I heard you keep hens. Could we exchange some eggs? We have a child at home and would like to supplement his nutrition. It was now the end of January of the following year. The apocalypse had begun in April, and 9 months had passed since then. After the apocalypse, the 4 seasons were no longer distinct. Summers weren't too hot, and winters weren't too cold. The floodwaters didn't recede, nor did they freeze over, so people still relied on boats for transportation. Although the seasons weren't distinct, the climate was very favorable for agriculture. The mild temperatures were ideal for crop growth. The Zhou family had already harvested a bumper crop of sweet potatoes, and had now planted another batch of sweet potatoes. Other hydroponic vegetables had also grown several times. Qi Mingyu, having received 2 vegetable dehydrators, gave one to the Zhou family. The Zhou family dried and stored some of their harvested vegetables, putting the rest into their spatial storage. Not only the Zhou family had a bountiful harvest, but the Qi family, Uncle Zhong's second uncle, and other families, who also farmed had all harvested several crops of vegetables and grains. With more vegetables, They were generous with the chickens' food, and with the addition of pet meat canned food, the chickens laid eggs very well. The Chi family now has 9 hens, the Zhou family has 13, and with the 2 old hens they found in Jiyun Mountain, they have a total of 15. They can harvest more than a dozen eggs every day. They used to send some to Auntie San's house for Chun Chun to eat. Later, Auntie San also raised 5 or 6 hens, but they didn't need any more after they started laying eggs. The Zhou family eats the eggs themselves, storing the rest in their storage space. If someone downstairs comes to exchange eggs, she can do so, but how to do it is a problem. Yinhua then handed over a basket containing 2 bunches of lettuce and a bunch of scallions that she had just grown hydroponically. They were cleaned and looked very fresh and tender. Zhong Tiyun's own family didn't lack vegetables, but out of compassion for parents, she said, "Okay, I exchanged them for 3 eggs." Things are valued for their scarcity. Now in the neighborhood, hydroponically grown vegetables are no longer a rarity. Every household grows them hydroponically and eats vegetables every few days. But very few people raise chickens, and most were reluctant to exchange eggs. Yin Hua was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly thanked her, "Thank you, Aunt Zhong." Her face flushed red, and she kept repeating the same thank you before rushing downstairs with the 3 eggs. Zhong Tian thought, "It seems you can't know a person's character until you get to know them. This young woman named Yin Hua seems aloof because she's not good at socializing." After exchanging eggs for the Jean family today, the Sun family from the 5th floor also came over with vegetables the next day, wanting to exchange some eggs as well. Their 2 children were both teenagers. Zhong Tian exchanged 4 eggs for them. That evening, Zhou Shuwan returned home, and the family discussed the matter at the dinner table. Zhou Jianhai frowned. Your mother felt sorry for their children, so she couldn't refuse, but she was worried that if both families kept coming to exchange eggs, outsiders would think we had a lot of eggs. Zhong Tian was also a little worried. It's not good if they don't give us a replacement, but to be honest, we're short of vegetables. Zhou Shuwan said, "What's so difficult about that? We have more than a dozen eggs a day, but we don't worry about them spoiling because we can store them. But it's not certain for Grandma Pang next door. Mom, why don't you go to her house tomorrow and ask them what they plan to do with their eggs? The Chi family is small, and they only get 7 or 8 eggs a day. They might really be worried about what to do with them." The next day, they went to ask. Grandma Pang indeed said with some worry, "These days, Xiaoyu and I have been steaming, boiling, and frying them every day. We're almost tired of them. We're considering making preserved eggs to store them." "That's great. We're planning to make them too. Let's do it together." Zhong Tian was delighted. After a pause, she asked, "Grandma Pang, did the people downstairs come to your house to exchange eggs?" Grandma Pang was taken aback and shook her head. "They came to your house to exchange eggs?" Zhong Tian nodded. "My family is also preparing to make preserved eggs, and with so many people, we don't have enough eggs left to exchange. I don't know how to tell them." Grandma Pang thought for a moment and then asked, "Tiyun, your family doesn't want to exchange eggs?" This was a serious question. Zhong Tian quickly replied, "Yes, my Wanwan and Mumu are still growing, and they need eggs to supplement their nutrition." Grandma Pang smiled and said, "Okay, then I asked them, and I exchanged with them. To be honest, Xiaoyu asked us to dehydrate our hydroponically grown vegetables." Zhong Tian was surprised. He complained that you don't have enough vegetables? The Chi family only had 2 people, but their upstairs terrace, like the Zhou families, had a full 60 square meters of planting boxes, growing all sorts of vegetables. Many of the vegetables couldn't be eaten, so they were all dehydrated and stored. "We're worried that if the weather changes, we won't be able to grow any vegetables," Zhong Tian said after returning home. Chapter 133. Xiaoyu likes to plan ahead. If acid rain, extreme heat, and extreme cold all come true, it won't just be the flood season that's best for planting, Zhou Jianhai said. Zhong Tian was worried. "Your description of these future natural disasters terrifies me. So many people have died from floods and tsunamis alone. If all those disasters happen, how will humanity survive?" Seeing her parents' fearful expressions, Zhou Shuwan gently patted their shoulders. "It's okay, Dad, Mom. No matter what the disasters are like or when they come, as long as we're together, that's enough." Okay. Grandma Pang indeed started trading with her downstairs neighbors. A bunch of lettuce or a bunch of scallions for an egg. She would exchange them every 2 days. People from other buildings heard about it, and occasionally came to ask for eggs. Some people came to exchange eggs with Xu Wan's family last week. The Zhou family didn't lack vegetables, so they followed the old custom. Whoever came to exchange eggs would trade their gold and jade jewelry. Now, gold and jade jewelry were worthless, not even enough to buy a meal. Instead, people rummaged through their belongings, finding their old gold necklaces and jade bracelets to exchange for eggs at the Zhou family's house. The Zhou family's basket of eggs, over 300 eggs, was completely sold out within a few days. They were even more popular than Grandma Peng's family. Grandma Peng wasn't unhappy. She didn't have many eggs anyway. She was happy to get more vegetables in return. She didn't want to exchange her gold and jade jewelry, which wasn't edible or drinkable. She even kindly reminded the Zhou family that gold and jade jewelry were worthless now, and they were losing out by exchanging them for eggs. Zhong Tian laughed. One wants to change like this, and we're not short of food or drink at home. We don't want to interfere in the children's affairs, so let her be. Gradually, everyone in the Dongyuan residential area knew that Zhou Shuwan was a very vain girl. Even in the apocalypse, when everyone was living in constant fear, she was still single-mindedly focused on dressing up. When this news reached their ears, Zhou Shuwan was teaching archery to the guards near the community gate with Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu gave Zhou Shuwan a half-smile, glancing at her, and even deliberately brushing his gaze across her earlobe and neck. Zhou Shuwan was furious and embarrassed. Qi Mingyu, what do you mean? Why are you looking at me like that? Qi Mingyu looked innocent. I don't mean anything, I just looked at you. He lowered his head, suppressing a laugh. Zhou Shuwan bit her lip, glaring at him angrily. After they finished laughing, Qi Mingyu asked with a smile, how did your family get such a reputation? Do you really like jade? Zhou Shuwan didn't know how to explain. Her mother had just casually explained it to outsiders, not only to Grandma Peng, but also to anyone who inquired out of curiosity. As a result, it got passed around and became like this. Seeing her sullen face, Qi Mingyu reached out and patted her head. Come on, don't overthink it. He told Zhou Shuwan not to worry, but the next day, he gave her a box. Opening it almost blinded her. The box was filled with rough diamonds, each about the size of a soybean, dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. This isn't zircon, is it? Zhou Shuwan asked a silly question. Here, take these and play with them. Qi Mingyu didn't say much. I noticed you don't usually wear jewelry. These rough stones haven't been designed or polished. They're perfect for collecting and playing with. Keep them. Where did you find them? Zhou Shuwan asked. She had practically emptied every jewelry store in the city, but Qi Mingyu's box of diamonds was clearly more valuable, unlike anything commonly found on the market. Qi Mingyu moved closer to her and lowered his voice, saying, It's from a private treasure room. He smiled. So don't feel guilty. I got them for free, without much effort. Zhou Shuwan's eyes widened. Could it be because he was expelled that he became so? She thought for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable word to describe it, so she reluctantly accepted the diamonds, half-heartedly and half-joyfully. She considered putting them all in her spatial storage, to see how much space it would increase. However, after thinking about it, she picked out a small handful and put them in a bag for gold jewelry, putting the rest in her spatial storage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The space had already expanded by several hundred square meters recently due to the egg exchange. Now, with this box of raw stones proving its extremely high value, the space has expanded by another 600 square meters, bringing the total expansion to over 1,000 square meters. Zhou Shuwan couldn't contain her excitement, and even wanted Qi Mingyu to take her to that private treasure room for a quick search. But the vegetable greenhouse needed to be busy harvesting first. The potatoes planted over 3 months ago were finally ripe. Taking advantage of the relatively gloomy weather today, Director Wu brought several property management staff to help with the harvest. Someone weighed the potatoes on a scale, and they came to a total weight of nearly 500 jin, 250 caddies. Half a mu, approximately 0.16 acres, yielded 500 jin, approximately 250 caddies of potatoes, a pretty good yield per mu. Director Wu was overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement. He patted Uncle Zhong on the shoulder and exclaimed, Baogua, I definitely go to Mayor Liu and ask for your commendation. Uncle Zhong scratched the back of his head. It's everyone's achievement. Everyone is hardworking and unafraid of hardship. Good, good. Director Wu announced loudly, everyone who worked here will receive a big bonus. Now everyone was truly happy and cheered. That evening, Zhong Tian took 10 jin, approximately 5 caddies, of potatoes and 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, of carrots home. The carrots had been harvested recently, and the yield per mu was also good, but they weren't very juicy and were somewhat dry. The potatoes they were planting now, while still yielding a decent amount per mu, were actually smaller than before, about the size of half an adult's fist. Uncle Zhong said it was probably because of the insufficient sunlight these days. But these small potatoes were very mealy and perfect for making pancakes. That evening, the Zhou family ate potato pancakes. They mixed the potato shreds with a little flour, spread sauce, and served with lettuce and cucumber strips. It tasted pretty good. Zhou Shuan remembered that there was still a lot of goose liver left over from when they slaughtered the goose in her spatial dimension. She took out 2 pieces, fried them in lard until they were crumbly and golden brown on both sides, then wrapped them in the potato pancakes. The soft texture of the potato shreds combined with the rich flavor of the goose liver made each bite incredibly delicious. Finally, she paired it with half a glass of red wine to remove any fishy smell. Zhou Jianhai sighed, "If we always ate potatoes like this, I bet we never get tired of it." Zhong Tian said, "Shuan is pairing potatoes with goose liver and red wine. Even a stick would taste good." Zhou Jianhai shook his head. "I think even if you paired a stick with a French feast, it wouldn't taste good. You couldn't even bite into it." Mumu covered her mouth and laughed. Zhong Tian wanted to get angry, but she couldn't help laughing too. Chapter 134. The potato harvest from the community's vegetable greenhouse wasn't plentiful. Director Wu took 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, and delivered it to Mayor Lu. The remaining 400 jin, approximately 200 caddies, were almost all sold off by people in the service hall using various connections. After all, this was freshly harvested staple food, much more durable than eating instant noodles, hot pot, and vermicelli every day. In the end, Director Wu kept 100 jin, approximately 50 caddies, for the community to exchange. The exchange price wasn't low, demand exceeded supply, so the price remained high. Director Wu still gave the community a significant discount. The Qi family had originally planned to exchange for a few jin to try, and Zhong Tian brought 5 jin. Grandma Pang couldn't refuse, so she took out 3 bags of braised donkey meat to exchange for it. After making mashed potatoes, they diced chicken from the refrigerator, stir-fried it into a chicken sauce, poured it over the mashed potatoes, mixed it all together, and that was another way to eat it. Like the Zhou family, the Qi family was one of the few in the neighborhood that could generate electricity using solar power, powering their refrigerator, induction cooker, air conditioner, and other appliances. However, they were very discreet, using several layers of curtains to completely block out the light at night, making it impossible to see anything from the outside. Grandma Pang brought 2 bowls of chicken and mashed potato sauce to the Zhou family, which Mumu especially loved. Zhong Tian then promised Mumu that she would learn to make this dish from Grandma Pang, and cook it for him often. Grandma Pang watched Mumu eat with a smile, then changed the subject. "Tiyun, I heard they're going to build vegetable greenhouses in the neighborhood?" Zhong Tian nodded. "Yes, Director Wu mentioned it when he came back from Mayor Lu's meeting." Apparently, Mayor Lu wasn't initially optimistic about the greenhouse farming in our neighborhood, but now that it's showing results, he wants to do it all over the city. Our neighborhood is so small, and even on the top floor of that large property management building, the produce is only enough for a quick taste. So, after discussing it, they decided to build vegetable greenhouses in the nearby abandoned buildings in each neighborhood, growing staple foods and hydroponic vegetables, and assigning dedicated personnel to manage them. This should at least supplement the shortage in Lianshan. Grandma Pang's wise eyes flashed, and she lowered her voice to ask, "So, all of J City's grain reserves are gone?" Zhong Tian replied in a very low voice, "The flood came too suddenly. I heard the government split into 2 factions, discussing whether or not to evacuate. Then the flood submerged everything. Our granaries must have been flood-proofed, but they were all submerged. Where could we move the grain? After the tsunami, the granaries were destroyed." Grandma Pang sighed repeatedly. It's truly a case of things not going as planned. If the granaries hadn't been destroyed, people's lives wouldn't have been so difficult. Yes, who can say otherwise? It's such a pity. Grandma Pang then asked again, hesitantly as if she was a little embarrassed. "Tiyun, since we're building vegetable greenhouses, we'd definitely be short-handed. If you know anything, could you let me know in advance? I'd like to apply." Zhong Tiyun was very surprised. "Grandma Pang, you're so old, you want to grow vegetables in greenhouses? Does Xiaoyu agree? Why would I need his approval?" Grandma Pang couldn't help but complain to Zhong Tiyun. "Tiyun, you don't know, my Xiaoyu has always been quiet and reserved, especially since he came back from the army. I'm bored staying at home alone every day, so I'd rather go out and find something to do, earn some extra supplies for the family." Zhong Tiyun understood Grandma Pang's feelings. Before the apocalypse, she had been working constantly, rarely taking a break at home. Now, suddenly having to rest for half a year is unbearable for anyone. However, Grandma Peng, you're old. I can ask Director Wu for you, but I think you should discuss this with Xiaoyu first. Grandma Peng sighed with worry. Alright, I talked to Xiaoyu. Tiyun, you help me out too. Zhong Tiyun quickly agreed. When Zhou Shuan and the others returned, she told them about it, and then instructed Zhou Shuan, Wan, you still need to talk to Xiaoyu about this. I can ask Grandma Peng for her, but she's getting old. Even if she gets a greenhouse in our community, the workload won't be light. I don't think Xiaoyu will want her to go. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay, I talk to Xiaoyu tomorrow. Zhou Jianhai was also somewhat interested. Tiyun, if we're going to build a greenhouse, wouldn't we need a lot of workers? I could help. Zhong Tiyun wanted to object. But Zhou Jianhai continued, look, Wan only goes to the water protection team in the afternoon. You go to the vegetable greenhouse in the morning, so you have less time in the afternoon and more time to take care of Mumu. I only work there for a while. I come home after the vegetable greenhouse is finished. Zhong Tiyun hesitated. Our community is just building a few-story vegetable greenhouse over the frame building. Going there every day. What about safety? Before she could finish, Zhou Jianhai interrupted her again. There's even less to worry about safety. It's not like I'm going alone. A whole bunch of people from the community are going together, and we all come back together. Zhong Tiyun was speechless and glared at him. You're just trying to find a way to go. Why do you need to ask my opinion? Zhou Jianhai quickly gave his daughter a wink, and she smiled and took Zhong Tiyun's arm. Mom, I think Dad's right. We can take turns looking after Mumu. If we really can't manage, we can take Mumu to the vegetable greenhouse for some exercise. It's not good for him to stay at home all the time. Mumu immediately stared expectantly at her mother. Zhong Tiyun sighed softly. You all make me soften, all right. Zhou Jianhai, ignoring his daughter and son in front of him, leaned over and gave Zhong Tiyun a loud kiss on the cheek. Thank you, wife. Zhong Tiyun blushed and gave him a reproachful look. The children are still here. Zhou Shuan and Mumu covered their mouths and giggled mischievously. Zhong Tiyun coughed lightly. If we're going, we need a 3-point agreement. Okay, whatever you say. Zhou Jianhai was now willing to agree to anything. First, don't go to dangerous places. Always stay with the main group. Second, don't try to be a hero or rescue damsels in distress. Third, always think of me, Wan, and Mumu. Safety first. Zhou Jianhai's expression gradually became serious. Okay, Tiyun, don't worry. I will definitely take care of my own safety. I still have to take care of you and the 2 children for the rest of my life. Mom and Dad are showing off their affection again. What should the third wheel do? Zhou Shuan could only pull Mumu up to the rooftop. A few days later, the news that the whole city was going to build vegetable greenhouses spread like wildfire. Countless people wanted to find connections to join the greenhouse construction teams and earn some supplies. Zhou Jianhai and Grandma Peng, having made prior arrangements, were guaranteed a job. After telling Qi Mingyu about Grandma Peng's idea, Zhou Shuan hesitated for a while before agreeing and personally went to Director Wu to explain the situation. Director Wu would certainly agree. Grandma Peng had even started working before Zhou Jianhai. Chapter 135. Zhou Jianhai didn't assign him too much work. His daily task was distributing tools, some of which he had exchanged from his own warehouse for the property management, who used them to build vegetable greenhouses. After distributing the tools, he would use a small cart to move heavy objects that were difficult for a person to lift. He didn't have to carry them himself, he just had to pull them. He was essentially a foreman. He worked like this until December, for over a month. He became tanned and thinner, but his spirits were high. December brought the Lunar New Year. Although it was the apocalypse, 3 out of the 4 members of the Zhou family had jobs, and they received wages at the end of the year, plus New Year's benefits, totaling a considerable sum. With Zhou Shuan's spatial ability, Zhong Tiyun insisted on having a lavish New Year. Around the 25th or 26th of December, she and her father started frying meatballs, sugar cakes, sesame candy, and steaming meat buns and red bean buns. The wheat-based foods didn't attract much attention, but making meat dishes required caution. Zhong Tiyun only took out a few fish, making 1 braised carp, 1 sweet and sour fish, Mumu's favorite, and 1 fish ball soup. She also made a spicy fish offal rice roll with the fish offal that had been stored in her spatial storage, but hadn't been eaten much. Because Jian Mountain has reservoirs and ponds, its water resources are abundant, and there are many fish, which they occasionally exchange for. Not only the Zhou family, but other families who could make ends meet would also try to exchange for a few fish to treat their children. The Zhou family's fish dishes at this time weren't particularly eye-catching, but rather enviable. The Qi family also had a lot of fish left over: fresh fish, smoked fish, fish offal, and several of their own roosters frozen in the refrigerator. After thawing, they would make a large plate of chicken, along with a dish of stir-fried mushrooms and peppers, a dish of stir-fried tofu skin and meat, a dish of mapo tofu, and a spicy and sour seaweed and egg drop soup, a very lavish midnight meal. After her vegetables ripened, Grandma Peng made about 10 jars of tomato preserves. On New Year's Eve, she specially took out one jar and opened it. Qi Mingyu ladled out half a small bowl of the preserve for her. "Grandma, this is cold, please eat less." The old lady loved this. Grandma Peng took a bite of tomato and suddenly sighed. "I wonder how your father is." Qi Mingyu silently lowered his head and ate his food. Grandma Peng knew that something must have happened when he didn't take the college entrance exam and resolutely join the army. But no matter how she asked, the boy wouldn't say a word. In the years that followed, she kept in touch with him while in the army, treating her father as if he were dead. This time, after the apocalypse, she suddenly returned from the army and began stockpiling various supplies. She tentatively asked him to remind her father, but he remained silent, just like now. She had no choice but to call him herself. Her son, however, didn't quite believe it and quickly hung up impatiently. After that, they could barely contact him. Their family lived in the provincial capital, and they couldn't possibly let Xiaoyu travel so far to check on the other person's safety. Grandma Peng simply assumed the other person was dead. However, on New Year's Eve, a time for family reunion, she couldn't stop thinking about her son. Grandma Peng glanced at him again. "I envy the Zhou family next door. They have several relatives nearby, and during the new year, they can bring gifts to visit, so their days aren't so lonely." Qi Mingyu then said, "If you find it lonely, go visit the Zhou family tomorrow, New Year's Day. Just like visiting relatives." Grandma Peng couldn't help but glare at him. "You child, we're just neighbors, not relatives. Even if it's just a visit, it's still a visit, not like visiting relatives." She sighed. "Oh, if only we could really become relatives." The implication was clear. Qi Mingyu's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he continued eating, head down. Grandma Peng waited, but still received no response. She glared at him irritably, then lowered her head to eat her cold tomato. A hint of a smile flickered in Qi Mingyu's lowered eyes. The next day, the Zhou family got up early. Aunt Joan's family went to Uncle's house again, essentially returning to her maternal home. Zhou Shuwan and Mu Mu, the unmarried children, all received New Year's money. Money was still useful now. Uncle gave them chocolates. 5 pieces of dark chocolate each. Chocolate was a high-energy food in the apocalypse, more valuable than compressed biscuits. 5 pieces of chocolate were quite a generous gift. Not only did they receive some, but Aunt Joan's family also received some. Both families shared the gift. Uncle Joan said proudly, "We were looking for supplies last night and accidentally found a basement that hadn't flooded. There were several boxes of chocolate, some compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and stuff inside, so we brought it all back. The children only have a small portion, don't worry." Zhong Tian reminded him, "Second brother, chocolate melts easily, so be careful and store it well." Uncle Zhong nodded, "Don't worry." The Zhong family could now be considered self-sufficient without Zhou Shuwen's help. At lunch, Zhou Jianghai seemed particularly happy. Uncle Zhong even brought out his treasured liquor, and the 2 grown men got drunk, eventually needing to be helped back home. All the way, Zhong Tian complained that even in the apocalypse, the men couldn't resist a few sips of baijiu. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Grandma Peng came to visit. She and Zhong Tian sat on the 7th floor terrace, feeding the chickens and chatting about trivial matters. Qi Mingyu arrived downstairs. Zhou's father had gone to drink with Uncle Zhong, so he had sent Mumu away. He seemed unusually shy as he handed Zhou Shuwan a beautifully wrapped box. "You be a year older after the new year. This is a New Year's gift for you." Zhou Shuwan hadn't expected a gift and quickly declined. "This is too precious, I can't accept it." Qi Mingyu insisted, "Open it and see." His expression was serious, so Zhou Shuwan opened the box. Inside was a transparent amethyst rose pendant, very beautiful, unlike any crystal she had seen before. This purple was more like the smoky pinkish purple of clouds at sunrise. Soft, delicate, and clear. Zhou Shuwan loved it at first sight. Chapter 136. Qi Mingyu naturally noticed her expression and smiled slightly. "This isn't expensive. It's from the private stash I told you about. I have no use for it. It'd be most valuable with you." Zhou Shuwan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Well, I can't just accept your gift for nothing. I have to return the favor. Chi Mingyu smiled and asked, so what gift are you planning to give me? To be honest, Zhou Shuan felt quite ashamed. She hadn't expected him to give her a gift for the new year, let alone prepare one for him. She thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. I remember your rooftop terrace isn't enclosed yet, is it? Why don't you take this opportunity to enclose it? People are home for the new year now. It'd be easier for you to find workers. Chi Mingyu looked at her thoughtfully. Do you have tempered glass? Zhou Shuan coughed lightly. No, I found it by chance a while ago. I wanted to mention it to you, but I got busy and forgot. Whether she was telling the truth or not, Chi Mingyu nodded and smiled. All right, then this can be considered your gift. Zhou Shuan, unusually, wanted to argue with him. The gifts we're exchanging, while yours is rare and beautiful, the most precious thing is the tempered glass I gave you. Yes, both are transparent and very sturdy gifts. Seeing Zhou Shuan give him a sullen glance, Chi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't usually a talkative or cheerful person, but somehow, he always couldn't help but smile in front of Zhou Shuan. It seemed that she could easily make him let his guard down. Simply being with her was enough for him to discover the beauty of life. Zhou Shuan had once asked him what he liked about her, and she herself couldn't quite put her finger on it. However, the relaxed and joyful feeling they shared was something he had always longed for. Because of her, his heart, which had wandered for so many years, seemed to finally find peace. Whether he liked her or not, the apocalypse was never the key. Wan. His voice suddenly became very gentle, his handsome eyes looking down at Zhou Shuan. She blushed and looked away. What's wrong? Think about our relationship carefully, okay? Chi Mingyu said softly. It's been so long, and you haven't given me a clear answer. Whether intentionally or not, there was a hint of grievance in his tone. Zhou Shuan was grateful that he hadn't forced her to confront their relationship for so long. This allowed her to interact with him normally. Now, he had brought the topic up again. She looked out onto the living room balcony, staring blankly into the empty space. Her eyes were vacant, as if she was thinking about something. At that moment, she suddenly seemed so distant, as if she would leave him at any moment. Chi Mingyu quickly called out to her, Wan, don't rush to answer me. Just promise me you think about us, okay? Zhou Shuan, however, seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to look at him, her gaze firm, her voice clear. I'm sorry, brother I should have told you earlier, I can't accept your feelings. Let's just be ordinary friends. Silence fell around them. Even the sounds of Grandma Pang and Zhong Tian chatting upstairs faded away, leaving only the sound of wind rustling through water outside the window and the faint crackling of firecrackers. It was someone's treasured firecracker, saved for the new year to be lit. Chi Mingyu gazed intently at her expression, seeing her determination and resolve, knowing there was no room for negotiation. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then stopped, only slowly nodding and speaking with difficulty. Okay, since you say so, let's just be friends. Zhou Shuan nodded blankly. Okay. Then, see you after the holiday. Chi Mingyu said goodbye. Zhou Shuan didn't respond. Only after he left and closed the door did she loosen her clenched fist, her nails digging deep into her palm. She stared at the torrent outside the window, motionless for a long time. She remained seated, waiting for Grandma Pang to come downstairs, then greeted her with a smile. Wan, Xiaoyu's gone back? Zhou Shuan finally smiled. Yes, Grandma Pang, you're going back? Grandma Pang waved her hand. If I don't go back, your mother will start thinking I'm a nuisance. I wouldn't dare. That's unfair. I'm always at home with nothing to do. I just wish someone would come and talk to me, Zhong Tian said with a smile as she followed behind. The group chatted and laughed for a while, and after Grandma Pang left, no one noticed Zhou Shuan's unusual demeanor. The New Year holiday was 5 days long. When the holiday ended quickly, and she saw Chi Mingyu again, he acted as if nothing had happened. After greeting her, the two rowed a boat together towards the waterworks. Zhou Shuan sat behind him, feeling the wind blowing, unsure what to say. But Chi Mingyu didn't want to embarrass her, so he asked, What time does your dad go to work every day? Zhou Shuan glanced towards the construction site, where she could vaguely see workers busily at work. She said, They left at dawn. The construction site provides 2 meals a day, morning and noon. We start work on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, but they started on the 4th. My dad got drunk on the 3rd day and couldn't get up on the 4th. My mom had to use a wet towel to get him up. Zhou Shuan realized she had said too much and quickly stopped. Chi Mingyu stopped mid-sentence, turned to look at her, and knew what she was struggling with. He smiled tolerantly. Wan, don't let what happened before affect you. We get along as usual from now on. Don't feel burdened. He paused, then continued, You can still treat me like your neighbor, my older brother. Zhou Shuan bit her lip and remained silent for a long time before finally humming in agreement. Then she asked, Aren't you angry that I rejected you? Qi Mingyu replied, Of course I'm upset and sad, but why should I be angry? There's never been a law or custom in the world that says you have to like someone who confesses their feelings to you. So, your rejection is one of the outcomes I envisioned, and I'm not angry. His emotional stability was frightening. Zhou Shuan even felt a pang of jealousy towards his composure. She, the one who rejected him, hadn't slept well for days, feeling a vague sense of guilt, reluctance, and agonizing over how they should get along in the future. Why was everything so easy and effortless for him? She was someone who had survived 8 years in the apocalypse. Was her mental resilience really less than his? She looked at Qi Mingyu with a complex expression. Therefore, she didn't notice the emotions hidden in his lowered eyes. 1-1, if you truly are a reborn person, then I understand your hesitation and caution all too well. Moreover, you're carrying a great secret. How can you let your guard down and accept a stranger? I will slowly, patiently, gradually enter your world. Chapter 137. Life gradually slipped into February. Nearly a year had passed since the apocalypse. People were slowly getting used to traveling by boat. The government was working hard to restore the survivors' lives to normalcy, providing many jobs. For example, there were workers needed to build vegetable greenhouses, growers, transporters, and other skilled workers. These jobs all had wages, perhaps not much, and the payment was mostly food, but for people living in a world where survival was uncertain, having a job meant having hope for survival. Except for those who willingly chose to live on the margins and wallow in self-pity, everyone else felt that as long as they paid attention to their own safety, life was no different from before. Since the cruise ship was attacked, a massive anti-bandit operation had been launched throughout the city, and many robbers in Jay City were arrested. After that, things had been peaceful. Zhou Shuan even felt a little guilty about the wages they, the members of the water protection team, received. After May, people's lives became even more stable. The weather was no longer subject to the 4 seasons, with temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius, perfect for crop growth. The potatoes and sweet potatoes in Dongyuan residential area have already ripened 3 times. The vegetable greenhouses in the multi-story frame buildings have also ripened twice. At the end of the frame buildings in Dongyuan residential area, 5 vegetable greenhouses were built. Since there were no planting boxes, people were asked to find bricks and cement slabs to directly construct planting box-like structures, connecting them with small square blocks for easy watering and management. This method has a major drawback. It's difficult to move. Given the frequent extreme weather in the apocalypse, something that can be moved easily like planting boxes would be ideal. But now the entire city is short of planting boxes, so this is a last resort. Moreover, the frame building itself has a ceiling for shelter, and the greenhouse provides a second layer of protection, offering a certain level of security. Therefore, Zhou Shuan took this opportunity to stockpile another batch of red bricks and cement for building houses after the apocalypse. It wasn't just Dongyuan community, other communities were also rushing to build vegetable greenhouses. There was no soil, no seeds, not even planting boxes. Other communities were relying entirely on free resources for their planting, depending on how much the leadership was willing to allocate. Bricks and cement had to be found slowly, but soil was only available in Jian Mountain. But after the cruise ship attack, outsiders were no longer allowed on board. It was Zhou Shuan who proposed a solution. She suggested to team leader Du, who had been discharged from the hospital and returned to the team, that they find a team specializing in digging soil, just like they found the water protection team. Like the water protection team, they would be carefully selected, eliminating the possibility of spies infiltrating. This was a good idea. A leaf before the eyes. Team leader Du slapped his forehead and hurriedly went to see Mayor Lu. Later, another group of digging team members was selected. They didn't have to worry about anything. Their job was to find suitable soil resources, dig them up, and then distribute them to everyone. Jian Mountain is mostly a series of steep mountain ranges, one after another, with very little soil. The excavated soil was mixed with rocks and pebbles, requiring several siftings to obtain finer soil. This digging method was too inefficient. They couldn't dig much in a day. Later, they directly found a local excavator, with the government providing fuel. This improved efficiency considerably. To save time, the excavation team simply stayed overnight on Jian Mountain, collecting enough soil before returning. There were many hotels on Jian Mountain, all currently empty. They could simply choose any one. With June approaching, the harvest of staple crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes greatly alleviated the food shortage. That morning, Zhou Shuan had just gotten up, feeling the air was a bit dry and covered in sweat, when she heard Mumu's excited shouts outside. She had gone to find supplies again the night before, so she had gotten up very late, past 10 in the morning. She opened the door and saw not only Mumu, but also her parents, whose faces were filled with relaxed smiles. "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuan asked. Zhong Tiyun saw her and quickly pulled her to the balcony. "Wan Wan, look, look! Has the flood receded?" Zhou Shuan was startled, and upon closer inspection, she saw it was true. The floodwaters had been stuck at the top of the 4th floor. But now, they had receded by a meter. Her expression immediately turned serious. Zhong Tiyun remained enthusiastic. "If the floodwaters recede, our lives can go back to normal. Going out boating every day is so tedious." Zhou Shuan looked at her seriously. "Mom, have you forgotten what I said? After the tsunami comes the high temperatures. Once the floodwaters recede, it means the high temperatures will arrive." Actually, the floodwaters haven't completely receded. Rather, the rising temperatures have caused the floodwaters to gradually evaporate. Jay's city is located in the north, so the effect isn't as noticeable yet, but the temperature in the south must be much higher than in the north at this time. As the floodwaters evaporate, the water in the north recedes to lower ground. Hearing this, Zhong Tiyun nodded. "That's right. I felt it was very hot today when I woke up. But it's already June, so I didn't pay much attention." Zhou Shuan glanced at the indoor temperature display. It was already 33 degrees Celsius. It had risen 10 degrees overnight. She stared intently outside for a long while before finally saying, "Mom, I quit my job with the water protection team." Zhou Jianhai nodded. "Okay, Dad never approved of you doing this. Although the pay is good, it's too dangerous." Zhou Jianhai had worked for a month. Once the construction of the vegetable greenhouse was completed, his job was finished. "Then, what about my planting work? Should I quit too?" Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai both understood what Zhou Shuan meant. If a heatwave disaster were to strike, what kind of turmoil would erupt? Could people facing extreme water scarcity resist the urge to use water from the cruise ships? Staying safely at home was the safest option. Zhou Shuan shook her head. "It's all right, Mom. Working in the vegetable greenhouses will become increasingly lucrative. And being in the community provides safety. But after the heat wave, water will be the most scarce resource. Not only will floodwaters evaporate, but the Jian Mountain Reservoir will also dry up. Cruise ship travel will be restricted. Once the floodwaters recede, cars and trucks will likely be used instead. Without the protection of floodwaters, it's really too unsafe." She had already thought so far ahead, even with just a slight temperature increase. Zhong Tiyun looked at her with satisfaction. "Okay, whatever you say. You make the arrangements." Zhou Shuan went across the street to find Qi Mingyu. The latter opened the door with a serious expression. "Wan Wan, you're here? I was just about to look for you." Zhou Shuan was about to speak. He spoke first. "I suggest we resign from our jobs on the water protection team." Zhou Shuan paused, then smiled slowly. "Perfect timing, I had the same thought." Qi Mingyu nodded. "A high-temperature disaster might be coming. People are already short of water, and no one can predict what will happen after the heat wave. Even vegetable greenhouses might not be able to grow anything. Everyone in the neighborhood knows our families are well off, so we must stay home to protect our families." Chapter 138. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. "What you said is what I was thinking too. So shall we quit this lucrative job?" Qi Mingyu nodded, then added, "Team leader Du will probably be very angry." In recent months, the latter's attitude towards the two of them had become increasingly amiable. If he knew they were both going to resign, he would definitely be very angry and frustrated. But there was nothing they could do. That afternoon, the two finished their last shift. After safely transporting the water to the water plant, they submitted their resignations to team leader Du. The latter was very surprised, then frowned. "But what happened? Or were you bullied by someone?" In his memory, although these two were exceptionally skilled, they were low-key and didn't like to talk much in the team. Apart from being close to Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei, they were lukewarm towards everyone else. They seemed like honest children who would be bullied. Zhou Shuan was amused by his last sentence and shook her head. "Team leader Du, no. It's because..." She paused, glancing at Qi Mingyu. The latter nodded to her. She continued, "Because the temperature is rising, we suspect a heatwave disaster is coming and want to prepare in advance." Team leader Du was somewhat surprised. Summer is almost here. Rising temperatures are normal. Zhou Shuan sighed. This was the thinking of most people these days. More than a year had passed, and people had become accustomed to the floods. numb to the daily struggle to find survival supplies. Therefore, everyone was very excited about the receding floodwaters, but no one thought about why. Furthermore, no one wanted to speculate that the end of this flood disaster might be related to the arrival of another natural disaster. She didn't spell it out clearly, only offering a reminder based on their half-year working relationship. I'm sorry, team leader Du, you had high hopes for us. But our actions this time have certainly disappointed you. Staying with the water protection team is no longer safe, and we hope you take care and be careful. Also, she glanced around before lowering her voice, a high-temperature disaster might be coming. Please be sure to stockpile supplies needed for the hot weather. Team leader Du opened his mouth, looking at the two women's incredibly serious expressions, and said somewhat helplessly, but the floodwaters are almost receding. He actually already believed what Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwa said. A high-temperature disaster might really be coming. He also told Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwa. They couldn't believe the high temperatures were really coming either, but thinking about it, even if a high-temperature disaster didn't come, preparing more supplies was never a bad thing, so they solemnly promised to stockpile supplies and pay attention to the weather. After returning, Zhou Shuan took out the ice maker she had previously stockpiled and began making ice on a large scale at home. Actually, they have solar panels and a gasoline generator, which can power the air conditioner. However, in case of emergencies, the more ice the better. There's plenty of water and enough storage tanks in the space. Once the ice is made, it can simply be poured into the tanks. They had 3 ice makers at home, and running them all together was quite fast. Qi Mingyu also had all these appliances. But there wasn't enough space, so there was no need to make ice in advance. They would just turn on the air conditioner and ice makers when the weather got really hot. Now, the Qi family's rooftop has also been fitted with the high-strength hardened glass that Zhou Shuan gave them, providing more space for planting and raising livestock. But in the high temperatures, neither the plants nor the animals would definitely survive. Qi Mingyu and Grandma Pang moved all the chicken coops to a bedroom on the 7th floor, where there's air conditioning, which will keep things cooler. The planting boxes were also moved from the terrace to the 7th floor living room. Chapter 139. Just a few days after these preparations were completed, the temperature rose from 33 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius, and the sun was scorching. The floodwaters had only receded by 1 story, resulting in extremely humid air in Jay City, despite its northern location, making the temperature feel unbearably hot and sticky. People needed to wear hats and sun-protective clothing when going out to prevent sunburn. The Zhou family had turned on their air conditioner a few days earlier. In addition to the air conditioner, the dehumidifier was also running continuously to remove as much moisture as possible from the house. Clothes washed at this time of year wouldn't dry for days, so the Zhou family washed the clothes they had worn and had Zhou Shuan store them in her spatial storage, to be taken out and dried after this humid weather subsided. The temperature was hot and humid, and people needed to shower frequently to stay refreshed. But apart from the Zhou family, no one dared to waste water resources like that. So the Zhou family followed suit, keeping their house spotless, only to wear damp clothes again when they went out. Now, besides Zhong Tiyun, who needs to go to work every day, everyone else in the family is unemployed. Zhou Shuan has taken over the task of driving her mother to and from get off work every day, a task originally done by Zhou Jianhai, who also takes Mumu out for a walk each day. Mumu is already 9 years old, a big boy with plenty of energy, but the apocalyptic weather doesn't allow him to go out for exercise or play. So Zhou Jianhai takes Mumu along every time he drives Zhong Tiyun. The vegetable greenhouses in the community are large, so Mumu can spend some time there. This day, he went to the vegetable greenhouses with his sister. He knew his way around well, went up to the roof of the property management building, and entered the greenhouse, then frowned. It's so stuffy in here. The greenhouse had poor air circulation and excellent insulation. Entering in such hot and humid weather wouldn't feel good. Mumu hesitated, looking at Zhong Tiyun with a hint of concern in his clear eyes. Mom, maybe you could stay at home and not go to work. Zhong Tiyun felt relieved and patted his head. That's just the environment in a greenhouse. It gets a little tough when it's hot, but we can clean up and go out. It's okay. Zhou Shuan, also entering a greenhouse in such high temperatures for the first time, frowned. Mom, people will get sick if they stay in this heat for a long time. Especially towards the end, the temperatures can reach alarming levels. Zhong Tiyun smiled. It's alright, you two kids shouldn't worry. Your second uncle, third aunt, and I come in for a short while each day and then leave. Thinking about it more deeply, if the outside temperature were truly extremely high, the vegetables in the greenhouse wouldn't survive, and there would be no need for anyone to enter. Zhou Shuan observed the surroundings, thought for a moment, and then said, "Mom, how about this? The 5 of you can take turns going in and out for a while each day. You won't get sick from the heat. In hot weather, the most worrying thing is heat radiation." Zhong Tiyun nodded. "Okay, that's a good idea. Let's discuss it." The vegetable greenhouse in Dongyuan community was just one example. There were 5 more near the frame building. 5 or 6 people worked in each greenhouse on the first floor, and there were nearly 30 growers in the community in total. They arrived early, the others hadn't arrived yet. They watched Zhong Tiyun work in the greenhouse for a while, and soon her forehead was covered in sweat, and her clothes were soaked. Zhou Shuan went in to water the plants without a word. Mumu, pursing her lips, also carried a half-sized watering can over. Zhong Tiyun looked at her dutiful and considerate children and smiled sweetly, but then urged, "You two should go out quickly. There's no good place to stay in here, especially Mumu. Don't let her get sick from the heat." Zhou Shuan also looked at Mumu. "Mumu, you go out first. Children's resistance isn't as good as adults, and they're more prone to heat stroke." Mumu stubbornly shook her head and continued watering. Zhong Tiyun was amused and helpless, so she quickened her pace. Soon, her second uncle and the others arrived, and together they quickly finished watering the plants, then hurriedly took the 2 children out. "The greenhouses are getting increasingly unbearable," Uncle Zhong said, wiping sweat from his face. "I already mentioned it to Director Wu a couple of days ago. We need to prepare mud and water and shade netting as soon as possible to lower the temperature. Otherwise, with this high temperature, the grains and vegetables will quickly die from the heat. Greenhouse farming is a highly technical job. When to irrigate, what kind of irrigation system to use, how to cultivate nutrient-rich soil, how to provide shade and lower the temperature, how to raise the temperature. Every aspect is highly specialized. This is why Uncle Zhong, who has worked in greenhouse farming for many years, is so professional. He's the only one skilled in certain technical tasks. All the farmers in the entire community learn from him, and the government has even sent several groups of staff and farmers from other communities to Dongyuan community to learn from him. Of course, Uncle Zhong isn't the only one in Jay City who works in greenhouse farming. It's just that Dongyuan community was the first to start greenhouse farming and achieve success, making Uncle Zhong seem more professional. Actually, besides Uncle Zhong, many other people in the community had worked in vegetable greenhouses. These people were absorbed by the government and property management, and assigned to work in the greenhouses within their respective communities, or in the service hall to increase grain and vegetable yields. The muddy water Uncle Zhong mentioned was sprayed outside the greenhouses to cool them down. Shading nets work on the same principle. Director Wu's wife, known as Sister Fang, nodded in agreement. "I go back and urge Lao Wu again. Nothing else matters. The important thing is the vegetable greenhouses. This is what happens when you have connections. Sister Fang is among the planting workers. She's a kind and capable person, and whenever the greenhouses need something, she can urge Director Wu to deliver it quickly." Zhou Shuan, however, gazed thoughtfully at the vegetables in the greenhouse. Even if it can cool the greenhouses and slow down the rate at which the grains and vegetables die, once the temperature really rises, nothing will grow. What methods could be used to increase yield? Since the onset of the heat wave, she had been pondering an idea. In her past life, during a heat wave, food was scarce in the south as well. When she and her senior, Zhang Jia, went out to search for supplies, she overheard someone mention that some people who grew flowers and plants had all died, leaving only cacti, which they then exclusively cultivated. Back then, any plant that wouldn't die was considered a vegetable. That family survived on the dozens of cacti they grew. Actually, there are many varieties of cacti. Besides ornamental ones, there are edible ones. Peeling back the outer skin reveals green sap inside, which greatly replenishes moisture. Some cacti even have fruits that can be eaten raw, and their fleshy stems can be cooked as a staple food. She had considered the possibility of large-scale cactus cultivation then, but her voice carried little weight, and she hadn't put it into practice. Now, wasn't this a good time to consider it? Chapter 140. The biggest problem in large-scale cactus cultivation is where to get the seeds. Back at the stairwell, she ran into her new downstairs neighbor, Sun Pingyang. The Sun family was very welcoming, including the 40-something Sun Pingyang. He quickly greeted Zhou Shuan. "Zhou Shuan, just got back from outside?" Zhou Shuan nodded and addressed him, "Uncle Sun. Hey, it's hot outside now. Young lady should be careful not to get sunburned," he said warmly. Zhou Shuan glanced at him. "By the way, Zhou Shuan, I heard you and Xiaoyu aren't going to the water protection team anymore. Does that mean you'd be taking turns guarding the community gate? Sun Pingyang inquired. When the community first started assigning young and strong people to take turns, many residents were reluctant. Only the older residents were more compliant, and Director Wu was considered capable and respected in the community. Therefore, it was difficult to refuse. However, as people's lives became increasingly difficult, the people on duty in the community received a stable monthly allowance, much like those within a pre-apocalyptic system. People gradually realized that being on duty in the community was quite beneficial. The community not only provided weapons and supplies, but also offered training in archery, allowing them to indirectly learn skills. Many people approached the property management, wanting to join the community's gate duty rotation. However, the community only had one gate, and the monthly allowance was limited, making it impossible for everyone to participate. Director Wu then clearly stipulated that if residents were willing to learn archery and train with the community's rotating duty officers, they could do so, but there would be no salary. The original staff had all performed well and persisted for nearly a year. Their character and personality were well understood, and they would continue working. Upon hearing this, many of those hoping to take advantage of the situation backed down, while those who wanted to learn skills genuinely went to the gatehouse to learn. Weapons couldn't be provided separately, so they had to find their own or simply learn some combat techniques. Many people were eyeing the gatehouse duty officer position with longing, so it's no wonder Sun Pingyang asked that question. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. If she remembered correctly, he was the only adult male in the Sun family. His son and daughter were only teenagers. Did he intend to become the duty officer himself? Sun Pingyang rubbed his hands together and smiled. It's like this, Zhou Shuan, I won't beat around the bush. Some people in our neighborhood have discussed it, and they think you and Xiaoyu are the best fighters in the neighborhood. They were thinking of asking you to set up a training class in the neighborhood to teach us some self-defense skills. The world is chaotic now. Relying solely on others for protection isn't enough. For one thing, it's not safe to go find supplies on your own. Zhou Shuan had privately investigated the two neighbors who had moved in. Sun Pingyang was a man in his early 40s, in his prime. He hadn't been able to have children after marriage, and only in his 30s did he undergo IVF, giving birth to twins, a boy and a girl, who were now only 14 years old. A half-grown boy, eating his father out of house and home. Sun Pingyang used to work in sales, accumulating some savings. After the apocalypse, he also helped others trade supplies, making a profit. He was able to move into a detached house because of the supplies he had accumulated. However, after exchanging the supplies for a house, the Sun family didn't have much savings left, so he was very anxious to go out and find more supplies. Seeing Zhou Shuan remain silent, Sun Pingyang grew anxious and hurriedly said, Zhou Shuan, we definitely won't let you teach for nothing, we provide supplies for your instruction. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and then said, how about this, Uncle Sun, let me think about it when I get back. I really don't have that plan right now. Yes. Sun Pingyang nodded while wiping his sweat. This awful weather, it's getting hotter and hotter. Zhou Shuan, you should go back and discuss it with Xiaoyu. I ask him too. He suddenly smiled ambiguously at Zhou Shuan, lowering his voice. I think if you agree, Xiaoyu will definitely agree too. The two young people, of similar age, always went out together, both young and beautiful, and capable. They looked like a couple by all accounts. Zhou Shuan nodded awkwardly, and went upstairs. Her steps were somewhat hurried. After she went upstairs, a voice suddenly came from beside her. What's wrong? It was Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan stopped and looked at him. You heard that? Qi Mingyu shook his head. I heard part of it. You were talking about the training course? What's wrong? Judging from his expression, he probably didn't hear the second half of Sun Pingyang's sentence, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. What Zhou Shuan wasn't actually concerned about was his words, but rather. She slightly turned her head to look downstairs. The other party had already rowed away in their boat. A faint sneer appeared on her lips. That guy surnamed Sun must be a master at flirting with women. He must have had quite a few lovers before the apocalypse. Qi Mingyu then said, he's a salesman, he's probably used to being glib. If you don't like it, next time find an excuse to leave earlier. Zhou Shuan shook her head. You don't understand. I've seen plenty of people like him. Just by looking at his expression, you can tell what kind of person he is. He's disgusting. She spoke the last half of the sentence very softly, her face filled with deep disgust. She turned to go back, but Qi Mingyu suddenly grabbed her wrist, his expression cold and stern as he scrutinized her. This was the first time he had made such a sudden move in all the time they had known each other. Zhou Shuan was startled and frowned, trying to pull her hand away. Let go. His grip was strong, he wouldn't budge her wrist. Zhou Xuan frowned at him, her expression displeased. Qi Mingyu, what are you doing? Qi Mingyu stared at her with that scrutinizing, probing gaze for a long time before softly asking 101, has someone bullied you? His voice was extremely low, as if afraid of disturbing her. But it still rang in Zhou Xuan's ears, like a thunderclap. She trembled. The trembling was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuan regained her composure, calmly raising her eyes to look at him. With my skills, who could possibly bully me? Qi Mingyu, however, didn't quite believe her. Just as Zhou Xuan had only exchanged 2 words with Sun Pingyang, before concluding he was a lecher. He, too, instinctively sensed that Zhou Xuan must have experienced something similar. The thought of her, a young and beautiful woman, possibly being harmed. Suppressing his deep anger and resentment, Qi Mingyu tried to speak gently. You've been having trouble sleeping lately, is it related to this? He immediately thought of Zhou Xuan's rumored boyfriend and pressed. Is it the one you dated before? What's his name? Before Zhou Xuan could answer, he strode towards the Zhou family home, intending to ask her parents directly. Zhou Xuan was simply taken aback by his attitude and didn't have time to react. Seeing that he was about to knock on her door, she knew exactly what he was going to do and quickly reached out to pull him back. Where are you going? Come back. Chapter 141. The other person was like a wall, impossible to budge. Zhou Xuan grew impatient. Why are you so hot-tempered? You're so impulsive. Qi Mingyu stopped and looked at her, his expression unreadable. Zhou Xuan, tired of pulling, simply let go. Lin Yuang is a weakling. Do you think he's capable of bullying me? Qi Mingyu, however, focused on another important point. So that person's name is Lin Yuang. Zhou Xuan laughed angrily, ignoring him. All right, stop being so neurotic. I'm going back. You should go back too. Qi Mingyu frowned, wanting to say something, but she didn't give him a chance, quickly going inside and closing the door, leaving him standing alone outside. But after the door closed, the expression on Zhou Xuan's face vanished. She recalled the scenes from her past life, how, as a young woman alone, she had managed to avoid the malice and harassment from men in her previous life. Lin Yuang was just the beginning. In the 8 years of the apocalypse, she didn't know how many men had tried to violate her. This was probably why she later developed an extreme aversion to being touched. Qi Mingyu was truly perceptive. With just a sigh, he noticed the problem. Zhou Xuan smiled bitterly. In her previous life, she had trusted men the least, but after this rebirth, somehow, besides her parents and younger brother, Qi Mingyu was now the person she trusted most. Perhaps it was their initial encounter. His military background made her feel a strong liking for him. Perhaps it was that time in the highway tunnel when he led a group of people to treat the wounded and kindly reminded her, making her think he was a good person. Or perhaps it was the subtle interactions and companionship after her return that completely lowered her guard. Life after the apocalypse was precarious. Even though she now possessed a spatial ability and had stockpiled enough supplies for a family of 4 for 20 or 30 years, she couldn't guarantee they would make it to the end. A tsunami, a fire, a seemingly insignificant accident, everything they had prepared could crumble, the family scattered, never to be reunited again. But no matter what, she would hold tightly to her parents and Mumu's hands. The family could never be separated, even in death. She had originally intended to discuss planting cacti with Qi Mingyu, but the recent accident had left her with no mood for such a topic. She went to her bedroom and rummaged through her hard drive, which contained various resources. Finding the cactus section, she quickly played through some videos about cactus varieties and cultivation. Around noon, as she was about to go to the kitchen to help her father prepare lunch, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhou Xuan went to open the door and looked through the peephole. It was Qi Mingyu. She frowned, but still opened the door, looking at him calmly. What is it? Compared to her usual demeanor, her attitude was practically cold. Qi Mingyu didn't pay much attention and handed over a dusty, unremarkable bracelet. This is a newly developed self-defense weapon in the military, incorporating advanced high-tech principles. It uses high-voltage pulse electric shock technology, capable of releasing powerful electrical energy instantly. You should wear it with you at all times and never take it off. In case of emergency, forcefully pry open this part. There's a button hidden inside. Once pressed, everyone within a 200-meter radius will be electrocuted. It won't kill them, but the electricity will be enough to knock an adult unconscious. However, it can only be used once, so use it with caution. Zhou Xuan was stunned for a moment, looking down at the bracelet, her heart filled with mixed emotions. After a long while, she looked up and asked in a hoarse voice, since it's newly developed, how? How did you get it? Qi Mingyu didn't answer, but gently placed the bracelet on her wrist. The dull gray bracelet seemed to brighten slightly on her smooth, alabaster wrist. "Don't take it off," he added. After watching him put it on, Zhou Shuan finally calmed her turbulent emotions. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me now." She looked up at him earnestly. She had almond-shaped eyes with bright black pupils. When she looked at him like that, one could feel her determination and confidence. Not now, but what about before? Qi Mingyu felt that Zhou Shuan was an enigma. The closer he got, the harder it was to see through the fog surrounding her. Her archery skills, her ruthless attacks, her instinctive reactions, all spoke of her extraordinary experiences. Was her past really like that of the prophet? He lowered his eyes, his large hand gently stroking her hair, the gesture filled with tenderness. Zhou Shuan didn't move, and whispered, "Thank you." Her bright black eyes seemed to ripple with countless emotions, but ultimately returned to calm. She wanted to say she couldn't accept it. It was an extremely precious weapon, incomparable to the jewelry he had given her before. But meeting his gentle, compassionate gaze, any refusal she uttered would seem affected. She lowered her head and touched the material of the bracelet, smiling slightly. "You still haven't told me how you obtained such a precious weapon?" "Just like his endless supply of firearms." Qi Mingyu smiled slightly. "All right, don't ask so many questions. Is Uncle Zhou cooking? I can smell the aroma. Come in quickly." He gently pushed her towards the door. Zhou Shuan entered, then turned to look at him, paused, then seemed to remember something, turned back, and asked, "The temperature will keep rising, and the plants in the greenhouses won't survive. Do you have any ideas?" Qi Mingyu looked at her. "What suggestions do you have?" Zhou Shuan then told him about the cactus. Qi Mingyu pondered. Cacti can indeed adapt to hot and water-scarce environments. "We once went on a mission to a remote desert area, without supplies, relying entirely on cactus pulp and sap. I think your method is excellent, but we need to figure out where to find a large quantity of cactus seeds." Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. "It's all desert, no one around. What are you going there for on a mission?" Seeing her seemingly hesitant expression, she changed the subject. "We can mention the cactus thing to Director Wu. He can talk to Mayor Lu. Maybe he has some cactus seeds." Qi Mingyu nodded. "We go talk to him this afternoon." Like Zhou Shuan, he wasn't one to seek credit. That afternoon, Director Wu, upon hearing this, suddenly felt enlightened. He had been worried that if the temperature kept rising, the greenhouse vegetables would definitely not grow. People were already experiencing food and water shortages. If the greenhouses couldn't produce any food, wouldn't everyone starve? Zhou Shuan's words gave him a new idea. In such high temperatures, other plants couldn't be grown, but cacti could. In the late afternoon, he hurriedly rode to the service hall. Chapter 142. A few days later, even the most optimistic people noticed something was wrong. The weather was getting increasingly hot, with temperatures rising abnormally fast. From an initial 20-something degrees Celsius, it rose to the 30s, and then to the 40s. In previous years, once the temperature reached 40 degrees Celsius, people would have to stay indoors in air-conditioned rooms. And summers typically only saw 1 or 2 weeks of such high temperatures, with the rest of the time below 40 degrees. However, the current 43 degrees Celsius temperature had persisted for 3 days, and the temperature was still trending upwards. The government office and the property management had already used loudspeakers several days ago to inform people to stay home as much as possible, as the rapid temperature rise could lead to heat stroke if they went outside. Whether this was good news or not, the water level had receded another 2 meters. Now, the 4th floor was completely exposed, and the roof of the 3rd floor was also visible. The top floor was especially hot, and since both the Zhou and Qi families had generators, they were willing to use electricity, keeping the air conditioning running continuously. But other families lacked air conditioning and fans, and even bathing was difficult. Their lives were unimaginably tough. The Zhou family, though with ample water resources, didn't waste any. In the current 40+ degrees Celsius heat, they didn't need to heat the water. They simply placed 2 small inflatable swimming pools on the rooftop, just big enough for 2 adults to lie in. Zhou Shuan and her mother shared one pool, while Mumu and Zhou's father shared another. After filling them with water, they quickly warmed up in the sun. This is where Zhou Shuan's spatial abilities came in handy. She used her spatial powers to move the pools indoors. Even indoors, the water temperature remained perfect. If it gets too hot, a quick rinse downstairs, and the whole family goes upstairs to soak in the swimming pool, the best way to cool off. Mumu was the one having the most fun in the water, splashing around like a landlubber. Zhou Jianghai took a few bottles of chilled beer from the refrigerator downstairs, handing one to each person except Mumu. then half lying in the pool, took a sip, and sighed contentedly. Ah, this is the life of a god. He looked at Zhong Tiyun. Tiyun, I think you should just close that vegetable greenhouse. It's so hot, it's torture there. Zhong Tiyun spends more than an hour a day in the greenhouse, and it's indeed incredibly stuffy. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. Let's wait a bit longer. The community is already trying to install solar power equipment in our area, and with air conditioning, it'd be much better inside. Maybe even better than other people's homes. Only a handful of houses in the entire community have solar power equipment. Previously, the temperature was suitable, so greenhouses didn't need temperature regulators. But now, allowing plants to grow for even one more day can increase yield. Therefore, the community is now trying every possible way to install solar panels in the greenhouses. Even if air conditioning can't be installed, installing fans to control the wind direction would be good. Zhou Jianhai looked outside and murmured, if the floodwaters had completely receded, that would be good. With the temperature so high, it's best to hide in the basement. In his previous life in the south, during hot weather, many people did indeed hide in basements or underground garages. It was at least 10 degrees lower than above ground. However, that was after the floodwaters had receded. Now, there's still 3 stories of floodwater above ground. No one dares to live in a basement. Even Qi Mingyu might not be willing to hide in his basement, which was filled with countless supplies. After hearing Zhou Shuwen's methods for avoiding the scorching heat in her previous life, Zhong Tian thought for a moment and sighed. Even when the floodwaters recede completely, our community doesn't have any underground parking spaces. Where can we go? The communities with underground parking are all newer apartment buildings with elevators. Those elevator buildings are already overcrowded. There's no room for survivors like them from older communities. Zhou Shuan also had a plan, so she comforted her parents. It's okay, Dad, Mom, we talk about it after the floodwaters recede. We can live here indefinitely. We have air conditioning, food, and water. As long as we don't go out, we're more comfortable living in our own home. This reassurance worked, and Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were slightly relieved. 3 days later, the temperature rose to 46 degrees Celsius, and the floodwaters receded another 2 meters. This was an unprecedented heatwave. Zhong Tiyun returned from working in the vegetable greenhouse, and said that 2 elderly people in the community had fainted from the heat and died on the way to the hospital. She sighed, we even know one of them. It's Aunt Han from the next building. She's almost 80 years old, and she's always been very healthy. Zhou Jianhai patted Mumu's head. Mumu, it's too hot now. You can't go out casually. In extreme weather, the elderly and children are the first to succumb. Mumu nodded seriously. Mom, when I went there today, I saw that the air conditioners were all installed. How was it? Zhou Shuan saw that a set of solar panels had been installed on the floor outside the vegetable greenhouse when she took her mother to work, and the air conditioners and fans inside were being installed. Zhong Tiyun was overjoyed, thinking she could finally use air conditioning today. She was already wearing the thermostatic suit Zhou Shuan had brought back from the research institute. There were only a few sets of thermostatic suits, all matching long-sleeved shirts and pants, but Zhou Shuan had also brought back a roll of thermostatic fabric. Wearing long sleeves in the sweltering heat felt odd, so Zhong Tiyun used the roll of thermostatic fabric to make several short-sleeved shirts, one for each person in the family. Wearing them indeed lowered the perceived temperature to around 14 degrees Celsius, making the time spent in the greenhouse much more bearable. Zhong Tiyun laughed. After the air conditioner was installed, we tried it out, and it's pretty good. The temperature inside drops by at least 7 or 8 degrees. It's just that the greenhouse is too big, so the air conditioner isn't very effective. We installed a few large fans to circulate the air, and it's much better than the stuffy conditions before. Zhou Shuan said earnestly, Mom, we don't lack supplies. You can come home and rest whenever you want. Don't risk heat stroke for that salary, it's not worth it. Zhou Jianhai nodded in agreement. Yes, I told you not to do that job. With the weather outside, how can you go out every day? Zhong Tian thought for a moment and said, I try to persevere for a while longer. Now that we have air conditioning, it's not so unbearable. I take care of at least a third of the vegetables in the greenhouse. They're like my own children. I have to wait until they're ripe and ready for harvest before I leave. She didn't have any other thoughts. She just felt it was nice to be able to work near home every day. What do you grow in your greenhouse now? Chapter 143. Zhong Tiyun did some calculations. The last batch of sweet potatoes will be harvested soon. With this temperature, we probably can't grow anything else. The rest are heat-resistant vegetables: pumpkin, winter melon, cowpeas, loofah, zucchini, cucumber, peppers, etc. It's hot, so we need to water them frequently, but they've been wilting and listless these past few days. They probably won't grow much longer. Zhou Jianhai said, pumpkins, winter melons, and cowpeas are all good staple foods. The longer you plant them, the higher the yield. Tiyun, let us know when you're harvesting the sweet potatoes, and Wanwan and I will come to help. They would be helping as family members on a voluntary basis, without pay. Zhong Tiyun smiled, no need for you. Director Wu will definitely arrange it. He arrange it, we do ours. We help you a bit more, and you can come home and rest earlier, Zhou Jianhai said. This was a way of showing concern. So Zhou Shuan and Mumu became huge third wheels, watching helplessly as their mother blushed and glared at their father with a mixture of shyness and reproach. Zhou Shuan coughed lightly and quickly pulled Mumu into the kitchen. Come on, Mumu, let's go get ice cream. When they were stockpiling supplies, they hadn't actually stockpiled many of these more luxurious snacks. But Zhou Shuan had a lot of cream, butter, and cheese, and a bunch of video resources, so she and Mumu experimented and made a lot of ice cream and popsicles, which they froze in the freezer. When Mumu liked ice cream, she would add some jam to the small bowls, which they had in the freezer, strawberry jam, blueberry jam, chocolate sauce, etc. Adding a little jam to each small plastic bowl made different flavors of creamy ice cream. The texture was delicate, the creamy flavor rich, much better than what we used to buy outside. These past few days have been so hot, the siblings have been enjoying a small bowl of ice cream every day. After finishing her ice cream, Zhou Shuan went downstairs to her bedroom to get 2 short-sleeve thermal tops and went to the apartment across the hall. These were specially reserved for the other person. Qi Mingyu opened the door. He seemed to have just finished exercising. His camouflage uniform clung to his body, sweat dripping down his muscular physique, outlining his lean and fit build, and he still radiated the heat of his workout. Zhou Shuan blushed inexplicably. Qi Mingyu hadn't noticed before, but today he suddenly noticed her slightly shy and unnatural expression. He stared at her thoughtfully, thinking that he might have used the wrong method before. He took a step forward, leaned slightly down, his aura of masculinity intensifying, and smiled slightly. Wanwan, why are you blushing? His voice was deep and magnetic. Zhou Shuan felt a slight tremor in her heart, as if a string had been plucked. She took a step back, not looking at him, but staring at his chin, and said flatly, returning the favor. These are 2 thermostatic garments, high-tech products. Wearing them can reduce or increase the perceived temperature by 10 degrees Celsius in extremely hot or cold weather. It's so hot now, you and Grandma Pang will be more comfortable wearing them. Considering that a short-sleeved shirt would be enough in hot weather, these 2 garments were made to fit Grandma Pang and Qi Mingyu sizes, making them quite loose. The color was also pure black, inconspicuous, and unlikely to attract attention. Qi Mingyu was somewhat surprised, took them and touched them. They had a very delicate, cool feel. This is nice, he smiled. Then I accept it, and thank you on behalf of my grandmother. Zhou Shuan looked away. I'm just returning the favor. Your self-defense bracelet is very useful to me. I don't have anything else to give you, but this thermostatic garment is exactly what I need. She rarely explained so ramblingly. Qi Mingyu listened quietly, a smile playing on his lips. Anyway, it's a gift, I appreciate it. He was getting increasingly mushy. Zhou Shuan rolled her eyes at him, and turned to leave. Qi Mingyu didn't stop her, only smiling as he watched her retreating figure. Within 2 days, sweet potatoes were being harvested in several greenhouses. Director Wu had indeed made arrangements. Normally, 4 or 5 people were enough to care for each greenhouse, but at harvest time, especially in this kind of weather, waiting for several people to slowly collect the potatoes would be too time-consuming. He simply had the young people rotating shifts in the neighborhood come to help. A group of people worked even more efficiently. Zhou Shuan and her father also helped. In less than half a day, they had harvested all the sweet potatoes from the 5 vegetable greenhouses. The yield wasn't as much as before, but it was still quite good. The grains and vegetables produced in their own community were first exchanged with the residents of their own community. Soon evening arrived. The weather was still warm, and a long queue had formed at the property management office. People were waiting outside in boats, their goods to be exchanged on the boats. Although sweet potatoes can cause heartburn, they keep better than potatoes. Once cut and dried, they can be stored for a long time, and the dried sweet potatoes don't change their flavor. Boiling them still fills the house with fragrance and retains their sweetness. Therefore, sweet potatoes are more popular than potatoes. Zhong Tiyun, after working so hard for so many days, received 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, of fresh sweet potatoes as a bonus after the new harvest. Zhong Tiyun weighed out 5 jin, 2.5 caddies, of rice wine and delivered it to the Qi family. The Qi family, not one to be greedy, quickly reciprocated with a large jar of Grandma Pang's homemade rice wine. Fresh glutinous rice is washed, dried, and then steamed. All utensils are then sterilized. The rice is poured into a container, sprinkled with a little yeast, and in this weather, simply covering the container allows it to ferment in a couple of days. The fermented rice wine is delicious and nutritious. A couple of spoonfuls are used in the morning to make fermented rice wine with eggs. It's sweet and sour with a subtle alcoholic flavor. Zhou Shuwan had tried Grandma Pang's rice wine before, and found it much tastier than what she had in the south, with a unique flavor. Besides fermented rice wine with eggs, she also likes to squeeze out the liquid from the rice wine in the sweltering heat, chill it in the refrigerator, and then drink half a bowl in one go. It's incredibly refreshing. Mumu loves it too. Seeing the two children enjoying their wine, Zhong Tiyun smiled and said, I should learn how to brew rice wine from Grandma Pang, so we can brew more in the future. The Qi family's glutinous rice was obtained later through resource exchange, and they didn't have much. But Zhou Shuwan had plenty of glutinous rice in her spatial storage, which she hadn't had a chance to use. Besides, not only glutinous rice is suitable for brewing wine, but regular rice can also be used, although the taste isn't as good. With fresh sweet potatoes, the Zhou family didn't neglect their stomachs. Zhou Jianhai turned on the oven and roasted several long, thin sweet potatoes, which the family ate to satisfy their cravings. That evening, they ate a corn porridge made with soft, stewed sweet potatoes. The hot and humid weather was perfect for something spicy. The corn porridge was served with scrambled eggs stir-fried with chili peppers, and accompanied by Sichuan peppercorn fish balls. Finally, they ate 2 golden brown fried sweet potato cakes. This meal ended perfectly. Chapter 144. The next day, the neighborhood received a government job posting. The jobs included installing solar panels, building houses, and renovations. In such high temperatures, even young and strong men couldn't withstand working outdoors in such heat. However, the pay was very generous. Depending on the job, each person received 3 meals a day, plus 2 250-gram packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. 250 grams is equivalent to half a jin, 250 grams of grain per day. 250 grams of compressed biscuits is enough to equal 2 jin of regular grain. Immediately, people flocked to apply. Zhou Shuwan, listening to the job posting, said, the government is planning to build a survivor base. The kind of survivor base you're talking about? Zhong Tiyun asked hurriedly. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. No, the floodwaters have only receded to the 3rd floor. Building a large-scale base is impossible. The conditions aren't met. However, we can select some high-rise buildings, concentrate all the available solar energy equipment, ensure the air conditioning in these buildings works properly, and with some simple modifications, they can be habitable. This is just a temporary survivor base. Zhou Shuwan analyzed. Even after it's built, it won't be able to accept all survivors. There will likely be restrictions based on age, gender, and physical condition, only accepting those who cannot adapt to the high temperatures. In other words, after construction, these high-rises will only accept the elderly, children, and the sick and weak. Zhong Tiyun was somewhat disappointed. The elderly can be sent, but which family is willing to send their child there alone? Who will take care of them? Zhou Jianhai then said, it's also possible that elderly family members can bring their children to live there. If there are no elderly people, then 1 person per household will be allowed to go and take care of them. Subsequent events proved their analysis correct. The news spread when the workers who went to modify the construction returned. Many people were hired, especially those with prior renovation experience. Zhou Jianhai, now skilled at installing solar panels and other equipment, was eager to try working there for a few days. However, considering the unstable temperatures and the unsafety of going out, especially with women and children at home, he decided against it. About 20 young and strong men applied for jobs at the Dongyuan residential complex. They returned after 5 days with the good news. In this area of the old city, they selected 3 commercial buildings, each 8 or 9 stories high, which had not previously housed refugees. These commercial buildings were designed for customer convenience, consisting of large open spaces simply partitioned, unlike residential buildings with individual, sturdy apartments. Even the individual rooms were constructed with lightweight materials, making dismantling easy. Therefore, each floor of these 3 buildings was now combined into a single, open room. The commercial buildings already use central air conditioning, only the electrical wiring needs to be modified, and solar panels installed on the roof, to provide electricity. These buildings are called survivor apartments. Each survivor is provided with only a 2 by 2.5 meter living space, central air conditioning, and timed water and electricity supply. All other necessities, such as bedding, blankets, and food, must be provided by the survivor themselves. Like small apartments before the apocalypse, hence the name survivor apartments. This is to maximize the number of survivors that can be accommodated. However, there are conditions for admission. Just as the Zhou family had previously speculated, seniors over 60 years old, children under 13, and patients who are bedridden for extended periods and have hospital certificates are all eligible to apply for admission. Whether it's the elderly, children, or patients, they can bring a caregiver if needed, but no additional space will be provided. Furthermore, if there is a woman in the household, it must be a woman who enters the apartment to provide care. If there is no woman, men need to apply for and be approved to move in. This can be considered a form of care for the vulnerable and women. Zhou's Mumu is eligible. Qi's grandma Pang is also eligible. And Chun Chun from Aunt Zhong's family is eligible. Uncle San and Uncle De live too far away, and communication is inconvenient. They live in the new district, and the survivor apartments there might be different from those in the old district. However, both the Zhou and Qi families have solar panels and large batteries. The Zhou family also has a gasoline generator and a sufficient supply of gasoline. Both families can ensure their air conditioners run day and night, so Mumu and Grandma Pang are not allowed to go. Aunt Zhong, Xuetao, and Qianqian specifically came to the Zhou family to ask for their opinion on whether or not the children and Qianqian should go. Aunt Zhong's family later exchanged supplies for a gasoline generator. It wasn't as convenient as a solar-powered one, but it was manageable if the whole family stayed in one bedroom and used only one air conditioner intermittently, turning it off at night. As temperatures rose, the Zhou family now only ran their air conditioner in the master bedroom during the day, keeping it off in the living room and on the 7th floor. At night, the temperature dropped a few degrees compared to the daytime, so they would run the air conditioner in the master and second bedrooms for a few hours at set times. Mumu slept with her parents, while Zhou Shu slept in a separate room. This saved about 2/3 of the electricity. When the Zhong family arrived, they all gathered in the master bedroom to talk. Zhong Tian said, "We're the same as you, we only run the air conditioner in the master bedroom and turn it off at night. But we have solar power, while yours is a gasoline generator, so it's a bit more demanding." Xuetao had already calculated the costs clearly. We only have one small bedroom with air conditioning. If we calculate the electricity consumption as 18 hours a day, it's only a few liters of fuel, which should be enough for a short time. I heard that the survivor apartments don't even have beds. You have to bring your own mattress. There are so many people there, the living conditions are too inconvenient. I don't want Chun Chun to go, Qianqian added. Zhou Shuan then said, the temperature isn't too high yet, so using a gasoline generator is feasible. Wait a while longer, and the temperature will rise higher, and the floodwaters will recede completely. At that time, the government will definitely consider building more survivor shelters. With sufficient land, everything will be easier. If you really want to go to a survivor shelter, you can consider it then. Yes. Xuetao, quick-witted, immediately said, many new residential areas have underground parking lots. With a little modification, they could accommodate many survivors. The Zhong family then decided not to send Chun Chun either. Their families all had the means to run air conditioning, but most families in the neighborhood didn't have electricity, so they had to send the elderly, children, and Chun Chun's mother to the survivor apartments. The only saving grace was that the survivor apartment mainly housed the elderly, children, and mothers. Men were scarce. Military personnel also patrolled the area, so safety wasn't a concern. Zhou Shuan had also remarked that although Mayor Lu had ulterior motives in placing her and Qi Mingyu in the water protection team, he was still a decent person. At least in protecting the vulnerable and women, he had done his utmost. Now, thinking back, he must have reviewed Qi Mingyu's file first, intending to recruit him, before recommending him and Zhou Shuan to the water protection team. Recommending only him would be too conspicuous, so he added a skilled woman as well. Chapter 145. When the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, life became extremely difficult. It was equally stifling indoors and outdoors. Even sitting still, people would soon be drenched in sweat. The water supply remained the same, but in the high temperatures, people's demand for water was much higher, and even with careful use, it wasn't enough. The good news was that the floodwaters had receded to the first floor. In the higher areas to the north, the ground had been exposed. Uncle Zhong and the others were a little worried about the water tanks hidden deep in the mountains. In such high temperatures, most of the water might evaporate. However, the daytime temperatures were too high, so people rarely went out, only venturing out in the early morning or evening when the weather was slightly cooler. Even with their worries, there was nothing they could do. The water in those tanks wasn't for the high temperatures, but for the more severe drought. The supermarket boats' distribution time for relief food was changed to 8 to 10 p.m. It was close to the community, and there were soldiers patrolling with guns, so the journey was relatively safe. The vegetable greenhouses had closed. Even though Director Wu had reported the cactus planting project, large-scale cactus cultivation was difficult, and seeds weren't readily available. Therefore, after the last batch of vegetables was harvested, Zhong Tiyun officially retired to her home. Zhou's father installed an air conditioner in the kitchen, and the whole family no longer ate in the dining room. They all moved to the kitchen. The kitchen air conditioner was turned on while cooking and eating, and then turned off after meals, returning to the master bedroom. The short walk from the master bedroom to the dining room was enough to leave one drenched in sweat. The Zhou family only opened the windows for half an hour in the morning for ventilation. Otherwise, they kept the thick curtains drawn to minimize sunlight reflection. Actually, when the Zhou family renovated their house, they installed insulation on both floors, making it much more effective than other homes. Even so, it was still very difficult to endure without air conditioning. But Zhou Shuwan insisted that the air conditioning be used only for 2 hours each night. Her parents and Mumu had to gradually adapt to the extreme weather conditions of the post-apocalyptic world. Only in this way could their physical fitness improve, and they better survive in the apocalypse. In their previous life, those who survived 8 years in the apocalypse had undergone significant changes in physical fitness compared to pre-apocalyptic humans. They were more heat-resistant, cold-resistant, and had stronger resistance to various viruses. They were less prone to illness and had greater environmental adaptability. Later, scientists researched and concluded that while the apocalypse caused mass death and even genocide, from another perspective, humanity was slowly evolving. In extreme weather conditions, those with weaker physical fitness were quickly eliminated, while those whose physical fitness gradually improved and who could adapt to various natural disasters survived. The apocalypse is not only a disaster brought by extreme weather, but also by viral attacks. The toxic waters of floods, the heat radiation of extreme temperatures, the thirst of droughts, and even a minor cold during extreme cold. These are all culprits that cause human death. But for humans who can survive in the apocalypse for 7 or 8 years, these things no longer pose a threat. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan and her family must gradually adapt their bodies to various extreme weather conditions. If they only focus on enjoying comfort now, even a small cough in the future could plunge their family into utter ruin. Zhou Shuwan also shared this theory with Qi Mingyu. The latter was constantly worried about his grandmother's health, keeping the air conditioner in the master bedroom running day and night, fearing she might fall ill. But Zhou Shuwan's words made perfect sense. He followed the Zhou family's example, keeping the air conditioner on during the day when temperatures were high, and turning it off at night to help him and his grandmother gradually adapt to the high temperatures. 2 weeks later, the temperature reached 50 degrees Celsius. Many people couldn't adapt to such temperatures, even staying indoors and not going anywhere. Their bodies couldn't withstand the strain, and many died. During this period, due to the extreme heat, riots broke out in some residential areas. Unable to endure the heat, young adults gathered, armed with various weapons, and stormed into homes with solar panels or property management offices, driving out the residents and seizing the properties. However, very few homes could run their air conditioners, and even the property management offices were too small to accommodate so many people. Driven by rage and in a frenzy, the people wouldn't calm down. They smashed all the solar panels and air conditioners with hammers, driven by "if I'm not doing well, nobody else should either" mentality. Some even stormed the survivor apartments, armed and attempting to break in. The survivor apartments were now the largest, air-conditioned place in terms of population. But they were filled with elderly people, women, and children, posing no real threat. This is where the patrolling soldiers deployed by Mayor Lu came in handy. Each building had only about 20 soldiers, but they were all armed, and possessed tear gas, submachine guns, and various other firearms. In the first volley of fire, the most vocal and aggressive group at the front collapsed, convulsing. The attackers, as if suddenly jolted awake by a bucket of ice water, showed fear and hesitation, quickly retreating like a receding tide. However, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu had no time to pay attention when the survivor apartment was attacked, because their families were also attacked. In the Dongyuan residential area, there was a man in his 40s named Zheng Changqing, who had been secretly observing the Zhou and Qi families for days. He climbed to his rooftop and carefully observed them through binoculars, gradually concluding that the Zhou and Qi families were living quite well. Not just well, but practically well off. Whether it was food, clothing, or daily necessities, everything seemed unchanged from before the apocalypse. At least the people in their families weren't as thin as others. They were still energetic, their eyes bright, and their clothes were neat and clean. They clearly didn't lack food or drink. Before the high-temperature disaster, Zheng Chongqing didn't dare to do anything. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's skills were renowned throughout the residential area. They had killed 2/3 of Dong Jianhuo's men when they repelled them, and later joined the extremely difficult-to-enter water protection team, demonstrating their capabilities. He only secretly observed, feeling a pang of jealousy. But as the high temperatures arrived, life became increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, the other families had perfectly functioning solar power systems and endless air conditioning. His resentment grew, and he even fantasized countless times about leading a group of people to storm into both homes to enjoy the air conditioning and delicious food. After his youngest son died from heat stroke, he could no longer control himself. He felt as if a little voice in his head was desperately screaming and yelling, urging him to kill and take revenge, to rob the Zhou and Qi families, and to make them taste the same suffering he had endured. Chapter 146. He retained some semblance of rationality, rallying a dozen or so people like himself, lazy and idle, surviving on relief rations, filled with resentment, and extremely dissatisfied with the government, the property management, and the Zhou and Qi families. Why can you have air conditioning, but we can't? Why can you still live comfortably after the apocalypse, but we can't? You have it, I don't. That's the original sin. So, they gathered together and carefully devised a plan. The daytime temperature was too high, so they set the time for 5 a.m., when people are most prone to drowsiness. At that time, the temperature wasn't too high, and the sky was already slightly bright, so visibility wasn't a concern. They split into 3 groups. One group poured gasoline around the Zhou and Qi family's apartment building, waiting for the opportune moment to set it ablaze. Of course, they had to strictly control the fire. They couldn't let it actually burn everything down, otherwise all their efforts would have been in vain. The other group waited at the entrances to the 2 buildings, taking down their men one by one as they emerged from the smoke. Finally, they rowed a boat and waited outside the apartment building, bows and arrows in hand, ready to shoot any escapees as soon as they tried to flee. They thought that no matter how skilled Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were, they were still just flesh and blood. If a fire broke out, wouldn't they panic and run for their lives? Humph, when that happens, it will be their death. Zheng Chongqing smiled smugly, his eyes filled with malice. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were completely unaware of their plan. But the two weren't fools. The reason they stayed home and decisively quit their jobs with the water protection team was because they had already prepared for the worst, anticipating that someone would target their family in the future. As temperatures rose and people's increasingly uncontrollable anger and violence intensified, Qi Mingyu installed automatic sensor alarms every night before bed at the 6th-floor stairwell, the rooftop, and outside the window. He also installed 2 more for the Zhou family, one on the rooftop and one outside their window. These were infrared alarms. Once someone passed by and was detected, they would emit a sharp, piercing alarm. They had used this type of alarm when they were fishing in Jian Mountain. Especially these past few days, Qi Mingyu keenly sensed that someone was secretly watching their movements. He didn't find anyone suspicious, but he became even more vigilant, repeatedly reminding Zhou Shu to be careful at night. He also installed an alarm himself at the 3rd-floor stairwell, a place they had to pass through to get upstairs. Zhou Shu also vaguely sensed the danger. She arranged shifts for her family, she in one group, her father in another, and her mother and Moo Moo in a third, forming 3 shifts to keep watch at night, constantly monitoring the outside. Moo Moo is still young and can't do much, but as a family member, he has to participate. It's a kind of training for him. So Mom and Moo Moo's shifts were scheduled from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., and Dad's from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. The latter half of the night is when people are most sleepy, and when bad guys are most active. Therefore, Zhou Shuan scheduled herself for the latter half of the night, from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. After 6 a.m., it's fully light, and safety is greatly improved. Zheng Chongqing and his team acted at 5 a.m., which was Zhou Shuan's night watch. She lay prone in the rooftop sunroom, where the view was best, clearly seeing downstairs and into the distance. The curtains were slightly open, and she occasionally used binoculars to observe the movements downstairs. At 5 o'clock, she noticed the sound of boats rowing in the distance. She put on her night vision goggles and counted carefully. There were 3 boats, each carrying about 4 or 5 people. She narrowed her eyes, a premonition forming in her mind that these people were coming for her and the Qi family. Sure enough, they rode smoothly to the foot of Building 5. Zhou Shuan saw several people lift buckets from the boats. They looked quite heavy. They gestured with their hands, then disembarked and headed upstairs. She immediately thought of gasoline or alcohol. Were these people planning to set the house on fire? They really would stop at nothing. She jumped up quickly, ran to the sunroom across the street, and banged on the glass. Qi Mingyu, they're going to burn the house down. Get up. Qi Mingyu had been staying on the top floor recently, for the same reason as Zhou Shuan, the best view, allowing him to see dangers lurking in the shadows. However, only he and his grandmother lived there, so he was the only one keeping watch at night. He had arranged with Zhou Shuan that her family would keep watch during the first half of the night, and he would stand guard from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., while Zhou Shuan would stand guard from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. At this moment, he was taking a nap. Hearing Zhou Shuan's words, he opened his eyes, showing no signs of fatigue. He quickly got up, but Zhou Shuan had already rushed downstairs. He sprang to his feet, grabbed his bow and arrow, and quickly ran downstairs as well. Dad, Mom, get up quickly. Something's happened. Zhou Shuan shouted as she reached the 6th floor. Wet a towel and cover your mouth and nose. Before her parents could react, she had already run out. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun also woke up instantly, exchanged a glance, and quickly got up and acted. As Zhou Shuan passed by the stairwell, she noticed the alarm device hidden in the shadows. With a leap, she jumped directly from the stair railing to the bottom, without activating the alarm at all. Qi Mingyu came out and saw her nimble figure. He admired her inwardly and imitated her, leaping down from the stairwell. They didn't even need to open the door to the 6th floor stairwell. They were both cautious, afraid the alarm would alert the thieves. But the thieves below were flustered. As they carried the oil drum upstairs, they accidentally triggered the alarm on the 3rd floor. Instantly, the alarm blared sharply in the darkness. The man carrying the oil drum was startled. Zheng Chongqing stepped forward and immediately recognized what it was. He said angrily, "These two families are really cunning. They even installed an alarm. Then, what do we do? Can't we continue?" Zheng Chongqing hesitated. The alarm was so shrill, it would surely wake up all the residents in the stairwell. The plan had clearly failed before it even began. However, after planning for so long, it would be too unwilling to give up now. "Brother Zheng, how do I turn off the alarm?" Someone stepped forward to try and turn it off, but how could they possibly do so? Just as Zheng Chongqing was about to say something, an arrow suddenly flew diagonally from the upper stairs, knocking down the man fiddling with the alarm. "Someone's here. Get cover." Zheng Chongqing reacted quickly, immediately hiding behind a wall. "Quick, retaliate as we agreed." They had made a detailed plan, that's true, but these people were just a rabble. How could they possibly withstand Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan's effortless skill? The group retaliated in a flurry of panic. Some, in their panic, simply opened the lids of their oil cans and poured the gasoline directly onto the ground. The gasoline gushed down the 3rd floor stairwell and dripped onto the stairs. Chapter 147. Seeing the man trembling as he tried to light the lighter, another man standing next to him slapped him angrily. "You're going to get us all killed." Their men were all standing nearby, some even in the gasoline. If they lit the lighter, they would all be burned to death. I'm going to light the fire, burn them to death," the man stammered, his voice trembling with rage. Zheng Chongqing was furious with these people. But he didn't even need to vent his anger. Zhou Shuan had already fired a swift arrow, and the man, panicked and only remembering his mission to light the lighter, collapsed with a thud into the gasoline. The lighter in his hand rolled to the ground with a clatter. Seeing that 5 or 6 of his men had already fallen, Zheng Chongqing knew there was no chance of victory. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbed the fallen lighter, dodged backward, raised it high, and hissed, "Don't move. Don't move, or I set it on fire, and we all die together." The crowd, who had been pacing around like headless flies, froze. "Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan, if you dare shoot another arrow, I will definitely die with you," Zheng Chongqing shouted again. The arrows flying from the stairwell indeed stopped temporarily. Zheng Chongqing, quick-witted as ever, saw that the other party was indeed concerned about the gasoline on the ground, and he was overjoyed. Knowing this was his only chance of survival, his eyes darted around. Then he shouted, "You two come down here, where I can see you." The other party didn't move. He then became ruthless and pulled the lighter, scaring those around him who cried out, "No, Brother Zheng." Fortunately, the first shot missed. However, a few sparks had already appeared from the lighter, startling those around them. "Don't. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were on the stairs between the third and fourth floors. From their vantage point, Zheng Chongqing's upper body was hidden in a blind spot, making him unclear. Therefore, they couldn't risk shooting him. They exchanged a glance. "We play it by ear," Qi Mingyu whispered. Zhou Shuan nodded, lazily saying as she descended the stairs, "What are you trying to do in the middle of the night? Kill, rob, or loot?" Qi Mingyu followed her downstairs. When the crowd saw the two of them, they reacted as if they were seeing demons, taking a step back in unison. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, both dressed in black, stood there casually, their faces relaxed and natural, showing no sign of tension. "Throw away your weapons. Now!" Zheng Chongqing stretched out his arm, gripping the lighter tightly, and ordered, trying to appear calm. "Okay." Zhou Shuan loosened her grip, throwing her longbow and arrows to the ground. "And you, hurry up." Qi Mingyu looked at them calmly, slowly tossing his bow and arrows to the ground. "What else do you want us to do? Just say it all at once." The heat and tension made Zheng Chongqing's forehead bead with sweat. He pointed to his men. "You two go tie them up." These two were very skilled, they weren't injured, so it was fine, but going near them would only get them beaten to a pulp. The two men he pointed at looked distressed, but they had planned to tie them up anyway, and the ropes were already tied around their waists, so they couldn't even utter a word of refusal. You're not allowed to move." The two of them mustered their courage and approached, while the people around them drew their knives and bows and arrows. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, and suddenly, with lightning speed, the former swept her leg across, striking the two approaching men, who fell to the ground with a thud. The latter hurled a throwing knife, hitting Zheng Chongqing's wrist, which was holding a lighter. The latter screamed, and the lighter fell to the ground. Compared to bows and arrows and guns, Qi Mingyu's skills, honed in the army, were actually more suited to close combat. With a few turns and flips, he and Zhou Shuan had knocked a group of people to the ground. These people dared to use fire, completely disregarding the lives of others. Truly ruthless and merciless, their hearts are deserving of death. At this moment, Qi Mingyu was no longer showing mercy as before. Except for those already knocked to the ground and unable to move, anyone trying to escape was shot dead with his bow and arrow. Zhou Shuan saw his actions, her eyes flashing. Besides these two groups, another group was waiting outside the building by boat, ready to catch any who managed to escape. When they heard the alarms and sounds of fighting coming from inside, these people realized something was wrong. After a brief discussion, they quickly rode away. Qi Mingyu said to Zhou Shuan, "101, you stay here and take care of the family. I'm going after them." "Okay, be careful." Qi Mingyu then rode off in pursuit, but the 4 or 5 men were no match for him. When he returned after dealing with the men outside, Zhou Shuan, along with her parents, had already tied up the 4 wounded men. The others were all dead, including Zheng Chongqing, the planner and commander of this operation. He was shot in the wrist by Qi Mingyu, and then shot dead by Zhou Shuan with a bow and arrow. The 2 families on the 5th floor had been awakened by the alarm. They had never seen anything like this before, and hid behind their security doors, not daring to even peek out. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun, however, had Mumu take a wet towel and hide inside, while they came out with a bow and arrow and a stun gun to help. While tying up the people, Zhong Tiyun, thinking about how her peaceful life had almost been destroyed by these thugs, angrily gave each person a few electric shocks, muttering, "You're so vicious. I can understand you wanting to steal supplies and air conditioners, but you actually thought of setting the building on fire, without any concern for innocent bystanders. The temperature is so high now, if it catches fire, the entire neighborhood might not survive. You're utterly selfish." In her previous life, during periods of high temperatures and drought, there were many examples of entire neighborhoods being wiped out by a single spark. These 2 periods of natural disasters are the driest. In this post-apocalyptic world, life has reverted to pre-industrial revolution conditions. There's no electricity, no natural gas, people rely solely on primitive wood-fired cooking. Therefore, even the slightest carelessness can cause a fire. In the previous life, many survivors didn't die of starvation or disease, but were burned to death in devastating fires. Zhou Shuan had warned her family about fire safety in hot weather, which is why Zhong Tian particularly hated such actions. The commotion at Building 5 reached Director Wu and the Property Management Office by dawn. Meanwhile, news of the attack on the survivor apartments also arrived. Director Wu was both relieved that his own community was unharmed and furious at those who lived off the land. Compared to other communities, life in Dongyuan community was actually much better. Chapter 148. Compared to other residential areas, life in Dongyuan residential area was actually much better. The government's distribution of supplies every 3 days hadn't stopped. While these relief supplies weren't enough to fill their stomachs, they were sufficient for basic survival. Furthermore, the residential area had 5 vegetable greenhouses. Residents could exchange vegetables and staple foods at relatively low prices. In addition, the area employed many people to help with security guards and the operation of the greenhouses. With a little effort, one could always earn some money to make ends meet. Only those who were lazy, selfish, and narrow-minded, hiding at home and barely surviving on relief supplies, would find their situation worsening, their minds becoming increasingly unbalanced, and eventually leading them astray. Recently, several residential areas had suffered fires, resulting in numerous deaths, injuries, and displacements. Director Wu held a special residents' meeting in the area, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of fire prevention. Now that the floodwaters had receded to the ground floor, it was much easier for people to go out. Without electricity and natural gas, the biggest challenge wasn't using air conditioning, but cooking with firewood. Firewood was scarce in the city, so survivors rode in groups to the suburbs. Finding tall trees not yet uprooted by the flood and tsunami, they eagerly climbed them, as if discovering treasure, to cut branches. Some chopped by hand, each stroke requiring immense strength. Others used battery-powered chainsaws to cut the trunks. Then several boats worked together to tow them to their apartment buildings, where they chopped them into smaller pieces with axes. Still others, afraid to venture too far from their neighborhoods, donned diving suits and ran to the flooded lower floors of homes to cut furniture and wooden doors, then hauled them out. The firewood collected bit by bit was extremely precious, and each household would dry it in a secluded spot before bringing it home. Now, with the temperature so high, the firewood they found didn't need special drying. Simply leaving it on the balcony or inside the room allowed it to dry quickly. Besides using it for cooking, some resourceful people thought of using coal for cooking. J City was a coal-producing city, with abundant coal resources beneath its walls. However, recently, these resources have become increasingly depleted, leading to a shift towards tourism, and the coal industry declined. When the flood came, the priority was always to move essential survival supplies. Coal was neglected and ignored. By the time its importance was realized, several of J City's larger coal mines had been completely submerged. When the underground was hollowed out, and the surrounding area was full of coal mine subsidence zones, the floodwaters surged back, and a tsunami struck, causing most of the coal mine subsidence zones to collapse completely. Therefore, although some people now risk entering the underground coal mines to mine coal, the amount mined is small, and the coal must be dried before it can be sold. Coal was extremely expensive on the market, making it unaffordable for ordinary households. Therefore, although Director Wu repeatedly emphasized the importance of fire prevention, the ban became problematic when every household relied on fire for cooking. But that's a story for later. Right now, people's biggest concern is the rising temperature. It was probably the series of riots that made the government realize the seriousness of the situation and accelerate its actions. At the end of August, when the floodwaters had receded and temperatures had risen to 55 degrees Celsius, the government office distributed newly developed air-conditioned suits. Air-conditioned suits, as the name suggests, are garments that can regulate temperature. Their appearance is very similar to the spacesuits worn by astronauts. An air-conditioned suit is an independent ecosystem. A control device and battery are cleverly integrated into the center of the suit near the abdomen, connected to internal wiring and a switch. Air vents are located on the back legs. To use it, simply turn on the switch and press the plus or minus buttons to easily adjust the temperature inside the suit. In addition to temperature settings, the suit also features an oxygen supply system, with oxygen regulators and switches located near the ears. Overall, this unique intelligent temperature control and oxygen supply function can almost be considered a culmination of modern technology, attracting much attention and admiration upon its release. Zhou Shuan was also quite surprised. Such clothing didn't exist in her previous life. But thinking about it, in this life there is a prophet, and as time goes by, her words will surely be verified one by one. Therefore, the government believes in the catastrophic nature of high temperatures, and will arrange for researchers to develop this air-conditioned suit to help humans adapt to hot weather. However, while current human technology allows for the development of such air-conditioned suits, large-scale production is extremely difficult, requiring vast amounts of manpower, resources, and capital, as well as the development of highly specialized energy sources. Especially since the timing of natural disasters in this life is drastically different from the previous one. The sudden end of the floods and the arrival of extreme heat caught people off guard. Therefore, The air-conditioned suits were only mass-produced after temperatures reached 55 degrees Celsius. These are basic survival supplies, but their exorbitant cost means the government doesn't distribute them for free. The J-City government office only received a few thousand suits. Aside from the military, staff, and a small number of special personnel who received them free of charge, the general public had to exchange them for other supplies. This was a lifesaver, and every household was contributing their maximum resources to exchange for a single air conditioning suit. As a result, the suit was being sold at exorbitant prices. The Zhou family even held a meeting to discuss whether to exchange for the suit. They already had air conditioning at home, so their lives weren't greatly affected, but they were trapped inside, afraid to go out except at night for fear of succumbing to the outside temperatures. Recently, too many elderly people and children had died from the high temperatures, and many young and strong people had suddenly collapsed and stopped breathing. If they were to exchange for the suit, Zhou Shuan's resources, without breaking a sweat, could get her 2 or 3 suits. Last year, she had stockpiled approximately 1,000 tons of coal at several small private coal mines atop Yun Mountain. Keeping enough for her own family for several decades, the rest should be more than enough to exchange for the suit. However, their discussion revolved around whether or not to exchange for it. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment, and then said, "I figured if the high temperatures continue for a year or two, the government definitely won't ignore it. The air conditioning suits we receive now are the first batch. There will be a second and a third batch later. Let's not rush to exchange for so many. Let's just take out a few hundred tons of coal and exchange for one suit first. That way, it won't attract attention, and if we need to go out for something, we won't be completely trapped at home." Zhong Tian nodded in agreement. "Your dad is right. It's too high profile for our family to exchange for several air conditioning suits all at once. We should keep a low profile and avoid attracting attention." Chapter 149. Zhou Shuan nodded. "Okay, then let's exchange for an air conditioning suit first. I also need to go out." Mumu usually stayed upstairs doing her homework during their family gatherings about storing supplies in the space, not participating. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian looked at her in surprise. "Wanwan, what are you going out for in this heat?" Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "Let's exchange for the air conditioning suit first." "Dad, Mom, I definitely won't go out without it." In this kind of weather, no one dared to go out at all. The temperature at night was more than 10 degrees lower than during the day, so if there was an urgent matter requiring going out, people could only risk going out at night. Staff like Director Wu hadn't dared to go out for over a month, staying at the Community Property Management Office, with staff from the service hall delivering any messages. Those who went out more often had already been equipped with air conditioning suits. Originally, the supermarket boat could have served this function, but now that the floodwaters had completely receded, the supermarket boat had lost its ability to navigate. Last month, the supermarket boat completely ceased operations. The heat wave is different from the flood season. During the heat wave, survivors are not only trapped indoors, unable to go out and suffering immense psychological stress, but they also endure various physical discomforts. This dual pressure contributes to emotional instability during the heat wave. If relief supplies are stopped, it will undoubtedly trigger more riots and violent incidents. Mayor Liu led numerous meetings, ultimately overcoming all obstacles and insisting on continuing the helicopter distribution of relief supplies to the survivors every 3 days. Now, more than half a year has passed since the last census, and the data is no longer accurate. Therefore, the property management needs to conduct another door-to-door census. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu discussed it, and decided to give the distribution point to the apartment building next door. Their two families now have solar power generation equipment and air conditioning. The temperature inside their homes is significantly different from the outside, making it unsuitable for outsiders to enter. Qi Mingyu initially proposed this decision to be wary of the Dong family. Now that there are no more concerns, he naturally agrees. The helicopter delivery time was set for 5 a.m., just as dawn was breaking, which is considered the coldest time of day. After getting up early to collect the supplies from next door, they learned that the family responsible for receiving supplies on the top floor of the next building was surnamed Qin. The head of the household was named Qin Kun, in his 30s, with elderly parents and children, carrying a heavy burden and a difficult life. However, he was known throughout the community for his kindness and honesty. When the Zhou family came to collect their supplies, he took advantage of the moment after they left and said to Zhou Jianhai, "Brother Jianhai, I'm a bit unsure about how to handle receiving supplies now. I remember your method of having Zhou Shuan record videos with her phone was great, but we don't have solar panels. So, could we bring our phones to your place to charge?" Zhou Jianhai was taken aback and looked at Zhou Shuan. People had come to borrow electricity to charge their phones before, but not many, and only a few times. Later, everyone was busy finding survival supplies, and it wasn't convenient to go door to door during the flood season, so no one came to charge their phones anymore. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, Uncle Qin, if you want to charge your phones, you can bring your batteries, power banks, or phones, but you need to exchange them for supplies. If you have gold or jade jewelry, you can exchange it. If not, a pack of compressed biscuits, a bundle of firewood, etc. will do. Qin Kun's face had already turned grim when she mentioned needing to exchange supplies. Supplies were scarce these days. How could his family possibly afford to exchange supplies for electricity? But when he heard Zhou Shuan suggest exchanging gold and jade jewelry or firewood, his expression softened, and he nodded repeatedly, Okay, okay. I come to your house later. Gold and jade jewelry was practically worthless lying around. Exchanging it for a few charges would be nice. He certainly wouldn't exchange food, but now that the floodwaters had receded and the sun was blazing, countless fallen trees had dried out, making it the perfect time to gather firewood. After going downstairs, Zhou Jianhai asked, Wan, why did you propose this charging condition? Zhou Shuan smiled and said, Dad, the sun is so strong now, our solar panels are working their magic. Before, because of the inconvenient transportation, people found it too troublesome to come over, and solar power generation was limited during the flood season, But now that the floodwaters have receded, coming over is just a matter of walking, and I see more people coming to charge their devices. Zhou Jianhai muttered to himself, That's true, and some families probably have portable air conditioners and fans that can be charged, and they'd like to charge them too. Since there are too many people to refuse, we should set some rules. We can't just charge for free, can we? Free lunches are never good, they always bring a lot of trouble. Zhou Shuan didn't expect to get rich from this charging fee, so the price she quoted wasn't high. Zhou Jianhai nodded repeatedly, Yes, Wan, the standard you just mentioned is very good. It won't break their spirit, nor will it make them think our family is easy to bully. Not long after, Qin Kun arrived with his neighbor. Zhou Shuan didn't let them in, only accepting the items at the door, a laptop, 2 power banks, and 5 cell phones. The Qin family brought a gold necklace and a gold ring, while the neighbor brought 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Zhou Shuan charged them all. Qi Mingyu heard the commotion outside, and came out to watch for a while. After agreeing to pick them up that evening and everyone leaving, he leaned against the door and smiled slightly, Looks like I found a way to earn supplies at home. Zhou Shuan gave him a disapproving look. Don't be too envious. Someone will definitely come to your house tonight. Qi Mingyu leaned lazily against the door, dressed in black. The bright sunlight streamed through from behind, falling on half of his shoulder, making his features even more defined and his eyes deep. A slight smile played on his lips, adding a touch of unintentional allure to his handsome appearance. Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat. She glanced around, then, forcing herself to remain calm, walked over. My family is planning to exchange for an air conditioning suit. What about you? Given the close relationship between the two families, it was only right to mention it. Qi Mingyu, relentlessly showering Zhou Shuan with his charm, paused slightly at her words, but wasn't particularly surprised. He looked down at her. You're planning to go out and search for supplies? No wonder, he was a former Special Forces soldier. He accurately guessed her intentions from just one sentence. Zhou Shuan nodded, not bothering to hide anything from him, only lowering her voice. After the flood receded, many of the supplies that were swept away have become visible. I want to take this opportunity to search for them, and see if there's anything usable. A crucial point is that the temperature is currently too high. Survivors without air conditioning suits are forced to stay indoors and dare not go out. This creates a time gap, allowing Zhou Shuan to get ahead of everyone else to search for supplies lost in the water. Chapter 150. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, then nodded. In that case, I exchange for one too. His tone was as casual as if the price of an air-conditioned uniform were as cheap as cabbage. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but say, Actually, if you really need one, you and Grandma Pang can borrow one from us. Air-conditioned uniforms are so expensive now, one will suffice for now. Qi Mingyu looked at her gently, not uttering his thoughts aloud. Once the floodwaters recede, the outside world will become increasingly dangerous. He was very worried about letting Wan go out alone to find supplies. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, Brother Yu, I feel like you stockpiled quite a lot of supplies? She had the courage to exchange supplies, because she had pre-stockpiled a large amount in her spatial storage. Even if Qi Mingyu had several safe houses to store supplies, how much could he possibly store? Chi Mingyu glanced at her indifferently. Exchanging for one air-conditioned uniform is enough. Zhou Shuan fell silent. Having reached an agreement, they went together to the property management office to discuss exchanging their uniforms for air-conditioned uniforms. Director Wu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Currently, in J City, besides the officially issued air-conditioned uniforms, only the wealthy and powerful could afford them. The Zhou and Qi families were slightly better off than the average family, but they were still just ordinary people, yet they could afford to exchange for air-conditioned uniforms. Appearances can be deceiving. This transaction involved too many people to disclose easily. Director Wu then introduced them to the special working group in the service hall responsible for exchanging air-conditioned uniforms. They discussed the exchange terms directly with the group leader. Zhou Shuan exchanged 150 tons of coal. Chi Mingyu exchanged 100 tons of iron ore. J City produces coal, so stockpiling some before the flood season isn't unusual, but iron ore is much rarer. In front of outsiders, Zhou Shuan didn't show anything amiss. Only after leaving the service hall did she look at the other person in surprise, then swallow the words she was about to say. The other person didn't even ask how she managed to stockpile the coal. She shouldn't have asked. Chi Mingyu smiled at her and casually explained, I stockpiled some by chance before. After a pause, he asked again, does your family need a large truck? I can drive one to help you transport the coal. Did he even prepare a large truck in advance? With the flood season lasting so long, where did he hide it all? Zhou Shuan thought to herself, but smiled and said, no need, we have a small truck. Chi Mingyu nodded. Before their operation, in the evening, the two families went to the Fengyang parking lot and reassembled their parked cars. The disassembly was to prevent theft of the vehicles or parts. Both families had plenty of gas, so they filled up their cars and then went their separate ways. Zhou Shuan and her father drove to the mountainous area near their hometown. They drove around for half a day, making sure no one was around, before releasing the two small trucks from their spatial storage. The trucks had clear markings indicating they were from the Jian Mountain scenic area. So, Zhou Shuan took paint out of her storage space and, together with her father, removed the license plates from the trucks. They then repainted all the markings and colors, deliberately making them look dirty and rusty. Then, they loaded the truck with coal from the storage space and drove to the designated location at the service hall. The next day, they got up at 5 o'clock and made several more trips. Once they had transported 100 tons of coal, the service provider promptly delivered a well-packaged air-conditioned suit with instructions. Zhou Shuan and her father, barely containing their excitement, accepted the suit and drove the truck back into the mountains. They changed into an electric scooter and went home. The air-conditioned suit, incorporating various high-tech features, was passed around among everyone in the family. It not only regulated the temperature but also supplied oxygen. It was obviously quite heavy. Mumu struggled to carry it, needing to hold it with both hands. Zhou Shuan had her mother try it on first, and then adjusted the temperature and oxygen levels. Zhong Tiyun, looking excited, took off the suit. The temperature is so comfortable, like a constant temperature environment. I don't feel the constant blast of air conditioning at all. The temperature is currently 50 degrees Celsius, and they run the air conditioning almost all day. Staying in an air-conditioned room all day is uncomfortable, so the comfort level isn't very high. But wearing the air conditioning suit provides a constant temperature, which feels comfortable. Zhou Shuan tried it herself, and it was indeed the case. Wearing this suit, even in temperatures as high as 80 degrees Celsius, she wouldn't be afraid. However, there is one drawback. The suit is powered by a battery located in the center of the abdomen, and it needs to be charged every 3 days, otherwise it will become ineffective. Accompanying the suit is a small solar-powered charging device for charging the suit. Zhou Shuan prepared her travel gear and set off at midday, when it was hottest. She had important plans to make and didn't call Chi Mingyu. She drove towards the direction the tsunami had struck. The floodwaters had receded, some roads were collapsed, and others were completely blocked by large vehicles and garbage. Driving wasn't easy. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had studied the map of J City countless times and knew all the roads by heart, so she managed to navigate the winding roads smoothly out of the city. On the highway, the speed was much faster, and she encountered almost no other vehicles or pedestrians. Very few people would choose to go out at a time like this. At each depression in the road, Zhou Shuan would stop the car and use binoculars to look down at the highway. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that she made a discovery. While with the flood control team, she had heard from the cruise ship crew that many cargo ships had been swept away by the tsunami, and their whereabouts were unknown. She immediately thought that she could find these wrecked ships before everyone else, once the floodwaters receded. Large cargo ships during the flood season carried supplies that would be absolutely essential after the apocalypse. She drove for most of the afternoon, a full 3 hours drive from J City, before finally finding a cargo ship. The ship was split in two, one half upside down in a crack in the ground, the other half lying to one side. Many shipping containers were scattered around it. Zhou Shuan stored her electric car in her spatial storage, and then got off the highway. She walked to one of the containers, touched it, and felt that it was full of vacuum-packed food. The container was sealed. There was no water leakage. There were about a dozen containers scattered around, 4 or 5 of which had been crushed by the massive impact of the tsunami, leaving only fragments scattered there. The rest were intact. Vacuum-packed sausages, meat, compressed biscuits, canned goods, mushrooms. Chapter 151. Zhou Shuan stored over a dozen shipping containers in her spatial storage. She arrived at the ship that had been cut in two. The ship was large, and the gap was also large, with huge exposed wires and steel cables, making it dangerous to climb up. Zhou Shuan simply placed her hand on the ship, focusing on sensing the cargo inside. Perhaps due to her frequent use of her spatial storage over the past year, she easily sensed the more than 100 shipping containers inside the ship. This was a food transport ship. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes and, through the ship, loaded all the containers into her spatial storage. A total of 167 containers were collected. A very large haul. Actually, searching for supplies along the highway was the most inefficient method. During a tsunami, ships are always caught in the whirlpools, mostly in the lowest lying areas. The highways are actually built on higher ground. However, for easier driving, she had no choice but to travel along this highway. Moreover, due to floods and tsunamis, the highways are now frequently damaged. If Zhou Shuan's spatial ability to move vehicles freely hadn't existed, it would have been virtually impossible to drive across this road. This also ensured the road's safety. Zhou Shuan continued driving until nightfall without encountering any more boats. At the 2 service areas she passed, she emptied 2/3 of the gas from the stations. That night, instead of resting at a service area, she rested in a desolate area far from human habitation, beneath a damaged highway. She set up the RV, installed the alarms Qi Mingyu had given her around it, then quickly washed up and went to sleep. Perhaps it was the first time in so long she slept outside, or perhaps it was her first time sleeping in an RV. Zhou Shuan didn't sleep very soundly, waking up just as dawn was breaking. She checked the time. It was only a little past 4 in the morning. She used binoculars to carefully survey the area outside the window, confirming there were no signs of human presence, before getting out of the RV. She quickly washed up, took out a basket of steamed buns, and some sweet potato porridge her mother had cooked from her storage space, ate them all, and then packed up the RV and continued on her way. Just as she was heading towards the highway, she stopped and turned to look back. When she stopped here to rest yesterday, it was already quite late. During her inspection last night, she had mistaken an undulating area in the distance for a small hill, but now, looking closer, it was clearly a boat, stranded on the vast field. Suppressing her excitement, she released her bicycle and rode it erratically. Because it was an endless expanse of fields, the view was wide open, and what looked close was actually quite far. Moreover, the presence of fields meant that a village was nearby, so she still had to ride carefully. Upon reaching it, she discovered it was a ship even larger than the one she had seen before, its location unknown, having been swept here by the tsunami. The bow of the ship was half broken off, leaning precariously to one side. The stern lay askew, the containers on the deck scattered haphazardly. Zhou Shuan placed her hand on it, feeling its contents. It was filled with something resembling black mud. She was unsure, were all those containers filled with soil? She took a handful from her spatial storage, then released it, carefully rubbing a small amount between her fingers to examine it closely. It was indeed soil. However, the quality of this soil was several levels higher than the soil she used for planting. It was a deep black color, heavy and sticky, with a smooth, soft surface and a faint earthy fragrance. In a flash, Zhou Shuan realized it was black soil from northeast China. Perhaps, it was even carefully cultivated planting soil from black soil. Northeast black soil, needless to say, is one of the most fertile soils in the world, ideal for planting. Could this have been specially transported from northeast China, or perhaps destined for the south, but cruelly stranded here due to the tsunami? She thought for a moment, then loaded all the scattered containers and those from the ships, a total of over 300 containers, into the container. When the acid rain season arrives, most of the world's soil will be destroyed. Black soil is extremely precious, especially in their Central Plains region. These containers are only safe inside her spatial storage. After the acid rain, she can keep some for her own use, and the rest can be donated to the government or exchanged for supplies. It's all fine. It's better than leaving them here to be destroyed by the acid rain. Zhou Shuan was overjoyed with such a large haul so early in the morning. She was surprised she hadn't noticed such a large ship. Was she too hungry early in the morning and preoccupied with eating? She only been out for a little over a day and already had so much to show for it. It seemed she still needed to drive east. Eastward lay the coastline. This ship carrying black soil had been sailing at sea and was swept here by the tsunami. It was incredibly lucky it hadn't been completely destroyed. Driving eastward, she encountered no more shipping containers. At noon, Zhou Shuan ate a simple lunch in her air-conditioned car and prepared to continue her journey. From around the corner ahead, a relatively large SUV suddenly approached. Startled, she quickly reclined her seat and lay back. She then took out a long, thin, retractable mirror from her spatial storage, carefully extended it out the window, and lay there spying on the oncoming vehicle. Fortunately, before leaving home, Zhou Shuan had deliberately aged the cars she frequently used in her spatial storage. From the outside, they weren't much different from the surrounding cars that had been submerged in floodwaters for a year. The same dilapidated state, the same rust. The other driver didn't notice her car, assuming it was just a long abandoned vehicle. The driver glanced in her direction and continued driving. Suddenly, a screeching sound of brakes rang out. Then came the faint sound of angry curses. About 800 to 900 meters behind, there was a deep crack, over a meter long. The car couldn't possibly cross it. Zhou Shuan had just stored the car in her spatial storage and circled around it via a side road. The SUV owner cursed a few times and got out with the other 3 people in the car. They were all wearing air conditioning suits. After getting out, they circled the crack, seemingly at a loss, and could only make a few hand gestures. 2 of them got back into the car, while the other 2 looked this way and slowly walked over. Zhou Shuan gripped her bow and arrow tightly. The government was still there, the army was still there. She didn't want to open fire and cause trouble unless absolutely necessary. She didn't know much about cars, but that SUV looked very expensive, the kind only a wealthy person could afford, and the air conditioning suits worn by the 4 people in the car only reinforced the impression of wealth. These 4 people, each wearing an air-conditioned suit, were out in this sweltering heat. Were they on a mission? Or simply a group of pampered young masters on an outing? Watching the 2 figures approach, Zhou Shuan's heart leaped into her throat, her mind racing. Chapter 152. She quickly gathered everything up from the car and sprinkled dirt under the seats, creating the impression of a dilapidated vehicle, both inside and out. Then she quietly opened one of the doors, rolled under the car, and gently closed the door. She pressed herself tightly against the bottom of the car, listening for any sounds outside. Fortunately, it was too hot at midday, so she put on her air-conditioned suit by mid-morning. The 2 men walked and talked. One of them habitually reached for a cigarette, then realized he was wearing an air-conditioned suit. In the early 50s Celsius heat, for safety, he didn't even dare remove his mask, and cursed, "This heaven really doesn't give people a way out." His voice sounded younger. "Forget it, the old man told us to come out and check if the supplies we stockpiled were missing. This is just one trip, we go back after we check." The other voice was more mature, probably a few years older than the first man. The man scoffed, "I don't know what Grandpa was thinking. He could have sent the foreman to do this, but he insisted we do it ourselves. He really trusts us." His voice was somewhat muffled because of the mask. However, Zhou Shuan still clearly heard the word supplies. She listened intently. The 2 men walked towards her, seemingly checking for a way to bypass the area. They passed Zhou Shuan's electric scooter. They encountered many broken down or flooded vehicles along the way. The 2 men only glanced at them casually, paying no attention, and certainly not noticing Zhou Shuan underneath the scooter. They walked a few hundred meters further, one of them pointing to a washed-out section of the highway. "Let's fill this in a bit, then we can drive across." The younger one hesitated. "We didn't bring shovels or hose. Are we really going to go back? Let's search the back of these carts and see if we can find any useful tools." So the 2 went back and checked each cart one by one. When they got to Zhou Shuan's cart, they opened the back. There was nothing inside except some dust. The one with the steady voice suddenly exclaimed, "This cart seems quite new compared to the previous ones." Zhou Shuan had only put some dirt in the cart and back. A closer look would reveal the problem. Hidden under the cart, Zhou Shuan had quietly taken out her bow and arrows from her spatial storage, looking wary. The younger one said, maybe this cart is just lucky. The steady voice didn't say anything more. The younger man said, brother, that ship we passed this morning was huge. It had so many containers. We pried open a few, and they were full of coal. Should we go back and tell Grandpa to send someone to haul it away? So much coal, it's such a waste to just leave it lying around. The steady voice snorted, short-sighted. The important thing now is that batch of supplies. Once we verify the situation, we send someone to take those containers away. Who can move such heavy stuff overnight? That's true. The two men didn't say anything more. They searched the back of the truck, but Zhou Shuan had already taken everything, so they found nothing. They closed the truck door and went to the other trucks. Luckily, this time they found 2 wrenches and a small shovel for planting flowers. The 4 of them smoothed out the gap in the truck before carefully driving off the highway and speeding across the fields. Zhou Shuan waited until the people left before getting out of the car, gazing slightly at the direction they had gone. She then drove along the highway they had come from. When she encountered washed-out roads, or thick layers of mud left by the receding floodwaters, she parked the car and drove around them. With her spatial cheat device, she was much faster than them. The other party was the ship she had encountered that morning. She had only driven for 3 hours before meeting it. It was indeed a large ship, but smaller than the mud-carrying vessel she had encountered earlier. It carried about 170 containers, all filled with coal. One of the containers had been breached by the tsunami, scattering coal everywhere. She only picked up the larger chunks of coal, leaving the smaller ones untouched. Then she stored all the containers in her spatial dimension. Considering that the people who had spoken earlier might come to investigate, to avoid arousing suspicion, she released several different types of vehicles, drove them in a few different directions, and then stored them away again. Only then did she drive away. She had been out for 2 days, and had gained quite a bit. Zhou Shuan had told her parents she would be out for 3 days. Now, she had driven for more than a day on the highway, and it was time to head back. It was already evening, and the road conditions were poor. Just like the night before, she'd parked her RV in a secluded spot below the highway, where it was well protected. The spot where she'd parked her RV was a wild forest. The trees had been submerged in floodwaters for a year, and most of them were uprooted, exposing their dry roots. The sun was too strong, the trees were now so dry that they would break at the slightest touch, perfect for firewood. Zhou Shuan decided to get up early and collect all the fallen trees from the grove. The next morning, she collected over 100 fallen tree trunks into her spatial storage, along with branches, roots, and dry grass. Then she transferred to an SUV from her spatial storage before driving back. If she encountered those people from yesterday, she wanted to make sure they didn't recognize the electric car. However, she was mistaken. She didn't encounter them on her way back. Except for the 30-odd workers clearing mud from the highway in the evening, she saw no one else. After the flood receded, what remained wasn't just damaged roads, foundations, and houses, but also thick layers of silt. After the sun dried it, it became thick, cracked earth, piled up in certain places like small mounds, significantly obstructing traffic. The workers were clearing away the mud to allow vehicles to pass. Zhou Shuan saw these people from afar and, not wanting trouble, drove off the highway to avoid them. She drove onto an unknown side road, winding and turning until she finally found the right direction, though the road was even more difficult to navigate. She drove and stopped frequently, avoiding people going out, until she finally returned to her neighborhood by noon the next day. She had switched back to her electric car from her SUV. She knocked, and the door opened. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun had been worried sick at home for 4 days since their daughter had left. Especially since they had agreed to leave for 3 days, Zhong Tiyun hadn't been able to concentrate on anything else since late yesterday afternoon, constantly looking out from the balcony to see if she could spot her. After welcoming Zhou Shuan into the house, Zhong Tiyun took her hand. "Wan, you can't go out like this again. Your mother hasn't slept well these past few nights because of worry." Chapter 153. Zhou Jianhai looked at his daughter, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed softly. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then said, "Dad, Mom, it's alright. We gained a lot from this trip. Later, when we exchange for some more air-conditioned clothes, we can go out and see the world together." With her protecting her, their safety along the way wouldn't be a problem. There were also 2 RVs in the space, so sleeping at night wouldn't be too uncomfortable. Zhou Jianhai nodded first. "Okay, we go with you to see the outside world. It's been over a year since the apocalypse, and your dad has been stuck at home for over a year, feeling really cooped up." Zhong Tiyun secretly glared at him. Zhou Shuan then took a good shower, changed into a refreshing set of pajamas, and came out. While Zhong Tiyun went to cook, Zhou Jianhai told her about what had happened in the neighborhood in the past few days. It turned out that 2 days ago, the service hall had posted another recruitment notice, hiring a group of young and strong people to build a base, especially those with skills in repair, bricklaying, decoration, and electrical work. Zhou Jianhai, sounding excited, said, "101, I think this project is huge. I guess it's for building an underground base. Do you think I should sign up?" He glanced towards the kitchen, his gaze slightly resentful. "I want to sign up, but your mom insists we wait until you get back to analyze the pros and cons." "Analyze what?" I asked Director Wu, and he said the nearest construction site is a new residential area about 3 kilometers away, just a few minutes bike ride. We can go with the main group, so safety isn't a concern. Zhou Shuan then asked, "Dad, will they provide air-conditioned uniforms?" Zhou Jianhai shook his head. "No, air-conditioned uniforms are so expensive, they can't possibly give them to so many people. However, I also inquired, and since the temperature is so high, the working hours have changed. It's divided into 2 shifts. The morning shift is from 3 a.m. to 10 a.m., and the evening shift is from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., which avoids the hottest part of the day. And since it's underground work, there's no need to worry about the high temperatures." Zhong Tiyun was chopping vegetables when she heard the commotion and came over, her face full of disapproval. "It's all night work. What about during the day? Can you get proper rest? This kind of work isn't easy. I think you should just stay home and not trouble your daughter." Zhou Jianhai looked at his daughter. "101, do you support Dad going?" Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, "If there's suitable work, I'm willing to do it." "Dad, let me inquire first, don't rush." Zhou Jianhai smiled and nodded. "Okay, Dad will wait for your news." Zhong Tiyun secretly gave Zhou Shuan a wink. When Zhou Jianhai went upstairs to feed the chickens, he pulled Zhou Shuan into the kitchen for a private conversation. Originally, the Zhou family only turned on the air conditioning in the master bedroom and the kitchen, but thinking about the flock of chickens they had painstakingly raised, they felt it would be a waste for them to die. So, they turned on the air conditioning in one of the master bedrooms on the 7th floor and moved several hydroponic boxes inside. These hydroponic boxes are growing several of the fastest growing vegetables. Maintaining the temperature and tending to them daily ensures a supply of fresh vegetables. However, the temperature is probably still too hot. The chickens haven't laid eggs for the past few days. Upon going upstairs, Zhou Jianhai took out the automatic feeder again, intending to experiment with it once more. They used the automatic feeder when they went to Jian Mountain for several days, but back then the chicks were small and didn't need much feed. Now, with over a dozen hens, they eat a lot and require even more careful feeding. He plans to experiment with how much feed to put into the machine each time. Downstairs in the kitchen, Zhong Tiyun still doesn't quite approve of Zhou Jianhai applying for work. Zhou Shuan comforts her. "Mom, Dad can't stay home and wants to go out and work, and I support him. Staying home for too long with nothing to do easily leads to lethargy. However, I first asked Director Wu if we can arrange a job for Dad like a team leader or squad leader, no physical labor, and he can get some fresh air." "That would be great." Zhong Tiyun thought for a moment before nodding. "If it doesn't require physical labor, that's fine too." She paused, then asked her daughter, "101, do you think you could find me a job that doesn't require physical labor? I want to do it too." Her farming business had temporarily stalled, so she had to go out and find work as well. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh. The older generation can't stay idle. Given any opportunity, they all want to go out and work to earn money. She indeed went to see Director Wu, explained her request, and then, when no one was looking, secretly slipped 2 packs of cigarettes into Director Wu's hand. Director Wu was a heavy smoker. Where could he buy cigarettes these days? He only occasionally received a pack or 2 when someone asked him to do something for them. Among them, the cigarettes Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingye gave him were of particularly high quality. He already had a good impression of the Zhou family and wanted to maintain a good relationship with Zhou Shuan, so he immediately agreed. "Okay, don't worry, Zhou Shuan. I ask around. There are a lot of people needing this time, and your father has experience as a team leader, so arranging one shouldn't be a problem." Zhou Shuan thanked him profusely, and then casually inquired about the cactus situation. Director Wu was also worried. Frowning and sighing, "I inquired about the situation a while ago. Mayor Liu is also interested in developing this industry, but we're located in the Central Plains, where cacti don't grow. We've been applying to higher authorities, going down level after level, and I don't know when we get any extra seeds." Zhou Shuan remained silent. This was her mistake. While preparing supplies, they completely forgot about the cacti, otherwise, they wouldn't be in this predicament now if they hadn't purchased a batch of cacti or cactus seeds. But don't worry, Director Wu said in a low voice, I found out some inside information. I heard that the higher-ups have already gathered a group of researchers and planting experts to specifically study staple foods suitable for extreme weather. If they really succeed, we won't have to worry about going hungry. Zhou Shuan's eyes flashed. In her previous life, the survivor base didn't start researching cold-resistant, heat-resistant, and waterlogging-resistant seeds until the later stages of the apocalypse. In this life, it started so early. She smiled and nodded. Okay, with the government taking care of things, we just wait. That's true. Director Wu also smiled. Since there was still no progress on the cacti, Zhou Shuan then mentioned her mother's job search request, and also slipped her 2 packs of cigarettes. Director Wu smiled so much his eyes narrowed. Okay, I keep an eye out, and see if there's anything suitable for your mother's age. Your aunt also wants to go, so the two of them can keep each other company. As survival supplies dwindled, even surviving families, like Director Wu's, where one member was a government employee receiving monthly rations, were trying to find work opportunities to obtain more supplies. Chapter 154. Every penny saved is a greater hope for survival in the future. Zhou Shuan felt relieved upon hearing this. The job Director Wu found for his wife must be relatively easy. Currently, her parents and Mumu spend half the day at home training and shooting, and the other half doing chores. Being cooped up at home all day, they're practically disconnected from the outside world. No social interaction, no work, no opportunity to demonstrate their value. Therefore, while she didn't quite agree with her parents going out to work in such terrible weather, she also thought it would be beneficial for them to see more of the world. So she didn't object. Furthermore, Mumu is now 11 years old, a boy on the cusp of adulthood. Staying cooped up at home studying and training all day isn't good for his mental health. Once her parents have found jobs, she'd take Mumu to and from work every day, letting him get out and see more of the world. The day after registering, news came from Director Wu. Both of them had secured jobs. Zhou Jianhai managed a small team of about 20 people, specifically responsible for the wiring and air conditioning installation throughout the underground base, not heavy work. Zhou Jianhai's main role was supervision. He didn't do much physical labor, but his pay was more than the regular workers. Zhong Tiyun and Sister Fang were responsible for delivering meals to the workers. The work was easy, but the pay wasn't as good as the physically demanding workers, though it was still about 2/3 of theirs. Both Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were satisfied with the amount of work they did. Time was tight, and the next day, both of them started their shifts. After some coordination, they both worked the night shift, preparing to leave around 6 p.m. It was only a few kilometers away, not far to walk, but it was too hot, so Zhou Shuan preferred to drive them there. Mumu got in the car too. Zhou Shuan had the whole family drink some Huxiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for relieving heat stroke, beforehand, and then put the electrolyte water she had prepared in her spatial storage into regular mineral water bottles, placing them in her parents' backpacks. Finally, she took out several waist-mounted fans, clipped them to their waists, and turned them on. A strong, cool breeze blew out, lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Zhou Jianhai laughed. I've seen these before. They're used by workers who work outdoors in high temperatures. This is my first time using one. Zhou's father used to work hard too, but he owned a hardware store, and while the work of buying and selling goods was demanding, he didn't have to be outside in the sun and wind most of the time. Seeing that Mumu was also eager to try, Zhou Shuan clipped a waist-mounted fan to him as well. Mumu smiled contentedly as he enjoyed the strong, cool breeze. After dropping her parents off, Zhou Shuan parked the car and took Mumu to check out the construction site. It was a chaotic scene, with only a few haphazardly installed lights in the underground parking garage, making the lighting rather dim. After Zhou Jianhai reported for duty, someone came to him. Captain Zhou, quickly gather your team. You need to get the electrical circuits installed as soon as possible. Only when there's lighting can the others begin their work. Zhou Jianhai only had time to wave goodbye to his wife and child before rushing off. Zhong Tiyun, meanwhile, looked for a makeshift kitchen, just a few shelves. With everything inconvenient right now, cooking was much easier. A box nearby contained compressed biscuits and bottled water. Zhong Tiyun, Sister Fang, and several other women were responsible for dividing the food among the teams and then distributing it to each team's work site. Zhong Tiyun greeted Aunt Fang and hurried off. Zhou Shuan took Mumu for a walk around. Underground parking lots are usually located on the first or second basement level, which is naturally cooler than surface parking. Now, at 7 p.m., the temperature was much lower than during the day. Zhou Shuan saw a thermometer hanging nearby and checked it. It read 42 degrees Celsius. A supervisor nearby, seemingly noticing Zhou Shuan's concern, said, "Don't worry, we tested it. The temperature will drop to around 30 degrees Celsius tonight, within a tolerable range for humans. Currently it is. However, due to the high temperature disaster, the current temperature is far from reaching its limit." Zhou Shuan and Mumu walked around some more, and found a number of vehicles trapped inside the underground garage due to the flood. The biggest challenge now was to remove these vehicles. A group of people were gathered around the cars, discussing how to move them. Besides these abandoned vehicles, there was also a lot of mud piled up, and some people were already pushing carts and carrying shovels to move it. A short while later, people drove up and towed away the abandoned cars one by one. Zhou Shuan then prepared to visit her parents again before taking Mumu back. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to several people in white coats in a corner, where the words "Rescue Team" were written in large characters. Zhou Shuan was surprised. She hadn't expected this underground construction site to even have such a team. The rescue team appeared to be small, with only 3 people. One of them, with white hair, looked to be over 70 years old and clearly exhausted, resting in a chair. This underground parking garage would function as a survivor apartment. Once completed, it would house all the survivors in the surrounding area to cope with the increasingly high temperatures. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then walked over and asked, "Excuse me, are you hiring? I know a little first aid." One of the young girls quickly replied, "Yes, we are. We're short-staffed, and just thinking about how to recruit more people." "What do you know?" Zhou Shuan then briefly explained the first aid she knew. Actually, this girl was also a nurse, not a doctor. Besides her, there was another nurse, slightly older than her, around 30 years old. Doctors are so scarce these days that nurses have to fill in. The girl then looked at the elderly man with white hair. "Dr. Zheng, what do you think of her?" Dr. Zheng glanced at Zhou Shuan and nodded, then let her stay and observe for a while. Zhou Shuan was worried about her parents working there. If she could stay too, it would be perfect for both of them. She decided to bring Mumu along as well, so he could learn by watching. At first, Zhou Shuan didn't ask about the ambulance team's salary. After the workers had all arrived and had been working for over 2 hours, someone suddenly shouted, "Someone's fainted! Someone's fainted!" The 2 nurses grabbed their first aid kits and rushed over. Zhou Shuan pulled Mumu along with him. Zhou Shuan wasn't a professional doctor. Her knowledge and skills came entirely from her past life's experience of crawling through piles of corpses. She glanced at the unconscious man's face, an unnatural flush. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his limbs were twitching. She immediately diagnosed heat stroke. The 30-year-old nurse remained calm and quickly instructed those around her, "It's probably heat stroke. Quickly move him to a well-ventilated area. Everyone disperse, don't crowd around him." Chapter 155. After several people carried the person to a cool, well-ventilated area, the nurse reached for the first aid kit, which contained several bottles of Wuxiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for heat stroke. Zhou Shuan had already poured some, and handed it to her. The nurse glanced at Zhou Shuan with surprise, but said nothing, quickly pouring the medicine down the person's throat. Zhou Shuan then loosened the person's collar and sleeves to help with ventilation and heat dissipation. The young nurse then realized what was happening and jumped up. "There's not much Wuxiang Jingqi water left. I go get some diluted salt water." They had prepared diluted salt water, but had forgotten about it in their haste. The young nurse rushed over with a bowl of diluted salt water, just as Dr. Zheng arrived. He took the person's pulse and said, "It's heat stroke. He couldn't stand the heat. He's already drunk the Wuxiang Jingqi water. Just wait for him to wake up. Xiaoya, you stay with him and give him some diluted salt water every now and then." The young nurse, Xiaoya, nodded quickly. Dr. Zheng glanced at Zhou Shuan again, but didn't speak. Zhou Shuan stayed with the rescue team. She didn't ask about the pay at first, but Zhong Tian quietly asked someone she worked with. When she returned, she told Zhou Shuan, "Your rescue team has the highest pay. You get 60 packs of compressed biscuits, 12 jean of dried goods, 10 bottles of mushroom sauce, and 20 bottles of water a month. Your dad and the others who are team leaders, although they don't do much physical labor, have a heavy workload. They get 50 packs of compressed biscuits, 10 jean of dried goods, 10 bottles of salted sauce, and 20 bottles of water a month. We're among the lowest paid, getting 35 packs of compressed biscuits, 8 jean of dried goods, 10 bottles of salted sauce, and 15 bottles of water a month. The whole family combined didn't earn as much as they would have if they went out to find supplies themselves, but being able to experience the outside world was worthwhile. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun weren't too busy, so Mumu took turns looking after them. Another advantage was that Zhou Shuan, while skilled in medical treatment, had never received formal training. Being in the medical team was easier with fewer people, especially since the air conditioning was quickly installed after the electrical wiring was completed, lowering the temperature in the underground parking lot by several degrees, maintaining around 30 degrees Celsius throughout the night. For the survivors, this was a relatively comfortable temperature. There were very few patients suffering from heat stroke, and the rest of the time was relatively quiet. Zhou Shu unconsciously learned some first aid techniques from Dr. Zheng. After Qi Mingyu learned that the family had all found work at the underground base, he specifically said to Zhou Shuan, "Your family is all busy with work. Where would you find the time to take care of Mumu? Why don't you leave him with us? My grandmother and I are both at home." He was worried about his grandmother because of the heat, so he didn't plan to go out to work. Zhou Shuan didn't refuse, nodding, "Okay, when we're too busy to take care of everything, we have to trouble you and Grandma Pang to look after Mumu. You're too kind." Qi Mingyu smiled faintly. Building the base wasn't actually that complicated, people just needed a space to eat and sleep. However, after working intensively for over a month, the underground base was completed. It had wiring and solar panels for power. The underground base was divided into 6 sections, each equipped with central air conditioning to maintain a constant temperature. It wasn't as large as the survivor apartments. Each person's living space was 1.5 meters by 2.3 meters. If it was a family, it was calculated as 1.2 meters by 2.3 meters per person. Infants under 2 years old were not included in the space. If a family of 6 were to move in, the space would be 1.2 by 6 by 2.3, or 16 square meters. The space is small, but it offers 24-hour air conditioning during hot weather. When the underground base finally opened to the public, people were overjoyed and lined up to secure a spot. Over the past month, the temperature has steadily risen, now reaching 58 degrees Celsius. All survivors face a severe test of survival. This time, even my second uncle and Aunt Zhong's family want to live in the underground base. Elderly people and children who previously lived in the survivor apartments can also move to the underground base with their families if they wish. This way, most people are willing to stay with their families. However, a small number of single women and children without family members have nowhere else to go and can only live in the survivor apartments. The 3 apartment buildings were consolidated, and one building was specifically selected to accommodate these single women and children, as well as elderly people without children to support them. The apartment was also renamed from the survivor apartments to the Tsu Chi apartments. This can be seen as the government providing a place for the vulnerable and destitute to survive after the apocalypse. The other 2 buildings, like survivor bases, are open to the public, no longer distinguished by age or gender, accepting all survivors. The Zhou family specifically asked Qi Mingyu's opinion, whether they wanted to move. Qi Mingyu directly asked Zhou Shuan, "Are you moving or not?" Zhou Shuan pointed towards the 7th floor. "Our 2 families still raise chickens and hydroponic vegetables. How can we move? Kill all these chickens? My mother can't bear to." Although the hens aren't laying eggs now, they've been raised to this size with great effort, and not only Zhong Tiyun is reluctant, but Zhou Jianhai and Mumu are also reluctant to kill them. Qi Mingyu chuckled, "What a coincidence. Grandma can't bear to leave either." Zhou Shuan looked at him and whispered, "Then, we won't move?" Qi Mingyu smiled and nodded, his gaze warm as he looked at her. "Okay, then we won't move." He seemed to be letting her make the decision. Zhou Shuan turned her head to look out into the stairwell, not wanting to tell him about the sudden surge of security she felt when he said he wouldn't move. Although she couldn't take things any further with him, undoubtedly, besides her parents, he was the person she trusted and relied on the most. This was a completely different feeling from when she was with Lin Yuang. Not that mindless infatuation, self-indulgent devotion, or self-righteous affection, but rather, a more tolerant, more confident, more positive, and more intuitive trust and dependence. This, perhaps, is true love. When this thought flashed through Zhou Shuan's mind, she was startled. She had fallen in love with him? She quickly glanced at the tall man standing beside her, then looked away with a complicated expression. In stark contrast to her initial reaction to love, her calm demeanor completely masked any hint of unease from Qi Mingyu. "You weren't home for a few days the other day. Where did you go?" Qi Mingyu suddenly asked. Zhou Shuan didn't try to hide anything. "I went to check if there were any supplies outside." Qi Mingyu looked at her, hesitant to speak. Zhou Shuan felt a little embarrassed. I know you have a thermal suit too, but I was just too embarrassed to trouble you to come with me. Grandma Peng is still at home. Qi Mingyu remained silent for a long time, before finally reaching out and gently placing his long, slender fingers on her palm, as if he simply wanted to hold her hand and talk to her. Zhou Shuan was slightly surprised but didn't pull away, her clear, almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on him. Chapter 156. 1-1. As if hesitant to speak, Qi Mingyu hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You can trust me." Zhou Shuan quickly offered a sweet smile. "Brother Yu, of course I trust you." "Not the kind of trust you're talking about." Zhou Shuan was somewhat confused. He didn't continue, sighed softly, and reached out to touch her hair. "Go back, it's too hot outside. Don't come out if you need anything, just go upstairs and knock on the glass door." Zhou Shuan smiled at him, and went back inside. Qi Mingyu was left standing silently for a long time, watching her retreating figure. Besides the underground base where the Zhou family all went to work, the closest base to the Dongyuan residential area was a shopping mall. The mall had 2 basement levels. The first basement level was filled with shops, and the second basement level was a parking lot. With a little renovation, both could be converted into convenient shelters from the high temperatures. Other areas in Jay City also utilized every available space to build underground bases. The residents of Dongyuan community, along with the property management staff, all moved to the underground base. On the day they moved out, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian practiced archery in their bedroom for a while. Looking out from the balcony at the almost empty building below, they sighed, "It seems like everyone's gone." Zhong Tian nodded, "You bet. It feels a bit lonely without everyone here." Even Zhong's second uncle and third aunt's families had moved to the base. They had stockpiled a lot of supplies, especially solar power equipment and gasoline, which they entrusted to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan still keeps the gasoline and motorboat for them. Zhou Shuan didn't hesitate, promising to move them to the hiding place with her father. Zhong Tiyun then took her second brother and third sister's hands, reminding them again to be careful. Zhong's second uncle also advised Zhong Tiyun, "You should go too. Although the underground foundation isn't ideal, and people are crammed together, at least it will protect you from the high temperatures, which is the most important thing right now." Zhong Tiyun replied, "We wait. The solar power we have now is enough. We go when the temperature rises further, and we really have no other choice." "That's fine. The Qi family next door isn't moving either, so your 2 families can look out for each other. Wanwan and Xiaoyu are skilled, so you don't need to worry about their safety." Zhong's second uncle nodded, and then left with Zhong's third aunt and the others. Now that everyone was gone, Zhong Tian had the illusion that only a few of them remained in the entire world. Zhou Shuan laughed. "This is what the apocalypse feels like. People die every day, disasters happen every day, everywhere is filled with despair and loneliness. Only family members who stay together can feel warmth and support." Zhong Tian took her hand. "Luckily, we're a family together." Zhou Shuan nodded solemnly. "Yes, we always be together." The advantages of not going to the underground base with the main force were obvious. Zhou Shuan and the others could move freely at home, practice shooting, and exercise. Mumu could study, and the family could gather in the bedroom to watch a movie in the evenings. Also, they didn't have to worry about being spied on when they wanted to eat or cook. Only the Qi family was next door, so the Zhou family's long-abandoned cooking project resumed. In the evening, several rice cookers steamed rice together, pressure cookers stewed meat and ribs, and wok stir-fried various vegetables. After cooking, they placed each dish into their spatial storage. When it's inconvenient to cook later, just bring it out and eat. The refrigerator and freezer at home have never had a power outage. No one knows how much meat they stockpiled before the apocalypse, and last year they also stockpiled a large quantity of fresh fish. Later, they raised chickens and grew various vegetables, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, so cooking stir-fries and stews wouldn't arouse suspicion from the Qi family. They would only secretly guess how much they had stockpiled. Vacuum-sealed rice, if stored properly, has a shelf life of 3 years. But flour has long since reached its maximum shelf life. Last year, Director Wu specifically asked for 2 bags of the flour Zhou Shuan exchanged for the fish tank, trying various methods to store it, but it all spoiled within 2 days. He regretted it for a long time. However, if done properly, there are still ways to extend the shelf life of flour. For example, during the flood season, Grandma Peng from the Qi family next door kept steaming buns and making noodles. She put the buns in plastic bags, vacuum-packed them to remove the air, and then froze them all in the freezer. After steaming new food, They took out the old stuff from the freezer to eat. Chi Mingyu prepared several large freezers to preserve food. The noodles were dried in the sun until completely dry, then packaged up in large bags. Some were stored in vacuum bags in a cool, dry place, while others were refrigerated. He also made pork buns and dumplings, which he froze in large bags. While these pasta dishes might not taste as good as fresh after thawing, they were at least the kind of staple food that Northerners were used to eating, much better than just eating compressed biscuits. Besides, the pressed-thin noodles could also be fried in oil, making them very similar to instant noodles. Fried noodles could also be stored for a long time without spoiling. As for meat, besides freezing, they used methods like pickling, smoking, and frying to extend its shelf life. Therefore, the Chi family's meals were still quite good so far. They could eat rice, noodles, and meat normally, and they also grew their own vegetables. The standard of their food was not much different from before the apocalypse. When the fragrant aroma of stewed meat and stir-fried vegetables wafted from the Zhou family's house, Grandma Peng was busy in the kitchen, smiling and saying, "Your Aunt Zhou is making something delicious again." The Chi family wasn't as extravagant as the Zhou family, and they had installed air conditioning in the kitchen. They had a bedroom next to the kitchen, and the two of them lived in that bedroom. Chi Mingyu had cut a window in the wall adjacent to the kitchen in the bedroom, and the air conditioner was always on, so the cool air flowed from the bedroom to the kitchen, preventing it from getting too hot. He also installed an air cooler in the kitchen and borrowed an ice maker from the Zhou family, putting ice cubes in the air cooler to make the airflow very refreshing. Chi Mingyu, who was also helping with the cooking in the kitchen, said upon hearing this, it was inconvenient to do anything before when there were so many people. Besides, the Zhou family had a lot of stock, so it wasn't strange to take this opportunity to make a more substantial meal. Grandma Peng took out 4 frozen steamed buns, thawed them, and steamed them. She also stewed a pot of sauerkraut fish with fish pieces, chili peppers, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and bok choy. She then boiled a small handful of dried noodles in water, added some peanuts, and made a noodle soup perfect for hot summer days. She had a small appetite. 1 steamed bun was enough for her. Chi Mingyu had a large appetite, and Grandma Peng couldn't bear to skimp on her grandson's food, so she always prepared 3 times the amount of food for him. Just as they were about to eat, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Shuan, with an electric fan hanging from her waist, brought in a large bowl of braised pork, which her father had just stewed, topped with 2 large, white steamed buns. Chapter 157. Seeing her face covered in sweat, Chi Mingyu quickly pulled her inside, leading her to the bedroom. That was the coolest place in the house. Then, looking at her reproachfully, he said, "It's so hot. Why did you run off? We have everything we need. No need to deliver anything." Zhou Shuan inwardly complained. It was only because her parents were cooking at home. The aroma must have wafted for miles. They were worried the neighbors would complain if they didn't offer something. She looked up and saw Grandma Peng peeking out from the window between the bedroom and kitchen. "Wan, you brought food again? Your parents are too kind." Zhou Shuan quickly replied with a smile, "Oh, Grandma Peng, please don't say that. We given you quite a bit of stuff." Grandma Peng smiled politely for a few more moments and asked Chi Mingyu to get a towel for Zhou Shuan to wipe her face. The temperature had already risen to 56 degrees Celsius. Even at night, it was terribly hot. Chi Mingyu wrung out a damp towel, and Zhou Shuan looked around the bedroom. It was the second bedroom, about 10 square meters in size. The space wasn't large, and it contained a bed and a cot. It seemed Chi Mingyu slept on the cot at night. Except for a narrow passageway from the doorway to the bed, the rest of the room was piled high with cardboard boxes reaching the ceiling, all belonging to the Chi family. The second bedroom connected to the kitchen by a large balcony, which was also crammed full. Near the doorway to the second bedroom, there was a stool and a basin, with a bucket of water next to it. Chi Mingyu took a dry towel, wet it, and came over. Seeing Zhou Shuan looking at him curiously, he explained, "Grandma gets hot when she sleeps at night, so I used this wet towel to wipe her down and make her more comfortable." He paused, then added, "This water was just drawn, it's clean. The towel is new too." Zhou Shuan took the towel and wiped her face, glancing at him. "It's the apocalypse, no need for such formalities." Chi Mingyu smiled slightly. Zhou Shuan wiped her face, feeling much refreshed, then looked around thoughtfully. "You guys are living in such cramped space." Chi Mingyu nodded casually. "It's alright, just to be closer to the kitchen." Zhou Shuan looked towards the kitchen, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "Brother Yu, why don't you move to your underground safe house? It's some distance from the ground, much better protected from the heat than the current underground base, and much more spacious." Chi Mingyu and his grandmother lived there without feeling crowded at all. Although cooking might be a bit inconvenient, simple steaming of rice and stir-frying are possible. He even has a high-tech oxygen generator. Zhou Shuan felt that the safe house was something he had prepared for the high-temperature disaster, but she hadn't seen him move there. Was she worried about all the supplies in the room? Then she was willing to help. Thinking this, she began, "I can have your things." Before she could finish, Chi Mingyu looked at her seriously. "Wan, would you like to move in?" Zhou Shuan stammered, staring at him speechlessly, having forgotten what she was going to say. "You." Chi Mingyu said softly, "Would you like to move in with us? I'm worried about leaving your family here alone." So he and Grandma Pang stayed here for their family's sake? After a long pause, Zhou Shuan finally found her voice. Brother you, it's our whole family, how could we move? Besides, we have so many supplies at home. What if someone breaks into the house after we move out?" Chi Mingyu lowered his eyelashes, avoiding her eyes, his voice soft. "The supplies can be packed up quickly." Zhou Shuan frowned. "How can they be packed up quickly? The important thing is how to store these supplies. Your safe house is only about 60 square meters. There's not that much space." Chi Mingyu suddenly turned around, his tone calm. "Let's talk about it, after the temperature rises to 60 degrees. Zhou Shuan felt a faint sense of unease in both of their conversations. Chi Mingyu's words were loaded with meaning, clearly implying something. "You?" She had just opened her mouth when a possibility suddenly occurred to her, but she immediately denied it. How could it be? How could he have discovered that secret, so important as life itself? Chi Mingyu had already opened the bedroom door. "Let's go, I take you back." His expression was calm, as if his earlier hesitation and inner turmoil had never happened. Zhou Shuan dismissed her doubts, greeted Grandma Pang, and left the Qi family home. As soon as she stepped out of the air-conditioned room, she was hit by waves of heat. It was so hot! Zhou Shuan hurried into her own home and locked the door. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, along with Mumu, were setting up the dining table and serving the dishes. Seeing Zhou Shuan return, Zhong Tiyun winked at her and pointed to a large pot of braised pork, a large pot of stewed fish, and a large pot of rice on the counter. Zhou Shuan pretended to go wash her hands, avoiding Mumu's gaze, and placed the 3 large pots of steaming food in her spatial storage. She planned to take them out again next time, so they would still be as hot and delicious as they were now. "What's Grandma Pang cooking at home?" Zhong Tiyun asked while serving Mumu some food. "I can smell their cooking even here." Zhou Shuan replied absent-mindedly, "It's pickled fish. Grandma Pang asked me to bring back a bowl, but I refused. It's hot, and they don't have many people in their family. They definitely wouldn't make much." "Yes." Seeing that Zhou Shuan's mind wasn't on the food, Zhong Tiyun asked, "What's wrong, Wan? Did you and Xiaoyu have a fight?" Zhou Shuan glared at her mother. "Why would we have a fight? We're not unreasonable people. Besides, Chi Mingyu is a very responsible man, very tolerant. When they go out to work or search for supplies together, he takes good care of her. How could they have a fight?" Zhong Tiyun also served her a piece of braised pork. "Don't you like your dad's braised pork? Eat more." Zhou Shuan looked at her parents and Mumu's sweaty foreheads, knowing that even with air conditioning, the temperature was still too high. She could manage now, but once the temperature rose another 10 or 20 degrees, living in this environment would become unbearable. She didn't want her whole family to move to the underground base. Firstly, it wasn't time to move yet. Staying at home was convenient for everything. Secondly, going to the base would be like living in the heated factory building she lived in her previous life. Countless people crammed into one space, incredibly oppressive. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and even relieving herself would be extremely inconvenient. After the floods of her previous life, she and her senior, Zhang Jia, traveled north. Because the daytime temperatures were too high, they traveled at night, and spent the day searching for abandoned buildings to stay in. Chapter 158. They ate compressed biscuits and purified all the water they found along the way using water purification tablets. The heat was intense, and the hardship was unbearable, but the two, determined to return home, gritted their teeth and persevered. Later, when the temperature became unsuitable for human travel, they found several underground bases similar to Jay's city to live in. To conserve electricity and maximize air conditioning, the underground bases were always dark and poorly ventilated, resulting in an unpleasant smell. Furthermore, the diverse mix of inhabitants, from those greedy for small gains to those prone to arguing over trivial matters, and even infants who knew nothing, made the underground bases a constant source of noise, crying, cooking, and chatter day and night. Moreover, as the temperature rose, just like the previous riots, people were generally irritable and prone to anger and frustration. Under such circumstances, it was not uncommon for them to fight over trivial matters. Zhou Shuan had lived in such a place before, so she didn't want her parents and Mumu to suffer like that. Qi Mingyu's request was actually worth considering. 6 people crammed into a 60-square-meter basement apartment was already quite spacious. She wanted to discuss this with her parents after some time. After dinner, Zhou Shuan and Mumu went upstairs to feed the dozen or so hens and roosters. Although there was a chicken coop, the bedroom was still a mess from the chickens. The moment they opened the door, the stench of chicken droppings was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Zhou Shuan and Mumu were prepared, wearing masks, but they still frowned. Zhou Shuan opened the chicken coops, then swept the floor with a broom, while Mumu fed the chickens. The Zhou family chickens were currently eating quite well. They had taken the opportunity to exchange for a batch of rice bran, so their hydroponic vegetables had been plentiful, and they also had canned cat and dog meat. After chopping and mixing these, they had a balanced diet of meat, vegetables, and grains, making it very nutritious. The sweet potato vines from the previous batches they grew were very useful. They even pinched off the tenderest leaf tips and vines while they were still growing, making them delicious for stir-fries, which the Zhou family all loved. Once they matured, they harvested them, chopped them up, and fed them to the chickens. After harvesting the sweet potatoes, they collected all the vines, without drying them, and stored them directly in their spatial storage. When needed, they would take them out, chop them up, and use them as chicken feed. Zhong Tiyun wanted to bring home some sweet potato vines when the greenhouses harvested them, but with the food shortage, people weren't even letting the old sweet potato vines go to waste, exchanging them for meager supplies to chop up, dry, and eat as a vegetable. So, the Zhou family's chickens were actually fed better than other people's food. Mumu, while feeding the chickens, said, "Sister, do you think we should think of installing a board or pipe under the chicken coop? Otherwise, cleaning it every day is such a hassle." Not wanting to dirty the bedroom floor, Zhou Jianghai had already laid 2 thick layers of tarpaulin in the bedroom when moving the chicken coop from the terrace, and then sprinkled a thick layer of a mixture of soil, wood chips, and leaves on top. Wearing the rubber boots by the door each time you came in, it was bearable. But the smell in the air was really hard to get rid of. The Zhou family took meticulous care of their chickens, so only one of their dozen or so chickens had died, the rest were all healthy. The Zhong family, including Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong, had originally been raising chickens along with the Zhou family, but with the rising temperatures, they had to prioritize their own needs and couldn't bear to turn on the air conditioning for the chicken coops, so they reluctantly slaughtered and froze the chickens. Zhou Shuan swept the ground clean and sprinkled some clean soil on it. "I put all this in the planting boxes later. Don't mind the dirt, it's the most nutritious soil for the plants." Mumu wrinkled his little nose. "I don't mind the dirt, it's just too smelly, my nose can't stand it." Zhou Shuan smiled, adjusted the air conditioner temperature, raising it a few degrees before setting it to turn off after 3 hours. These chickens, like humans, need to gradually adapt to the increasingly hot weather. You all need to be good, adapt to the weather quickly, and lay eggs as soon as possible, Mumu said, pointing to the chickens happily eating. He had heard from his sister that these chickens weren't adapting to the current temperature, which was why they had stopped laying eggs. They would start again as they adapted. Every time he came to feed the chickens, he would give them a careful instruction. "Okay, check on Mom's hydroponic vegetables one last time, then we head out." Zhou Shuan suppressed a laugh and patted Mumu's little head. The chicken coop was at the far end of the bedroom, and the hydroponic vegetables were near the balcony. These days, only a few vegetables are suitable for hydroponics: bok choy, water celery, lettuce, etc. With diligent care, they grow very lushly. Uncle Zhong selflessly taught this technique to the residents of the community, and now every household grows some vegetables hydroponically. When they moved to the underground base, even if they could only take a little luggage, they mostly brought their own hydroponic vegetables. Unlike the Zhou family, who had dedicated planting boxes neatly arranged on shelves, they used everyday items, like stainless steel basins for washing vegetables, half-eaten plastic oil drums, and half-used steamers as hydroponic tools. These oddly shaped hydroponic tools were each family's most precious hope. After changing the water for the hydroponic vegetables, the two closed the door and went out together. The inflatable swimming pool had now been moved from the rooftop to the 6th-floor living room. After showering, Mumu splashed around in the pool, not minding the lack of air conditioning and the excessive heat in the living room. Zhou Shuan reminded him, "Don't stay out too late," before going into the bedroom and sitting at her desk, writing and drawing. In her past life, she and her senior were always focused on their journey, and hadn't noticed anything important happening during the heatwave. Moreover, at that time, they were practically at the bottom of society. Even if something happened, they wouldn't have had any way of knowing. She could only carefully recall everything that had happened in her past life to see if there was anything she needed to prepare in advance. But one thing was certain, the temperature would definitely rise. In her past life, the temperature rose to nearly 70 degrees Celsius before stopping. Under those 70-degree heat, people hid underground, and it took more than half a year to adapt before acid rain suddenly arrived. But in this life, the flood season is shorter, and she's unsure when the heat wave will end or how high the temperature will rise again. For some reason, Zhou Shuan has had a sense of unease for the past 2 days, as if the temperature will rise to an even more unbearable level than in her past life. After talking with Qi Mingyu, this feeling intensified. She retrieved so many containers from her last trip. Perhaps she could exchange them for a few more air-conditioned suits. With air-conditioned suits, they could truly withstand the heat. Previously, she had planned to take her parents and Mumu to the deep mountains of her hometown when the temperature rose further. Chapter 159. It was the place where the water storage tanks were originally stored. There was a natural cave underground there. She used to play in it when she was little. It was warm in winter and cool in summer, so it should be able to withstand the hot weather. Qi Mingyu's words gave her another option. Living in the basement of the residential complex was closer to the house, closer to the people. They could get the news first and protect the house. She planned to stay in this house with her family until after the acid rain. The hydroponic vegetables and the chickens they raised could continue to be kept. The next day, Zhou Shuan discussed exchanging for air-conditioned clothing with her parents. Although they wanted to wait for the second batch of air-conditioned clothing, which would be cheaper, since their daughter wanted to exchange it, they should do it as soon as possible. She went to see Qi Mingyu again, and seeing Zhou Shuan's serious expression, he readily agreed to exchange another air-conditioned garment for Grandma Peng. Because most people had moved to the underground base, those who remained were people whose families could afford air conditioning and didn't lack supplies. Therefore, the planes were no longer distributing supplies. Instead, the underground base was distributing supplies centrally. Those like the Zhou family, who weren't moving to the survivor base, could collect their supplies every few days by going to the base and talking to their local property manager. After waiting 3 days, the Zhou family arranged to go with the Qi family to collect their supplies and discuss exchanging them for air conditioners. Daytime activity was definitely out of the question. They heard that the base had switched to nighttime operations, resting during the day. So, around midnight, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu set off together. The temperature had already risen to 59 degrees Celsius, and even at night, it was still around 47 or 48 degrees Celsius, not a temperature suitable for casual outings. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both had air-conditioned suits, so they could move around freely. Before leaving, Zhou Shuan repeatedly reminded her parents to be vigilant about their surroundings, to keep their bow and arrows within easy reach, and to have a signal flare nearby. In case of any emergency, they should release the signal flare into the sky first. She and Qi Mingyu would return immediately upon seeing it. Grandma Peng was also arranged to stay with them at the Zhou family home. Zhong Tian playfully scolded Zhou Shuan. The underground base is so close to our house. You two rode your bikes and were back in 20 minutes. Why were you so nervous? Zhou Jianhai added, yes, it's so hot now, who dares to go out? Are they crazy? Zhou Shuan couldn't help but smile. I was just being overly worried. I was just reminding you for nothing. Be careful. Once downstairs, Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuan through her air-conditioned suit. Why do you seem a little restless? What's wrong? He carried 2 bicycles down from upstairs. Zhou Shuan took one, shook her head, and said, I don't know why, but I've been feeling a bit anxious lately. Qi Mingyu paused, then said, haven't you been sleeping well? Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, it's just anxiety. It's like something terrible is about to happen, but I've been on guard for days, and nothing's happened. Qi Mingyu frowned. Is your insomnia acting up again? Zhou Shuan sighed softly. I can't really explain it. Maybe it's just been too hot lately, I haven't adjusted. It's okay, let's go. She started riding her bike forward, wearing a rather bulky air-conditioned suit. She was a little unsteady at first, but after riding for a while, she found her rhythm and rode straight. Qi Mingyu followed behind, riding as if he weren't wearing the suit at all, completely relaxed. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but feel jealous. I'm training at home with my parents and Mumu every day, but it seems like I'm still not very good at controlling my strength. Even riding a bike is a struggle. Qi Mingyu smiled, his magnetic voice muffled. Just ask if you need my help. Strength training requires very professional techniques. You can't achieve the desired results by just figuring it out on your own. That made sense. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay, I'd pay your tuition to be my teacher. Qi Mingyu rode alongside her, but then asked, Can I set the tuition? Zhou Shuan turned to look at him. Although she couldn't see his expression, the way he turned his head clearly indicated that he suspected Qi Mingyu was trying to take advantage of her and ask for an exorbitant price. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, my price is very high. But you can definitely afford it. Who's afraid of who? Name your price. The bike had high beams on, and although it was night, the two of them rode at a good speed. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the underground base a few kilometers away. After showing their identification, having their faces checked, and registering, the guards at the entrance allowed the two to enter. The underground base was still managed according to the residential community model, with each community self-governing its own area, and boundaries were drawn according to the specific communities. Residents of the same community lived within the same area. Director Wu and other property management staff had set up a makeshift property management office using tents within their own community's boundaries. Community residents would come here to resolve any disputes. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu took off their air conditioning coats at the entrance, folded them, and put them in their backpacks before heading inside. As they walked, Qi Mingyu realized that the place was far more crowded and chaotic than he had imagined. The base was strictly divided according to the area assigned to each individual or family, with pathways barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Those who moved in had varied their living arrangements. Some laid out mats and hung mosquito nets for privacy, others set up makeshift tents, some used bamboo poles against the walls to create more overhead space, and still others simply placed supplies under themselves as beds. The place was bustling and crowded, filled with noise and commotion. He was trained, so although he felt uncomfortable, he maintained a calm demeanor. He glanced at Zhou Shuan beside him. She also looked indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this scene. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but wonder if she had lived in similar conditions before. Finding the sign for the Dongyuan residential area, they walked over. The words Property Management Office were prominently displayed. The two approached. Director Wu was sitting at the entrance of a tent, smoking. The tent was stuffy and uncomfortable, offering only some privacy. Director Wu. Qi Mingyu greeted them first. Director Wu was pleasantly surprised to see the two and waved them over. You're here to collect supplies, right? Come, have a seat. There were a few small plastic stools nearby. After Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu sat down, they heard arguing nearby. It was 2 middle-aged women from the neighborhood who didn't get along. Director Wu didn't even glance in their direction, but took a deep drag on his cigarette. Oh dear, you two have such a peaceful life. There's never a single day of peace here. This was a difficult question to answer. It takes time to adjust to living in a base like this. Zhou Shuan then asked, Director Wu, how's the temperature here? At this, Director Wu perked up again. How have you been feeling on your journey? Actually, it's a bit chilly. We need a summer blanket at night. It's much cooler than at home. Chapter 160. This was sacrificing personal privacy and peace for survival. Everyone who moved in understood. Zhou Shuan smelled a faint smoky scent in the air. Is this mugwort? Yes, with thousands of people gathered in one place, and poor ventilation underground, disinfection is crucial. Right now, we disinfect with alcohol once a day and fumigate with mugwort incense once a day. Those large urns you saw when you came in are filled with mugwort. One of those large urns was placed in the center of each slightly wider intersection. This helps prevent fires. Zhou Shuan thought of the batch of mugwort she had stored in her spatial storage. In her previous life, whether it was the underground base or the heated factory, mugwort was always used for disinfection. Qi Mingyu then asked, since we need to prevent fires, where do you usually cook? Director Wu sighed, these days, not everyone can afford to cook. Most people eat the compressed biscuits we're given out. But even those aren't meant to be eaten raw, we soak them in water to make a paste, then add a few leafy greens. It's filling and keeps us full for a while. However, a few houses have been built on the outermost perimeter of the complex. They have counters, but no cooking utensils are provided. If you want to cook, you have to bring your own small stove or an electric rice cooker, wok, etc. But you have to pay for electricity here, it's not free. People can't even afford to eat properly these days, so who wants to use electricity? Almost every household uses a modified small stove, burning firewood to cook whatever's available. Our complex uses this kitchen here, taking turns with the neighboring complex. Today we cook first, tomorrow they cook first. Anyway, nobody's busy these days. Waiting a little longer won't kill us. With so many people living together, theft is the biggest concern. Therefore, everyone keeps their food, clothing, and daily necessities in the living area. Even when going to the kitchen to cook, they carry the pots and pans with them. After chatting for a while, Director Wu gave the two families their supplies. Not much, easily fitting into their backpacks. Chi Mingyu looked around again. Director Wu immediately understood his meaning, gesturing for the two to enter the tent and arranging for someone to keep watch outside. Chi Mingyu then quietly mentioned wanting to exchange for a few more air-conditioned uniforms. Director Wu's face showed undisguised surprise. After a long pause, he sighed, "Your two families are capable, so exchanging for air-conditioned uniforms isn't difficult. Your sister-in-law has been saying she wants to exchange for one, but they're so expensive, how could we afford them? To be honest, the property management now handles most of the grassroots work, statistics, management, distributing supplies, maintaining order, etc. It's very demanding. The government provides very generous compensation to property management staff, including substantial monthly allowances and occasional bonuses. For high-tech items, like air conditioning suits, which ordinary families would have to sell their possessions to afford, the Dongyuan residential complex was given 3 sets at once. It seems like a lot, but with so many staff, the suits were rotated among those on daytime duty. Sister Fong wore one once, when Director Liu brought it home, and has been longing to try it ever since. Now, ordinary people are very cautious when going out to find supplies, fearing heat stroke. With such high-tech clothing, even temperatures of 70 or 80 degrees Celsius wouldn't be a problem. Chi Mingyu smiled and said, "Our two families found some minerals when we went out to find supplies. We originally wanted to keep them for ourselves, but now the temperature is too high. After thinking it over, it's more appropriate to exchange them for air conditioning suits first." She briefly explained the source of the supplies. Director Wu nodded repeatedly. "That's right. With air-conditioned uniforms, life is protected by an extra layer. Let me ask, do you need 4 sets? Zhou Shuan replied, 3 sets for adults, and 1 set for a teenager. Director Wu was filled with envy again. They even had a child who was still growing. "Okay, I'll let you know when we collect the supplies next time. But I heard the second batch of air-conditioned suits has arrived, and since you bought a lot, it should be cheaper than last time." Zhou Shuan was surprised. The second batch has arrived? She had been waiting for the second batch of air-conditioned suits to be exchanged at a cheaper price. How come they arrived, but she hasn't heard a word about it? Director Wu quietly said, "We haven't leaked any information about this second batch. Even if I see people exchanging them occasionally, I wouldn't know unless I frequently go to the service hall. Don't let anyone know this either." After a moment's thought, she understood why. Air-conditioned suits are the most fundamental guarantee of survival during extreme heat disasters. Wearing them allows people to live normally like before the apocalypse, going out. Even if the price is too high, there are far more people than supplies. Countless people were queuing up to exchange for the air-conditioned uniforms. Therefore, under the covert manipulation of countless powerful figures, the exchange of the second batch of uniforms proceeded without a sound. Zhou Shuan was only thankful that her decision to exchange for the uniforms early was due to her restlessness. "Then I trouble you." Chi Mingyu handed over 2 packs of high-end cigarettes. Director Wu smiled broadly, his eyes widening. "You young people are too polite." But his hand deftly slipped the cigarettes into his pocket, ensuring no one would notice. Without lingering, the two exchanged a few more words and then left. Director Wu went first to his residential area, where curtains were hung around the perimeter for privacy. The family had just finished eating, and Mrs. Fong was cleaning up the mess on the floor. Director Wu had eaten at the property management office. There was no need to prepare meals for him at home. He handed 2 packs of cigarettes to Mrs. Fong. "Put these away." Mrs. Fong, being discerning, knew at a glance that they were expensive and quickly whispered, "Who gave them to you?" "The Zhou and Chi families again. They're both very polite. They never leave empty-handed when they need something." Mrs. Fong put the 2 packs of cigarettes at the back of the storage box, then turned to Director Wu. "What did they ask you for this time?" Director Wu then whispered in her ear. Aunt Fong smacked her lips, feeling a pang of unease. If they can afford to exchange even air-conditioned clothing, then Zhou Jianhai and Tiyun are still constantly looking for work. That's their low-key nature, Director Wu said, a cigarette craving rising in his throat. He took one out of his pocket, took a deep drag, and then added, "I collected over a dozen packs of cigarettes recently. What's the point of just leaving them lying around? Take them out, and see if you can exchange them for some canned meat or something for the kids." Aunt Fong knew that the children hadn't had enough to eat after the apocalypse, and they suffered considerable losses, so she nodded. I know, don't worry about it. She paused, then asked, how's that job you found for me? Director Wu shook his head. It's not going well. Logically, with so many people to manage in the underground base, there should be many vacant positions. However, each residential area is directly managed by its own property management company, which then liaises with the base's management. This means that there aren't actually many vacant positions in the underground base. Chapter 161. The few available positions were all claimed before Director Wu even received the news. Sister Fong observed the base for a few days, and decided on the kitchen supervisor position. The job was quite simple. The kitchen door was locked until mealtimes, so she didn't need to do anything. When it was time to cook, she would open the door beforehand, check the identification tags, and let people in one by one. If electricity was needed, she would collect the electricity fees and supplies beforehand. A large kitchen required about 3 or 4 people to manage. She had also inquired about the pay. Although not as good as the property management in a residential complex, it was still quite generous, enough to feed 2 people. Sister Fong felt that with her abilities, this job would be a piece of cake. However, Director Wu tried to approach the base's management several times, but was politely turned away each time. Aunt Fong glanced at the storage box, gritted her teeth, and said, no, take a few more packs of cigarettes. Director Wu nodded emphatically, okay. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu walked out with their bulging backpacks. Their backpacks contained air conditioning suits and the supplies they had just received. Qi Mingyu had received enough for 2 people, while Zhou Shuan had enough for 4, so her backpack looked even bulging. Just as they reached the path leading out of the underground base, Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu. The latter nodded slightly. Not far behind them, several figures were shadowy figures following. Qi Mingyu gave Zhou Shuan a wink, and the two walked towards a dark corner. Leaving the main path, they went into a corner without lights or security cameras. The figures behind them suddenly pounced. Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out, followed by the sound of people collapsing to the ground one after another. The underground base was extremely noisy, and the screams and fighting didn't attract much attention, only drawing the attention of patrols. Although each survivor's identity was verified upon arrival at the underground base using their ID card or household registration certificate, and with double guarantees from neighbors and property management, only those whose identities were confirmed could move in. This was the first line of security. Those with criminal records were strictly prohibited from moving in, and in this chaotic environment, they faced severe punishments. Some offenders would be arrested the moment they showed their faces, and then face endless forced labor. Therefore, people with criminal records dared not even show their faces in the underground base. To maximize the safety of the survivors, the base employed a second line of security, patrol teams that patrolled day and night. These patrol teams were armed with guns and bows and arrows, and anyone caught misbehaving would be severely punished. This was the fundamental reason why such a large underground base remained peaceful. The screams coming from this corner immediately attracted the attention of the patrol teams. Don't move. They quickly surrounded them, pointing their pistols at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. The 2 men stood back to back. Around them, 5 or 6 people lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in pain. Qi Mingyu raised his hand slightly, about to speak, when a slightly surprised voice came from the side. Xiao Yu, Zhou Shuan, what are you doing here? The voice was familiar. Turning around, he saw Xiao Xiao, who was putting her pistol back at her waist. Zhou Shuan was also surprised. Wasn't Xiao Xiao in the water protection team? How come she was in charge of security at the underground base? She's a friend, and used to be one of us. Xiao Xiao waved her hand, signaling the other patrol teams to put away their weapons, then asked with a smile, what's going on? It's one thing to stay hidden all the time, but when you do show up, it has to be something big. His gaze swept over the fallen men. With just a glance, he knew what had happened. Qi Mingyu gave a brief explanation, and Xiao Xiao waved for the robbers to be taken away. She then walked over and scrutinized the 2 men, her tone tinged with jealousy. Haven't seen you 2 in a while. You seem to be doing quite well, you look great. In contrast, he himself had stubble on his chin, bloodshot eyes, and slightly sunken cheeks, looking like he hadn't slept well for days. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance, the former frowning slightly. What's wrong? Where's the water protection team? Xiao Xiao gestured for the patrol team to leave before sighing, your prediction was correct. The high temperatures arrived shortly after you left. Fortunately, your reminder allowed our water protection team members, including team leader Du, to quietly stockpile supplies for the heat, especially water. Being close to the water source gave them an advantage, They didn't need to do much, but with a large tonnage cruise ship and thick water pipes readily available, fetching more water was no problem. After the heat wave, they exchanged the water for more supplies. Frankly, they were doing better than most people. However, once the floodwaters receded, the cruise ship became useless. They had to restart large trucks and freight cars to transport water, which required a significant increase in manpower. Every time the car moves, it needs gasoline. Both water and gasoline are extremely scarce resources. Various factions are vying to infiltrate the water protection team, creating a chaotic and tense atmosphere throughout the entire operation. Xiao Xiao, a rather simple-minded person, remembered Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan's warnings and submitted her application to leave the water protection team. She spent some time in the service hall before coming here as a squad leader in the security team after the underground base was completed. Zhou Shuan had actually foreseen the future of the water protection team, which was why she decided to leave early. After Xiao Xiao briefly explained what had happened since they parted, she understood the real reason for his departure. What about team leader Du? What about Mingwei? Are they still in the water protection team? She asked. Xiao Xiao nodded, and then shook her head. Team leader Du is still in the water protection team. Given team leader Du's position, no matter how many more people joined later, it wouldn't shake his leadership. Mingwei and I quit together, but when we were assigned, I came to this underground base, and she was assigned to the Siji apartment. There were very few female soldiers, especially top-tier ones like Meng Mingwei. The Siji apartment mainly housed women, children, and the elderly, so it needed more female soldiers. The treatment there is better than here, Xiao Xiao explained. Are you living in the base now? He asked. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, the temperature is still manageable. We all have families with us, so we're staying at home for now. Xiao Xiao nodded understandingly. Yes, the area is taking on too many people. It's not suitable for the elderly and children. Is your neighborhood far from here? I estimate I'd be here for a long time. Come find me if you need anything. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan both nodded, took out their air-conditioned uniforms, changed into them, agreed on a time to meet again, and said goodbye to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she said enviously, So you already got your air-conditioned uniforms. You must be rich. Chapter 162. Qi Mingyu glanced at him. Your security team didn't issue air-conditioned uniforms? Xiao Xiao sighed. They did, but they're only for shift work. We could only use them during daytime shifts now. I worked a few day shifts, then switched to the night shift, and I handed in my uniform. They were issued for free, Zhou Shuan said in a muffled voice from inside the uniform, then waved and left with Qi Mingyu. Xiao Xiao watched Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's retreating figures, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't call out. The trip took about half an hour, a little longer than expected, but the neighborhood was peaceful. Zhou Shuan felt slightly relieved. Qi Mingyu proactively carried 2 bicycles upstairs, and she quickly helped him carry his backpack. After returning home, Zhou Shuan told her parents about the robbery, and warned them to be careful if they went out. As mentioned before, only those without a criminal record can enter the base. Those with prior convictions are relegated to the outside world. To survive, they have no choice but to band together, forming the gangs and criminal organizations common in the previous life. Therefore, the area outside the base is a lawless, and even more dangerous place. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyu nodded repeatedly, indicating they would be careful once they left. They and Mu practiced martial arts and archery at home every day. They certainly couldn't compare to Zhou Shuan, but they were no longer the rookies they were before the apocalypse. Hearing from Zhou Shuan that she would be going to the base in 3 days to hear about the air-conditioning suits, Zhong Tiyu quickly packed some things and asked Zhou Shuan to deliver them to her second uncle and third aunt's house. What she delivered to her second uncle's house was a dozen frozen steamed buns, several handfuls of dried noodles, several cans of meat, and a bag of dried mushrooms. The same was true for what was sent to Auntie's family, except there was an extra can of milk powder, specifically for Chun Chun. Zhou Shuan would bring it over next time she visited. Those 2 families probably haven't had white flour buns in a long time, but it's not appropriate to send too many. So many eyes are watching, there's no privacy at all, Zhong Tian said while tidying up. We're short on time today. Next time you go, find out where they live, and what their living conditions are like. Zhou Shuan nodded, then frowned. It's incredibly noisy inside. It's definitely not comfortable, but you get used to it over time. That's all we can do. Zhong Tiyu nodded, also worrying about where her daughter's family would go to escape the heat if the temperature rose further. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu discussed how to coordinate with the government. Several hundred tons of coal would take several days to transport by truck. The road conditions are bad now, so the transport speed will only be slower. Zhou Shuan then told Qi Mingyu that she and her parents would place the coal at a designated location in advance, and the government would send someone to pick it up, unlike before when they would deliver it themselves. Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, not asking if he needed help. The matter of supplies was too confidential. Even with the best relationships, outsiders were best advised not to get involved. He then asked Zhou Shuan about their designated location, intending to also bring the iron ore there for the transaction. Zhou Shuan proactively asked, "You're handling both the transport and the driving all by yourself. Do you need any help?" With space, she only needed to place the coal directly at the designated location. It wouldn't be much trouble. But Qi Mingyu had to rely entirely on shoveling to load and transport the coal, which was indeed quite tiring for one person. Qi Mingyu looked down at her for a long time, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. He smiled again and shook his head. "Never mind, you two go ahead with your work. I only exchange for an air-conditioned uniform. It's lighter than your tasks." With that, he bid farewell to Zhou Shuan and went home. Zhou Shuan watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with a melancholy. He clearly had something to ask, but seemed to hesitate several times before swallowing it back. What was it he wanted to ask? 3 days later, the two of them, wearing the air-conditioned uniforms, went to the underground base again. Director Wu had already prepared the supplies, and was waiting for them. Upon meeting, he couldn't wait to speak. "I reported to the higher-ups that you need a lot of air-conditioned uniforms, and I put in a good word with the leaders to get a discount. Zhou Shuan, your family can still exchange them for coal. The previous price was 150 tons per uniform, but now it's only 100 tons per uniform, which is already a great deal. Xiaoyu, you can exchange one uniform for 80 tons of iron ore." After a pause, as if worried that Qi Mingyu might have some reservations, Director Wu explained, "Xiaoyu, coal will be the most scarce energy source in the future, and everyone will be short of it, so we much rather exchange coal for supplies." Qi Mingyu nodded. "Don't worry, Director Wu, I understand. A little discount would be great. Thank you for mediating on our behalf." Director Wu grinned. "Don't mention it, you helped me a lot too." Zhou Shuan took out a bottle of high-end red wine from her backpack and handed it over. "Director Wu, this is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it." "Oh dear, you two are too kind." Despite saying this, Director Wu quickly put the red wine into his briefcase. People were coming and going outside the tent, and other staff could come in at any time, so it was necessary to hide the gifts in time. For safety reasons, both sides agreed that after the coal and iron ore were transported to the location, the Zhou and Qi families would tell them where it was, and Director Wu would report to his superiors, and then send vehicles to pick up the goods. After finishing the business, Zhou Shuan asked where her second uncle and third aunt's families lived, and then went there with Qi Mingyu. The two families lived together, so they could look after each other. When Zhou Shuan arrived, her second uncle's family was having dinner. A cardboard box was placed in the middle, and people sat around it on small stools. They had a bowl of noodle soup made from compressed biscuits, and in the center was a hot dish of stir-fried pork and wood ear mushrooms, and a cold dish of bok choy. Both families had hydroponic vegetables, especially her second uncle's family. Although they had moved to the underground base, they still had a shelf next to their residence, several layers high with fresh and lush hydroponic vegetables, adding a rare touch of green to the dimly lit underground base. Auntie's family had probably already finished eating, and were cleaning up next door. When they saw Zhou Shuan and her companion, they were pleasantly surprised and quickly offered them seats. Jiping and Xiaofei quickly gave up their seats for the two of them. Zhou Shuan smiled and waved. "We ate at home before coming over, Jiping, Xiaofei, please eat." Nowadays, people live a nocturnal lifestyle, and this was their first meal. Uncle's family has 5 people, sharing about 6 square meters of space, while Auntie's family has 4 people plus a child, sharing about 5 square meters. Together, the two families occupy 11 square meters, which is indeed very cramped. The only advantage is that Uncle and Auntie's families occupy a corner, so they utilize the wall by drilling holes and installing 2 rows of shelves overhead, perfect for storing miscellaneous items. Chapter 163. The second uncle's hydroponic vegetable rack was placed at the intersection of the 2 houses, serving as a kind of partition. During the day, the second aunt, third aunt, Xiaofei, Yushuan, and Qianqian slept with their children on the rack side, where the wall provided better privacy. The second uncle, Jiping, Xuetao, and Xuedong slept on the other side. When they got up to work during the day, They went back to their own homes to do their tasks, and they ate their own meals to minimize friction. Zhou Shuan glanced at the mat on the floor and asked, "How does Chun Chun sleep?" Qianqian pointed to the stroller beside her. "She sleeps there for now. The floor is cold, it might not be good for the baby." "Yes." Zhou Shuan nodded, looked around, and said, "I have extra mattresses at home, I bring them next time I come." She added, "It's too hot now. My parents want to visit you, but they can't go out. We come together another time." We understand. It's so hot outside, don't let her run around." They were all siblings, and didn't care about such formalities. Second uncle and third aunt quickly waved their hands, urging Zhou Shuan to tell Zhong Tiyun to stay home. "Okay, I tell my mom." Zhou Shuan nodded, suppressing a laugh, and handed over one of the 2 packages she'd been carrying. "My parents asked me to bring these. Chun Chun even has a special can of formula." Qianqian was embarrassed to take them, but her son really needed them. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Shuan insisted, "Take them, don't be so polite. I think Chun Chun seems to have lost some weight since he moved in." In the face of natural disasters, the elderly and children suffer the most. Qianqian's eyes reddened slightly, but she quickly covered them up. "Everyone says he's gotten thinner. Ever since the weather got warmer, he's gotten even thinner, and no matter how much I try to gain weight, he just won't." Zhou Shuan then hugged Chun Chun. He was 2.5 years old now, but still very light, with hardly any flesh on his skin, making his head appear even bigger than his body, and his eyes seemed to grow even larger. However, this child was very well behaved and rarely made a fuss. Comparing her own robust and healthy Moo to her own, Zhou Shuan felt a pang of heartache. It's still due to malnutrition. "I bring some more formula next time I come. There should still be some eggs in the fridge. I bring those too." These words brought tears to Qianqian's eyes again. She hastily wiped her eyes. "You and Auntie have gone to so much trouble. You've been supporting Chun Chun with formula and eggs all year." "That's right, save some for Moo." Auntie San felt a pang of sadness seeing her grandson's thinness, but she also cared deeply for the child. So she quickly added, "Detao has been asking around these past few days, trying to trade supplies for eggs, formula, and milk to help the child get better." "I know, Auntie San, he definitely gets some," Zhou Shuan replied with a smile. Both Uncle and Auntie San's families weren't short of supplies. They had fished, stored water, stockpiled gasoline, and searched for supplies with Zhou Qi's family, so they had quite a bit to their hands. However, their supplies were mostly food that could be stored for a long time, rather coarse. Adults can eat compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and canned food every day without any problems, but children need delicate nutrition and can't eat those things every day. Plus, the weather is too hot, and children are most sensitive to temperature changes, so they've been losing weight rapidly. Shui Tao has been preparing to use some of the gasoline and water she had stockpiled to exchange for baby food, but it's not so easy to do so. She's been asking around for days, but there's still no news. Zhou Shuan listened, thought for a moment, and then said, "How about this, Auntie, Cousin Tao? I happen to know some people who have stockpiled baby supplies. Why don't I ask if they have any formula or something?" Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan almost imperceptibly, but then quickly lowered his eyes again, not letting her notice. "That's great. It doesn't have to be just formula, whole milk is fine too. Chun Chun is big enough to drink whole milk now." Qianqian said happily, "Zhou Shuan, as long as there's something suitable for the baby, my family is willing to provide gasoline, water, and everything else." Zhou Shuan nodded, "I'll let you know next time I come." Annie held Zhou Shuan's hand, too excited to speak. Since moving to Dongyuan community, no one knew better than Auntie how much her family had benefited from her younger sister's family. After their father's death, they moved to Dongyuan community. The 2 sons, who had been so young and confused, seemed to have grown up overnight. Following Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, they learned to find supplies and practice archery, and now they were capable of handling things independently. If they hadn't moved here, Aunt Zhong couldn't imagine what her family's situation would be like now. After talking about the children, Qi Mingyu asked about her second uncle's hydroponic vegetable project. This was an idea they all came up with before moving. Finding work in the overcrowded underground base was too difficult, so they decided to try a different approach, starting with their expertise in farming. Second Uncle Zhong specially brought a small portion of his hydroponic vegetables, both for his family to eat, to supplement their vitamin intake, and also to show off to passers-by. With someone taking it seriously, work wasn't far off. Auntie lowered her voice and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal if the base leaders didn't like it. Just these past few days, quite a few people have come to ask how to exchange our vegetables. The family treated them like treasures, carefully tending to them. Water is crucial for hydroponics, so they used it sparingly, reserving all the water they saved for hydroponics. Others brought their own hydroponically grown vegetables, but they didn't know what they were doing, and they all died. Ours is still thriving, and passers-by are so envious. Chi Peng whispered. Chi Mingyu nodded. There are a lot of people here, so you all need to be careful. Auntie, and the others nodded solemnly. If the base really talks to you about this, Uncle, you can call Director Wu. He definitely sided with us and raised the pay and benefits, Zhou Shuan added. Okay. The temperature was too high. Even with air conditioning, they could only barely harvest one more season's worth of food. Without finding suitable cactus seeds that could thrive in high temperatures, the vegetable greenhouse couldn't continue. Director Wu then had the 5 vegetable greenhouses dismantled, and the air conditioners, plastic sheets, steel pipes, etc. were all put away to resume planting after the high temperature subsided. After talking for a while, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu got up to take their leave. The Zhou family discussed it and decided to set the transaction location at the foot of a mountain 20 kilometers from the city, called Moon Mountain. The mountain shape is a large indentation, resembling a crescent moon from a distance, hence its name. Before the apocalypse, this was the closest mountain to the city, bustling with people. After the apocalypse, Moon Mountain, not very high, was submerged, leaving only the summit. The surrounding residents had long since moved away. The area became desolate. After the flood receded, some people came to gather firewood, but after the high temperatures, it was still too far from the city. The journey was costly in terms of fuel and energy, so almost no one came here anymore. Chapter 164. The recessed area was filled with boulders, making it even less accessible to visitors. Zhou Shuan carefully drove several heavy-duty trucks around the area, creating the appearance of cargo being moved. Then, she released 400 tons of coal from her spatial storage into the recessed area. 3 or 4 days had passed by then. Upon returning, she informed Chi Mingyu of the location. Chi Mingyu also spent 2 days delivering 80 tons of iron ore. The supplies to be exchanged were extremely valuable, requiring both families to grit their teeth to afford them, so caution was paramount. The two families discussed the matter and decided against directly telling Director Wu the location. Passing the message up would involve countless people and conversations. If even one person harbored ill intentions, such a large sum of supplies would be lost. Chi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then said, I take them there, that's the safest approach. Grandma Peng was somewhat worried but said nothing. Zhou Shuan shook her head. Last time we brought the goods over ourselves, so even if someone had ulterior motives, they wouldn't dare to tamper with them under everyone's watchful eyes. But this time, the quantity of supplies is too large. If someone has malicious intentions, it won't be just 1 or 2 people acting, so it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I have to go with you. The 2 of us can look after each other. Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, staring intently at her. What about home? Zhou Shuan had been feeling uneasy lately. More than 10 days had passed, yet everything had remained calm. She wondered where this unease would lead. Looking at her parents and Mumu, she hesitated as well. Zhou Jianhai then said, Don't worry. We can't do much at home, but we can't hold you back. Wan, since your second uncle and third aunt's families moved to the underground base, your mother and I haven't visited them yet. Why don't we take Mumu and Grandma Peng with us when you go? That's one way to do it. The safest place right now is the underground base. Xiao Xiao is there too. We can ask him to look after them, Zhou Shuan said. Xiao Xiao has a squad of soldiers with guns, which makes them feel more at ease. Chi Mingyu nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do it that way. That evening, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu took their family to the underground base. The temperature had risen 2 degrees, reaching nearly 50 degrees Celsius at night. Mumu was too small, and could only barely fit into the air-conditioned suit. Grandma Peng also wore one, and the others wore fans around their waists, and carried ice packs on their backpacks to cool down. They quickly went downstairs, and got into Chi Mingyu's SUV. With the air conditioning on, the cold air blew, and it finally wasn't so hot anymore. Even so, by the time they arrived at the underground base, they were all sweating profusely. After settling Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, Grandma Peng, and Mumu in, Zhou Shuan spoke with Xiao Xiao, who was on duty, asking him to look after them. Xiao Xiao readily agreed. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu then found Director Wu, who had already reported the situation. A team of fully armed soldiers was waiting. Upon entering, Zhou Shuan noticed 7 or 8 military trucks parked to the side of the base, knowing these were likely there to haul goods. They recognized each other. The team leader, about 30 years old, was quite handsome, dressed in camouflage, and possessed a mature charm. He grinned at Qi Mingyu. "Little Qi, long time no see." Qi Mingyu's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. "Lieutenant Jiang, long time no see. This must be Miss Zhou." "Miss Zhou, hello. I heard that Miss Zhou is a heroine, no less than any man, which I greatly admire." Jiang Lin politely extended his hand to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan smiled and shook hands with him. "Thank you for your trouble, Lieutenant Jiang." She was always somewhat aloof in front of outsiders, and after withdrawing her hand, she stood aside, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Jiang Lin swallowed his words, glancing sideways at Zhou Shuan, trying to gauge her personality. Qi Mingyu stepped forward and took Zhou Shuan's hand. "Wan, come this way, it's breezy here, cool." He placed a large hand on her shoulder from behind, leading her to the side, his manner intimate. Qi Mingyu was always very careful about his behavior with her. This was the first time he had done so in front of outsiders. Zhou Shuan glanced at him and cooperated, the two walking to a breezy spot. "All right, you wait here, I make the arrangements, we leave immediately." Jiang Lin chuckled a few times and left. Zhou Shuan finally looked at Qi Mingyu. "You know him?" Surrounded by soldiers transporting goods, Qi Mingyu made a gesture as if to cut her hair, lowering his voice. "I met him during a mission before. He frowned slightly. "He's quite calculating and opportunistic. Not someone you should associate with. Stay far away from him in the future." Zhou Shuan nodded thoughtfully. The daytime temperature was too high, so they could only operate at night. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu didn't try to hide it, wearing their air-conditioned suits and driving off in their SUVs. Jiang Lin distributed his air-conditioned suits to the team members. Once everyone was dressed, a dozen military trucks and 2 excavators set off in a grand procession. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan led the way, while Jiang Lin sat in the back truck, his gaze fixed intently on the vehicles ahead. An officer driving the car glanced at him. "Boss, what's the plan?" "Nothing much, just coming along. We can see how these two have managed to stockpile so many supplies." Jiang Lin leaned slightly against the passenger seat, his long legs casually draped in front of him, his posture somewhat languid. The officer sneered. They must have discovered private coal and iron mines, otherwise they wouldn't be spending so lavishly on air-conditioned uniforms. The more they've given out, the more they're holding. "Don't act rashly yet, observe carefully." "Yes, sir." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were also discussing Jiang Lin and his group in the front. "Brother Yu, is this Jiang Lin trustworthy?" Qi Mingyu glanced at the rearview mirror as he drove. It was pitch black, and he could only see the faint headlights of the cars following behind. He calmly replied, "Even if he's greedy, he wouldn't dare act now. We went to exchange supplies through official channels. Unless he's planning to take his men and go it alone, we must adhere to basic order." Zhou Shuan nodded. After pointing out the location to them, "We leave." "Okay." Qi Mingyu paused, then added, "These people are all specially trained, each one capable of taking on 10. If anything unexpected happens, show no mercy, kill them on sight." "Good. Poor visibility at night is also an advantage for us." Zhou Shuan slung her bow and arrows over her shoulder and held her pistol in her hand, her eyes resolute. Qi Mingyu looked at her and smiled slightly. Upon reaching Moon Mountain, Qi Mingyu stopped the car and waited. The military truck carrying Jiang Lin pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a figure wearing an air-conditioning suit. "What's up?" Chapter 165. Qi Mingyu pointed ahead. "It's over there, drive over." Jiang Lin, feeling guilty, glared at him a few times, but the air-conditioned uniform obscured his expression. "The area ahead is quite narrow, so take one car at a time. You see it after the bend," Qi Mingyu continued. Jiang Lin smiled slightly. "Okay." Qi Mingyu had already parked his car on the side of the road, making room for the trucks. After turning the corner as he instructed, the officer driving beside him exclaimed happily, "So that's where it is." Jiang Lin didn't speak, only staring at the coal piled high like a small mountain, his eyes narrowing. After entering the depression, the route narrowed, with mountains blocking the way on both sides. Once inside, it was a dead end, perfect for trapping a fish in a jar. Qi Mingyu, always cautious, refused to proceed. After the vehicles behind them had all passed, he greeted the driver of the last car. "Tell your lieutenant we're heading back." The driver glanced at them and nodded. Everything was calm until they drove back. Zhou Shuan sighed softly. "Brother Yu, You said you saw Lieutenant Jiang Lin during a mission. Was he also a Special Forces soldier? Qi Mingyu shook his head. No, we just met once during a mission. Our superior knew we were from the same hometown and introduced us, so we became acquainted. Zhou Shuan said oh, and then asked, Brother you were stripped of all your honors and discharged from the army. How will that affect your life afterward? This thought had been nagging at her for days, but she hadn't known how to bring it up. Today was the perfect opportunity to ask. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but admire her keen insight. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, Actually, if I'm directly discharged from the military and sent back, it will definitely be recorded in my file, affecting my future job search in life. What kind of impact? For example, this time, going to the underground base requires real name authentication. If it were me, it would require a thorough review and investigation before deciding whether or not to let me into the base. That's serious. Zhou Shuan frowned. In peacetime, normal people need to find work to support themselves. Qi Mingyu, after being discharged, couldn't possibly stay indoors and become disconnected from society. After the apocalypse, whether distributing relief supplies or entering survivor bases, identity verification would be required. Wouldn't that mean Qi Mingyu would be among those rejected? Isn't this forcing him down a dark path? They are all people who fought and contributed on the battlefield. He's just making a reasonable request to resign, and he's being suppressed like this. He shouldn't have the same benefits as other veterans, but at least he should be treated like ordinary citizens. Zhou Shuan was very dissatisfied. Qi Mingyu chuckled, That's just the general situation. Zhou Shuan turned to look at him. So you fall into the second category? Qi Mingyu's smile deepened, Zhou Shuan occasionally displaying a touch of humor. Yes. He nodded. Actually, I was targeted. This treatment wasn't very fair. My former mayor intervened and cleared my file, only sending a letter to my registered residence explaining the situation. It's considered lenient treatment. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Mayor Lu knew about your situation. Luckily, you have someone protecting you, otherwise it would have affected your relief food distribution. I don't want to go to the underground base now, because of the poor conditions, but if I really need it, and am blocked from entering, wouldn't I have nowhere to stay? Qi Mingyu said while driving. The entire government should know my situation. He was a key person under surveillance. Zhou Shuan couldn't quite describe her feelings. Was it sympathy for a hero who wasn't treated fairly, or admiration for a junior who bravely broke free from confinement to return and be filial to his grandmother? She was at a loss for words. After a while, she remembered and took a piece of chocolate from her backpack and handed it to him. Have a piece, it's sweet. This obvious consolation made Qi Mingyu smile involuntarily. Was she treating him like Moo Moo? Actually, I don't feel wronged. I know some inside information, and can make full preparations for the apocalypse in advance. This is already a great fortune amidst misfortune. Zhou Shuan remained silent. Her composure in this life was earned through 8 years of hardship and loneliness in her previous life. They set off around 10 p.m. and didn't return until after midnight, which was lunchtime at the underground base. Because the Zhou family was all present today, the second uncle's and third aunt's families also ate together. When they went to the base, the Zhou family brought a large bag of frozen dumplings, all homemade, with generous fillings and fresh meat, as well as over 20 frozen steamed buns. The space contained ample quantities of white flour. These staple foods were readily available, so the Zhou family didn't care much, but the others hadn't had any for a while. Grandma Pang brought several vacuum-packed roast goose and braised beef. They couldn't just go and eat for free. The second uncle's and third aunt's families had also stockpiled a batch of sweet potato flour. That stuff is durable and doesn't get damp easily. They had stored it away when they still had staple foods, and now it was perfect for using as a staple food. When Zhou Shuan and the others returned, lunch was already prepared. Each person had a bowl of sour soup dumplings, and sweet potato noodles were stewed with hot pot ingredients, then topped with smoked fish, dried tofu skin, mushrooms, and greens, filling a large bowl. A package of beef and a package of roast goose were also opened as cold dishes. It was a feast they hadn't had in a long time. Seeing the two return, Zhong Tiyun was overjoyed. She immediately took Zhou Shuan's hand and looked her up and down, asking, Are you all right? Was the journey smooth? She then looked at Qi Mingyu, asking, Is Xiaoyu all right too? Zhou Shuan nodded and smiled. Mom, it smells so good. It smells like hot pot and dumplings. Qi Mingyu also nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Auntie, the journey was smooth. Zhong Tiyun was relieved. Go wash your hands and come eat with us. The dumplings are fresh out of the pot and still warm. It had been a long time since they had eaten hot dumplings, and for a moment, only the sounds of everyone wolfing down their food could be heard. Neighbors, drawn by the aroma, kept peeking over. The bowls weren't big. One bowl of sour soup dumplings wasn't enough, especially for adult men. Naturally, they couldn't eat their fill, so they also scooped up a bowl of hot pot sweet potato noodles, which was a large and filling portion. With staple food, meat, and vegetables, it was quite a good meal. The roast chicken and braised beef, already packaged, had long been devoured. Qianqian, preoccupied with the child, hadn't eaten much. Jiping, feeling sorry for his wife, had quietly scooped out her food and placed it aside. After the meal, her second uncle brought out 2 jars of canned tomatoes he'd grown, giving everyone half a bowl as dessert. Chapter 166. Chun Chun clung to the sweet little bowl, reluctant to let go, which amused everyone. Third Aunt regretted it a bit. When your 2 families were making canned tomatoes, we didn't have enough sugar, so we didn't make any. We also harvested some tomatoes, so we only made a few bottles of tomato sauce, which are almost gone. Chun Chun loves it. We should have made some for him back then. We still have some, third sister. Next time you come, bring Chun Chun a few more bottles, Zhong Tian said. Third Aunt Zhong quickly said, okay, but we have to exchange supplies with you. We can't just take it for free. Qianqian then asked Zhou Shuan, did you ask the person who has stockpiled baby supplies? Is he willing to exchange? Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, he has baby formula, baby rice cereal, small bread, biscuits, salted eggs, country-style eggs, pure milk, and the like. It depends on how you want to exchange. Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. There weren't many snacks suitable for children at home. The bread and biscuits she stockpiled after going to several supermarket warehouses over a year ago were almost all gone. Now, the most common food she gave Chun Chun was dried sweet potato chips, which she ate raw. They were still sweet and delicious. But how could a mother bear to let her child eat these every day? She forgot about her meal, pushed her bowl aside, had Jiping hold the child, and pulled Zhou Shuan aside to talk. Zhou Shuan had gone to many supermarket warehouses and stockpiled a lot of miscellaneous things, especially formula, bread, and biscuits. Moo couldn't eat them all by herself, so she could exchange some for Chun Chun. The child was so small, with a big head like a doll, it looked so pitiful. Finally, they agreed to exchange half a ton of gasoline for 5 boxes of baby formula, 5 boxes of milk, 2 boxes of protein powder, 2 boxes of bread, biscuits, and other snacks suitable for children, and 2 boxes of salted eggs and country bumpkin eggs. Nowadays, fresh eggs are scarce, so they have to settle for second best. Salted eggs and country bumpkin eggs are just as nutritious, better than sweet potatoes and potatoes. Zhou Shuan added, he also has some calcium tablets, vitamins, and DHA supplements. Do you want some? Children needed these before the apocalypse, and now, with malnutrition, they need them even more. So Qianqian added another 100 liters of gasoline, and exchanged it for over a dozen bottles of calcium tablets, DHA, vitamins, and other supplements for children. This was enough for the child to eat for 2 or 3 years. It was a very worthwhile deal. Qianqian held Zhou Shuan's hand, overjoyed and speechless. Wan, thank you so much. With these, she finally believed her child could survive in the apocalypse. Zhou Shuan patted her hand. Most of your gasoline is with me. I just exchanged it with the other party, and will bring it to you next time. Do you want it all, or just some with me? A year had proven that Zhou Shuan's hiding place was much safer than theirs. Qianqian thought for a moment and said, Wan, then I trouble you to keep it for us. People come and go here, and it's not safe to have too much stuff. We ask you for it, after Chun Chun finishes eating it. Don't worry, I know the weather isn't good for storing things, so even if it spoils, I won't complain. Qianqian was sensible. Zhou Shuan was also willing to help sensible people. Food for children, even in the hot weather, might not stay intact for 2 years, so storing it in her space was the safest and least troublesome option. She nodded, okay, but you have to inspect everything first before I secretly hide it. Qianqian nodded vigorously. After dinner, everyone told Zhou Shuan some good news. The day before yesterday, the base approached second uncle to help with hydroponic vegetable cultivation. They designated an area in the kitchen, and second uncle invited third aunt to join them. Both of them got work. Third aunt also took the opportunity to ask Zhong Tian if she was still willing to work there. Zhong Tian shook her head. She hadn't planned to move in yet, and she already exchanged her air-conditioned uniform, so she wouldn't do the job for now. Aunt Zhong looked on, with a hint of regret, then lowered her voice and said, Director Wu has been trying to find his wife another job, but his attempts to bribe him have been rejected several times. He originally wanted Sister Fong to work in the kitchen, but since the base is starting hydroponic vegetable cultivation, and his wife has experience, she's working alongside us. Zhong Tiyun looked towards the property management office and sighed. Everyone's struggling these days. Who says otherwise? Tiyun, I heard the temperature is going to rise even higher. If it rises any further, our air conditioners might not be able to keep up. What are you planning to do? We were thinking of moving to the underground base, but everywhere is packed. There's no room left. Even if we manage to squeeze in some space, it won't be a good place, close to the toilet, close to the entrance, etc. Zhong Tiyun was also a little worried, but then she smiled and said, Wan is really taking care of things. My husband and I are now following her orders. She knows what she's doing. Zhong Tiyun wanted to say something but then stopped, only praising, Wan is becoming more and more capable. After the supplies were handed over and they had lunch, the two families went to Director Wu's place to collect their air-conditioned uniforms. On the way back, the Zhou family didn't take a car, but walked home wearing their air-conditioning suits. Muumu's suit was a bit big, but boys his age are growing, so the bigger it gets, the longer it can be worn. Before leaving, Qi Mingyu placed alarms outside both houses, but they didn't hear a sound on the way back. It seemed everything was normal. Upon arriving home, after saying goodbye to Qi Mingyu and Grandma Pang, they opened their own door and went inside. They hadn't dared turn off the air conditioning, so they only took off their suits after entering the master bedroom. For some reason, Zhou Shuan felt uneasy. Just like the unease she felt before, her nerves tightened instantly. She looked around but didn't find anything unusual. Zhong Tiyun, observant, noticed her expression. What's wrong, Wan? Zhou Shuan shook her head. Zhou Jianhai looked over as well. Are you hot? Go take a shower. Zhou Shuan felt that strange unease again. It seemed the goosebumps on her arms had suddenly appeared the moment she entered the house. She hesitated for a moment, then reached into her backpack. Even if she took out a weapon in front of Muumu, she tried to make it look like she was taking it from her backpack. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were confused, but visibly tense. They shielded Muumu behind them, looking around for any danger. Zhou Shuan slowly went to the balcony and checked the house thoroughly with her father, but found nothing. I guess I'm overthinking it, she said. Zhou Jianhai patted his daughter's head. You've been too stressed lately. It's okay, we're all together as a family. Chapter 167. Zhou Shuan also felt she might be being too sensitive, nodded, and went back to the master bedroom, telling her mother and Muumu to take a shower. She was about to go back to the second bedroom to change when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Shuan opened the door. It was Qi Mingyu. When he saw her, he put his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Zhou Shuan's eyes flashed, and she stepped aside. Qi Mingyu glanced into the room, gesturing for Zhou Shuan to stand behind him, then slowly walked in, observing the surrounding decor. He found a listening device in a vase on the display shelf and expressionlessly tossed it out. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai also stood at the bedroom door, peering out. Zhou Shuan gestured for them to be quiet. The two men stared at the listening device Qi Mingyu had taken from the vase, their expressions turning serious. Qi Mingyu went to the dining room and kitchen, and found another listening device behind the spice rack in the kitchen. He also found listening devices in the master bedroom and the second bedroom. As he threw out more and more listening devices, the Zhou family's expressions grew increasingly serious, including the bewildered Muumu, who knew something bad had happened. After thoroughly searching both floors of the Zhou house twice, they finally found 6 listening devices. Qi Mingyu coldly stared at the pile of glittering objects in front of him. Zhou Shuan produced a red brick from somewhere, and handed it to him. He took it, raised an eyebrow, and smashed all the listening devices to pieces. Then, everyone gathered in the kitchen to talk. Zhong Tiyun couldn't wait to ask, who installed these? Did they sneak into our house? Zhou Shuan looked at Qi Mingyu. You have some too? The latter nodded, yes. We installed 5 or 6 in our house too. What are they trying to do? They didn't steal anything after entering, but instead installed these listening devices. What do they want to know? Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun simultaneously turned their gazes to Zhou Shuan. Their Zhou family's biggest secret was Zhou Shuan's spatial ability. Zhou Shuan shook her head. It's probably trouble caused by our exchange for the air conditioning clothes. Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. I guess so too. They installed the listening devices because they have a bigger plan. They want the locations where the coal and iron or resources we exchanged were stored. A look of fear appeared on Zhong Tiyun's face. Then what do we do? Anyone who could afford to install listening devices on such a large scale must be someone powerful. What could they do if such a person targeted ordinary people like them? Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, already having a suspect in mind. They suspected someone might be greedy after suddenly providing so much energy, so they were extremely cautious during the exchange. After everything calmed down, Zhou Shuwan thought she had overthought things. It seems it has indeed attracted unwanted attention, but who is it? Is it someone within the government? A gang colluding with the government? Or that cunning Lieutenant Jiang Lin? Qi Mingyu said, our two families need to be extra careful for the next few days. We can't afford to sleep too soundly. I suggest we start taking turns monitoring the outside world today. Zhong Tian thought for a moment and said, should we hide? Nobody knows about Xiaoyu's underground safe house except for a few of us. Originally, she felt a little embarrassed that her family of four had gone to someone else's safe house for nothing. Now, there's no time to worry about that. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. No, this isn't something we can solve by hiding. Whether we hide in a safe house or an underground base, the enemy is in the shadows, and we're in the open. It's too dangerous. Yes, there's no such thing as a 1,000-day defense. Wan and I agree, we must take the initiative. Qi Mingyu added. Zhou Shuwan remained silent for a long time before speaking. If it's really someone like Jiang Lin, a military officer, who's become greedy, then our chances of winning are only 3/10. Since the apocalypse, their enemies have been civilians, at most some ruthless thugs, but none of them have received formal training, and their weapons are limited. That's why the two of them have been able to gain the upper hand. But facing a group of organized, strategic, and well-equipped regular troops, their chances of winning are simply too small. I suggest we ask Mayor Lu for help. She looked at everyone. Mayor Lu, although somewhat resigned, has shown me through our recent interactions, and the events at the Survivor Apartments and Suchi Apartments, that he's not a bad person at heart. He would never allow his subordinates to do such a thing. Besides, with his status, whatever he wants, a bunch of people would fight to give it to him. He wouldn't look down on us meager fare. So, I think that among all the people in the service hall, none can escape suspicion, but he's the only one who is definitely unaware of this. Qi Mingyu pondered slowly, then said, our two families are just ordinary survivors. We exhausted all our resources, and spent most of our wealth to get air-conditioned clothing just to survive. But there are many people richer and more powerful than us. They can't be targeting only us. They were just the fewest people, making them the easiest to bully. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai nodded repeatedly. Yes, we're just an ordinary family. They're giving us too much credit by making such a big fuss. Zhou Jiahai continued, breaking the bugging device already tells them we know. From now on, we must be extremely careful. The group exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. Although Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai still felt fear, looking at their daughter and their two children, Xiaoyu, they gradually relaxed. They decided that from now on, even when going out on business, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu would not leave together. Zhou Shuwan first searched through the supplies in her spatial storage, gathered enough, and delivered some to her aunt's house by tricycle. She then placed the rest in the living room, filmed a video, and showed it to them so they would have a better understanding. Then she went to find Director Wu and asked about the underground base where Mayor Lu was located. It was in the underground base beneath the government office. The journey wasn't very long. While Zhou Shuwan was talking to Director Wu, Xiao Xiao saw her and greeted her. Hearing her voice, Xiao Xiao asked, "Are you going to see Mayor Lu?" "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuwan didn't explain, only saying, "I want to ask him some things." Xiao Xiao was someone Mayor Lu had personally promoted, and was considered a trusted confidant. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go together. I just need to report something. It's really worrying to see you walking alone at night." Zhou Shuwan hesitated for a moment, but agreed. She and Xiao Xiao had known each other for over half a year, had worked together several times, and trusted each other. Xiao Xiao drove a military electric vehicle, and he and Zhou Shuwan, wearing air-conditioned uniforms, got in. On the way, Xiao Xiao asked, "Are you and Xiaoyu interested in becoming members of the security team at the underground base? The pay is definitely the best in the base." Zhou Shuwan asked curiously, "Are you still short-staffed?" Chapter 168. Xiao Xiao smiled, "Of course. There's always a shortage of skilled people." "How's the security at the base?" Xiao Xiao shook her head, "Not good. The natural disaster has been going on for over a year, but there's no sign of it stopping. People are short of food and water, and living in the underground base in very poor conditions. They can only maintain the bare minimum for survival. Naturally, everyone is anxious, and even a small dispute can escalate into a fight. Moreover, petty theft is rampant. The base has cameras, but some people still take the risk. You and Xiao Yu have only been to the base a few times, and you already encountered robberies. That's a good example. As she spoke, she became a little embarrassed, shaking her head and sighing. Actually, you can exchange for air-conditioned uniforms, so you don't need to go. It'd be peaceful. The security team deals with these trivial matters every day, dozens a day, and all their energy is wasted on them. Zhou Shuan had lived in such a base before, so she naturally knew his specific situation. She thought for a moment and said, "Everyone says this is typical of chaotic times. What are the punishments for those who dare to steal and rob when they're caught?" Xiao Xiao replied, "They're all sent to labor camps. The punishment is already quite severe. You can't just arrest criminals and treat them well. But many people now hold the idea that they want to have one last wild time before they die. Let me tell you something, but don't tell anyone else. Even the security guards know it. Many of those arrested and sent to labor camps commit suicide. The suicide rate is extremely high." Zhou Shuan was startled, but after thinking about it, she understood. Since they knowingly break the law despite knowing its severity, they probably just want to have one last crazy moment before they die. After driving for over 20 minutes, they encountered a road that had been washed away, forcing them to take a detour. Although Zhou Shuan didn't mention why she wanted to see Mayor Lu, Xiao Xiao had already guessed something was amiss. So, as they got out of the car to head to the underground base entrance, Zhou Shuan asked, "Xiao Xiao, will we need to have our identities checked when we go in?" Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "You can wait for me here. I go up and get an entry/exit permit from Mayor Lu. You can wear this air-conditioned uniform inside." Zhou Shuan smiled gratefully. "Thank you very much. Please don't tell anyone you saw me." Xiao Xiao gave her a meaningful look and nodded, "Okay." She didn't wait long before Xiao Xiao came out, showed her a stamped slip of paper, and instructed, "Don't make a sound." Zhou Shuan nodded. Xiao Xiao led Zhou Shuan to the entrance, where someone checked identities. Because it was the service hall, the checks were more stringent. With the stamped slip from Xiao Xiao, no one asked Zhou Shuan for her ID, but they did check if she was carrying any weapons. Xiao Xiao said, "This person can't show her face, so please check her like this." Zhou Shuan had only brought a backpack when she came out. After checking the weapons in the backpack and finding nothing, they let her in. The service hall was brightly lit and as busy as ever. This was the office area. The large underground space was divided into cubicles, with people working at their desks. Besides the cubicles, there were also some simple shacks, which served as offices. Turning left at the end, you find Mayor Lu's office. Xiao Xiao knocked on the door and said to Zhou Shuan, "Go in and talk to me, I stay outside." Zhou Shuan nodded gratefully to the other party and went inside. Mayor Lu was waiting with a kind expression. Zhou Shuan took off her round helmet and nodded to Mayor Lu. "Mayor Lu." Mayor Lu asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiao Zhou? I heard from Xiao Xiao that you have a difficult matter to discuss with me." Xiao Xiao was his confidant, and naturally knew that Mayor Lu's attempt to win over the two had failed last time. Therefore, he was working very hard to help Zhou Shuan this time, also sensing that she had a difficult matter to ask for help with. Zhou Shuan then explained how the Zhou and Qi families had exchanged supplies for air conditioning clothing, and how a listening device had been discovered in their home. She emphasized that they had only told Director Wu about the whole thing, and that Director Wu and the office were handling it together. No one else knew. Mayor Lu naturally understood her unspoken meaning, raising an eyebrow. "Young lady, are you saying there's a spy in our office?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, her expression serious. "I dare not say whether there's a spy or not, but in this day and age, someone who can afford to install a bugging device is certainly not an ordinary person. I'm here on behalf of both our families to ask you for help." "Mayor Lu, have you visited other bases? Have you heard what others have said? In the hearts of us survivors, you are a good leader who cares for the citizens and is concerned for the vulnerable. Whether it's the establishment of the survivor apartments or the distribution of relief food every 3 days, everything you've done for the survivors has been seen by us. Now my family is about to face annihilation. We have nowhere else to turn but to our superior, that is, you. We can only turn to you for help. So, please lend a helping hand and help us, okay?" Mayor Lu smiled helplessly. "You little girl, you put such a high hat on me, leaving me with no choice but to intervene. Isn't that it?" Zhou Shuan didn't smile. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes met his gaze directly, displaying a maturity and calmness quite incongruous with her usual demeanor. "Then, Mayor Lu, Isn't it terrifying for you to have a traitor among your subordinates? Today they want supplies, so they target innocent people. Tomorrow their appetite will be bigger, and they might want even more. They have listening devices, so naturally they have weapons, and they have strict management and discipline. Can you feel at ease with such a person sleeping soundly beside your bed? Her words were like a fatal blow, striking at her sore spot. Mayor Lu's expression changed. He stared at her expressionlessly for a long time, displaying the sternness of a superior watching over a subordinate. Zhou Shuan met his gaze fearlessly. After a long pause, Mayor Lu's expression softened, and he smiled. You really don't seem like a college student in his early 20s. Alright, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I have someone thoroughly investigate this matter. If the mastermind is caught, they'd be severely punished. Zhou Shuan thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Mayor Lu. Her eyes flickered. She leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice. Mayor Lu, is it convenient for you to talk here? Mayor Lu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I check here every day. There won't be any listening devices. Zhou Shuan was still somewhat uneasy. After thinking for a moment, she picked up a pen from her desk, and wrote a few sentences on a piece of paper. Mayor Lu looked at them, pondered for a while, and then nodded. Zhou Shuan wrote a few more sentences, and he also picked up a pen and quickly scribbled a few lines. The two exchanged ideas on the paper for a long time, before finally being satisfied. Chapter 169. Zhou Shuan watched as Mayor Lu burned the paper he had just written on with a lighter. The two exchanged a smile, and Zhou Shuan then took her leave. Mayor Lu couldn't help but say, Little Zhou, do you and Xiaoqi really not want to come and help me? Right now, we're desperately short of talent. Zhou Shuan smiled and shook her head. Mayor Lu, Xiaoyu and I think the same way. Family is the most important thing to us. Right now, our focus is on protecting our families. We wait until later. After the apocalypse ends, if there's an opportunity, I'd like to learn from a good leader like you. She politely declined. Mayor Lu was somewhat regretful, but still smiled gracefully. Alright, I respect your choice. As she left, Zhou Shuan thought, Mayor Lu is actually a decent person, but for some reason, she hadn't heard his name again in her previous life. Had he died young? Xiao waited outside, and followed Zhou Shuan out. He had been waiting outside the door, overhearing Zhou Shuan's impassioned questioning of Mayor Lu. He remained silent the entire way until he got to the car, at which point, he said to Zhou Shuan, You were really bold. I never heard anyone dare to speak to Mayor Lu like that. Zhou Shuan smiled helplessly. I had no choice. The lives of both families are in my hands, so naturally I could only try my best to get Mayor Lu's help. Xiao paused for a moment. He had overheard most of what was said outside. He thought for a moment, then said, Wan, if you trust me, I can help. Zhou Shuan looked at him in surprise. He continued driving. Our security team is not only responsible for the base's security, but also patrols the perimeter. The world is too chaotic these days. We lost many weapons during the floods. Therefore, we need to patrol regularly every day to ensure no evil forces approach the base. I have over 30 men under my command. I can instruct them to patrol your neighborhood more often and notify you immediately if there's any activity. Zhou Shuan was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. The precautions of a large group were far more reliable than those of a few scattered individuals. Through the air-conditioned suit, Xiao looked at Zhou Shuan, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, You're welcome. We're comrades after all. I'd definitely help if I can. Zhou Shuan smiled, her eyes crinkling. Through the air-conditioned suit, Xiao couldn't see her expression clearly, but he could tell she was smiling, and for some reason, his mood suddenly improved. He even turned on the car's music system, playing a soothing and pleasant song. Although the car had air conditioning, the temperature was too high, and sitting inside might lead to any accidents, so everyone agreed to wear the air-conditioned suits even when traveling by car. Xiao originally wanted to take Zhou Shuan downstairs, but her tricycle was still parked outside the base. Xiao had no choice but to take her back. Not wanting her to go back alone, he brought a squad of soldiers to escort her. Zhou Shuan thanked the other person repeatedly, and offered to invite them upstairs for tea, but was refused. She decided to bring the soldiers some food and drinks next time she saw them, before going upstairs. Xiao didn't leave immediately either. She led her soldiers to patrol the neighborhood, and finding nothing amiss, she returned home. It was already 3 a.m. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were practicing archery with Mu while waiting for Zhou Shuan. Perhaps due to her anxiety, Zhong Tiyun's aim was poor tonight, missing the target several times. Seeing his wife's restlessness, Zhou Jianhai quickly took out some freshly made ice cream from the refrigerator, giving each of them a small bowl. While eating her ice cream, Zhong Tiyun muttered, I really regret letting Wanwan go to exchange for the air conditioning clothes. Zhou Jianhai, however, saw things differently. Taking a bite of his son's strawberry ice cream, he said, You can't say that. Exchanging for air-conditioned suits is to better survive the high-temperature disaster. That's not wrong. The wrong ones are those greedy people who don't follow the right path. Zhong Tiyun sighed softly. Wanwan has already made arrangements. If we can't stay here, we go to the underground caves back home. If all else fails, Xiaoyu is willing to let us stay there. Whether we need the air-conditioned suits or not doesn't matter. If this really causes our family to... Her voice choked with emotion. Zhou Jianhai quickly put down his ice cream to comfort her. You're talking nonsense again. Wanwan didn't know air-conditioned suits would be developed, so she didn't think about it. But now that we have suits that can adapt to high temperatures, why not exchange for them? We're not wrong. If God has eyes, he will help us defeat the bad guys. Zhong Tiyun gave a self-deprecating laugh. You still believe in this damn God? Zhou Jianhai was speechless for a moment. Just then, Zhou Shuan knocked on the door and returned. The family of three hurriedly welcomed her in. Still wearing her air-conditioned clothes, Zhou Shuan was dry and refreshed, looking quite energetic. As soon as she entered, she smiled and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, Mayor Lu has agreed to start an investigation immediately. We have results soon. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were overjoyed. In their hearts, as long as the government was handling the matter, they could basically rest assured. Zhong Tiyun quickly said, Go wash your hands. Are you hungry? I heat up some food for you. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, Mom, I just have an ice cream. The overall temperature was high, and even though she had been wearing the comfortable air-conditioned clothes, she wanted something cold and refreshing. Zhong Tiyun hurriedly said, How can that be? It's okay if you don't have an appetite. I get you a bowl of light, sour soup noodles. Have a bowl, then you can have ice cream. She took a small dough ball from the refrigerator, rolled it out into a large, thin sheet, and cut it into noodles about the thickness of a thumb. She then cooked the noodles in boiling water, and finally added a handful of butter lettuce. In a large bowl, she added chopped chili peppers, garlic, scallions, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, balsamic vinegar, 13 spice powder, and MSG. She poured hot oil over it, releasing a fragrant aroma. She then added the boiling water from the noodles to the seasoning bowl, and finally topped it with a small amount of noodles. The sour soup noodles that the whole family loved were ready. The method is simple, the taste is sour, spicy, and refreshing, and it's especially appetizing. Zhong Tiyun's method is a little different from others. She always likes to add diced chives to the seasoning when making sour soup noodles. This makes the noodles not only sour and spicy but also fragrant with chives, making them very delicious. Wild chives would make it even more flavorful. Sour soup noodles are easy to make, only taking about 10 minutes. If you just returned from a long trip and are feeling carsick or exhausted, a bowl of sour soup noodles will instantly revitalize you, even soothing your stomach. Zhou Shuan didn't have an appetite, but she didn't object to having a bowl of sour soup noodles. When she finished washing up, the noodles were already prepared and served. She ate them heartily, and seeing how much she enjoyed them, Mumu begged her mother for the remaining half bowl. Chapter 170. The family was talking when there was a knock at the door. Zhou Jianhai slapped his thigh. Oh dear, I forgot. Xiaoyu said to tell him when you came back, but I was so excited I forgot. Zhong Tiyun glared at him. Look at your memory. Go check it out. Zhou Jianhai went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu smiled as he entered. I heard it as soon as Wanwan came back. I thought about it, and decided to let her eat first before we talk. Zhou Shuan stood up, cleared away the dishes, and smiled at Qi Mingyu. Brother Xiaoyu, have you eaten? Yes. Zhong Tiyun quickly gestured for him to sit down, then tried to take the bowl from Zhou Shuan's hand. Wanwan, go talk to Xiaoyu, I wash it. Zhou Shuan then recounted her conversation with her parents. Seeing the slyness in her smile, Qi Mingyu asked knowingly, Wanwan, did you offer Mayor Lu some good advice? Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun from the kitchen both looked over, pretending to be busy with their own tasks, but actually listening intently. Zhou Shuan smiled, biting her lip, and picked up a pen and paper, writing a bunch of words on it. All three watched. Zhou Jianhai opened his mouth to say something, but Zhong Tiyun slapped his arm, silencing him. Zhou Shuan also made a shushing gesture. Zhong Tiyun looked anxious, but seeing the excited father and the determined expressions of Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, she swallowed her worries. Chi Mingyu didn't linger. He really wanted to talk to Zhou Shuan alone, especially after such a long period of worry, but in front of Zhou's parents, there were many things he couldn't say. After everyone understood the preparations, he got up to leave. Zhou Shuan fetched 2 bowls of ice cream and handed them over. We made them ourselves. There's some cream left in the fridge. Take these to Grandma Pang, so she can have some and cool off. Chi Mingyu glanced at the ice cream with jam on it, smiled, and thanked her. Okay, thank you. 2 days later, the temperature rose 2 degrees, and the air conditioner broke down. They had to move to the second bedroom and living room. Looking at the broken air conditioner, Zhou Jianhai was worried. The temperature will keep rising, and our air conditioner definitely won't be able to keep up. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, then let's go to the base and ask. In the evening, the Zhou family went out. Now that they had air-conditioned suits, they didn't need to pay special attention to the temperature, so as soon as the sun set, the family went out wearing their suits. First, they took some things to the underground base, spoke with 2 families of relatives, left the things they brought, and then went to find Director Wu. At Director Wu's introduction, they went to see the base manager, and sat there talking for quite a while. The gist of it was that the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and their home air conditioner wasn't working properly, so they wanted to move into the underground base as a family, and asked if they could arrange another place. The base manager said the base wasn't big enough, but anyone without a criminal record and within the designated area could come in. It was just that the current location wasn't ideal, and they couldn't be picky. The Zhou family said they would go back and think about it. As they left the base, several people subtly glanced in their direction. When they drove home from the base, Zhou Shuan glanced in the rearview mirror and gave a slight, cold smile. Zhong Tiyun then asked, Wan, are we staying at this base or not? Let's stay. We're not just avoiding the heat, but also to avoid the troubles at home, Zhou Shuan said. Zhou Jianhai then chimed in, when we get back, let's talk to Xiaoyu about having his family move here too. Both families are already small. If we leave, it'd just be him and Grandma Pang left, even fewer people. There'd be no one to help if anything happens. Okay, let's talk to Xiaoyu when we get back. Dad, Mom, I take you home first. Stay home and don't wander off. I go get a truckload of coal and trade it for accommodation with the people at the base. It should work. Zhong Tian said somewhat reluctantly. Really, trading coal? We use so much coal to get empty. We already settled down, and there aren't many left. Another carload wasted. It really hurts my heart. It doesn't matter where we live, we can just put up with the bad location. How can that be? Moo is still so young. Living at the base is already bad enough for him. We have to get him a better place. If we're assigned a place next to the toilet, Mom, will you stay or not? Zhong Tian thought for a long time, then sighed. All right then, for Moo's sake. Zhou Shuan turned to look at her father, who was startled, then remembered something and quickly pinched Moo's thigh. Moo then grinned and shouted, I want to live at the base. I want to live at the base. Sister, please help me get a better place. I don't want to live next to the toilet. The family then began to comfort the little tyrant. Okay, we change it when we get back. After driving the electric scooter to the apartment building, Zhou Shuan took her parents and Moo home, then drove off to other places. Shortly after she passed, several cars sped past. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun stood on the balcony, watching the blurry figure disappear into the distance. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with deep worry. Moo opened her mouth to say something, but remembering her parents' and sister's instructions, she bit her lip. Zhou Shuan drove for over 40 minutes before arriving at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. This factory was located behind a small hill, inconspicuous and dilapidated. Even before the apocalypse, few people would have come here. Walking around from the front to the back of the factory, she arrived at a warehouse. Zhou Shuan got out of the car, looked around for a while, then walked to a higher rock and observed the area with binoculars for a long time. When she noticed the roof of the factory's office building, her eyes lit up. Throughout the journey, she stopped frequently to make sure no one was following her. After scanning the surroundings with binoculars to make sure no one was around, she climbed down from the large rock, took out her key, and opened the warehouse door to enter. About 10 minutes later, a group of people dressed in air-conditioning suits suddenly and silently surrounded the door. Judging from their guns and their advancing posture, they were clearly a well-trained squad of soldiers. The two at the front exchanged a glance, nodded, and quickly went over and kicked open the warehouse door. The men behind them rushed in, pointing their pistols and shouting, "Don't move." It was pitch black inside. It took them a few seconds to adjust before they could see clearly that there was no coal or supplies there. It was completely empty. The leader was startled and waved his hand sharply, shouting, "Damn it, an ambush! Retreat!" But it was too late. Several grenade-like objects rolled in. "Get down!" the leader shouted after only a glance. A violent shockwave rippled through the warehouse, and several blinding flashes of light appeared. Chapter 171. This was an electric shockwave with a radius of 50 meters. Even though the people who rushed in were fully armed, they still had no way to withstand the electric shockwave. Therefore, all 20-odd people who rushed in convulsed and collapsed, quickly losing consciousness. Several people who had been observing the warehouse from the shadows outside changed their expressions. "Quick, move out!" The leader got up and rushed towards the hill with his men, where vehicles were parked, their prepared escape route. But as soon as they arrived, someone stood in front of the car, a gun steadily pointed at them. "Jiang Lin, you have nowhere to run. Surrender." Jiang Lin, the leader, wearing a bulletproof vest under his air-conditioned uniform, glared at the voice with bloodshot eyes. "Qi Mingyu, it's you." Qi Mingyu nodded calmly. "It's me." Jiang Lin stared at him. This was all a conspiracy. "Was it you, and that Zhou Shuan who orchestrated this?" A figure emerged from behind a nearby hill, her slender, graceful figure barely concealed by her air-conditioned uniform. Zhou Shuan's voice rang out. "Lieutenant Jiang Lin, it's clear you colluded with gangsters, using your authority in the office to kill and seize the survivors who might possess large sums of supplies. You thought you'd done it flawlessly, but little did you know that someone in the office had been watching you all along. You set people to monitor us, and others were monitoring you. Now, all of this is your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourself." Jiang Lin sneered. "You brought this upon yourself? Humph, you think you can stop me?" He waved his hand. "Come out." But after a moment of silence, there was no movement from the surroundings. "Come out. Where are they all?" A hint of fear finally crept into Jiang Lin's voice. Zhou Shuan took out what looked like a hand grenade and tossed it in her hand. "Don't worry, Lieutenant Jiang, your men are all fine, just temporarily stunned by the electric shock." "Jiang Lin, you guys." With a clatter, more than 20 soldiers emerged from around the hill, all pointing their guns at Jiang Lin and his men. Xiao Xiao, hastily assigned to arrest them, sneered, "Lieutenant Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Mayor Lu is furious and has ordered us to take you back unharmed. He wants to interrogate you personally and ask you why you betrayed him." Jiang Lin was another young officer highly trusted by Mayor Lu. Normally, Xiao Xiao and Jiang Lin disliked each other, maintaining only a facade of peace. Knowing that Mayor Lu was targeting Jiang Lin, Xiao Xiao volunteered to capture the traitor. Jiang Lin, gun in hand, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand, pointing the gun at his temple. "Since that's the case, I choose death." Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan, and Xiao Xiao frowned simultaneously. One fired a shot into his wrist, another threw a grenade, and a shout rang out, "Stop him!" With a bang, Jiang Lin's wrist was struck. Before he could even scream, the immense force of the grenade's explosion knocked him unconscious. Several of his subordinates behind him also lost consciousness. Those who also lost consciousness included Qi Mingyu and several soldiers brought by Xiao Xiao. They were standing right in the grenade's blast radius. Thump thump, a series of thuds echoed as people fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao stared in disbelief at the pile of fallen men, then turned to look at Zhou Shuan. The latter coughed awkwardly. "He's a high-ranking criminal. He doesn't have the right to commit suicide." So she took the most decisive action immediately, but it implicated her own people as well, including Qi Mingyu. Xiao Xiao finally gave a thumbs up after a long pause. "You're awesome." Chapter 172. Zhou Shuan coughed even more violently. When Qi Mingyu collapsed, he glanced at Zhou Shuan. Although he was wearing an air-conditioned uniform, obscuring his expression, his gesture conveyed a sense of helplessness. Xiao Xiao also felt somewhat helpless, and waved her hand. "Settle our people in first." The others then got out, and carried away their innocent comrades. When it came to Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan said, "Put him in my car. These people probably won't wake up for another 2 hours." Xiao Xiao looked at Zhou Shuan. "Now that we caught him, are you planning to come back to the office with us? Or go straight home?" Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, "My parents, Moo Moo, and Grandma Pang must be worried sick at home. I take Xiao Yu back first, and tell me what you found out over there." With the biggest crisis averted, she wouldn't have to be so anxious about going out anymore, and could be more carefree. Xiao Xiao nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Then let's go together. After I take you and Xiao Yu back, we go to the service hall around the corner, It's not far anyway. No need for that trouble. Zhou Shuan waved her hand. Jiang Lin's matter is more important. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that not only was Jiang Lin the one who installed the listening devices at Zhou Qi's house, but it was also found that he led a group of government officials, colluding with local gangs in J City, using his position to provide these gangs with weapons and intelligence. Furthermore, he personally participated in these hunting operations. The so-called hunting operation was their code name. It referred to the killing and robbing of survivors, like Zhou Qi, who possessed large sums of money, but lacked protection. This time, if Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan hadn't considered the danger of exposing their supplies before exchanging for the air conditioning suits, and hadn't possessed exceptional keenness and the ability to anticipate danger, Jiang Lin and his group would have succeeded. Xiao Xiao, as the team leader, indeed needed to send Jiang Lin and his group back for interrogation as soon as possible. He hesitated, glancing at Zhou Shuan, then at Qi Mingyu being carried by two people, and finally nodded. Okay, then be careful on your way. When they arrived at their building, Zhou Shuan looked somewhat apologetically at Qi Mingyu, still unconscious in the back seat, resignedly got out of the car, called for her father and mother to put on their air conditioning suits, and together they carried Qi Mingyu upstairs. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun were startled when they saw Qi Mingyu lying motionless. Wanwan, is Xiaoyu injured? Zhou Shuan waved her hand. No, he was caught in the blast from the grenade I threw. He's just unconscious. He'll wake up in a little over an hour. He's fine. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun breathed a sigh of relief and helped Zhou Shuan carry him upstairs. Your grandma Pang is also staying with us. How do we tell her? Zhong Tiyun asked breathlessly on the way. Zhou Shuan said, let's tell the truth. When I threw the grenade, I knew Xiaoyu might get hurt, but I couldn't let Jiang Lin commit suicide like this. Who was he with? Were they all caught? Were there any survivors? These things concern our future safety, so I had to let Xiaoyu suffer. Zhou Jianhai comforted her. It's all right, daughter. You're a man. He's just unconscious, he's not injured. Explain it to Grandma Peng, she understand. Zhou Shuan nodded. Upon opening the door, Grandma Peng rushed over, looking very worried. The family of three quickly comforted her, and only after confirming that Qi Mingyu had only fainted and wasn't injured did Grandma Peng feel relieved. But she still wanted to take off his air-conditioned clothes to see what the person inside looked like. Qi Mingyu was then placed in the second bedroom where Zhou Shuan slept. When Qi Mingyu woke up, he was greeted by a cozy room. He was stunned for a moment before realizing this was Zhou Shuan's bedroom. How did he end up here? The scene before he fainted flashed through his mind, and a bitter smile appeared on Qi Mingyu's lips. This Wanwan, she really doesn't play by the rules. He was completely caught off guard and knocked down. He heard laughter and chatter outside, interspersed with Grandma's laughter. Qi Mingyu didn't rush to get up. Lying there, the sheets and pillows seemed to carry Wanwan's scent, that comforting and pleasant smell. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring the tranquility. Just then, he heard a voice outside the door. I go see if Xiaoyu is awake yet, it's almost time. He felt a sudden pang of panic, quickly closing his eyes, and pretending to be still fast asleep. The bedroom door was quietly pushed open, and Zhou Shuan walked in slowly. She stood by the bed, and seeing that he was still asleep, she gently touched his forehead, seemingly suspecting he was ill. Nothing seemed amiss. He was only slightly sweaty, perhaps because the bedroom was a bit too warm. Even with the air conditioning on, the temperature was around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius, and there wasn't a cool spot. She herself was sweating and feeling a little restless, so she turned the air conditioning down 2 degrees. Just as she was about to leave, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Looking down, she saw that Qi Mingyu had opened his eyes, and was quietly watching her. Zhou Shuan was startled, then quickly put on a fawning smile. Brother Yu, I'm sorry, I was trying to stop Jiang Lin from committing suicide, so I accidentally hurt you. Her voice sounded inexplicably guilty. If she were in his shoes, she knew he would choose a way that wouldn't hurt her. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Then I want compensation, is that alright? Compensation? What compensation? Zhou Shuan was puzzled, but suddenly the force on her wrist tightened, and she was spun around, pinned to the bed. Qi Mingyu looked down at her, his slightly sweaty body pressed against hers, exuding strength and pressure. Zhou Shuan stared at him, her hands on his shoulders. Qi Mingyu lowered his head and kissed her. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment. If she didn't want to, her hands could easily stop him from lowering his head. But, perhaps influenced by the sweltering weather, Zhou Shuan felt restless and agitated, wanting to release. Chi Mingyu kissed her helplessly. He first tentatively kissed her pink lips, his eyes fixed on her reaction. After a couple of light pecks, he seemed encouraged and began sucking on her soft lips, lingering for a long while before finally using his tongue to press against her teeth. When her lips parted slightly, he thrust in. Zhou Shuwen's reaction was far more intense than he had imagined. The two kissed passionately for a while, until both were panting, their breaths mingling with each other's. Zhou Shuwen seemed unsatisfied and kissed his chin, his Adam's apple, even licking it. Chapter 173. Chi Mingyu gasped, his large hand gripping Zhou Shuwen's waist, pushing her away slightly. His voice was rough. Wanwan, no. Zhou Shuwen pressed him down onto the bed, continuing to kiss his Adam's apple. Her soft, boneless fingers slipped inside his slightly open collar, teasing him without restraint. Her strength was like a kitten's tickle to Chi Mingyu. But the latter had absolutely no strength to resist. He gripped her slender waist tightly, the veins on the back of his hand throbbing, unsure whether to push her away or pull her closer. It felt more like a sweet torture to him. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his breathing becoming more rapid. When Zhou Shuwen's hand continued to caress his hard abdomen, he suddenly trembled, grabbed her hand, and stared intently at her. Wan. His eyes seemed to burn with two flames. Zhou Shuwen gave him a seductive smile, pressing her body closer. Wan, my family is all outside, Chi Mingyu said with great difficulty. He seemed to have finally lost his usually formidable self-control, grabbing her chin and taking the initiative, kissing her fiercely, sucking, entwining, nibbling and sipping. Knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. And Zhou Jianghai's questioning voice from outside. Wan, is Xiao Yu awake? Chi Mingyu pushed her away abruptly, slightly out of breath. Zhou Shuwen bit her lip and smiled silently. Chi Mingyu clenched his fists, calming himself for a moment before daring to answer. Uncle Zhou, I'm awake, I be right out. His voice was still slightly hoarse. Fortunately, Zhou Jianghai didn't seem to mind and continued, Okay, come out and eat when you're awake. Dinner's ready. Chi Mingyu quickly agreed, glanced at Zhou Shuwen, and got up to tidy his disheveled clothes. Zhou Shuwen watched him leave with a slight sense of regret. Even in the air-conditioned room, the weather was still hot and humid, making her irritable and wanting to vent. With a handsome man like Chi Mingyu beside her, it was hard not to have impure thoughts. No wonder the relationships between men and women in every underground base she and her senior had stayed in her previous life were so chaotic. When Zhou Shuwen finished tidying up and went out, Chi Mingyu was already sitting at the dining table. Zhong Tian chided, Xiao Yu's already out. Why aren't you hurrying up? Dinner's ready. Zhou Shuwen washed her hands and sat down at the table. The kitchen was small, and the table was also small. It was quite cramped for 5 adults and 1 child to sit together. However, a major problem had been solved, and everyone was happy. Zhong Tian placed a piece of chicken on Zhou Shuwen's plate. This is chicken stew with mushrooms made by your grandma Pang. It's from her own rooster. She killed it and kept it frozen because she couldn't bear to eat it, but she brought it over for us today. Try it, what do you think? Grandma Pang's cooking skills were universally acknowledged. Originally from the south, she later married into a northern family, combining the characteristics of both northern and southern cuisines to always create dishes that were unique and delicious. Zhou Shuwen took a bite of chicken and nodded repeatedly, delicious. So fragrant. The umami flavors of the chicken and mushrooms blended perfectly, creating a delicate and rich taste. It was very tasty. Zhou Shuwen then ladled some broth over the rice, making it even more fragrant. Your grandma Pang brought rice wine. Since we were out of eggs, we made some rice wine dumplings with frozen ones from the freezer. We have a bowl after the meal. The main dish was chicken stew with mushrooms, along with a pork knuckle, a vegetarian 3-delicacy dish, a cold vermicelli salad, a spicy stir-fry bok choy, a vegetable salad, and rice wine dumplings. It was a feast with meat, vegetables, and soup. These days, few families can afford such a lavish meal. And no one would dare to eat like this, but both families were well off, so they wouldn't skimp on food. The meat and vegetables Zhong Tian brought out were of reliable origin, so there was no need to worry about revealing their family's secrets. After the meal, Chi Mingyu invited the Zhou family to move into the underground safe house again. You all worry if no one's watching the house. I'm thinking of moving some supplies to the underground safe house before the weather gets too hot, and then moving the people there. We have air-conditioned suits, so we can come back at night and not leave the house empty. He spoke calmly, clearly having given it considerable thought. Wanwan mentioned to me before that you originally planned to move to a cave dwelling in the mountains back in your hometown. I think that's a good idea, but it's too far from houses and people, and it's inconvenient to travel back and forth. Grandma Pang nodded. Hi, Tiyun, you can't be shy, you have to come stay with us. This old woman always feels bored living with just my grandson. There's no one to talk to. If you come, you can keep me company. This was a wise old woman, deliberately saying these things to put the Zhou family at ease. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were very grateful. They exchanged glances, and the former rubbed his hands. Oh, Grandma Pang, Xiaoyu, to be honest, Tiyun and I have been worried about the weather lately. The temperature is rising higher and higher. It feels like standing in boiling air when you go outside. It's so uncomfortable. We're really afraid our air conditioner won't work. What will we do then? That's why we're willing to spend so much money to exchange for air-conditioned clothes. As for where we stay, we did initially plan to live in the mountains. But Xiaoyu is right. If we live too far away, we won't be able to take care of the house. We plan to stay here after the heatwave ends, and it would be a shame if the house were abandoned if we stayed too far away. So, he hesitated, looking at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan knew her father was worried about her, so she smiled and said, Dad, I also agree with staying at Xiaoyu's place. Our two families have gotten along very well for over a year, and now that Grandma Pang and Xiaoyu have sincerely invited us, let's go. However, we can't stay for free, we have to pay rent for it to be sustainable. Yes. What Wanwan said is exactly what I wanted to say. Grandma Pang, Xiaoyu, our family must pay the rent. Zhou Jianhai nodded quickly. Zhong Tian also said, even close brothers should keep clear accounts, we can't stay for free. Grandma Pang glanced at Qi Mingyu, thought for a moment, and said, Xiaoyu, you set the rent. Qi Mingyu smiled helplessly, looked at the Zhou family's resolute attitude, and could only nod, okay. And so, the move was settled. They first helped the Qi family move their belongings. It was too hot during the day, so they worked at night. Except for Grandma Pang, who had difficulty moving around, and Moo, who stayed at home, the other four wore air-conditioned protective suits and carried the supplies up and down to the underground safe house. At first, Zhou Shuan was quite curious. The house was only 60 square meters, and Qi Mingyu wanted to move all the supplies and also invite the whole family of four. Where would the space be? Chapter 174. But upon arriving at the underground safe house, Qi Mingyu pushed aside the boxes piled against the wall, revealing a door. Opening it, he found himself in another space, nearly 100 square meters. The space was crammed full of supplies. Zhou Shuan was quite surprised. Your great-grandfather actually dug such a large space? Qi Mingyu smiled. Back when we were fighting, almost everyone dug basements under their houses, but my great-grandfather was the shrewd type. He dug a particularly deep one, firstly to hide family wealth, and secondly to hide people. Later, when our area was being demolished and rebuilt, all the other houses' basements were filled in, but this place was planned to have lawns and greenery. My grandfather bribed the contractor at the time to keep this basement a secret. Looking at the supplies piled up before him, he sighed. My great-grandfather and grandfather also spent a lot of money. I was just worried about future wars, wanting to leave a way out for my grandchildren. But instead of war, the apocalypse came. We ultimately benefited from the protection of our ancestors. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Zhou Shuan, seeing the sadness in his expression, deliberately smiled and said, of course it's lucky. Natural disasters are beyond human control, but because you have this basement, and have stockpiled so many supplies, it's enough for you and Grandma Pang to live comfortably for 10 or 20 years in the apocalypse. Who can say for sure what will happen 10 or 20 years from now? Qi Mingyu knew she was comforting him, and smiled gently at her. Zhou Shuan awkwardly looked away. Qi Mingyu realized that she seemed completely different now from the passionate woman in bed yesterday. It was like two different people. His eyes flickered, and just as he was about to say something, Zhou Shuan asked again, who else knows about this place? Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, my grandmother and I, and the rest are your family of four. Sure enough, although she had suspected it, when she actually heard him say it, Zhou Shuan felt a mix of emotions, a bittersweet feeling, a numbness, a sense of gratitude for his trust, and a disappointment at his easy trust. She remained silent for a long time before softly saying, this is the foundation for you and Grandma Pang's survival in the apocalypse. You shouldn't have let us know, and you shouldn't have invited us here. The supplies here probably represent most of Qi Mingyu's wealth. Qi Mingyu seemed to read her mind and said softly, 2/3 of my supplies are stored here, and I have more stockpiled elsewhere. I take you to see them when I have the chance. Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised and quickly shook her head, no need, please keep it a secret. Qi Mingyu smiled gently at her. Zhou Shuan felt a pang of unease as the other party laid out their most precious supplies so openly before her and her family. Qi Mingyu noticed her unease, his smile fading. He placed his large, warm hand on her shoulder and said softly, "Wan Wan, I believe in you, and I believe in your parents. Do you know what touches me most about you? Whether it's rescuing those women from the abandoned building in the suburbs or helping Qianqian exchange supplies, you always see the vulnerable, sympathize with the vulnerable, and help them within your means. You witness the darkest aspects of humanity, yet you still retain the most sincere and tender side. I like you, not only because of your decisive actions and strong personal charisma that deeply attract me, but also because of your tenderness. It makes me believe that no matter if I'm in a high position or a low one, you will never abandon me or hurt me. In this apocalypse, once you've chosen me, you will walk shoulder to shoulder with me." It has to be said that although Qi Mingyu was a soldier, his words of love were incredibly beautiful and moving. Even Zhou Shuan, who considered herself as hard-hearted as iron, couldn't help but be stirred. She looked up at him, her eyes gleaming with affection. This was the first time Qi Mingyu had seen such an expression so clearly in her eyes. He wrapped his long arm around her and gently pulled her into his embrace. Zhou Shuan leaned against him, slightly stiff, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely pushed him away. "Brother, I can't." She looked up, her expression complex. Qi Mingyu frowned at her, silent for a moment. "Then what did you mean by your actions yesterday?" He was referring to his uncontrollable passion yesterday, and Zhou Shuan's very enthusiastic response. Zhou Shuan suddenly felt her cheeks burning. In that situation, everything seemed natural, and she didn't feel embarrassed. She wasn't some chaste, virtuous woman poisoned by feudal ideology from ancient times. In her past life, she vehemently hated men's lust, simply because she refused. But Qi Mingyu was so handsome, with such a good personality, the kind of man she liked and admired. She wasn't averse to the occasional physical release with her handsome god. Besides, lately, Qi Mingyu had been intentionally or unintentionally showing off his muscles in front of her. The weather was already hot, making her heart race and her desire stir every time she saw them. She was actually being seduced by him, lusting after his body. She gave Qi Mingyu a rather resentful look. He was completely bewildered, but her pitiful and endearing expression softened his heart. He couldn't bear to press her any further, so he coughed lightly and changed the subject. "You rejected me because you still don't trust me enough?" Indeed, trust is a crucial factor, especially given the space. Seeing her silence, Qi Mingyu almost voiced his question, but worried it would scare her away and make her unwilling to stay. He thought for a moment and said, "It's all right, you see eventually." "See what? His sincerity? Or his character?" Zhou Shuan didn't understand, and she and Qi Mingyu started moving their things again. They moved their belongings first, and when Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Ti arrived with their own things, they showed them the interior space. The two were very surprised, touched and somewhat apprehensive at being trusted so much. Qi Mingyu's attitude was natural, politely asking everyone to help him move the supplies from the 60-square-meter room outside to the interior. They would live outside from now on. Although living underground meant long periods without sunlight, the temperature in the basement, being so far from the surface, was only around 20 degrees Celsius, a perfectly comfortable temperature for human habitation. The outer safe house even had an oxygen generator, eliminating even the biggest threat to living in the basement. After experiencing the temperature underground, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were both very happy, feeling that moving here was the right decision. They no longer had to endure the near 40 degrees Celsius heat even in the air-conditioned room. Qi Mingyu had also made plans. The basement entrance was rather narrow, not big enough for a large bed, but regular bamboo or wooden beds could be disassembled and brought down. They could be reassembled once in the basement. Sleeping in a bed was much better than sleeping on the floor. Chapter 175. However, this didn't mean they would live in the basement indefinitely. They would sleep in the basement during the day, when the temperature was high to avoid the heat. They would return to the apartment building at night, when the temperature dropped. After all, both the Zhou and Qi families needed to care for vegetables and chickens. The Qi family's supplies were mostly stored in the house and basement. They could simply carry them down one trip at a time. But the Zhou family's supplies were all in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage. This required the 4 members of the Zhou family to sit down and carefully consider what supplies to move to the basement, making their lives convenient without arousing suspicion from Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng. A treasure porridge, canned goods, sauces, compressed biscuits, self-heating instant noodles, rice, a small hot pot, vacuum-packed rice, several buckets of dehydrated vegetables, milk powder, pure milk, bread, changes of clothes, bed sheets and blankets, etc. The family discussed these items, and Zhou Shuan wrote them down on a list. While Mumu wasn't looking, Zhou Shuan took everything out of the living room and moved it all to the Qi family's basement. Zhou Shuan also took out some snacks and nutritional supplements suitable for the elderly and children. However, since they weren't living in the basement all the time, they didn't need to bring a lot of food. Since the apocalypse, the Zhou family had been well off and had never skimped on food. This time, living in the basement, they didn't know how long the high temperatures would last. Xiong Tiyun didn't want her daughter and son to suffer, so she selected some of the food stored in her space, such as root vegetables, mushrooms, stir-fries, and stews that weren't easily spoiled, and froze them in the refrigerator to use as pre-cooked meals. Every time they wanted to eat, they simply took the food out of the refrigerator, heated it up, and it was ready to eat. Zhou Jianghai and Qi Mingyu were responsible for nailing the bed boards that had been moved down back together, hanging up curtains, and laying out bedding. The cozy accommodations were thus arranged. The Zhou family inspected the Qi family's belongings and knew what they lacked. After a brief discussion, Zhou Jianghai said to Grandma Peng and Qi Mingyu, "We're coming to stay as a family. The rent is absolutely essential. I see you don't have much rice or flour, but we had a lot saved up and stored it well. How about we use rice and flour instead of rent?" Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng both thought the Zhou family was kind and wanted to help, so they didn't care about the rent at all. Hearing Zhou Jianghai's words, Grandma Peng was delighted. "I'm from the south, and I haven't changed my love for rice all these years. If you have rice, just give me more." They roughly knew the prices of rice and flour outside, so using unspoiled rice and flour as rent was incredibly cost-effective. Qi Mingyu had bought quite a bit of milk powder, so the Zhou family gave him 5 cases of pure milk as a thank-you gift. Qi Mingyu looked at the somewhat worn packaging of the 5 cases of pure milk and gave Zhou Shuan a meaningful look. Zhou Shuan didn't notice at all, only holding Grandma Peng's hand and talking affectionately. A few days later, just as the Zhou family was preparing to move to the basement, news came from Xiao Xiao. After interrogation, Jiang Lin had confessed everything. It turned out that they not only robbed and murdered survivors with large amounts of supplies, but also plotted a rebellion in the government office. They planned to launch a surprise attack while Mayor Lu was out on official business. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had already garnered internal votes, waiting only for Mayor Lu's assassination so he could be elected as the new mayor. Once mayor, he would open the floodgates to all the city's gangs, providing them with financial resources, weapons, and military support, fostering cooperation and shared profits. Xiao Xiao, dressed in an air-conditioned suit and accompanied by several subordinates, came specifically to deliver this message. Both the Zhou and Qi families were present, and upon hearing his words, they were all furious. In their hearts, Mayor Lu was a good official wholeheartedly devoted to the people. If it weren't for this unforeseen circumstance that disrupted Jiang Lin's group's operation, the unsuspecting Mayor Lu would have suffered a major setback, perhaps even losing his life. That would have been a true misfortune for the entire Jie city. Zhou Shuan, however, knew that Mayor Lu of her previous life had died long ago, and that the survivor base in Jie city was later established by Xiao Xiao and his team. Was Mayor Lu in his previous life killed by Jiang Lin and his gang? Then, wouldn't they, to some extent, have altered the history of Jie city? Xiao Xiao continued, Mayor Lu never imagined these people could be so ruthless, especially Jiang Lin. He was practically handpicked by the mayor, yet he turned out to be the one who bit the hand that fed him the most. Mayor Lu didn't even give him a chance to be sentenced to hard labor. He directly ordered him executed, and it was carried out this afternoon. So fast. Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. Yes, Xiao Xiao smiled bitterly, Mayor Lu is furious this time. Not only that, we're going to launch another citywide anti-bandit operation. He straightened his expression, looked earnestly at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, and said, Mayor Lu also asked me to thank you on his behalf. If it weren't for your vigilance, he would certainly be in great danger this time. Even the entire government office would be implicated, and who knows how many survivors would also suffer. Qi Mingyu immediately replied, Thank you, Mayor Lu. We are very grateful for his help. Xiao Xiao looked at everyone and dropped another bombshell. It turned out that a large batch of cacti had been delivered several days ago. This cactus variety was from abroad, and it was unclear how much effort it had taken to reach Jie city. Since it had arrived in Yen country, the foreign name couldn't be used, so it was given the name Mantosher cactus, where Sher means hope. It is said that this cactus variety not only has edible pulp but also stores a lot of juice, which is very thirst-quenching and a lifesaver in desert areas. Moreover, It has very low requirements for its living environment. It can survive well with very little water and parched soil. It's practically a lifesaver during extreme heat. Xiao Xiao continued. The Mandragora cacti have now been distributed to various bases. Mayor Lu allowed other bases to allocate them freely, but for our base, Mayor Lu specifically assigned Director Wu and Uncle Zhong to manage it together. They were overjoyed. The uncle Zhong Xiao mentioned was Zhong Erju. Zhong Erju is now a well-known planting expert throughout Jie City. The Zhou family was also very happy to hear this. Zhong Tiyun then said, "We've been busy these past few days, and haven't been to the base. We didn't know anything about this. So, does this mean the underground base has already started planting cacti?" Chapter 176. Xiao Xiao nodded. Because of limited quantities, Jie City received less than 500 cacti in total. Mayor Lu gave our base 200, and the other bases received a total of 300. However, cacti can't be planted in underground bases, they prefer sunlight. So, I heard them discussing planting them in vegetable greenhouses these past 2 days. Zhong Tiyun nodded. That's fine too. The weather's not suitable for greenhouses now. They can be planted directly in the ground. Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded, then hesitated, glancing at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan, I want to talk to you about something. Is that all right? Zhou Shuan found it strange to be spoken to alone, but didn't refuse. She then got up and walked aside with Xiao Xiao. Stepping outside the kitchen, Xiao Xiao looked at her and said softly, "Zhou Shuan, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Have you considered moving to the underground base? With my abilities, I can help you find a better place." This was his kind offer, and Zhou Shuan was very grateful. "Thank you so much, Xiao Xiao, you're such a good friend. But our family has other plans. If we need anything, we ask for your help, and we hope you won't refuse." This was his way of saying no. Xiao Xiao wasn't too surprised. The Zhou and Qi families could exchange for such expensive air-conditioned clothing. If they really wanted to live in the underground base, they could simply exchange for supplies. They didn't need his help. He smiled generously. "Okay, as long as you have plans. I assume you and the Qi family are all in cahoots, right?" There was no need to hide it, and Zhou Shuan nodded. "Our two families have a good relationship. We advance and retreat together, which is a great help in the apocalypse." Xiao Xiao nodded. "If you need anything, just let me know. I be going now." He bid farewell to both families. After Xiao Xiao, Qi Mingyu, and Grandma Pang left, Zhong Tiyun looked at Zhou Shuan. "What did that Lieutenant Xiao say to you just now?" He was so secretive. Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu also looked at her curiously. Zhou Shuan then told them what Xiao Xiao had said. Zhou Jianhai sighed. "It seems you made many kind friends during your year in the water protection team. That's your good fortune. Lieutenant Xiao has helped us a lot. Shuan, you should spend more time with him in the future." Zhong Tian blinked, looked at her daughter's bewildered expression, and smiled secretly. Shuan has always been slow to warm up to people, and she's still the same now. Two boys liked her, but she didn't even notice. No wonder she was fooled by that womanizing and cunning Lin Yuang as soon as she entered university. Because of the cactus, everyone unanimously decided to make time to visit the underground base. That evening, they put on air-conditioned suits, got in their car, and went to the underground base together, with even Grandma Pang coming along. Now that both families had almost finished moving their supplies, and everyone was gone, they weren't worried about theft. Actually, in the high temperatures, people wouldn't dare go out without air-conditioned suits, so Jie City was basically at its safest time right now. The cacti weren't delivered to the underground base. When the Zhou and Qi families arrived, they saw a large area of planting boxes at the base's entrance. The planting boxes contained cacti, and 7 or 8 soldiers with guns patrolled around them, providing the highest level of security. At first glance, Mu Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's huge!" Yes. This cactus was completely different from the cacti most people were familiar with. No wonder Xiao Xiao used the quantifier plant when describing cacti that day. There were indeed many planted cacti. If they were all planted on the ground, from a distance, it would probably look like a vast expanse. A planting box 2 meters long and half a meter wide could only hold 6 or 7 cacti. Each cactus branched out 4 or 5 stems. The larger ones were over half a meter long, and the smaller ones were over 10 centimeters long. The sharp thorns and green color, under the blazing sun, evoked a sense of surprise, but also a touch of fear in the face of such a large and unfamiliar plant. The patrolling soldiers, seeing them trying to move forward, warned them sternly, "Step back a bit. Don't come near here." Zhong Tian quickly pulled Mu Mu's hand and moved back. One of the soldiers, having met the Zhou family through Xiao Xiao, asked directly, "You're here to collect supplies, right? Come in." Just as they were about to go inside after taking off their air conditioning uniforms at the entrance, Director Wu and Uncle Zhong's group emerged, beaming. They were all taken aback upon seeing the group, then approached with smiles to greet them. "Jiang Hai, you're here to collect supplies, right? We have to wait a moment. We need to go out and check on the cacti outside." Director Wu grinned broadly, looking at everyone. "Did you see the cacti displayed outside when you came in?" His smug expression was like that of a child. Zhong Tiyun suppressed a laugh, praising repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I saw them. So these are foreign varieties. They're such big cacti. I heard the flesh on the outside is edible, and the juice inside is drinkable. If we could cultivate them on a large scale, wouldn't people have no shortage of food and drink?" Before Director Wu could speak, Uncle Zhong immediately interjected, "That's right. The day it arrived, we cut off a small piece of cactus and tasted it. The outer flesh is a bit astringent when eaten raw, but it's edible. The inside is very juicy. A few sips are very refreshing, with a slightly bitter aftertaste." He smacked his lips, seemingly still savoring the refreshing taste. Before he could finish, Aunt Zhong interrupted him with a smile, saying, "What's wrong with a little bitterness? These days, what's scary is not having food and drink. Besides, our ancestors said that bitter things are healthy and can cure diseases." Aunt Zhong stood beside him, smiling broadly. Although she didn't speak, anyone could see her good mood. The arrival of Tian Yunqi's cactus filled the entire city of Jie with hope. The Zhou and Qi families, possessing ample supplies, were unaware of what the survivors' lives were truly like. They survive on government-issued relief food, having traded everything they could for supplies, and now they are practically destitute. The compressed biscuits from the relief food are alright for a while, fragrant and crispy, but after a while, they become dry and astringent, hard to eat. Yet they can't live without them. And they can't eat them whole. To conserve resources, most families soak the compressed biscuits in water, making a thin biscuit porridge, filling, but utterly tasteless. This kind of life is extremely painful and depressing. Many have contemplated suicide, but they are struggling to stay afloat with the support of family and friends. Zhou Shuan asked a crucial question: "How long is the growth period for this variety of cactus? The ones we saw outside look mature." Chapter 177. The growing period is very long. If it grows for 2 or 3 years, it can grow 7 or 8 meters, but in half a year it will only grow half a meter, which is enough for us to eat and drink, said Aunt Zhong. Zhong Tiyun nodded. Uncle Zhong then asked, "Little sister, we're currently cultivating vegetables hydroponically in the underground base, and also managing the cacti on the ground. We're short-handed. Are you still coming?" Director Wu chimed in, "Yes, Tiyun, we're short-handed. You did a great job in the vegetable greenhouse before, everyone saw it. This time, the base has me in charge of cactus cultivation. I still want to use the existing team. Let's do a good job." Zhong Tiyun was somewhat tempted. Now that there were air-conditioned uniforms, going out was convenient, and she no longer had to fear the high temperatures. After her daughter mentioned the cacti, she had researched them at home and knew they were easy to care for, requiring little effort. She looked at her daughter and husband. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Where will the cactus be planted?" Director Wu replied, "Normally, it should still be planted near the frame building. It's only 1 or 2 stories high, there's enough space, and we don't need to build a greenhouse. The building also provides shelter. However, cacti are so precious these days, and countless people are eyeing them. After much thought, we decided to plant the cactus at the entrance of the base. We put all those planting boxes outside, and then built a shelf on top to block the scorching sun and protect against other sudden natural disasters. It's quite a distance from home." Zhou Jianhai frowned. "We're not comfortable having Tiyun come and go every day." "Alright, it's fine. You can go back and think it over carefully," Director Wu said understandingly. Because they were going to work on the ground, Uncle Zhong, Aunt Zhong, and sister-in-law Fang were also issued air-conditioned suits, but not individually, they belonged to the entire base. There weren't many, only 30 sets in total, enough for both soldiers on duty and growers. They checked their identification, and then someone distributed the suits according to the list. After everyone was dressed, they went up to the ground from the entrance. The Zhou family followed. Because they were going to do farm work, and worried about getting the air-conditioned suits dirty, they wore oversized outer garments. It looked a bit strange, but it ensured the suits stayed clean. Zhong Tian found it amusing and said, "Later, let's wear one over the air-conditioned suit too, so we don't get it dirty." Uncle Zhong and the others had clearly been studying it for a while, and were more familiar with the cactus's growth habits than Zhong Tiyun. They loosened the soil, watered, and everything was done methodically. Zhong Tiyun watched enviously from the sidelines. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Second brother, when are you going to start propagating the cuttings? I come help. The more people working, the faster you be." "Okay." Uncle Zhong readily agreed. 2 days later, the Zhou and Qi families officially moved. The chickens they raised and the vegetables they grew weren't moved. The safe house didn't have that much space. The air conditioning was left on, trying to make them as comfortable as possible on the ground. If that still didn't work, Zhong Tian said regretfully, then we have to kill them all. They had raised them with great care for over a year. These were all laying hens, so of course they couldn't bear to kill them. However, in the high temperatures, they didn't know how long they could survive. The Zhou family also had 5 or 6 hens, so they were brought over to be raised together with the Zhou family. Along with their hydroponic vegetables, they were also delivered. This way, they could save on an air conditioner and extend its lifespan. After locking all the doors and windows and drawing the curtains tightly, the group of 6 set off at the crack of dawn. It was 5 a.m., still light enough that no one would see them even if they went downstairs. Entering through the sewer drain, they felt a refreshing coolness. Going down a bit further, into the safe house, and taking off their air-conditioned clothes, they immediately felt like they were in completely different seasons above and below ground. They checked the thermometer, 27 degrees Celsius, a very comfortable temperature. They were all used to sleeping during the day and working at night. Since it was still early, they used the lamp as a lamp while Qi Mingyu taught them martial arts. Grandma Peng sat happily to the side, knitting. The yarn was a gift from Zhou Shuan. She had found a large pile of yarn in a supermarket warehouse that she hadn't used, and knowing Grandma Peng enjoyed knitting, she gave it all to her. Grandma Peng treated it as a hobby. 2 hours had passed by the time training was over. Hot showers were obviously not allowed here, so they filled a basin halfway with hot water from the kettle they had brought and quickly washed and dried themselves off. Then they put on comfortable pajamas and prepared for bed. The bed and blankets were already made. Even Mumu was given a small bamboo bed. The child, having just arrived in a completely new environment, was still energetic even after 2 hours of training. Lying next to his dad and Xiaoyu, he stared excitedly around, not wanting to sleep at all. Zhou Jianhai patted his little head with his large hand. "You little rascal, go to sleep." Mumu lay there, blinking for a long time before suddenly saying pitifully, "Dad, I want to sleep with Mom and my sister, not with you." Everyone in the room, who hadn't slept yet, burst into laughter. Grandma Peng couldn't help but speak up, "Poor Mumu, come on, we pushed all the beds together, there's still room for you." Zhou Shuan took out a small night light. Mumu was overjoyed, threw off the covers, put on her shoes, and went to the door curtain. Zhou Shuan's voice sounded gentle in the dark basement. "Come up slowly, you need to cover yourself with a blanket." Qi Mingyu listened silently on the other end, not saying a word. Suddenly, 2 women were in the room, and he felt like the unexpected intruder, worried they might feel awkward, so he had avoided making a sound since they started washing up. His eyesight was excellent. When Mumu went over there, he spotted the slender figure half sitting up. The light was dim, and the blurry silhouette was like a warm ray of sunshine, illuminating his heart. He suddenly felt incredibly at ease. Looking at the dark ceiling above him, he smiled silently. Mumu, nestled between her mother and sister, lingered excitedly for a while before finally drifting off to sleep. They didn't wake up until around 5 or 6 in the evening. For the first time in months, sleeping in a room without air conditioning, even in the basement, felt incredibly comfortable. Zhong Tian rubbed her arms, forgetting her embarrassment, and explained, "Pure, natural air is the most comfortable. I never want to use air conditioning again." Grandma Peng nodded, "That's right. My old bones are so uncomfortable with air conditioning day and night. I thought I wouldn't be used to the basement, but it's actually quite nice." The basement wasn't well ventilated and was a bit stuffy, but with the oxygen generator, it was alright. The feeling was absolutely comfortable. Zhou Jianhai had initially hesitated about whether sharing a basement with the Qi family was appropriate, but after one night, he no longer had any objections. Chapter 178. When Zhong Tiyun came down in the early morning, she brought down some frozen steamed buns, dumplings, and pre-cooked dishes from the refrigerator. At around 20 degrees Celsius, after a day, they had completely thawed. When Qi Mingyu prepared the safe house, he had considered that if they couldn't go up for a long time, at least they would need a place to heat food and water. Therefore, he prepared a rice cooker, a steamer, and a small wok. A power strip was pulled from the battery for electricity. He used the steamer to heat up the pre-cooked dishes and steamed buns, and then used the rice cooker to cook a pot of soup. One dish was shredded pork with garlic sauce, another was stewed cabbage with meatballs, and a vegetarian three-delicacy soup. The staple foods included steamed buns, vegetarian dumplings, and meat dumplings. Everyone could eat as they pleased. Finally, they drank a bowl of hot millet porridge. In the simple basement, everyone ate their fill. The dishes the Zhou family brought were all available after the apocalypse, so Grandma Pang wasn't surprised at all. She kept eating and exclaiming, "Living next door, I smell your food every day. It's always so much better than everyone else's. I've been drooling over it every day, and now I can finally eat it." Everyone laughed. Zhong Tian laughed. "If I'd known you liked it so much, I should have brought it to you every day. It would have been so unfair to make you drool over it at home." Grandma Pang is just being polite. Everyone in our neighborhood knows Grandma Pang is the best cook. Zhou Jianhai also laughed. "Now you're actually envious of other people's food." Grandma Pang laughed. "That's right. I guess the older you get, the more you crave other people's food." Everyone burst into even louder laughter. Amidst the laughter, Qi Mingyu suddenly placed a meatball on Zhou Shuan's plate. Zhou Shuan was startled, then smiled at him. "Thank you." Qi Mingyu then got her a small fennel and egg bun, saying, "I noticed you like these." He had been observing her closely. The buns were quite small, and Zhou Shuan had already eaten 3 fennel and egg buns. Zhou Shuan took the bun, smiling, and said, I think the fennel filling is more substantial and less pungent, better than the chai filling." Qi Mingyu also picked up a fennel bun and ate it, silently praising it in his mind. It was indeed delicious. For convenience, they used disposable lunchboxes and bowls. They could just throw them away after eating, saving water. Zhou Shuan had many disposable lunchboxes in her space too. After finishing breakfast and clearing away the dishes, everyone prepared to go upstairs. The group initially intended for Grandma Pang to remain underground and not climb up and down. However, she was worried about the chickens left at the Zhou family's house and insisted on going back to check on them. Unable to persuade her otherwise, the others went up with her. Fortunately, Grandma Pang had worked hard her whole life, so climbing up and down the sewer opening was no problem for her. Qi Mingyu was the first to reach the surface. He was very cautious, using binoculars to observe the sewer opening for a long time, making sure no one was watching, before leaping out to let the others up. After sealing the underground entrance tightly, they passed through 2 buildings and returned to their apartment building. The temperature was even higher than the day before. Upon entering the house, they felt waves of heat. Taking off her air-conditioned clothes, Zhong Tian sighed, "If all the air conditioners stop working, we won't be able to come back even if we want to. Running back and forth is inconvenient, but staying in the basement for 6 months, a year, or even 2 years, until the heatwave ends isn't something they want either." Humans are inherently drawn to sunlight and warmth. People who live in basements year-round often have some psychological issues. Therefore, the Zhou family, after discussion, solemnly decided to go to the basement during the day and return at night. They fed the chickens, cleaned the house, and tended to the hydroponic vegetables. The family took turns taking hot showers. Moo and Zhou Shuan even soaked in the swimming pool for a while before getting out. Then came training, archery, Moo studying and reading. Since the apocalypse, his studies had never stopped. His older sister had downloaded learning resources, which he used to study the textbook material, do some exercises, read some books, and then watch survival videos together when the family had time. These videos cover various first aid techniques and wilderness survival skills. This was a rule set by Zhou Shuan. The whole family had to learn them. At 5 in the morning, they would pack up again and prepare to go to the basement. Within a few days, everyone got used to this lifestyle. Moreover, living under the same roof, the Zhou and Qi families became even closer. Grandma Pang, with a lively atmosphere, smiled more than before. She had a very good personality and got along well with Zhong Tian. She felt she had company no matter what she did, and was always cheerful. When it was time to propagate cacti, Zhong Tian went to the underground base with her family. The scaffolding was already erected, right near the entrance to the underground base, making patrols convenient. Under the scaffolding were many planting boxes. Zhong Tian worked with everyone for a whole day, successfully propagating all the cactus cuttings. Before leaving, Director Wu surprisingly gave her a small bag of compressed biscuits, about a dozen packs, and 2 bottles of water, as payment for her planting. Zhong Tian hadn't expected this at all. Her original plan was simple, to help out and learn how to grow cacti. She hoped to grow them at home someday if she had the chance. She hesitated for a moment, then refused. Director Wu, I can't accept this. It's too hot these days, and my family doesn't want me to come to the base to work every day, so... I understand. Director Wu waved his hand. Your family isn't short of this salary. Tiyun, don't worry, this is your reward for helping today. Whoever helps, old Wu, would never let them work for free. So, this is what you deserve, don't feel guilty. Zhong Tiyun then accepted. Then thank you very much, Director Wu. She smiled and said, Director Wu, although I won't be working here anymore, I help whenever I can in the future, and you don't need to pay me. But in 6 months, when these cacti have grown up and need propagation again, you must promise me you give me the best and most. So you're waiting for payment here, Director Wu joked. Don't worry, we're all family, they definitely take care of me if they can. Having known each other for so long, everyone knew Director Wu's character, and that he was trustworthy. Zhong Tiyun thanked him repeatedly. After finishing with the cactus matter, as they returned from the base entrance, Director Wu was still talking about the Zhou family with his wife, Sister Fang. That family, they can afford air-conditioned uniforms, so why would they be short of wages? They just can't sit still, they still want to work. Yes, that's why I said, this family is capable, humble, and is always treated as the same, both then and now. Chapter 179. Cooking in the basement was inconvenient, so the Zhou and Qi families ate breakfast there, but lunch and dinner were always at home. This night, around midnight, it was lunchtime. The temperature at home was high, and no one felt like cooking. Grandma Pang simply boiled some sweet potato noodles, cooled them in the refrigerator, and then added seasonings, a ready-made cold noodle dish. She poured in a small bag of vacuum-packed peanuts, along with some beef, ham, fresh cilantro, and scallions, then added plenty of vinegar and chili peppers, making it both sour and spicy. Grandma Pang made a large batch and sent half a basin to the Zhou family. The Zhou family felt bad, but luckily they had some baked flatbread in their space. They heated it up, chopped and mixed some pork head meat and scallions, put it in the flatbread, and had Zhou Shuwan send a few back. Qi Mingyu was drenched in sweat when he went out to deliver the food. He had just come out of the shower. Seeing Zhou Shuwan through the peephole, he quickly ushered her inside. It's so hot. No need to bring it. Zhou Shuwan's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. When Zhou Shuwan entered the house, she noticed that his hair was still dripping wet, and he wasn't wearing a shirt, only black riding breeches, revealing a very striking inverted triangle physique. Slim when dressed, muscular when undressed, especially, she had touched him before and knew how good his skin felt. She immediately looked away awkwardly, coughed lightly, and without looking at him, handed him the plate. My mom said that eating only cold noodles wouldn't be enough, so she made rijiamo, Chinese hamburger, and asked me to bring it to you and Grandma Pang. As Qi Mingyu reached for the plate, whether intentionally or not, his fingers lightly brushed against her palm. Zhou Shuwan's hand immediately clenched, and she turned to leave. I should go. Before she could finish speaking, Qi Mingyu's strong hand had already grabbed her. Wan. Perhaps because the air conditioning wasn't working properly, the temperature around them was getting increasingly hot. Zhou Shuwan half clung to the doorknob, her slender, white fingers gripping tightly, turning her body to the side, not daring to look up at him. Qi Mingyu turned to look at the kitchen. Grandma Pang was busy, the clanging of kitchen utensils filling the air. He casually placed the plate on the shelf, and with a slight pull, dragged Zhou Shuwan to his bedroom. As soon as they entered, he pressed her against the wall, his long legs slamming the door shut. Zhou Shuwan was struggling with whether to refuse when his tall figure pressed down on her. He lifted her arms with one hand, pitting them against the wall, and with the other, he grasped her chin, lifting it up, and kissed her directly, a kiss both intense and possessive. Especially when he sucked on her tongue forcefully, Zhou Shuwan's tongue felt slightly numb. Their breathing quickened immediately. Zhou Shuwan's legs went weak, and she almost couldn't stand. Qi Mingyu released her hands, grasped her waist, and pressed her firmly against his body. Slightly dazed from the kisses, Zhou Shuwan naturally draped her arms over his neck, her slender hands slithering like snakes down his back. As if encouraged, Qi Mingyu became even more excited, his kisses becoming more forceful and loud. Unconsciously, 2 openings appeared in Zhou Shuwan's collar, his large hands lingering on her neck. Xiao Yu, dinner's ready. Grandma Pang suddenly called from outside, completely unaware that Zhou Shuwan had arrived. The window connecting the kitchen and bedroom was now blocked by cabinets that had been moved during the move. Completely lost in passion, Zhou Shuwan suddenly snapped out of her daze. She hurriedly pressed her trembling hands against his chest, her face flushed crimson, her voice trembling. Chi Mingyu, we can't do this. She could feel the intense change in his body at the base of her thighs. Chi Mingyu also regained some composure. He finally released her lips, forehead to forehead, his eyes fixed on hers, deep, focused, tender, his breath slightly ragged. Wan, you clearly like me too, but why won't you agree? Zhou Shuan felt a belated sense of embarrassment, her eyes widening immediately. You're lying, I didn't. Your body doesn't lie. He had been too excited just now, but she clung tightly to his neck, responding just as passionately. Zhou Shuan's face, already bright red, now turned completely livid. She tried to push him away, but he stood there like a boulder, his voice low and resolute. Wan, you can't run away anymore. We settle things today. Zhou Shuan lowered her head. There's nothing to say. When the topic turned to the two of them, she was like a little turtle, immediately retreating into her shell, all traces of her previous fiery passion gone. Chi Mingyu was so angry he wanted to grab her timid little neck and bite the soft flesh there, not allowing her to shrink back, to avoid him, to hesitate any longer. Wan, if you don't like me, just tell me clearly, and I let you leave immediately. We be good neighbors from now on, and I never have any more designs on you. Just say it. Zhou Shuan lowered her head, paused for a moment, and then answered in a soft but clear voice, I don't like you. Do you dare look me in the eye when you speak? Chi Mingyu suppressed his emotions before asking slowly. Zhou Shuan slowly raised her head, her eyes, bright as stars, fixed firmly on him. There was no softness or hesitation. Her hair was slightly disheveled, the blush on her face hadn't faded yet, and her lips were slightly swollen from his kiss, parted slightly like a flower inviting him to pluck it at will. She was so slender and delicate, standing there, she only reached his chin. Just moments ago, when they were passionately embracing and kissing, she was as soft as water in his arms. Yet, this same woman stood here, looking at him with such unwavering resolve, saying she didn't like him. Chi Mingyu clenched his fist lightly and asked, Then why did you respond to me so passionately just now? Zhou Shuan looked away, her tone soft. Didn't you see that in the underground base? Adult men and women, facing the pressures of survival, always need to vent. Chi Mingyu was stunned, then laughed angrily. You mean you used me as an outlet for your frustrations? Said so bluntly, it sounded incredibly hurtful. Zhou Shuan's eyelashes trembled. She wouldn't look at him. After a long silence, Chi Mingyu finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Then I am truly honored. He stopped looking at her, turned, and opened the door. Zhou Shuan knew her answer had been hurtful. She lowered her eyes, and walked out of his bedroom. Grandma Peng was wondering why Chi Mingyu hadn't answered when she saw Zhou Shuan in the kitchen. She was surprised. Wan, you're here? Zhou Shuan waved casually, and quickly left the Chi family home. Only after closing the door did she dare to look up, and let out a soft sigh of relief. Chapter 180. She composed herself outside before going inside. Her parents were waiting for her to eat, and as soon as she returned, they called out, Wan, come and eat. Why did it take you so long to bring me food? Oh! Zhou Shuan knew her parents would worry if she said she had no appetite. She went over, picked up a bowl, and started eating. But finding the cold noodles bland, she scooped up 3 large spoonfuls of chili sauce her father had made with hot oil. Zhong Ti exclaimed in surprise, This chili is really spicy. Wan, don't add too much. It's okay, it's hot. Spicy food is refreshing. The chili was indeed spicy. With the heat, Zhou Shuan coughed a few times, even bringing tears to her eyes. Zhou's father hurriedly poured her some water. Look at you, the chili is so spicy, and you ate too much. Your throat must be so sore from the spiciness. Drink some water. Moo ran to the refrigerator and grabbed a can of soda. Sister, drink this soda to stop the spiciness. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were amused by his cleverness. You clearly want it, but you're using your sister as an excuse. Moo argued. It's such a big bottle, of course my sister can't finish it. I pour a glass for mom and dad later too. It'd be so refreshing with the cold noodles. This kid, he's got a sweet tongue. I wonder who he took after. Zhong Tiyun couldn't stop laughing. Zhou Shuan disguised herself very well. No one in the family noticed anything amiss. After finishing the spicy cold noodles, her lips were naturally swollen from the spiciness, which didn't arouse any suspicion. Zhou Shuan felt that if she weren't so depressed, she would have admired her own cleverness. She felt listless all afternoon, but forced herself to watch Moo finish her studies before going to clean the chicken coop. Zhong Tiyun had already finished and, seeing her lack of energy, asked worriedly, Wan, is it because of the heat that you've gotten heat stroke? There's some mung bean soup in the fridge. I heated up for you. Zhou Shuan shook her head. I'm not suffering from heat stroke, Mom. I probably didn't sleep well. I go back to my bedroom and lie down for a while. Okay. Zhong Tiyun was a little worried. She quickly washed her hands, took out some mung bean soup from the refrigerator, heated it up, and let it cool slightly before giving it to her daughter. Around 5 p.m., the family tidied up and went to the basement with the Qi family. Usually, Qi Mingyu would come to Zhou Shuan's side to help her with her things and walk with her. But today, he was at the front, talking to Zhou's father. Once they got to the basement, he avoided Zhou Shuan, neither looking at her nor speaking to her. Fortunately, Grandma Peng, Zhou's father, and Zhong Tiyun kept talking about the Rigiamo, Chinese hamburger, they had that day, so no one noticed the strange atmosphere between the two. It was still early before bedtime, so as usual, they practiced some fighting techniques and combat skills. Qi Mingyu carefully taught Mumu archery, while Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng chattered on. Wanwan had a headache this afternoon, and I was worried it was heat stroke. I quickly took her temperature, but it was normal. However, I brought some mung beans. We make a pot of mung bean soup to cool her down and relieve the heat. Oh, we can't be careless. Grandma Peng hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, find that Huixiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for heat stroke. Everyone should drink some. In the face of a heat wave, heat stroke is the biggest fear. Many people who can't withstand the heat collapse after suffering heat stroke and never get up again. This is why, despite the poor conditions in the underground base, worse than even a dormitory, almost everyone is willing to stay there. Qi Mingyu agreed and hurried to get the Huixiang Jingqi water. Don't worry too much, Zhou Jianhai said. Wanwan probably ate too many chili peppers at noon and got a sore throat. I saw her lips were all swollen from the spiciness. Just cool her down a bit. Wanwan, you mustn't eat so much spicy food again. Zhou Shuan looked up and saw Qi Mingyu staring at her lips. She quickly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Perhaps from eating so many spicy foods at noon, her lips were still a little swollen all afternoon. Qi Mingyu hadn't been looking at her, so he hadn't noticed. He only glanced at them, but immediately thought of their passionate encounter at noon, and the incredible softness and sweetness of her lips. He turned away, took a few deep breaths, and then went to the side to get some Huixiang Jingqi water and several packets of Banlangen granules. Drink some Banlangen to cool down first, and observe the situation. Okay. Zhong Tiyun hurriedly thanked her, then prepared the medicine for Zhou Shuan. Since she was going to drink it, she also made Mumu drink a packet. You need to cool down too, you've been eating so many spicy snacks every day. The next day, Zhou Shuan's voice was a little hoarse, which startled Zhong Tiyun. What happened? Is it really heat stroke? Zhou Shuan shook her head. It's nothing. I probably ate too spicy food yesterday. It's just a bit too much heat. I drink some Banlangen granules and take some San Wang tablets, and it go down. Serves you right. I told you it was too spicy yesterday, but you insisted on eating it. Zhong Tiyun was both worried and angry, and scolded her a few times. She hurriedly got up to find some medicine for her. Qi Mingyu silently lifted the curtain and came over, almost bumping into Zhong Tiyun. Xiaoyu? Qi Mingyu came to Zhou Shuan and first felt her forehead. Not hot, open your mouth so I can see. He also had a flashlight in his hand, pretending to check Zhou Shuan's throat. Zhou Shuan quickly backed away. No need, no need. She coughed a few times in her haste to avoid him. At this point, Grandma Peng and Zhou Jianhai couldn't sit still either, and they both hurriedly got up and came over. Wanwan, let me check if your throat is inflamed. Zhou Jianhai asked. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Shuan reluctantly opened her mouth and let out a soft ah. Qi Mingyu examined her and said, It's a little swollen. It's probably a heat rash. It's not serious. She'd be fine with the right medicine. Okay, she's definitely just feeling hot. Give her some medicine to reduce the heat, and some cooling and cough-suppressing medicine. It's hot outside, and the temperature difference between here and there is too great. It's not good for her recovery. I think we should let Wanwan rest here. Qi Mingyu continued. His consideration was very thorough, and Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun quickly agreed. Dahai, take Mumu back. I stay here and take care of Wanwan. Mom, it's alright, it's not serious. What's there to take care of? Cough cough. Zhou Shuan coughed twice more, her voice muffled and nasal. A cold is contagious. Don't let it infect you. I think I go home and stay here. Don't come back and forth these next few days. We talk about it when I'm better. Then what? Zhong Tiyun was about to object, but then suddenly remembered that the basement belonged to the Chi family. Grandma Pang was old, and would definitely be more comfortable living in the basement. It couldn't be that the old lady would go back to her warm house, just to let Zhou Shuan recover. Mom will go home with you. Let your dad and Mumu stay here. Grandma Pang chimed in. It's not that serious, Tiyun, don't worry. We go back later. You stay here, and take good care of Wanwan. I have Xiao Yu bring her lunch and dinner. If it's not serious, she be fine in 2 days. Okay, thank you very much, Grandma Pang. Chapter 181. Zhou Shuan knew she was indeed sick. It was probably due to the hot weather, eating spicy food, and then constantly moving between the house and the basement, experiencing alternating hot and cold temperatures, which caused her to catch a heat-related cold. She felt dizzy, lightheaded, had a stuffy nose, and a sore throat, so she obediently took her medicine. Cold medicine usually contains sedatives, and after taking it, she drifted off to sleep. When she woke up again, she was surrounded by complete darkness and didn't know where she was. Wanwan, you're awake? A soft voice sounded beside her. Zhou Shuan turned her head, and saw Qi Mingyu sitting in a chair beside her. Seeing that she was awake, he quickly turned on the bedside lamp and poured her some water. Does your throat still hurt? Drink some water first. I specially made warm water for you. He bent down to help Zhou Shuan sit up. Why are you here? Where's my mother? What time is it? She asked a series of questions, her tone indifferent. Qi Mingyu helped her up and placed a water glass in her hand. It's already 2 in the afternoon, and you've been sleeping all morning. You had a slight fever this morning, but after sweating it out, the fever has gone down. He paused before continuing. I brought you lunch, so I asked Aunt Zhong to go home for lunch and come back this evening. Zhou Shuan looked at him suspiciously. My mom asked you to take care of me here? Although her mother wanted to match her with Qi Mingyu, how could the older generation let a grown man, who wasn't even engaged, take care of their daughter? Seeing that she was still so perceptive even when she was sick, Qi Mingyu smiled helplessly. Actually, I told Aunt Zhong that your illness was due to some misunderstanding between us, and I wanted to stay with you until you woke up, so I could talk to you alone. Aunt Zhong couldn't resist my pleading, so she agreed to go home. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened in exasperation. What does my illness have to do with you? Don't try to make yourself look good. She looked like a cat with its fur standing on end. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly. Wanwan, I wanted to ask you the same thing yesterday. You were the one who said hurtful things to me, so why are you the one who's sick? Zhou Shuan became even more agitated, ignoring the water glass in her hand and pushing him away. Go away, go away. What does my illness have to do with you? Cough, cough. Her dry, hoarse throat started coughing again in her anxiety. Qi Mingyu quickly patted her back. Don't be anxious, talk it out slowly. You're still sick. Zhou Shuan pushed his hand away, turning her back to him and ignoring him. Qi Mingyu casually placed his water glass on the table, frowned, and remained silent for a long time before looking up and solemnly asking, Wanwan, I really have something to say to you alone. I want to know why you rejected me. Zhou Shuan was a little impatient. Didn't I tell you? I don't think we're suitable, and I have no intention of finding a boyfriend in the apocalypse. That's not what I want to know. He interrupted her abruptly before she could finish, staring directly at her. I want to know, there are many people who band together to survive in the apocalypse, whether it's for survival, or, as you said, to satisfy their physical desires. Zhou Shuan shifted uncomfortably. Qi Mingyu continued, many male and female survivors live together. I consider myself to have pretty good survival skills, excellent combat abilities, the strength to do heavy work, and I stockpiled enough supplies for my grandmother, and me to live on for 1 or 2 decades. And you clearly like me too. All of these are reasons why you chose me. So I can't understand why you don't do the same. Why you're struggling and conflicted like this. I'm not conflicted. Zhou Shuan said immediately, her tone cold and hard. Qi Mingyu remained silent, only staring at her. In the dim light, his gaze seemed to pierce through her soul, directly into her heart. Zhou Shuan's heartstrings trembled. He was so perceptive, or had he already guessed something? She clenched her fists lightly under the covers, closed her eyes, and said in an icy voice, I rejected you. Is your pride so fragile? Or are you overestimating yourself, thinking I can't live without you? Qi Mingyu didn't get angry. He leaned down slightly, his breath almost touching Zhou Shuan's face. Wanwan, is it because of your space? Suddenly, the lamp crackled and the power went out. Darkness instantly enveloped them. A deathly silence, so profound that even breathing was inaudible. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Shuan spoke softly and calmly, I don't know what you're talking about. Qi Mingyu's voice was also low. He was very close to Zhou Shuwan, his voice almost in her ear. Wan, I knew this secret a long time ago, and after observing for a while, I was certain. I know your and your family's worries. I know your inner turmoil. So I originally decided not to reveal the secret. But, if you're deliberately distancing yourself from me because of it, I want to tell you, you should trust me a little more. A long silence followed. Zhou Shuwan finally spoke. When did you find out? When you saved that woman in the abandoned building after I was injured. No, I gave you sleeping pills then, you should have been asleep. She wasn't that foolish. She only acted after drugging him with sleeping pills, and confirming it was safe. Wan, you don't understand special forces. We're different from regular troops. We receive extraordinary missions, so one of our training programs is to increase our resistance to various drugs. So when you drugged me, I woke up quickly, and in that forest, I saw everything. So early. He knew so early. Thinking back, when she offered to help hide the motorboat, gasoline, and other supplies, he readily agreed without the slightest objection. At the time, she thought he trusted her too much, but now she understood. He didn't trust her too much. He knew the spatial dimension was the safest place to hide supplies. You? She couldn't describe her feelings at that moment. Shock, anger, embarrassment. But she wasn't afraid. Actually, the reason she hesitated to accept Qi Mingyu was because of the existence of the spatial dimension. She couldn't gamble with humanity, nor could she risk her entire family's lives. So, she couldn't help being drawn to him, yet forced herself to keep her distance. But when she heard him say he had known about the existence of the space all along, she felt no fear or terror. Nor did she think of silencing him. Perhaps, nearly a year and a half of getting to know him had made her trust him. Wan, life is long, seemingly endless, yet also short. So short that a lifetime passes in the blink of an eye. My parents separated when I was young. Whether it was my dad or my mom, I was an unwelcome child in their eyes, disliked and resented. Chapter 182. So, I knew from a very young age that happiness is fleeting. If you encounter happiness, you must reach out and grab it. You can't let it slip away. Wan, are you willing to give me this chance? To let me give you happiness, and to give myself happiness? His eyes shone like the brightest star in the darkness. He slowly extended his hand to her. Zhou Shuwan slowly, hesitantly took his hand. Qi Mingyu smiled instantly, like snow melting and the moon emerging from the clouds. Wan, what were you and Xiaoyu talking about this afternoon? In the evening, Zhong Tian brought dinner, and Qi Mingyu went home. She looked around and noticed that her daughter seemed to be in a better mood, and even her cold wasn't as bad, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhou Shuwan coughed lightly. Mom, this is private. Why do you have to ask? Zhong Tian looked at her. Your mom's been through this, so tell me what's on your mind. I can help you analyze it. The marks of 8 years of living alone in her past life were still deeply etched into Zhou Shuwan. With the help of her family and Qi Mingyu, although she was no longer afraid of being touched, she could never return to the innocent and adorable Zhou Shuwan of her college days. If she were still a freshman, she would have been chattering away to her mother about the boy she liked. She was happy to share the joys and sorrows, the little things in life. But now, she was more used to keeping these things to herself, handling everything with ease. Zhong Tian thought, a hint of sadness on her face. Zhou Shuwan didn't know what she was thinking, but after hesitating for a moment, she said, Mom, Qi Mingyu and I had a serious talk today, and we're going to give it a try. Give it a try? Date? Zhou Shuwan nodded. Zhong Tian immediately became even more nervous than her daughter. She hurriedly instructed, you two are both good children. I don't object to you dating, but I still have a few things to tell you. She sat down next to Zhou Shuwan. First, raising children in the apocalypse isn't easy. You saw how Qianqian raised Chun-Chun, so you must protect yourself. No matter what, you must use protection, understand? Zhou Shuwan's face flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. Mom, what are you saying? We only just started dating. Zhong Tian asked, did you hear what I said? Zhou Shuwan could only nod. I understand. Zhong Tian continued. Second, before the apocalypse, women needed their own little savings, which they couldn't tell their partners. Although after the apocalypse, things are different now, but the underlying issues remain the same. You absolutely cannot tell Xiaoyu how many supplies you have, or how many supplies our family has. No matter what, you must always keep it a secret. That Lin Yuang, my daughter, suffered because she trusted him too much, almost giving him her whole heart, and ended up suffering a great loss. This time, Zhou Shuwan nodded solemnly. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. Zhong Tian nodded, then lowered her voice. There's a third point, and the most important one. Your space, absolutely cannot be mentioned. If the other party gets greedy, it will be a catastrophe. Zhou Shuan didn't tell her mother that Qi Mingyu already knew about the space, and that it was because this was exposed that she agreed to try dating him. She simply nodded. 2 days later, Zhou Shuan was completely recovered. At this point, her relationship with Qi Mingyu was practically out in the open. Qi Mingyu made no attempt to hide his concern for her, making several trips a day to bring her mung bean porridge, bird's nest, chicken soup. He cooked all of it himself, without needing anyone else's help. He returned in a good mood, always smiling. Grandma Pang and Zhou Jianhai, being experienced in such matters, understood perfectly well. Zhou Jianhai sighed for several days, before reluctantly accepting the situation. However, he also took the opportunity, while Zhou Shuan was alone in the basement, to give her a few pieces of advice, which Zhou Shuan nodded in agreement with. After staying in the basement for 2 days, Zhou Shuan took a good shower after returning home, emerging refreshed from the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she smelled the rich, fragrant aroma of chicken soup. Peeking out, she saw Qi Mingyu busy serving chicken soup in the kitchen, with Mu Mu beside him holding bowls and chopsticks. Zhong Tiyun walked over with a smile and whispered, "He's quite diligent. He came as soon as you got back. He even cooked another chicken. They don't have many chickens. They're probably all from their stockpile in the fridge." The more she looked at her prospective son-in-law, the more satisfied she became. Qi Mingyu had already turned and seen her, and quickly called out, "Wan, dry your hair, and come have some chicken soup." Zhou Shuan responded. It was hot, so she didn't need to blow-dry her hair, she just wiped it with a towel, and it was half-dry quickly. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Wan. It was Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan opened the door, and he was holding a bowl of chicken soup, smiling at her. "My aunt and uncle asked me to bring this to you." He meant well. Zhou Shuan had no choice but to step aside and let him in. "Why is there only one bowl? Aren't you going to drink it? I had some when I came. I made a pot of chicken soup, and I left a little bit for Grandma. I brought the rest." Zhou Shuan said, "Your family probably doesn't have many chickens. You should be careful with them. Grandma Pang needs proper nourishment. I had a heat stroke for a few days, but I'm completely better now, and don't need any." "Okay," Qi Mingyu simply replied, placing the chicken soup on the desk. Then, as if by magic, he produced a small bowl of ice cream, topped with strawberry jam. Zhou Shuan looked delighted. "You brought me this? I bribed Mumu to secretly take it from your fridge. Didn't you keep saying you wanted some? Drink the chicken soup, and I give you half a bowl." In the basement, because of her illness, even though there was ice cream in the space, Zhong Tiyun wouldn't allow her to eat it. And Zhong Tiyun, with Qi Mingyu and her father taking turns caring for her, hadn't found a moment to eat ice cream, so she couldn't help but complain to Qi Mingyu a few times. "Only half a bowl? Such a small bowl." Qi Mingyu ignored her grumbling, only smiling as he blew on the chicken soup before handing it to her. There was a large chicken leg in the soup, which Zhou Shuan picked out and held to his lips. Qi Mingyu took a bite and said, "I've eaten everything, I'm not hungry." "You eat quickly." Zhou Shuan then ate the chicken leg and drank most of the soup. "Good girl." Qi Mingyu then scooped a spoonful of ice cream and fed it to her. His eyes held a gentle yet aggressive look. Zhou Shuan blushed slightly. "I can do it myself." But he firmly held the spoon to her lips. She had no choice but to open her mouth and eat. It tasted like cream melting in her mouth, with a rich jam flavor. Qi Mingyu fed her a few more bites, a smear of milky white sticking to her lips. "Aren't you going to eat?" Zhou Shuan felt embarrassed eating alone, so she asked politely. Qi Mingyu stared intently at her pink lips and the milky white ice cream, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse. "Eat." Before he finished speaking, he had already leaned over her. Chapter 183. He patiently licked the outermost half of the ice cream clean, then sucked on her lips, savoring it like sweet cream, before gently parting her teeth to taste the ice cream inside. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes, letting him do as he pleased. During her illness these past 2 days, although they had confirmed their relationship, Qi Mingyu had remained well-behaved, not making any excessive moves. Now that she was better, he couldn't contain himself any longer. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhou Shuan was half pushed onto the desk, her body tightly wrapped around him, leaning backward, knocking several books off the corner of the desk with a loud crash. Then Zhou Jianghai's voice came from outside. "Wan, what's wrong? Are you all right?" The two of them then came to their senses, breathing rapidly, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Zhou Shuan's limbs were limp, only managing to stay upright thanks to Chi Mingyu's arm around her waist. Hearing Zhou's father's voice outside, seemingly heading this way after asking his question, Chi Mingyu, usually so calm and collected, showed a hint of panic, unsure whether to put Zhou Shuan down or pick up the books. His clumsy movements were rather endearing. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, calling out, "Dad, it's okay, I dropped the books." "Oh." Zhou's father hesitated, then was pulled away by Zhong Tiyun, who grabbed his ear. Chi Mingyu had calmed down and bent down to pick up the books. Zhou Shuan took his hand. It was hot, but his palms were dry and warm, not sweaty, making it comfortable and reassuring to hold. "What's wrong? This is the first time I've seen you so nervous." Chi Mingyu smiled at her, sat down with her, and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Did Uncle Zhou talk to me yesterday?" The ice cream was almost melted in such a short time. Zhou Shuan was eating a spoonful of ice cream when she suddenly heard this and almost choked. "What?" Her eyes widened. Chi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh, patted her back, and continued, "He just wanted to talk to me. Why are you so nervous? Afraid he say bad things about you?" Zhou Shuan gave him a disgruntled look. "What did my dad say to you?" Chi Mingyu replied, "Actually, he didn't say much, just that I should treat you well, and not let you down. And finally." He chuckled softly before continuing, "Finally, he told me to think things through carefully. If we don't handle our relationship well, then our many years of neighborly relations will be completely broken." In fact, Zhou's father's original words were even more direct. He told Chi Mingyu directly that if the other party just found life after the apocalypse boring and wanted to find a young and pretty girl to date, without any long-term plans, then they should make things clear as soon as possible, otherwise their neighborly relationship would be over. He would also seek justice for his daughter. He completely disregarded the years of neighborly affection between the two families. "So what did you say?" Chi Mingyu intertwined his hands with Zhou Shuan's, looking directly at her with tender affection. "I told Uncle Zhou that I would try my best to perform well, and make our neighborly relationship a true family." Zhou Shuan was stunned for a moment before suddenly spitting out a curse. Smooth talker, wanting to become a full-fledged member so soon? Dream on. Chi Mingyu looked at the blush rising on her face, couldn't help but lean in and kiss her for a while before whispering, "Wawan, this is my promise to your father, and also a promise to you. I will work hard." Zhou Shuan had said before that although he was a former Special Forces soldier, he was a master of sweet talk, leaving even someone like her, who had only been in a relationship once, completely defenseless. She blushed slightly, remaining silent, only playing with his large, callous hands with their distinct knuckles. Chi Mingyu didn't press her for an answer, simply kissing her forehead before continuing to feed her ice cream. They ate it up quickly, one bite at a time. Zhou Shuan remembered something. "Oh right, I have some mudwort here. Could you go to the basement later and disinfect it? That way, when Grandma Pang and Mumu go over tonight, they won't get infected." "Okay. I go in a bit." The two lingered for a while longer before Chi Mingyu reluctantly smoothed her hair and whispered, "Then I be going." That evening, when they went to the basement, the air was indeed filled with a faint scent of mugwort incense. Since they had mugwort and enough people, Zhou Shuan also took out a few moxa sticks and had her mother and Grandma Peng fumigate their backs and knees. Spending too much time in air-conditioned rooms leaves everyone with a lot of internal coldness, and fumigating with mudwort is very helpful in dispelling this cold. "Tiyun, Dehai, I want to talk to you about something," Grandma Peng said after the fumigation. "The temperature has already risen to 68 degrees Celsius, and I don't know if it will continue to rise. The eggs in the refrigerator that we didn't finish have gone bad, and we need to think of a way to find a place to raise the chickens." Zhong Tian also worried. "I've been thinking about this too. We raised the chickens for months without them laying any eggs, and it's a waste to kill them." Grandma Pang thought further ahead. "It's not just a waste, but also, nowadays no one can raise chickens anymore. When the temperature really drops later, we won't be able to find eggs to hatch chicks, so we absolutely cannot kill these chickens." Zhong Tian nodded solemnly yes. Chi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then said, "Actually, there's a small passageway between the underground passage and our safe house. If you want to raise chickens, the space isn't big, but it should be enough if you squeeze in." The passageway he was referring to was the one where you turn at the entrance, when coming down from the underground passage. It's about 2 meters long. Laying down some felt and straw, and then putting the cages down, it'd definitely be cool enough, but the space will be cramped, and it will also affect the air quality here, Zhong Tian said. The biggest drawback of living in a basement is that it's far from the ground, and there are no ventilation openings, so the air doesn't circulate. Raising chickens overhead would definitely mean smelling chicken odor every day. Our community didn't have basements back then, but other older communities did. First floor residents were given a basement of 10 to 20 square meters for storing miscellaneous items. I heard that now, with the high temperatures, many people with basements aren't going to the underground basement, they're living in their own basements instead. The temperature isn't high, and it's not as noisy or private as the underground basement, Zhou Jianhai said. This was something he heard from someone when he went to the underground base. Zhou Shuwan then asked, "We don't have basements around here, but are there any places where half the house is underground? Or like in the commercial street, where half the storefront is underground? It's not as good as a basement, but it'd definitely be cooler than the top floor." Qi Mingyu actually thought of one, and after a moment's thought, said, "There's a tool shed near the property management building, only a few square meters in size. It's a remnant of an old passageway, not fully excavated underground. It's definitely not suitable for living, but with some tidying up, it should be usable for raising chickens." Chapter 184. The other's eyes lit up. Zhong Tian quickly said, "Shouldn't we tell the property management?" The property management hadn't disbanded, they just temporarily moved to the underground base. It was only right and proper to inform them. "Then let's tell Director Wu. We can borrow it. These tool sheds are barely habitable, so even if we borrow it, the rent will definitely be low," Qi Mingyu decided decisively. "I go see him tomorrow." Qi Mingyu acted quickly, returning the next day with the news and a key, the key to the tool shed. Director Wu didn't even ask for rent. He just said that if our chickens survive and lay eggs normally, we give them a few hatching eggs. The others were very happy to hear this. Before returning, Qi Mingyu had already checked the tool shed and said, "I just looked around. It's about 7 or 8 square meters. A single shelf would be enough. However, it was flooded for over a year, so a lot of things are damaged and need to be cleared out first." Zhou Jianhai then said, "Then Grandma Pang and Mumu can rest at home. We take some time to tidy it up." Okay. That was settled. Working in air-conditioned clothing wasn't very convenient, but it was necessary. To prevent the clothing from getting dirty or torn, Zhong Tian had already made an outer garment out of sturdy felt. Zhou Shuwan then brought a small cart from outside, that is, from her spatial dimension. Behind the property management building was a row of small houses. These houses used to be the community's coal storage rooms, with a small portion underground, specifically for storing coal. Later, when the city banned coal use, these houses became storage rooms or the property management office's tool sheds. The tool shed Qi Mingyu mentioned was located in the last coal shed. A staircase leading down a corner led underground, descending a dozen or so steps. One reached a small basement, about 7 or 8 square meters in size. It had been sitting idle for a long time, too inconvenient even to store coal, so it was used to store miscellaneous items. They had brought a thermometer and measured the room temperature, which was nearly 40 degrees Celsius. "We have a large capacity battery. Putting a fan here to circulate the air should make it cooler than the top floor," Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan added, "We also have ice at home. We can put a few more ice cubes in a basin during the day to lower the temperature." To be honest, the feeling of 40 degrees Celsius in the basement is completely different from the feeling of 40 degrees Celsius on the top floor, Zhong Tian said. "Yes, that's what they mean by perceived temperature. The basement is definitely cooler," Zhou Jianhai said, looking at the tool shed with satisfaction. The space was less than 10 square meters, but the 4 of them worked together and quickly tidied it up. After cleaning and watering, and letting it dry, 2 layers of plastic sheeting were laid on the ground. Insulation material, bought by the Zhou family, was nailed to the walls around the perimeter, both for insulation and to keep the walls clean. Finally, chopped straw and soil were laid on the ground. Qi Mingyu even planned to build a frame with Zhou's father, placing the chicken coop in 2 tiers to create more space. But Zhou Shuan stopped him. "I think we should let them roam freely. It's such a small place, don't keep them caged." Zhong Tian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That's true. Our chickens are always listless when they're kept in coops. I also agree with letting them roam freely." With them saying this, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai naturally had no objections. As evening fell, they carried all the chicken coops to the tool shed. Opening the coops and letting the dozen or so chickens out, they were listless, perhaps from being confined for too long, and didn't move an inch for a long time. Zhong Tian took a small stick and finally managed to shoo them all out. Looking at the chickens, she sighed, 5 or 6 have died over the past few days, leaving only these 16, 1 rooster and 15 hens. We do our best, and leave the rest to fate. She sprinkled some millet and vegetables into the chicken feed bowl, turned on the fan, and the group, who had been busy all afternoon, finally left. They were all dirty and sweaty. They went home first to take a shower. During the shower, Zhong Tian chatted with Zhou Jianhai for a bit. Did you see that today? Xiao Yu didn't let 101 do any work, only letting her help push the cart and carry things. He did all the heavy lifting himself. Zhou Jianhai, enjoying his wife's back scrubbing, snorted, a real man should do more work. TCH, you're so hard to reason with. Zhong Tian slapped him, then said with satisfaction, anyway, Xiao Yu knows how to care for 101, so I'm satisfied. Zhou Jianhai closed his eyes and remained silent, but felt a sense of contentment. He wasn't entirely satisfied with Xiao Yu, but at least he was better than those young men outside. The lives of the Zhou and Qi families gradually became more regular. They slept in the basement during the day and returned to the house at night to exercise, do chores, and feed the chickens and hydroponically grow vegetables. 2 months later, the temperature officially rose to 75 degrees Celsius. The air conditioner in their house was completely unable to keep up, so they stopped living in the house and only went to check on it every day while wearing air conditioning suits. The temperature in the tool shed had risen, but remained around 47 to 48 degrees Celsius. With fans and ice, the chickens fared well and adapted for 2 months, then started laying eggs again. The eggs were smaller than before, but everyone was still happy. The hydroponic vegetables were also moved here. They didn't grow very well, but at least there was a constant supply of fresh greens. Qi Mingyu knew about Zhou Shuan's spatial ability, but Grandma Peng didn't, and Zhou Shuan didn't want her parents to worry about it. Therefore, they still took their food from the refrigerator in the house every day. The air conditioner wasn't working, but the solar panels still generated electricity, and the batteries were always fully charged, enough to power the refrigerator and freezer. They placed another microwave in the underground safe house, heating frozen pre-cooked rice and meat dishes for a short time. The basement had poor ventilation, so they tried to avoid cooking with hot oil. Breakfast and dinner were very simple. Grandma Peng brewed rice wine again in the safe house. When she wanted some, she would simply scoop 2 spoonfuls into a bowl, beat an egg, and pour boiling water, 100 degrees Celsius, over it. A nutritious and delicious rice wine and egg soup. Frozen buns and steamed bread could be heated up and eaten. After drinking rice wine, they would alternate with oil tea, oatmeal, milk, and ate treasure porridge. Because of the hot weather, they couldn't store the eggs, and the 2 families didn't store many of the newly laid eggs, eating them every day. Although these eggs were almost a third smaller than the previous ones, they tasted better and seemed more nutritious. When Zhong Tian shared this idea with others, they all thought the same thing. Zhou Jianhai then guessed that this was because chickens had evolved, gradually adapting to the current high temperatures. Therefore, the eggs they laid contained more nutrients. Chapter 185. We don't have the equipment to test what's different about these eggs compared to the previous ones, Zhong Tian said, her initial excitement quickly turning to worry. Just our own feeling isn't accurate. Qi Mingyu suggested, the service hall should have the equipment. Let's take a few eggs and ask Director Wu to take them there for testing. Yes, that's what we do. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan made a special trip, carrying the eggs in the pockets inside their air-conditioned suits to the underground base. Director Wu took it seriously, spoke with them briefly, and then immediately took the eggs to find the base leaders. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan then visited their second uncle and third aunt's families. Both families now had jobs, cultivating cacti and hydroponic vegetables. Their monthly salaries were enough for both of them to eat and drink, making their lives much better than others at the base. Chun Chun had also gained some weight, her little face was fuller, and she looked much better than she had 2 months ago. Zhou Shuan's spatial storage contained formula and other nutritional supplements for Chun Chun. This time, she specifically brought 2 cans of formula and 20 small eggs, all freshly laid recently. Qianqian thanked her repeatedly, her face beaming. There's still 1 can of formula left from last time. Chun Chun has formula and eggs every day now, and we also given him the vacuum-packed beef we had stockpiled. His nutrition has caught up. Another reason was that he was gradually adapting to the current temperature and living conditions. Children can lose weight quickly, but they can also gain weight very quickly. Aunt Zhong felt bad taking the Zhou family's supplies for free. Everyone was struggling after the apocalypse, so she insisted on giving Zhou Shuan a bag containing several packets of instant noodles and a few small bread rolls. This was a return gift for the small egg. In the apocalypse, instant noodles were a precious commodity. They tasted good and were filling. Zhou Shuan couldn't refuse, so she accepted. Aunt Joan then mysteriously handed her another bag, leaning closer and whispering, "Yuan, this contains 2 cacti, just picked. Take them home and try them with your family, see what you think." Zhou Shuan was surprised. They ripened so quickly. Some of the cacti that were sent were fully ripe, and they grew very quickly after being propagated. These past few days, Director Wu instructed us to cut down a few of the ripe ones to taste them, and he also sent a few over. Aunt Joan whispered, "These past few days, each of our families received a few. We just received them today, and haven't eaten them yet. Take them home, and let Xiao Yu's family try them." Being near the plantation meant getting some benefits earlier than others. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Joan," Zhou Shuan smiled. Aunt Joan also told her how to eat it. After returning home, Zhong Tiyun washed and peeled the cactus as Zhou Shuan had instructed. While other fruits have a seed in the center, the cactus has a thin membrane encasing sap in its center. Cutting it open, the sap was poured out. It was a clear, greenish-brown liquid, slightly sticky. All 6 members of the 2 families tasted it. Grandma Pang smacked her lips. "It's a bit bitter, but the taste is quite similar to our aloe vera. It's drinkable." Moo Moo grinned slightly. Zhou Jianhai nodded. "It's indeed quite thirst-quenching." Zhou Shuan then said, "Auntie said that the sap and pulp of this cactus can be used to stop bleeding, reduce swelling, and kill bacteria. It just didn't grow in China before, otherwise it would definitely be a medicinal herb in traditional Chinese medicine. Bitter plants have antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties," Zhou Jianhai said experiencedly. "How should we eat the fruit?" "Raw, stir-fried, stewed, all are fine," Zhong Tiyun said. "Then let's try them all." Grandma Pang sliced the cactus fruit into strips, heated oil in a wok, added peppercorns and scallions to release their aroma, then stir-fried the cactus. When it looked almost done, she added various seasonings and served it. Everyone tasted a few, their expressions immediately turning sour. Zhou Jianhai chewed for a long time before swallowing with difficulty. "It's alright, similar to bitter melon." Actually, the taste wasn't even as good as bitter melon. Bitter melon is refreshing, but cactus has a lot of mucus, making it slippery and soft, but also very bitter. The feeling in the mouth wasn't very pleasant. Grandma Pang, though old, was quick to accept things. She can eat it. Indeed, only the word "can eat" could describe her. As Zhou Shuan was slicing the cactus, she tasted a raw one, compared it to the stir-fried version, and said, "Let's just eat it like fruit. It tastes better raw than stir-fried." Moo Moo had already taken a big gulp of water, and was frowning so much he could have trapped a fly. Everyone was amused by his little expression. Qi Mingyu, having served as a Special Forces soldier, had ventured deep into countless desolate places. Eating cactus was nothing new to him. He calmly took another bite of the sliced cactus and said, "We can try stewing it. This soft texture should be suitable for boiling." While the vegetables were being stir-fried, the rice cooker had already started steaming. It wouldn't take long, like stewing pumpkin. Just place a bowl in the rice cooker steamer and steam for about 15 minutes. This time, the cactus was cut into chunks. I picked up a piece and tasted it. Surprisingly, it was alright. Although a bit bitter, it was soft and smooth, somewhat like a combination of jelly and pumpkin, a bitter melon. The texture wasn't great, but it was better than stir-frying it. "This is barely enough as a staple food. It's not very filling," Zhong Tiyun said. "Right now, if it weren't for the government consistently distributing relief supplies every 3 days, many families wouldn't be able to survive. So, as long as we can eat it, we can't worry about anything else." "Yes. Originally, I thought it would take a full 6 months for cactus seedlings, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, J City started exchanging supplies for cactus. Someone was in charge of wrapping the cut cactus roots, and then teaching us how to plant them. To obtain more seedlings, the plantation workers cut the cacti into small pieces and transplanted them. 2 months later, with diligent care, they grew rapidly, and most have now grown to 20 centimeters tall. Each cactus branches out 2 or 3 more, and after a while, these branches further branch out, resulting in a high yield. Therefore, the plantation was confident in offering them for exchange. A 20-centimeter tall cactus required 6 compressed biscuits for exchange. A half-meter tall cactus required 30 biscuits for exchange. The price wasn't cheap, but exchanging the cacti for the survivors sooner would give them a better chance of survival. The Zhou and Qi families discussed it, and decided to exchange for 30 cacti, each about 20 centimeters tall, to be kept on the Zhou family's balcony. The total cost was 180 compressed biscuits, but thanks to Director Wu and Uncle Zhong's connections, they received a 10-biscuit discount. They got 30 cacti for 170 compressed biscuits. Uncle Zhong whispered to Zhong Tiyun, "They look expensive now, But these cacti are already alive. In 2 months, they grow to over half a meter tall, and each cactus will sprout more than 20 shoots. We can cut them off and transplant them, and they also provide food and water. It's a good deal. Your third sister's family and I are also planning to exchange for some. Chapter 186. These cacti grow segmented, so cutting one off won't affect the growth of the rest. Zhong Tiyun did the math in her head and nodded. It's actually quite worthwhile. Her family wasn't short of food. They were willing to exchange cacti to enrich their own storage space. Cacti are also food that can grow in hot weather, so exchanging them for supplies was a good option. Zhong's second uncle looked around, lowering his voice even further. Tiyun, I'm only telling you this, the others at the base don't know yet. I heard the reservoir near Jian Mountain Scenic Area has dropped significantly, and it probably start running out of water soon. Zhong Tiyun was shocked, and was about to say something. Uncle Zhong quickly made a shushing gesture. Don't make a fuss. Zhong Tiyun, seeing no one around, leaned closer and asked in a low voice, we noticed the water flow has decreased recently. Is Jian Mountain really dry? Uncle Zhong shook his head. It's too hot now. Even driving a car outside for long will cause the tires to burst. So, apart from the water protection team, no one knows the exact situation over there. But according to the news, the water level in Jian Mountain has dropped significantly, and the canyons are almost dry. Only the Tianyan Lake Reservoir has some water left, but not much. So, exchanging cacti is a bit expensive now, but in 2 months when they're grown, they'll all be ours. Cacti aren't very tasty, but they quench thirst. Zhong Tiyun's face darkened. It's still a long way from a drought. Her voice was muffled, and Uncle Zhong didn't hear her clearly. What? Zhong Tiyun shook her head. It's nothing, second brother, I understand. You and third sister should discuss it, and both families should exchange supplies as soon as possible. If you need any supplies, just tell me, and I lend them to you. This little sister was incredibly devoted to her own family, and her third sister's family. Uncle Zhong was pleased, but also shook his head. No need. The two of us have been working at the plantation, and our wages are just compressed biscuits. We can manage. Besides, these cacti have a high yield. They've grown several times larger in just 2 months than when they were first planted. We can definitely keep working at the plantation. As long as there's work, there's no worry about running out of food. Zhong Tiyun nodded, then bid him farewell with a worried expression. She stayed with Uncle Zhong alone, while Zhou Jianhai stayed at the safe house with Mu Mu and Grandma Peng. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went with Director Wu to discuss the eggs. After several days, the test results for the small eggs finally came back. Indeed, as Zhou Shuan and her team had suspected, chickens had indeed evolved. Their eggs contained higher levels of protein, fat, trace elements, and vitamins, all of which had increased compared to previous data. Furthermore, 2 additional nutrients were detected. Research suggests these elements could enhance immunity and help humans better adapt to various extreme environments. Zhou Shuan, Xiao Yu, the higher-ups want you and your chickens to conduct research to see how they evolved. If we can analyze the reasons other organisms, including humans, can better adapt to their environments, Director Wu said, his expression brimming with excitement. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, both displaying unusual calmness. Director Wu looked puzzled. What, you're unwilling? Don't worry, I definitely help you get more benefits. Like this time with the cactus, you exchanged it for compressed biscuits. I put in a good word for it, and I'd definitely be able to get you a free exchange. Zhou Shuan shook her head. That's not what I meant, Director Wu. I just think the researchers' ideas are too idealistic. No, I should say that humans, like chickens, are gradually adapting to evolution. Yes, Qi Mingyu added. If it were before, how many people would have suffered heat stroke and fainted in temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius? But now, look, even children can live in such high temperatures. Director Wu frowned, thought for a moment, and slowly nodded. Yes. During the flood season, many people still got sick, but now, apart from the elderly and children who are weak, the number of sick people there are very few left. Yes, for us, this is a kind of evolution. Zhou Shuan said, we can offer a few hints for researchers to study. But I think this is an active evolution that takes place in nature to adapt to the environment, and it shouldn't be something that current technology can easily study. Director Wu pondered for a moment, then said, anyway, the higher-ups have requested it, so let's send a few over. 1-1, Uncle wants to discuss something with you. He smiled again. I know it's not easy for you to raise a chicken, so I won't shamelessly ask for one. But could you exchange some of your hatching eggs with my family? Your Aunt Fawn also wants to raise some. Today it has been confirmed that small eggs have higher nutritional value, and their price will definitely be high in the future. Raising a few, whether for personal consumption or for exchange, would be very cost-effective. Zhou Xuan smiled and said, if Uncle Wu asks, there's definitely no problem. After meeting with her mother and learning about the water shortage in Jian Mountain, her brow furrowed slightly. Zhong Tiyun didn't say much in front of Qi Mingyu. This time, instead of a tricycle, they found an old pedal tricycle somewhere, and hauled away the 30 cacti they had moved into their small flower pots. The cacti are still small, and their root systems aren't well developed yet. Once they're upstairs, they move them to larger planting boxes to give them ample growing space. While the mother and daughter were busy on the balcony, and Qi Mingyu was on the terrace, Zhong Tiyun finally voiced her question. Wan, didn't you say droughts only occur after extreme cold? How come there's already a water shortage crisis? Zhou Xuan replied, Mom, the drought started during the high temperature period, especially in the north where water resources are already scarce. Fortunately, we have the high-altitude Jian Mountain here, so we can transport water from Tianyan Lake Reservoir to supply the entire city. But actually, other northern cities should have been short of water long ago. The scary thing is, the drought won't end in just 1 or 2 years. In the ensuing natural disasters, there was acid rain, extreme cold, and so on. Under these conditions, it's impossible for nature to send rain normally. Therefore, the drought started with high temperatures, then worsened by acid rain and the extreme cold, finally becoming a major global problem. That's why we later said that during the flood season, nature used up several years' worth of rain, which is why there's been a water shortage for the next few years. Zhong Tiyun's heart sank. When I think about Jian Mountain running out of water, I think about the time after we lost our water supply. How will we survive if there's a real water shortage in the future? Their family has one space, so they don't have to worry about water shortages. But what about the others? Zhou Xuan pointed to the cactus in front of her. Isn't this it? Chapter 187. She looked at Zhong Tiyun, her expression serious. Mom, I always suspected that this cactus called mandragora isn't a foreign variety. Zhong Tiyun was somewhat puzzled. Is it domestically produced? But both its name and appearance are different from the cacti we usually see. No, not exactly. It should be said that, like the air-conditioned clothing, it's a variety improved by scientists. Since air-conditioned clothing can be mass-produced to ensure people can live in high temperatures, what about food and water? How do we manage in such conditions? With the existence of the Prophet, the country will surely gather its top scientists and botanists to study plants. Zhong Tiyun suddenly understood. You mean this cactus was developed by our country? Probably. I never heard of this variety before. It has such a high yield, and it can quench thirst and fill our stomachs. It's like it was deliberately designed to help us survive in high temperatures. That's right. Zhong Tiyun clapped her hands, very excited. Our Yin country loves its people so much. Knowing in advance what natural disasters we would encounter, they must have been trying to find solutions. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us. Zhou Xuan didn't show it on her face, but her heart was also slightly stirred. With such a massive national machine at work, perhaps this apocalypse wouldn't be so unbearable. The cactus wasn't cheap at first. Most ordinary survivors couldn't afford to spend 100 or 200 yuan on compressed biscuits all at once. However, as the water supply at the water plant dwindled, the frequency of water release changed from once every 3 days to once every 5 days, and then to once every 7 days. After the underground base was built, since the settlements were allocated based on proximity, the water plant continued to release water from different areas every 3 days, just as before. The only difference was that most survivors now had to collect water from the taps at the underground base. This resulted in a large water flow in the underground base, and a small flow for households still living in the residential area, but these were manageable problems, and not a major issue. After the water was only released every 7 days, the population gradually became agitated. In such hot weather, the already limited water supply was barely enough for one family's food and drink. Even washing water required repeated purification with water purifiers, making access to water very difficult. Now, with water only released every 7 days, the amount received was even less than before. The people, constantly exposed to the high temperatures and underground, became increasingly irritable. Fortunately, nearly 3 months had passed, and the cactus yield was high. Those initially distributed to the base had matured. The base leadership then announced that due to the high temperatures, the water level in Jian Mountain had dropped significantly, and Jie City would face a prolonged water shortage, requiring everyone to work together to overcome the crisis. However, there was good news. The base would provide 2 free cactus seedlings per person, which, with careful nurturing for 2 months, would greatly alleviate the water shortage crisis. 2 cacti per person, including infants, children, and the elderly. This is the minimum guarantee. Survivors can also exchange supplies for 1 cactus with 5 compressed biscuits, limited to 5 per person. 3 months later, the cacti on the Zhou and Qi family's plants have grown to over half a meter tall, branching out several times more numerously, but their exchange price hasn't decreased much. This is because the plantation's cacti are being distributed in large quantities as relief food, leaving very few. If the service center hadn't delivered another batch of cacti, there certainly wouldn't be enough for everyone to exchange. Therefore, prices remained high. This time, many people finally understood. They gradually realized the true purpose of cacti. As a result, the cactus seedling exchange points at each underground base were extremely busy in the following days. Many families even brought out their treasured compressed biscuits to exchange for them. The Zhou and Qi families initially exchanged 30 cacti. After 3 months of growth and propagation, the number has now grown from 30 to over 80. A third of these are newly propagated, only 7 or 8 centimeters long. However, another third are over half a meter tall, each branching out into a dozen or so cacti. The remaining third are semi-mature, growing vigorously. Zhong Tiyun is an expert grower, and had discussed this planting plan with her family. This way, both families will always have mature cacti ready to be harvested, ensuring a continuous supply. To prevent accidents involving newly propagated seedlings, a core group of survivors stepped in. The rooftop was too hot, so the cacti were placed on the 6th floor. Upon entering the living room wearing air-conditioned clothing, one was immediately struck by the sheer number of cacti. Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong lived in the underground base, and didn't have enough space to grow cacti. Fortunately, 3 months ago, they weren't the only families to exchange for cacti. Several other influential people in the base also did. Therefore, the base expanded the planting area at the entrance, allowing survivors to keep their cacti there. Each household had their designated area marked out. Cacti were a matter of livelihood, so the base maintained high standards of security and patrol. Everyone entering the planting area had their identity checked. Those who entrusted their cacti to the planting area were especially restricted to specific times for entry and exit to prevent any disturbances. Their 2 families had initially exchanged for only 10 cacti each, and now they had over 30. With the cacti distributed free of charge by the base, their enthusiasm was even greater. Once the cacti grew to half a meter, Zhou Shuwan and the others would occasionally cut one down to take back to the safe house to try and experiment with new ways to eat them. Gradually, they discovered that the longer the cactus grew, the less bitter it became. When it was only 20 or 30 centimeters tall, cutting one down and tasting it was so bitter it made their tongues numb. No wonder your second uncle said that this cactus takes a long time to mature. Several years, Zhong Tiyun exclaimed. If it really grows for several years, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it tasted sweet. Everyone else laughed. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. That won't happen. Our planting conditions are limited now, and even the base is worried about other natural disasters, so they only allow cacti to be planted in planting boxes. But the space in the planting boxes is limited. If a cactus really wants to mature in a few years, how deep and developed would its root system have to be? Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. That's right, so after a few months, the base starts distributing them. They know that cacti planted in planting boxes won't grow very big, so they can only rely on quantity. Zhong Tiyun could only nod disappointedly. One shouldn't be ungrateful. We have enough cacti at home, so let's just give up on the taste. Grandma Pang's spicy and sour cactus salad yesterday was quite good. It's a bit like a combination of okra and bitter melon, with a touch of lotus root sweetness, Zhou Shuwan said. Chapter 188. I like it too, Mumu chimed in. I sprinkled some sugar on it, Grandma Pang said with a smile. If Wanwan and Mumu like it, I make some cold next time. Thank you, Grandma Pang, Zhou Shuwan and Mumu said in unison. Grandma Pang's smile made her look much younger. Qi Mingyu had always been a quiet, reserved person, and later joined the army early. It wasn't until she moved in with Mumu that Grandma Pang truly experienced the joy and little troubles of having grandchildren. Compared to the mature Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan, she clearly preferred the innocent and lively Mumu. Seeing his boundless energy every day made her feel energetic and cheerful herself. These days I've been busy taking care of the cactus and those dozen or so chickens. Grandma will make you each a steamed egg to supplement your nutrition. Now, a small area in the basement has been designated as a cooking area, and several small appliances have been gradually added. The small, half-meter-tall refrigerator, which they previously stored away thinking they never use, could hold quite a lot. Meat, frozen pre-cooked vegetables, steamed buns, cooked rice, etc., plus a steamer, electric frying pan, soup pot, electric griddle. It was quite complete. Next to it was a table made of canned goods boxes, and several stackable plastic chairs. They ate and talked here. Their living quarters were on the other side. They also kept candles in the basement, trying to avoid cooking as much as possible. If necessary, they would light a candle to remove any unpleasant smells from the air. After Director Wu raised the issue, the Zhou and Qi families exchanged the 30 cacti for 2 hens and returned the compressed biscuits. So, in Grandma Pang's eyes, this was proof that her family's eggs were nutritious. Anyway, they couldn't be stored for long in this weather, so she was happy to use them to nourish her body. Grandma Pang's eyesight wasn't very good, so Zhou Shuwan would exchange a few eggs with those from her spatial storage every time she brought them back from the repair shop, sharing them. Seeing that she wanted to steam eggs, Zhou Shuwan simply said, "Grandma Pang, you also need to nourish your body, so why not just steam a big bowl? Everyone can have half a bowl." "Okay," Grandma Pang happily replied, then sighed, "It's a pity we don't have tofu pudding, otherwise we could make steamed eggs with tofu pudding, that would be delicious too." Grandma Pang knew how to make tofu and tofu pudding. Zhong Tiyun chimed in, "I remember we still have some soybeans in our fridge. When can we bring them over so Grandma Pang can make tofu?" "You still have some?" "We're out," Grandma Pang said regretfully. "We stocked up quite a bit, but we were afraid they spoil, so we ate them all quickly." "It's alright, Grandma Pang, we still have some. Enough to make tofu for a while," Zhong Tiyun comforted her. Sigh. "If I had some, I'd make some to eat, just to change things up." "Yes. Eating the same things every day gets boring," Zhong Tiyun laughed. Living in the basement, the biggest problem was dealing with household waste and wastewater. Because they were going to live underground for a long time, the bathroom, which was originally outside, was moved to the basement where supplies were stored after everyone settled in. A simple curtain was used for privacy. Cat litter was placed in the bin, and it only needed to be changed every few days. There was a slight odor, but lighting candles or incense and closing the door largely eliminated it. But cooking, washing dishes, and washing vegetables all require water. So, every few days, Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu would carry the buckets filled with water down from the rooftop and then carry the wastewater back up. The Zhou family had ample water resources in their space and could waste them freely. But the Qi family didn't. Qi Mingyu and his relatives from the Zhou family had also stored a considerable amount of water in Jian Mountain, but most of it was sealed tightly and hidden deep in the mountains near the Zhou family's old home, with the remainder stored in the community and safe houses. Before the apocalypse, when he was storing supplies, he had also stored a large amount of bottled purified water. Half of his storage room was filled with it. However, all of this water resources combined weren't enough for one person to use comfortably for 10 years. Therefore, apart from the daily drinking water necessary for survival, he had long planned to recycle all other domestic water. So, he stockpiled a large number of water purification tablets and filter bags. With these two, he could ensure that the water he drank was filtered, clean, and bacteria-free. Now, both families live in this small underground safe house, and their domestic water supply is also handled in this way. They use a water purifier to purify and recycle the water until the tap is running again, then replace it with fresh water. But they can't bear to throw away this wastewater. They told Grandma Pang they were storing it on the rooftop, saving it for watering their cacti and hydroponic vegetables. Actually, they secretly moved it all into Zhou Shuwan's space. That day, Qi Mingyu suddenly told Zhou Shuwan, "Wan, I thought about it. Water resources will become increasingly scarce, and we need to find a way to build a water tank." Zhou Shuwan was taken aback, thought seriously for a moment, and then said, "But even the ponds and wells in the countryside are probably dry now. The temperature is too high, all the water has evaporated. Building a water tank won't work." Qi Mingyu smiled wryly. No one expected the temperature to be this high. Even though we stockpiled water elsewhere, the tires of the cars almost burst as soon as they hit the road, and we couldn't tow the water tanks back. So, while we still have water, I want to build a pool to prolong the supply. He pointed to the underground safe house. If it's at the same height as the safe house, at 30 degrees Celsius, it shouldn't evaporate. "You want to build a pool on the other side of the sewer?" Zhou Shuwan was surprised, but then admired his boldness. A short distance down the sewer was the Qi family's safe house. If they could open up the space behind it and build a pool, Then, they certainly wouldn't have to worry about water evaporation. Yes. I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I feel we can't delay any longer, Chi Mingyu said earnestly. I have some electric excavators, and with the combined strength of Uncle Zhou and me, we should be able to dig a fairly large pool in a few days. We also stockpiled a lot of red bricks and cement, so the pool should be ready in about 10 days. Chi Mingyu never spoke or acted without careful consideration. Zhou Shuan nodded in agreement. 10 days should be about right. Chi Mingyu had overlooked one thing. Her spatial ability could actually help store soil, which would save a lot of effort. After returning home, Chi Mingyu shared this idea with the others, and they all agreed. Zhou Jiahai nodded repeatedly. For the two of us, digging a pond is a piece of cake. Since we want to store water, let's dig as big as possible. Chi Mingyu smiled. Yes, that's what I think too. No sooner said than done. Chi Mingyu brought his own digging tools that very day, and Zhou's father also had Zhou Shuan take out a few digging tools from her spatial storage. Chapter 189. With the help of electric drills and electric trenchers, it wasn't too strenuous for people. Working underground, the temperature was a comfortable 30 degrees Celsius, neither too hot nor too cold, just right for working. They started digging from the entrance of the underground tunnel, working in the opposite direction. They used the machines first, and once the space was larger, they used shovels. Zhou Jianhai and Chi Mingyu dug in front, while Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian carried the excavated soil from behind. Zhou Shuan openly carried the soil, secretly transferring it into the space, making it easy for her and her mother. Basically, the two in front dug as much as the two behind carried. Grandma Peng watched over Moo Moo in the safe house, preparing 3 meals a day. Although it wasn't strenuous, it was still physical work, and everyone had a good appetite these past few days. The steamed buns they brought weren't enough, so Grandma Peng specially steamed a large pot of rice and opened the beef package, afraid that the others would go hungry. Once you put in the effort, you can feel the benefits of the cactus juice. One sip and it feels even more thirst-quenching than plain water. A cool, refreshing sensation runs from your throat to your stomach, and the effect lasts a long time. No wonder they distributed cacti. They're definitely the plants most needed in hot weather. So, these past few days, everyone who initially found cactus a bit bitter has been enthusiastically drinking its juice. 7 or 8 days later, the pool was dug. It's about 3 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high, and can hold about 11 tons of water. If this 11 tons of water is only used for eating, drinking, and simple washing, it's basically enough for 2 people for more than half a year. With the help of water purification tablets and the cactus, it should last for a year without any problem. By then, the high temperatures might be over. After digging the pool, it still needed bricklaying, cement plastering, washing with water, and drying before it could be used. Chi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai spent another 2 days laying bricks and plastering cement. Both families had stockpiled these building materials. When they hoarded supplies, a pool wouldn't require much. While the pool was being cleaned and drying, Zhou Shuan looked at Chi Mingyu and asked, I'm curious, how are you planning to transport water into the pool? Chi Mingyu smiled. You haven't asked me, I thought you guessed. Zhou Shuan blinked. Chi Mingyu gently ruffled her hair and said softly, after the researchers took 1 hen from each of our families, they actually wanted to take your rooster too, but you haven't been willing to give it up, worried that if the research goes wrong, you won't even be able to keep this last rooster. So, right now, our chickens and eggs are the most precious things. Therefore, I'm thinking of using the hatching eggs to negotiate with the researchers and get them to send me a truckload of 10 tons of water. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened immediately, and after a long while, she gave a thumbs up. Your idea is really good. Completely effortless. Chi Mingyu readily agreed. He asked seriously, 1-1, I need to ask you something. Our rooster died a long time ago, and now our 2 families' chickens are raised together, so some of the eggs are fertilized. I need to ask you, do you agree to me taking some of the fertilized eggs to exchange with the researchers? Zhou Shuan glanced at him irritably. So you really do keep a clear distinction between us. No, I. Chi Mingyu, who had just been calm and collected, immediately became flustered and hurriedly explained, I just felt that, both morally and logically, I should ask you. Seeing Zhou Shuan's expression, he added, no matter what, your rooster deserves half the credit for these eggs. Zhou Shuan, still feigning anger, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Half the credit? How could he even say that? Chi Mingyu couldn't help but smile too, gently taking her hand and intertwining their fingers. He said earnestly in a low voice, 1-1, I know you have a spatial ability and have stockpiled a lot of supplies, but I always felt that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. So, although it's troublesome, I still insisted on digging a pond with you, so that no matter what, we have a way out. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, I understand, brother Yu. My parents understand too, that's why they're so supportive. Qi Mingyu smiled gently and hugged her. Having lived with the Zhou family for the past few months, he had come to understand their personalities and character better than ever. He loved Zhou Shuan and wanted to walk with her through the dark apocalypse. Although he didn't care much about her family background, a family with shared values, mutual understanding and communication, and who wouldn't hold you back was truly rare. And the Zhou family was exactly that kind of family. How fortunate Qi Mingyu was. Qi Mingyu then told Zhou's parents about exchanging hatching eggs for water resources. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian naturally supported it wholeheartedly, without uttering a single objection. Qi Mingyu then said with a smile, after the water is delivered to the pool, uncle, aunt, since your family has contributed so much, a large portion of the pool will belong to your family. Please don't refuse. Grandma Peng nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xiaoyu is right. Tiyun, Dehai, you can't refuse. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian always felt that their own home had enough space, and they had already stored enough water for their own use. So building the water tank was simply helping the Qi family. They never thought their own family should have half of it. The two exchanged a glance and quickly declined. This won't do. You did the most work, we were just helping out. How could we possibly take most of the pool? You wanted to build it, we're just helping out. Qi Mingyu said, I already calculated it. The pool can hold a little over 10 tons of water, enough for the two of us to eat and drink for a year. If Grandma and I use it sparingly, it lasts us half a year. I also have some bottled water stored away, and over 10 tons of water stored deep in the mountains. That's enough. Those 10 tons in the mountains will definitely evaporate a lot. We can't rely too much on that. Zhou Jianhai waved his hand. Xiaoyu, listen to me. This is the pool you built, we're just helping out. We're already very grateful that you and Grandma Peng let our family of 4 live here. It's just a small favor, don't be so polite. The Zhou family had always felt a little uncomfortable living in the Qi family's safe house. Being able to help out made them feel more comfortable. Qi Mingyu was about to persuade her further when Zhou Shuan spoke up. Our family is helping out purely out of obligation. If we're being so calculating, we feel embarrassed to stay here. Having said that, there was no point in backing down. Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng exchanged a glance, then laughed heartily. All right, I remember this favor. Without further delay, the next day, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan went to the underground base to ask Director Wu to put in a good word for them. A few days earlier, Director Wu had received a message saying that the researchers at the administrative office wanted to study the Zhou family's rooster. It was like having a pillow delivered just as you were about to doze off. Perfect timing. Chapter 190. Director Wu immediately sent the message. Although exchanging 20 hatching eggs for 10 tons of water was exorbitant, the chickens raised by the Zhou and Qi families were the only ones in J City with mutated eggs, making them extremely valuable for research. Furthermore, the Zhou and Qi families were capable individuals, who had indirectly saved Mayor Lu's life. The researchers submitted their application, and Mayor Lu, seeing that it involved the Zhou and Qi families, approved it with a large sum of money. The next day, the water protection team arrived with 2 water trucks. These water trucks looked similar to other vehicles, but their interiors were far more sophisticated. Both the generators and tires were high-tech products, capable of withstanding high temperatures and preventing sudden tire blowouts or melting on the road. It was said that the tires were made of the same material used in Yin country space rockets, making them extremely precious. Therefore, after being allocated, they were directly installed by the water protection team, which played a vital role in the survival of the entire J City. Normally, the survivors couldn't leave the base and could only discuss it quietly. This time, they happened to run into each other, so the patrol team and others, wearing air-conditioned suits, came out to see what was happening. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan were also waiting in the underground base, and unexpectedly, they saw familiar faces. The water protection team now used semi-trailer trucks, with water tanks attached by ropes. Several people got out of the truck. They were all former members of the water protection team. It happened to be Xiao Zhao's turn to be on duty. He was more familiar with these people and greeted them. Xiao Tian, Aheng, what brings you here? Xiao Tian was a baby-faced young man with 2 dimples when he smiled, looking very youthful, but his words revealed a touch of worldliness and shrewdness. Captain Du knew you were looking for Xiaoyu and Zhou Shuan, so he specially sent a few of us. I see Xiao often, but I haven't seen you two since you left the team. Unbeknownst to them, More than half a year had passed since they left the water protection team. Everyone sighed at how quickly time had flown. The apocalypse was incredibly difficult, but it seemed like the worst had passed in the blink of an eye. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan inquired about each other's situation since they left. Similar to Xiao Zhao's account, their lives had become increasingly difficult since the floodwaters began to recede. First, they switched from boats to trucks, which, lacking the tonnage, required several round trips a day just to barely cover their previous loads. Then, they encountered several robberies on the road. Fortunately, they were equipped with heavy weapons and managed to repel the enemies, but they also suffered casualties, leading to many people leaving. When manpower was insufficient, they were directly transferred from the military. Most soldiers were loyal. Even knowing the water protection team's job was difficult, they gritted their teeth and took on the role. Later, as temperatures rose, robberies decreased, but tire blowouts increased, resulting in several car accidents. They all learned to drive slowly, ensuring a smooth stop in case of a tire blowout. At its most extreme, they carried over a dozen tires in their vehicles, all as run-flat tires for immediate replacement. This situation continued until high-tech generators and tires were distributed from above. Their situation improved. However, not long after, they discovered that the overall water level in Jiyun Mountain was dropping. The people in the administration office were shocked and frightened. The higher-ups held countless meetings and devised numerous solutions, but none could stop the downward trend in water levels. They could only try their best to store as much water as possible to prepare for the coming drought. Xiao Tian and his team naturally wouldn't explain the specifics of how to deal with it. In fact, even they themselves knew very little. Then came the distribution of cacti. After saying this, Xiao Tian sighed, Xiao Yuan, you don't know how many people in our team envy your foresight. You withdrew decisively as soon as the floodwaters receded, avoiding any trouble whatsoever. He paused, then said sadly, more than half of our team is now dead. Zhou Shuwan hadn't expected the water protection team to experience such bloodshed after they left. She didn't know what to say. Qi Mingyu broke the silence. If that's the case, why haven't you left yet? Xiao Tian remained silent, but a hang beside him said, naturally, because the water protection team has the best benefits in the entire J City. After the 2 attacks while driving the semi-trailer truck, our benefits tripled. Zhou Shuwan was astonished. Tripled? The original benefits were already generous enough. Tripled again. After working for a few months, they could probably stockpile enough supplies for a family to eat and drink for several years. We have a whole family here, elderly, children, siblings, and more. Sacrificing one of us for their livelihood for a few years is worth it. I Heng shrugged, speaking casually. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, remaining silent in tacit agreement. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands and said, all right, since you're on my turf, I treat you today. Xiao Tian, have the brothers come to the base so Xiao Yu and Zhou Shuwan can transport the water back. Xiao Tian hesitated, they can transport it themselves? This truck is precious, our people have to watch it, it can't leave their sight. Xiao Xiao whispered in his ear, they don't want anyone to see where they're hiding the water, they definitely won't take your truck. Xiao Tian had also heard that Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu had bought their families air-conditioned suits, implying they were from wealthy families, so he hesitated. Zhou Shuwan pointed to the people standing at the base entrance. Look, my parents, my brother, and Xiao Yu's grandmother, they're all here as hostages. What are you afraid of? We can still drive a semi-trailer and wander off alone. These words made everyone laugh. Xiao Tian and Aheng exchanged glances, no longer hesitating. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu drove the semi-trailer outside the residential area, because the truck was too big to enter. But the truck was equipped with various equipment for pumping and draining water. They just needed to extend the water pipes to the pool. The Qi family's pool, because it was dug from the entrance of the underground passage, hadn't damaged the cement above. So the opening of the water tank was placed at the entrance to the underpass. A water pipe was inserted, one person controlled the valve on the truck, and the other controlled the water pipe at the opening. In less than 20 minutes, the tank was filled to the brim. It was exactly full, 2 truckloads of water, no more, no less, and exactly empty, a standard 10 tons. The tank's entrance was secured with heavy plastic sheeting and felt, not very secure, a cover would have to be found later. Recently Mumu has been strictly forbidden from coming to the tank alone. With 10 tons of water, both families breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jianhai chuckled, we can have a little more water from now on. Grandma Pang's wrinkles smoothed out with a smile, I'm not so worried anymore. Xiao Yu has enough purified water to drink, we can be a little more luxurious with washing clothes and bathing from now on. Chapter 191. Zhou Xuan smiled and said, Grandma Pang, you could have used it lavishly before, you didn't need to be so frugal. Grandma Pang sighed, alas, although I don't know much about what's happening outside, from your usual discussions, I know that water will be a big problem in the future. Nobody knows how long the natural disaster will last, so naturally we should save as much as possible. Qi Mingyu helped Grandma Pang sit down and said, Grandma, don't worry about these things. Wan and I have discussed it, and we look for a place in the next few days. It would be great if we could dig another pond. Upon hearing this, Grandma Pang, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tiyun all agreed. Yes, it's better to be prepared. You can never have too much water and food. Zhou Jianhai nodded repeatedly. Although he had been busy for over 10 days, he had been living in the basement for the past few months, only able to do simple exercises and unable to do anything else. Zhou Jianhai felt this was a good opportunity to stretch his muscles. Zhong Tiyun nodded in agreement. That's right. Water is even more important than food. Our two families have enough food to last a long time, but we can only use water sparingly when there's little, and use it generously when there's plenty. Yes, Grandma Pang agreed, though she was a little worried. We live in the city, unlike people in the village, who can dig big ponds in their yards. We're already lucky to have a pond in this underground safe house. Where else can we find such a place? Grandma, don't worry, Qi Mingyu said with a smile. Wan and I will go look for one. Then I go too, Zhou Jianhai said, looking at his two young children. When it comes to familiarity, you two, who went out to study and joined the army early on, definitely can't compare to me. That's true, okay. It's settled then. Digging a pool isn't difficult, but the challenge is finding a place to dig another one without being discovered. The entire community, except for the landscaping, is paved with cement and asphalt, making digging unsuitable. Zhou Xuan suddenly thought of the frame building. Because it was an abandoned, unfinished building, left there by the construction team, a large portion of the area between the connected high-rises behind it was dirt road. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, that place is also fine, but we must find a location at the same depth as the underground safe house to ensure the stored water doesn't evaporate due to the high temperature. Yes, that's the most important point. Zhou Xuan thoughtfully added, if only our community had an underground parking lot, we could dig the pool down to the depth of the parking lot and ensure it wouldn't be affected by the high temperature. But in reality, almost all underground parking lots have been converted into underground basements. There are no empty parking lots available. Zhou Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. We were really blind to what was going on. That abandoned complex in the frame building has an underground parking garage, right? It even has 2 basement levels. Qi Mingyu was taken aback. Zhou Xuan laughed. You forgot? We went there before when we hid the canned goods underwater. They had temporarily stored the canned pork they found at the food processing plant in the frame building, worried that leaving it upstairs would be discovered, so they specifically wore diving suits to take it underwater. Then, they did discover a very deep spot with a whirlpool underwater, pitch black and bottomless, looking terrifying. At the time, Qi Mingyu told Zhou Xuan that it was probably an unfinished parking garage, maybe half-built and abandoned. The depth, along with the possibility of manhole covers being lifted, likely caused the whirlpool. Back then, they both reminded others to be careful and tried to avoid the whirlpool. Unexpectedly, when the time came, they completely forgot. Zhou Xuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a smile. It seemed that no matter how far they thought it was, they had to go to the frame building to check it out in person. The residential area wasn't far from the frame building, but without a car, it would take more than 20 minutes to half an hour to walk there. The outside temperature had been stuck at 76 degrees Celsius for a long time now. Then let's ride a tricycle. I take you, Qi Mingyu said, to save some energy. Okay. Although a tricycle could also have a flat tire, the slow speed meant less friction with the ground, and besides, she had a bunch of second-hand bicycles and tricycles in her storage space. She could replace many wheels. Zhou Xuan led Qi Mingyu to Building 5, where a pedal tricycle was finally available on the first floor. She rarely acted this way in front of Qi Mingyu, who looked at her with a puzzled expression, then glanced around at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan was confused by his gaze. What's wrong? Qi Mingyu said, I was thinking, is this space all around you, but because of the dimensional difference, we can't see it? There must be such a real place, one that only you can see and touch. Zhou Xuan shook her head. I don't understand either. Maybe it's a gift from God. It allows me to use it to protect my family. I feel incredibly lucky. Qi Mingyu said earnestly, we protect them together. You won't have to be alone anymore. Both were wearing air-conditioned suits, but Zhou Xuan still reached out and took his hand. They rode their tricycle to the framed building, the road ahead deserted. All the trees and grass were withered, animals had vanished, and humans had hidden themselves. In this vast world, it seemed as if only the two of them existed. Looking at the desolate and silent post-apocalyptic scene, Chi Mingyu said softly, "101, have you noticed? Since the heatwave started, we haven't seen a single mosquito." Zhou Shuwan shook her head. "Before, we really hadn't seen any. Not just mosquitoes, but all sorts of animals, cats, dogs, birds. We could see them during the flood season, but since the heatwave started, they all disappeared." Chi Mingyu said, "Actually, it's easy to understand why cats and dogs are gone. When humans are constantly hungry, they don't care about pets anymore." Zhou Shuwan thought of the bloody scene she witnessed during her previous life's journey north and nodded. "That's right, there are more people eating dogs and cats now. Some people even gather together, using bait to lure cats and dogs so they can catch and eat them." Chi Mingyu didn't say anything more. When the temperature is still below 60 degrees Celsius, mosquitoes are very dangerous and venomous. One bite of blood, and the wound will swell up badly, like a wasp sting. The only saving grace was that, presumably because the trees had long since died, there were no plants or standing water, so there weren't many mosquitoes. Just be extra careful at home. Using a mosquito net at night will prevent this. However, once the temperature gradually rises to a frighteningly high level, the mosquitoes disappear without a trace. Chapter 192. What about humanity? Even mosquitoes, which humans once struggled to eradicate, have vanished silently. Will humanity, once so powerful as to conquer the earth, suddenly disappear completely one day? Chi Mingyu turned to look at Zhou Shuwan sitting on the stool, her face flushed, her head slightly tilted back, seemingly looking towards the sun. Through the air-conditioned clothes, he couldn't see her expression, but he felt a strange sense of peace. This was probably the feeling of companionship. Even in a hellish apocalypse, one didn't feel lonely or afraid, but rather a sense of tranquility. After riding for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the frame building. The tricycle's tires were old and durable. They hadn't been damaged at all during the journey. Zhou Shuwan looked around, parked the tricycle inside the frame building, and went to the back with Chi Mingyu. They wandered around this abandoned neighborhood for a long time, before finally finding the entrance to the underground parking lot. Just as Chi Mingyu had guessed, it was partially built and then abandoned here. The parking lot was poorly lit, pitch black. You couldn't see anything without a flashlight. Only a small portion of the parking lot had been roughly excavated with a bulldozer, and the second basement level had only been partially excavated, about 30 meters deep, before being abandoned. The stairs leading down were unfinished, hanging dilapidated and dangerously exposed. Chi Mingyu refused to let Zhou Shuwan go down, displaying his superior skills, and quickly scaling the stairs to the second basement level. And you know what? The former Special Forces soldier in his air conditioning suit looked incredibly dashing and cool as he descended the stairs. However, when Chi Mingyu stopped and looked up to find Zhou Shuwan, he discovered she had somehow produced a ladder and was carefully climbing down it. He hurried forward to help Zhou Shuwan down the ladder, repeatedly reminding her, "Careful, careful." He then turned on his flashlight and looked around. The second basement level was only about 30 meters long, so there was no need to look for a spot. Any corner would do. Chi Mingyu stomped on the ground. The soil is soft, perfect for digging a pool. Zhou Shuwan then pulled out a thermometer and hung it there to take her temperature. Chi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. "Shuwan, I discovered you're like a grown-up Doryman, always having a ton of amazing gadgets in your pocket." Zhou Shuwan smiled back at him. "Then guess what I'm going to pull out now?" Chi Mingyu pretended to think for a moment before finally suppressing a laugh. "Probably a bottle of ice-cold beer." Sure enough, Zhou Shuwan pulled an ice-cold beer from her pocket. Even in the dim light, the condensation on the bottle was visible. Chi Mingyu took the beer, removed his mask, and while the temperature on the second basement level was a bit warm, it was within a tolerable range. He raised the bottle to Zhou Shuwan. "Congratulations on finding another pool." Zhou Shuwan pulled out another bottle of chilled beer from her pocket, and Chi Mingyu helped her unzip it with one hand. They clinked glasses and downed half a bottle in one go. How refreshing. They smiled at each other. Usually, the six of them were crammed into a small basement, and the two of them dared not even exchange a glance. It was extremely inconvenient. Now they were finally alone together, and in the basement where they wouldn't be disturbed and didn't need to wear air-conditioned suits. They were reluctant to leave. Luckily, Zhou Shuwan had everything she needed in her space. She simply took out 2 chairs and a table, with a lamp on it. The two sat there, hand in hand, chatting away. They didn't know what they were saying, just pointless chatter. But for some reason, The two of them sat there talking without getting annoyed at all. As they talked, they went from sitting on separate chairs to sitting together on one. Thankfully, the chair was sturdy enough to support two adults. Chi Mingyu leaned back slightly in the chair. Zhou Shuan sat on his lap with her legs spread apart, her clothes slightly disheveled, leaning against him. Both of them were breathing rapidly. Chi Mingyu's large hand impatiently slipped inside her clothes, caressing the delicate, soft skin of her slender waist. He sighed softly. Wan, how about we build a basement here? We don't need the pool anymore. Zhou Shuan's voice was softer and sweeter than usual. She gently breathed into his ear and giggled playfully. Building a pool is easy, but building a basement is a huge undertaking. Chi Mingyu trembled slightly, his body tensing. He then gripped her waist tightly, pulling her into his arms, and complained softly, "It's already hot, and people are restless." He rarely grumbled like this, like a big boy. Zhou Shuan's heart softened instantly. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her lips slightly pouting from the kiss, making her look both delicate and beautiful, with an innocent, naive charm in her eyes. Chi Mingyu felt his heart pounding, as if it were about to burst. It was a silent invitation. He was bewitched and leaned forward involuntarily, while Zhou Shuan closed her eyes and lowered her head. Just as their lips were about to touch, he snapped out of his daze, quickly pulling away and grabbing Zhou Shuan's waist to push her away slightly. Zhou Shuan opened her watery eyes, looking at him with a mixture of resentment and something else. Chi Mingyu lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes, and helped her up. Once she stood up, he noticed the collar of her clothes was disheveled, so he smoothed it out for her. Zhou Shuan muttered, "You're such a gentleman." The unspoken meaning was clear to both of them. Chi Mingyu gave a wry smile. Before, he had tried every means to show off his good physique, hoping that she might be blinded by lust and agree to date him. However, once they actually started dating, he realized that he was the one worried that she would take advantage of him and then turn her back on him. Especially after she had uttered the word psychological needs. Therefore, whenever they were alone together, he always needed stronger self-control to prevent himself from losing control and to restrain her fiery passion. He could sense that she wasn't as fully invested in their relationship as he was. She was prepared to leave at any moment. That's why she could so easily give herself to him, without discussing physical needs or bearing any responsibility or burden. This was her way of protecting herself. But just thinking about her readiness to leave at any time caused a small flame to flicker in his heart. Zhou Shuan gave him a sullen look and went to tidy up the table and chairs. But as soon as she took a step, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, grasped the back of her neck, and gently pulled her head up, showering her with a slightly impatient and rough kiss. Slightly surprised, Zhou Shuan responded to him. Chapter 193. Chi Mingyu was merely venting his frustration and unease. He hadn't lost control. He loosened his grip on her as she pushed him away. Zhou Shuan felt a numbness in her tongue and a dull ache in her lips. She covered her lips, her voice muffled. "It must be swollen. How am I supposed to face anyone when we get back?" Chi Mingyu reached out and soothingly stroked her hair. "I put ice on it for you when we get back." That wasn't just a cover-up. Zhou Shuan glared at him, annoyed. Chi Mingyu gently touched her cheek and turned to tidy up the table and chairs. Watching his back, for some reason, Zhou Shuan felt a strange sense of unease, as if she had done something wrong and he was being wronged. Chi Mingyu folded up a chair and handed it to her before asking, haven't you considered the inconveniences of the apocalypse? Aren't you afraid of unforeseen circumstances?" Zhou Shuan was puzzled. What unforeseen circumstances? Following his gaze, she looked down at her abdomen and suddenly realized. She gave a strange smile and casually placed a few small bags on the table. Chi Mingyu picked them up, puzzled. When he saw the words on them, his expression changed drastically. The bags in his hands became a hot potato. He couldn't hold them, nor could he put them down. Wan you. He wanted to ask something, but couldn't get the words out. Zhou Shuan gave him an annoyed look. "I'm not some naive college student." She casually put the table and the small plastic bags into her spatial storage, and then naturally took the hot potato from his hand as well. After a long while, Chi Mingyu finally spoke. "Why are you hoarding all this stuff?" Zhou Shuan casually replied, "Of course I'm saving it for exchanging supplies later. You've been to the underground base before. These things are more precious than food and water, especially for rich people who are willing to exchange large sums of supplies. I stockpiled a lot, waiting to make a fortune." Another silence followed before Chi Mingyu hummed in agreement. He took down the thermometer hanging there. 39 degrees, good. Chi Mingyu handed the thermometer to Zhou Shuan and put it away. As he helped her up the ladder, he added, Next time you exchange these, you have to call me. Don't go alone. Zhou Shuan paused, turned to look at him, and after a long while smiled and agreed, okay. After they returned, they talked about the underground parking garage of the frame building. Because it was a newly built elevator complex, with tall buildings and large living areas, the complex originally had a 2-story underground parking garage. Zhou Jianhai, recalling the time he hid the canned goods boxes, nodded hastily. If it's the second basement level, the temperature must be low enough to dig a pool. Zhong Tiyun added, then the pool we could dig would be larger than this one, right? Yes, we went down to check. The temperature on the second basement level is 39 degrees Celsius, and the soil is loose, so digging a pool wouldn't be difficult, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan lowered her head to drink water. Mu Mu looked her up and down, suddenly blurting out, Sister, what happened to your mouth? Do you have sores? Zhou Shuan almost choked on her water. Grandma Pang's eyesight wasn't very good, and the basement wasn't well lit, so she didn't see it. However, when Zhou Shuan returned, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai, 2 experienced people, had already immediately noticed what had happened. Adults shouldn't interfere too much in young people's dating affairs, so they pretended not to see anything. Being seen through by the young and innocent Mu Mu, Zhou Shuan felt a little embarrassed. After coughing twice, she quickly said, It's nothing, just from eating chili peppers. Mu Mu, you can't eat too much spicy food. Mu Mu nodded blankly. Qi Mingyu subtly changed the subject. Actually, I think we don't need to dig another pool. The second basement level is quite large, but we only dug part of it, and then stopped there. We can make good use of it with a little modification. Zhou Jianghai's eyes lit up. About how big is it? It's 30 meters long, 2 meters high, and 7 or 8 meters wide. Zhou Jianhai did the math in his head, feeling both surprised and worried. This size can hold several hundred tons of water. But where are we going to get so much water? Yes, getting 10 tons of water from the researchers is already extremely lucky. Zhong Tian also worried. Grandma Pang, however, was quite optimistic. This can't be rushed. We go check it out another day. If it's really difficult, we can just dig another pool down from the second basement level. Hundreds of tons of water are hard to move, but moving another 10 or 20 tons shouldn't be too difficult. We can just exchange it with our own stockpiled supplies. Yes, if we dig another level down, the temperature will definitely be similar to ours, and we won't have to worry about evaporation. Everyone nodded. When it was time for bed, Qi Mingyu suddenly slipped something into Zhou Shuan's hand. Zhou Shuan looked at it. It was an ice pack. She opened her mouth to say something, but Zhong Tian had already looked this way from over there, so the 2 young people quickly went their separate ways. Even after pulling down the curtains and lying in bed, Zhou Shuan was still thinking, why do these 2 seem like they're having a puppy love affair right under their parents' noses? Everything was done secretly. On the 3rd day, Grandma Pang and Mu Mu were at home, while Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian went to the frame building with Zhou Shuan. After walking around the second basement level, Zhou Jianhai repeatedly praised, this place is great. Xiaoyu was right. With a little modification, it can be used as a pool. They leveled the ground, laid a layer of bricks, and then applied cement to prevent water seepage. After cleaning, there would be no more water to store. There was only one unfinished staircase connecting the second basement level to the first basement level, which could be repaired with bricks and concrete, leaving only a small opening. Although the workload was considerable, it was much easier than digging a new one. Moreover, if they could really store this much water, it would be enough for Qi Mingyu and his wife, and even Zhou Shuan's entire family, for over a decade. Therefore, the biggest problem now was where to get so much water. The water in Zhou Shuan's spatial dimension absolutely could not be touched. Sigh, all that rained during the flood was wasted. Zhou Jianhai lamented. Back then, everything below the 5th floor was submerged. Even if there was water, there were no containers to store it. Zhong Tian said. Yes, we even wore diving suits and ran around looking for water tanks. Zhou Jianhai nodded. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then said, I can go talk to Xiao Xiao first. Seeing everyone's surprise, he explained, he's Mayor Lu's confidant, young but holding a high position with considerable power. I can ask him how he obtained water privately. This method was likely illegitimate. Zhou Shuan then said, I go with you. Okay. Xiao Xiao was usually tight-lipped, but faced with 2 old friends asking together, she hesitated for a moment and then quietly asked, didn't you just exchange for 10 tons of water last time? Why are you stockpiling it? Have you used it all up? Chapter 194. These days, anyone who can stockpile 10 tons of water is practically a gold mine. No, it's just that both our families are large, And after thinking it over, we felt 10 tons wouldn't be enough, so we wanted to stockpile more as soon as possible, Qi Mingyu explained, then added, Xiao Xiao, you should also stockpile some for your family. Xiao Xiao waved her hand. Don't worry, I know. A while ago, when I heard the water level in Jian Mountain's reservoir had dropped significantly, I found a way to stockpile some early. It's enough for now. In the apocalypse, everyone is worrying about their own lives. He thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and moved closer to the two of them. Some of the water I stockpiled was exchanged for at the service hall using my merits, and the rest was mostly from a water supplier in Jay's city. A water supplier? A legitimate businessman? Qi Mingyu's question hit the nail on the head. Xiao Xiao sneered. What do you think? It's all collusion between superiors and subordinates. Now it's a combination of military and government. To be honest, the military is guarding Jian Mountain. Mayor Lu can't manage everything. He's in charge of the city's food and survival, so he turns a blind eye to some things. The water supplier I'm talking about is an open secret in Jay's city's upper echelons. They have ways to get clean water from Jian Mountain. As long as you pay enough supplies, they exchange it. He also left out the fact that Mayor Lu wasn't the only one in Jay's city in charge. Many decisions were made after high-ranking officials sat down for meetings and discussions before being issued. But when the survivors couldn't even guarantee their most basic needs for food and water, how could those sitting at the conference table deciding the city's fate be content to just honestly collect their wages and live a simple life? They definitely want to benefit their own people. In a natural disaster, they don't need to take much, just free relief food, expensive air-conditioned clothing, clean water from Jian Mountain. Taking even a little is far better than just taking a salary. The Jianlin incident is a prime example. And then, there are those wealthy people from before the apocalypse, those who truly own mines. Why would they willingly accept the same treatment as the lowest-ranking survivors? They definitely tried to negotiate with the government using their resources. It's about sharing the benefits, but now the leadership hasn't collapsed, and the system is still functioning normally. Directly demanding benefits won't work. That's where intermediaries, like water suppliers, as Xiao Xiao mentioned, come in. Zhou Shuwan understood the crux of the matter in an instant. In her previous life, she was a survivor at the very bottom of society, struggling to even survive, so she naturally wouldn't know these things. The resources in her spatial storage were for exchanging with the wealthy. How much does this exchange cost? Qi Mingyu asked. Xiao Xiao said, I exchanged it a month ago. The price wasn't cheap. It practically wiped out everything I saved up over the years. How much water are you planning to exchange, and what will you use? I go ask them about the price. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan exchanged a glance and said, let's go with 10 tons of water then. We don't have much else, but we do have some coal, iron ore and medicine. We see what price they ask for. Xiao Xiao gave him a look that said, you're really rich, and nodded, okay, I go ask. On the way back, Zhou Shuwan asked Qi Mingyu what medicine they wanted to use for the exchange. Qi Mingyu honestly replied, as you probably seen, I have a batch of painkillers. It took me a lot of effort to get my hands on them. Water is precious now, and coal and iron ore are probably out of the question, but painkillers are scarce no matter what, so I should be able to exchange them. It seems he had planned this all along. Zhou Shuan quietly asked, when did you do this? Qi Mingyu smiled at her and whispered, during the flood season. Zhou Shuan thought of the pile of medical equipment and various painkillers and antibiotics in her spatial storage, and smiled. Great minds think alike. Qi Mingyu took her hand. I was at home at the time, and when I heard the commotion over there, I knew you were out stockpiling supplies. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened. You were monitoring me. Through the air-conditioned suit, Qi Mingyu could only squeeze her hand. How was it monitoring? My ears are most sensitive in the dead of night. I just saw you always acting like a flustered kitten, so I just refrained from asking. Zhou Shuan thought of all the wariness she had shown him before, and smiled gently. However, she had a different idea regarding exchanging supplies. Painkillers, like morphine, will become increasingly precious in the future, so there's no need to rush to use them. Actually, I have a batch of large buses in my storage space. I can exchange a few for them. Everyone is currently confined to the underground base, and even with tires made of special materials, there aren't enough vehicles to use. The water trucks they're using now, it's unclear what kind of effort the government went through to find them. Qi Mingyu immediately guessed, are they the buses from the Jian Mountain parking lot? Seeing Zhou Shuan's surprise, he smiled slightly. When I went to the parking lot and saw so many cars missing, I guessed it was you. You're really good at keeping secrets. Zhou Shuan glanced at him irritably. Qi Mingyu lowered his voice, his tone serious. I know that keeping such a secret must be very stressful. I didn't want you to bear such pressure, so I've been pretending not to know. Although I'm really curious about what happened. He paused before continuing. If you hadn't kept rejecting me because of it, I wouldn't have exposed you. The fewer people who know this secret, the safer you are. So Wan, Moo, and my grandmother can't know, understand? Zhou Shuan hadn't told him how she acquired her spatial ability, and Qi Mingyu had been very discreet, never asking. Okay, she nodded earnestly. I know, I've been careful too. If you have any supplies that are inconvenient to take out in the future, I speak for you, Qi Mingyu said carefully, holding her hand. Zhou Shuan didn't say anything outwardly, but inwardly, the wall she had deliberately built around the tree seemed less sturdy. Xiao Xiao ran around the middle several times, introducing them to a middleman from the water supplier named Cheng. Because the underground base was crowded and noisy, they met near the Fengyang parking lot. This was more than 10 days later. Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tiyun worked day and night, finally completing the construction of a small black water tank. After cleaning it, they just waited for the water to arrive. At their third meeting, the price was agreed upon, 20 buses for 400 tons of water. Chang was a very smooth young man in his 20s, always calling people brother and sister, but he was very firm on the price. Initially, he only agreed to 20 buses for 200 tons of water. If Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu hadn't been decisive and persistent, he might have easily swayed them. Chapter 195. After much pleading, Chong finally said he would contact his superiors to see if the price was acceptable. At their second meeting, he agreed, but then asked to see the vehicle. Zhou Shuan showed him photos on her phone. He looked at her with admiration. Sister, this vehicle looks like a tour bus from Jiyun Mountain? Jiyun Mountain is high in elevation, and was the only place in Jie City that wasn't flooded. However, after the floodwaters receded, various parties discovered that dozens of tour buses from Jiyun Mountain had disappeared. After searching extensively without finding anything, they had to give up the search. Now, the trucks and cars still running on the roads are all from the Fengyang and Jiyun Mountain parking lots. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. What? Is your water not from Jiyun Mountain? No, that's not what I meant. Sister, your frown is making me a little scared. Chang quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Our boss is just a businessman. A businessman only exchanges goods for profit. He doesn't care about anything else. Don't worry, sister, someone specifically requested these buses, and that's why our boss agreed to the exchange. Otherwise, we lose a fortune. Zhou Shuan's expression softened. Even so, you're still making a profit. Otherwise, why would you agree? Oh, look at what you're saying, sister. There has to be some profit, otherwise, why would we be stuck in this thankless task? Don't you think so? All right, has the water arrived? Where is it? 400 tons of water at once, that's too much of a target, Chang said. We don't have many trucks there, and not many tires that can run in high temperatures, so we brought 5 trucks, 20 tons of water. Sister, where do you think we should put it? Chang's eyes also revealed curiosity. He was actually wondering too. Did these two have anywhere to store so much water? Even though the price they agreed on included both the water and the containers. Was it some kind of rural courtyard, with a large pond dug? But could it hold that much? Zhou Shuan indeed mentioned a place. A village in the city not far away. The houses were all self-built, 2 or 3 stories high, and everyone had fled during the flood season. Now the village was completely abandoned. Chong immediately understood. He was sure he guessed right. Okay. Sister, 400 tons of water will definitely arrive in 2 days. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay, once you have enough water, you can get the bus. 2 days later, in several courtyards in the village, 40 water tanks were neatly arranged, each tank holding 10 tons of water. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu inspected the goods and nodded in satisfaction. All 20 buses are in the Fengyang parking lot. Have someone drive them, but be careful, the tires are quite fragile. Chang was very surprised, thinking to himself, did this woman park the buses in the Fengyang parking lot a few days ago? She just didn't say anything because her water supply wasn't working immediately? If that's the case, this woman is really bold. He led his men over and indeed saw 20 clean and intact buses parked at the very top of the parking lot, all with keys in the ignition. To avoid suspicion, they had done this at night. The temperature wasn't as high at night as during the day. Chang waved his hand. Tell our brothers to be careful and drive these buses back. They're probably going to be sent for modifications. After Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu left, Zhou Shuan pretended to be busy and pushed a tricycle out from the side, taking out thick water pipes. Chi Mingyu then carried a large pile of black shade netting from an empty house and set up a sunshade in the yard. He ran to the second floor and tied the netting to the railing, completely blocking out everything below. No one could see how things were working below. When the shade netting was removed, Zhou Shuwan was collecting the muddy water pipes. The second yard was the same. After passing several courtyards, the person secretly observing from a distance using night vision goggles asked a Chang, "You said they dug a pool down here?" A Chang nodded. "Definitely. Let's go, there's nothing more to see. The boss just wanted us to observe quietly, to find out how they handle the water storage problem, nothing more. But thinking about it further, how deep can a pool dug entirely by hand really be? With the high temperatures continuing, the water will definitely evaporate. Let's go!" 400 tons of water was just a small deal for the boss, who handled countless goods. He didn't think much of it. If it weren't for the fact that a group of high-ranking officials needed to travel by bus and required armed soldiers for close protection, this deal might not have gone through. After he and his men left, Chi Mingyu, who had been pretending to be busy, finally looked up and glanced in that direction. "They're gone?" Chi Mingyu nodded. Zhou Shuan had already transferred all the water into her spatial storage, leaving only 40 empty plastic water tanks. "Let's get busy for a bit, and then head back. We come back tomorrow to haul the water tanks away. These 40 10-ton water tanks are valuable, and she couldn't bear to throw them away. The empty plastic tanks aren't heavy either." They exchanged for a large quantity of precious water resources, making both families very happy. Grandma Peng, who had been worried about running out of water, couldn't stop smiling. "Xiao Yu and Wan Wan are so capable." Without saying a word, they stockpiled enough water for both of us to last for 20 years. "These two kids are a perfect match," Zhong Tiyun kept praising. Although her own space had enough water, Zhou Shuan had already discussed this with her parents. The Qi family hadn't stockpiled much water, but the water shortage crisis would last for several years. Since that was the case, they should help the Qi family stockpile water. This way, the two families, both with sufficient resources, could get along naturally, and it would also provide a clear source for their own continuous water supply. Besides, water is an essential resource for human survival, the more the better. As time goes on, especially during droughts, water will become even more precious. If needed, clean water can be exchanged for other supplies. Zhou Shuan is always far-sighted, and Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai, trusting their daughter, naturally agreed. They themselves felt that the more food and drink supplies they had, the better. It was several days later when they finally brought back the 40 water tanks. The Zhou and Qi families each placed a few water tanks in their homes as a display, while Zhou Shuan stored the rest in her spatial storage. Besides the water tanks, Zhou Shuan has also been collecting planting soil. When acid rain strikes, the soil will be corroded, requiring the corroded parts to be removed before planting, a devastating blow to survivors who have lived in the apocalypse for several years. Therefore, suitable soil for cultivation will become increasingly precious. Before, her spatial storage was limited, so there was no choice, but now that it's larger, Zhou Shuan collects soil whenever she has the chance. Chapter 196. The soil under such high temperatures actually has very little nutrition, unlike the soil before the apocalypse. When planting, experienced growers need to carefully prepare it, mixing it thoroughly with various nutrient solutions, wood ash, and decaying leaves to increase yield. But something is better than nothing. Zhou Shuan's own collected soil was already sufficient. She was collecting it now to exchange for supplies later. 2 more months passed, and the temperature still hovered around 75 to 76 degrees Celsius. The water shortage crisis was becoming increasingly severe. The Zhou and Qi families continued their previous habit of returning home to collect water in buckets whenever the water was released. However, the amount they collected each time was decreasing. Several times, they could only collect half a bucket of water. It was extremely difficult to supply a family with half a bucket of water for 6 or 7 days. The relief food distributed had long since stopped providing water. Fortunately, a new batch of cactus seedlings had grown, with a high yield, and another batch was being distributed. Almost every survivor in J City had cacti in their homes, ranging from a dozen or so pots to over 100 pots in some families, like the Zhou and Qi families, which now filled their living rooms and terraces. They had no shortage of space, water, or soil, and they took meticulous care of them, so their cacti grew much more lushly than those of other families, branching out rapidly. Once a new branch sprouted, it meant it was ready to be harvested and eaten without damaging the roots. Since both families had ample resources, they didn't eat much, storing most of their harvested cacti in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage. However, the Zhong family, including Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong, obtained more resources by trading their cacti. After harvesting, the cactus couldn't be kept for long. In such hot weather, it would spoil in a couple of days. So, besides feeding the family, the rest was taken out to barter for survival supplies. Especially items like compressed biscuits, dried goods, and canned food, which could be stored for a long time, were gradually stockpiled. Some families considered water more precious and were reluctant to give it up for barter, so they collected the cactus sap in containers to see if they could collect it long term. Then, they discovered that under the high temperature, the collected cactus sap eventually solidified. Reluctant to throw it away, they scooped out the solidified sap from the bottom of the jars and tried brewing it with boiling water. It seemed similar to lotus root starch, producing a clear, viscous liquid. A sip revealed a slightly bitter taste, yet it quenched thirst and filled the stomach. Once this way of eating cactus spread, many who had bartered for supplies regretted their overpayment. When Zhou Jianhai and his daughter went to the underground base to retrieve supplies, they specifically asked Uncle Zhong about it. Uncle Zhong was quite open-minded. Although cactus powder is very good, it tastes even better and is more filling after being mixed with boiling water. But this method of preparation uses a lot of water, so not many families are willing to use it this way. Families like ours also need to conserve water, so we only eat it this way occasionally to change things up. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but admire her uncle's insightful understanding. However, they did try this method at home. After filtering the cactus juice several times to obtain a clean and delicate liquid, they let it sit in a jar for a few days until it solidified. Then, they scraped it off with a spoon, and it became a light green, slightly translucent powder. Scoop 2 spoonfuls into a bowl, dilute with a little cooled boiled water, then pour in boiling water and stir. You get a bowl of slightly thick, light green liquid. It tastes quite similar to lotus root starch, only slightly bitter and much thicker. In the hot summer, a bowl of this is very refreshing, cooling and thirst-quenching, much better than just drinking plain water. Zhou Shuan whispered to Uncle Zhong, "Uncle, next time you should try juicing the cactus pulp. Just filter the water a few times, let it sit for a few days, and see." Uncle Zhong's eyes lit up. "You can make powder like that?" Zhou Shuan nodded. "My mom and Grandma Pang just finished making cactus powder, so they tried making it from the cactus pulp using the same method as making lotus root starch. It really does make powder, but the taste isn't as pure as the juice." Uncle Zhong nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I understand. Your aunt and I will try it." Their two families jointly grow cacti, and they've grown a lot with high yields. Now, besides exchanging for supplies, their biggest worry is how to preserve this food for a long time. If they don't eat it within a few days of picking it, and can't exchange it, they can only watch it spoil. If, as Zhou Shuan said, cactus pulp can be juiced to produce cactus powder, then they can store large quantities of cactus powder, which will be convenient for both personal consumption and exchanging for supplies in the future. Moreover, since no one else knows about it yet, their two families can gain an advantage by producing large quantities of cactus powder first to exchange for more valuable resources. Since everyone is in an underground base, such a secret cannot be kept for long. Within a week or two, the entire base was producing cactus powder. There were even advertisements advertising cactus powder as a gift. In the post-apocalyptic era, most families couldn't afford anything too precious, but bringing a small bottle of cactus powder as a favor was a common practice, and because it could be stored for a long time, it wasn't considered offensive. Since the prepared cactus powder was thirst-quenching, filling, and cooling, the Zhou and Qi families would occasionally eat it. However, their method of eating it was rather particular. They had small eggs at home, so they would make a few poached eggs and add 2 pieces of rock sugar to the hot cactus powder soup, which they found made the taste much better. Only Mumu would grimace as he drank it every day. But with his family watching, he dared not refuse. After dinner that day, Qi Mingyu noticed Zhou Shuan sitting at the table, seemingly lost in thought, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Shuan replied, "When we went to the underground base to collect supplies recently, did you notice there were more cars on the road?" "Yes," Qi Mingyu nodded. "Not only are there more cars, but there are also more types of vehicles." Zhou Shuan said, "The tires they're using are made of a special material. They're very light." Hearing her implication, Qi Mingyu immediately understood her meaning. "You want to exchange for tires made of special material?" Zhou Shuan nodded. "Yes, although we don't lack food or clothing now, and we have a place to stay, we still lack transportation, which restricts where we go." Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment and said, "Judging from the number of convoys on the road, it should be possible for private individuals to exchange them. In that case, I go find Xiao Xiao and ask about his connections. Zhou Shuan nodded. But you need to be mentally prepared. These tires, like air-conditioned clothing, are high-tech products, and the exchange rate won't be low. Don't worry, I understand. Let's ask first, and see if the price is reasonable. Okay. Chapter 197. Xiao Xiao indeed knew more than Director Wu, and he enthusiastically explained the various benefits of the new material tires to Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. New material? Yes, now they're all called new material tires. They not only prevent high-temperature blowouts, but also prevent acid rain, corrosion, and frost cracking. Xiao Zhao's eyebrows practically flew off. They're practically essential for home and travel in the apocalypse. Qi Mingyu's face showed some interest, and he engaged in a deep conversation with her for quite some time. Zhou Shuan looked at the two of them, both quite excited, and secretly chuckled. It seemed that no matter the time, men's interest in cars and weapons remained undiminished. Finally, Xiao Xiao asked, which model are you planning to exchange for? Each car model has different tires, and naturally, there are many types of tires. Do you have all models? Zhou Shuan asked. Definitely not, Xiao Xiao said. With current limited technology, being able to produce tires made of special materials is already the result of open authorization and collaborative efforts from various departments. So, you can imagine how difficult it is to produce tires compatible with every car model on the market. Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance with Qi Mingyu, then picked up a pen and wrote down the model of a particular car on a piece of paper. Do you have this one? This model was from an SUV she had acquired at the Jian Mountain parking lot. If these special tires truly could withstand high temperatures, extreme cold, and acid rain, then SUVs would be the most convenient mode of transportation in the future, sturdy and spacious. Xiao Xiao looked at it and nodded. I can't be sure. Let me ask first. He chuckled again. Actually, you come to the wrong person. Isn't Chong a professional middleman? You should just talk to him. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had genuinely forgotten about Chong. But then, they remembered he could transport hundreds of tons of water. That showed his capabilities. It's just that we thought Lieutenant Xiao was one of our own, and he's in charge of security at our base. So if we have any problems, we come to our own leader first. Zhou Shuan joked. Recently, Xiao Xiao had been promoted again. He's now the security captain for the entire underground base. Each underground base has a designated area for receiving survivors. Even if residents of the neighborhoods within their assigned area don't want to move to the underground base, security still falls under that base's jurisdiction. So, Xiao Xiao is truly the security captain for two people. Xiao Xiao glanced at her irritably. Stop it! Praising me like that gives me the creeps. He looked at Qi Mingyu and suddenly asked, Your two families are inseparable. What's wrong with her? Who's bewitched her? She's joking around like this? Qi Mingyu didn't answer, only smiling gently at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan glared at Xiao Xiao. What bewitching potion? I'm just trying to flatter you, and you're acting all uncomfortable. What? Haven't you gotten used to being a leader yet? Xiao Zhao's eyes widened even more. Is this really Zhou Shuan talking like this? It must be a completely different person. Qi Mingyu smiled gently, and took Zhou Shuan's hand. Don't pay him any attention. Zhou Shuan let him hold her hand, smiling at Xiao Xiao. Lieutenant Xiao, asked them to reply to us. Although Xiao Xiao had already guessed that their relationship was unusual, since both of them had consistently denied being in a romantic relationship, he had slowly begun to have other thoughts. But because of the apocalypse, he swallowed his words several times before they came out. Unexpectedly, they ended up together. Xiao Xiao couldn't quite describe his feelings. Was he blaming himself for being indecisive? Or did he admire their courage, still thinking about love in the apocalypse? Or perhaps, a deep sense of regret? In terms of looks, talent, ability, and skills, Zhou Shuan was exactly the kind of girl he admired most. He had thought that having such a girl as a companion after the apocalypse would at least prevent him from being so lonely. Moreover, she was capable. He didn't have to worry about her being a burden. After a brief moment of distraction, Xiao Xiao mustered all his willpower to control himself, only smiling slightly. All right, I dare not disobey. He didn't notice Qi Mingyu glancing at him almost imperceptibly. Xiao Xiao had indeed learned about the special material tires through Chong. And coincidentally, the warehouse in J City had the exact model of tire Zhou Shuan had asked about. Having already closed a deal, Chong skillfully negotiated prices with the two. These days, tires made of special materials are hard to come by. My boss has connections, so he can mediate and spare four for you. Zhou Shuan laughed. Even if we only spare one, Our car won't be able to move, right? A-Chong's smile froze slightly, and he quickly nodded. Sister Zhou, you're right. Let's not waste any more time. Is this price acceptable to you? He wrote a number on a piece of paper. Because the underground base was crowded and noisy, it wasn't a good place to conduct a transaction. Both parties, without prior agreement, chose to make the transaction again below the Fengyang parking lot. Fengyang parking lot is located in the heart of the old town. Downstairs are cafes and beverage shops. You can sit in any of them and find peace and quiet, with no worries about being disturbed. However, these cafes and beverage shops, ravaged by floods and extreme heat over the past 2 years, are now completely dilapidated, a far cry from their former glory. Neither party, focused solely on business, seemed to care. A Chang wrote down the amount of gasoline to be exchanged. In Zhou Shuan's space, besides coal and soil, the most abundant energy source was gasoline. Qi Mingyu also indicated that he had about 10 tons of gasoline stored in Zhou Shuan's space, and could exchange half of it. A Chang offered a price of 5 tons of gasoline for 1 tire. For tires would require 20 tons of gasoline. Zhou Shuan's own inventory was less than 50 tons. She feigned difficulty, saying, "Ah Chong, your price is too high, we can't afford it." Ah Chong rubbed his hands together and smiled apologetically. Sister Zhou, tires made of special materials are in high demand right now. Supply can't meet demand. This price is truly the lowest we can offer, we can't lower it any further. Zhou Shuan asked suspiciously, "Then how much commission do you get as middleman?" Ah Chong quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Not much, not much. How about this, Ah Chong? No matter how much commission you get, I give you double. I won't even say anything if you keep it for yourself and don't hand it over, as long as you help us get the goods at a reasonable price. How about it? Want to consider it? Ah Chang's eyes darted around. As middlemen, their profit is actually 10% of the total transaction price. If the transaction price is 20 tons of gasoline, then they can get 2 tons of gasoline, but these 2 tons of gasoline still have to be handed over to the boss, leaving him with a pitifully small share. Chapter 198. Seeing the other party hesitate, Zhou Shuan pressed on, continuing her persuasion. What's the benefit? We earn so much ourselves. Why bother getting caught in the middle, trying to please both sides, only to end up barely making ends meet? A Chang wavered even more. Then how much commission are you going to give me? Zhou Shuan remained unfazed. If you can cut it in half, 10 tons of gasoline in exchange for tires made of a special material and a new high-temperature resistant generator, then I give you half a ton of gasoline for free. How about that? A Chang's eyes widened. Cut it in half directly. Good heavens, she really dared to dream. But thinking about how she only ran an errand and already earned half a ton of gasoline, it was definitely worth it, equivalent to what she had earned in the past 6 months. The 3 of them negotiated the price, keeping everyone else far away outside, so there was no need to worry about being overheard. Finally, lured by the potential profit, A-Chong nodded. Okay, sister, I give it a try. But let's agree beforehand that neither of us is allowed to mention the private profit sharing. Of course, I know a thing or two about the rules of the game, Zhou Shuan said calmly. She seemed like someone who had handled big deals and vast sums of money. A-Chong felt even more confident. He was actually a few years older than Zhou Shuan, around 27 or 28, and calling her sister was a business custom, a sign of respect. But at this moment, A-Chong felt that this sister Zhou, younger than him, must have experienced many big events. He was also quite eloquent, and within a few days, he delivered the news. 10 tons of gasoline in exchange for 4 new tires and a generator. Both the Zhou and Qi families were overjoyed. This price was already quite reasonable. Grandma Pang and Qi Mingyu also strongly insisted on contributing 5 tons of gasoline, arguing that the Zhou family shouldn't be the only ones paying. Given the current situation, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had been dating for several months, their relationship becoming increasingly stable and intimate. Their families lived together, their personalities were compatible, and they had never had any disagreements. In the future, the two families would likely have to work together to overcome various difficulties. Therefore, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun didn't object to the Qi family contributing half of the gasoline. Their willingness to contribute showed that Qi Mingyu wasn't stingy and was generous. Furthermore, it would avoid awkwardness if they needed the car later and had to ask to borrow it. The special tires were so expensive, there was no need to exchange them for another car. When exchanging the gasoline, Zhou Shuan made a condition. They had all the gasoline preloaded and stored in one place, but the other party needed to return a storage tank of the same size. Those who could afford the special tire material naturally wouldn't care about the fuel tank and readily agreed. As for the extra gasoline for a Chang, Zhou Shuan used a half-ton plastic-grade water tank, filled it with gasoline, and placed it somewhere for a Chang to figure out how to get it back. Behind the frame building, the SUV was brought out. Qi Mingyu was responsible for replacing the generator and tires, and after starting it, he tested its performance. Sure enough, the new tire material was much lighter than the old version, making it easier to run and more fuel efficient. The generator was also very quiet. Zhou Shuan then took out the high-hardness tempered glass that she and her father had cut according to the car window dimensions the day before, and had Qi Mingyu install it on the SUV. Finally, the exterior of the car was painted black again, and the license plate was removed. Now, it looked brand new inside and out. Even if the original owner of the SUV were still alive, he probably wouldn't recognize it as his beloved ride. After preparing the vehicle, Zhou Shuan announced to her family that she was going out to stock up on supplies again. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian both frowned. It wasn't like the early days of the heatwave, when the temperature was still manageable. Even if she were out for a few days, Zhou Shuan's agility wouldn't be a problem. However, now the outside temperature was over 70 degrees Celsius. A slight mishap could be fatal. What if something unexpected happens to Zhou Shuan if she goes out? Grandma Peng also advised, Shuan, listen to my advice. Our two families have plenty of supplies. We have enough to eat and drink. You don't need to risk your life. It's wrong of you to make your parents worry about you at home. Zhou Shuan replied, Dad, Mom, Grandma Peng, don't worry, I won't go too far. It's inconvenient to find accommodation right now, so I'd definitely be back within a day. Everyone's stuck at home right now, and it's the perfect time to stockpile supplies. Grandma Peng was puzzled. It's so hot. Even if there are some supplies, they'd be ruined by the heat. Even if you find them, it's useless. Shuan, you shouldn't go out. Among everyone, only Grandma Peng and Moo Moo didn't know about Zhou Shuan's spatial ability, and didn't know that her trip wasn't actually to find food and supplies. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian exchanged a glance, and the latter spoke up. Wan, your Grandma Peng is right. It's too dangerous outside. Have you forgotten what you said about the water protection team? Lieutenant Xiao and the others have been robbed so many times since you left. There are too many bad guys out there, all eyeing and waiting for lone individuals. Zhou Shuan paused for a moment, then looked at Qi Mingyu. The latter had already guessed that Zhou Shuan wanted to go out to find supplies when she wanted to exchange for tires. If it were him, if he had a spatial ability, he certainly wouldn't be comfortably hiding here waiting for the heatwave to pass. Instead, he would take advantage of this rare opportunity, while everyone was trapped underground to stockpile precious and rare supplies. So he simply said, let Wan go. I go with her. Don't worry, I take care of her safety. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, but remained silent. Zhou Jianhai was about to say something when Qi Mingyu spoke again. Lieutenant Xiao mentioned to us that because of the high temperature, most of the underworld forces don't have enough supplies to withstand the heat and have to hide underground. So it's still quite safe outside now, much safer than during the flood season. Everyone remained silent. Qi Mingyu continued, we leave in the morning and come back in the evening. It's hot during the day, but it's not an obstacle to getting around. We'd be back before sunset. Zhou Shuan chimed in, this is just a temporary plan. We go out for a day to see how things go, and then make other plans. We're living underground now, completely clueless about the outside world. It's always good to go out and scout things out. Zhong Tian glared at her, annoyed. You said everything you could want. Zhou Shuan smiled ingratiatingly at her. Ignoring her, she turned to Qi Mingyu, her expression loving but her tone serious. Xiaoyu, Wan is the apple of our eye. We're entrusting her safety to you. Qi Mingyu nodded earnestly. Auntie, uncle, don't worry. I will definitely protect Wan. Chapter 199. Before setting off, Qi Mingyu stuffed some bulging items into Zhou Shuan's storage space. They looked like firearms. Zhou Shuan suppressed her curiosity until they were on the road before asking, I never asked you before, where did you get all those weapons? Qi Mingyu smiled slightly. Actually, I didn't have much time to stockpile supplies, but from the moment I decided to retire, I made a list of supplies. Over the years of missions, I accumulated over 1 million yuan in my account, plus my grandmother's savings. It's close to 2 million. I met a guy in a neighboring city who does errands. He's involved in both legitimate and criminal activities, and has a few people working for him. He got into trouble back then, and I helped him out, so we have a good relationship. I entrusted him with purchasing all sorts of supplies for me, buying wholesale directly from the manufacturers, and having them delivered to a warehouse in our city. After I returned, I rented a small truck and, under the cover of night, made trip after trip to haul away food. I only needed food that could be stored for a long time. The variety wasn't extensive, making it easier to stockpile. This saved me a lot of time, freeing me up to prepare other supplies, such as energy and new technologies. I didn't buy much coal, enough for 2 years. But for iron ore, I contacted this errand runner. When the flood started and everyone was panicking, he took a dozen or so people and went with me to the iron ore mine. At that time, the water level wasn't high, and all the machines in the mine were still running normally, so we easily hauled out more than 20 truckloads. I took a small portion and stored it in a cave, to be taken out again when needed later. Chi Mingyu recounted this as he drove. Zhou Shuan was stunned, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this errand runner you're talking about similar to people like a Chang? Are they all middlemen?" Chi Mingyu shook his head, a little similar, but actually, his henchmen are more like thugs. They lend money at high interest rates, collect debts, and hire people as bodyguards for companies in trouble. They're not good people, but they're loyal. Some things are difficult to handle, and people like them have more connections. That's why I interact with him more often. As the apocalypse approached, after he learned from me that floods might come, he and his men focused on gathering supplies. Zhou Shuan nodded, her eyes still sparkling as she stared at him. Chi Mingyu's voice was low. As for the weapons, it was that division commander I told you about. After my discharge application was approved, he asked me to help him move a large batch of weapons. He said he only trusted me and agreed that I would be paid after the weapons were safely delivered, and that I should use them cautiously. Actually, now that I think about it, the higher-ups already believed that Prophet's words and made all sorts of arrangements. At that time, I also realized the importance of weapons, so I took the opportunity to pick out some cold weapons and some firearms, hid some, and brought some back in the back of the train. Zhou Shuan sighed in amazement. It's really good to have connections in high places. You can choose any weapons that ordinary people dream of. It's truly enviable. But was your division commander also worried about the apocalypse and wanted to stockpile weapons in advance? Chi Mingyu gave a cryptic look. The less you know about these things, the safer you are. I never asked him anything from beginning to end, and only completed the tasks as required. Transporting the weapons was the last mission he and his team undertook. After delivering the weapons, he said goodbye to his team members and went home, and hadn't been able to contact them since. He wondered how they were all doing. Zhou Shuan nodded, indicating her understanding, and smiled. Anyway, it's your reward, so why not take it? Now our family is benefiting too. Chi Mingyu looked at her with a smile, and said something softly. Zhou Shuan didn't hear clearly and leaned forward. What? Chi Mingyu then raised his voice. I mean, what's mine is yours, not benefiting. He suddenly said such a flirtatious thing in a serious tone, and Zhou Shuan blushed, remaining stunned for a long time. They had a purpose for going out this time. They had already stockpiled most of the daily necessities, food, drink, and other necessities. What they needed to stockpile now were resources that ordinary people wouldn't normally have access to, but would be needed when they built a base and restored social order. For example, the steel market they were heading to. J City primarily produces coal and aluminum, with fewer other energy metals. Many large factories and manufacturing facilities are located around the provincial capital. Fortunately, J City isn't far from the provincial capital, only an hour and a half drive away. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu had planned their trip in advance, taking out a paper map, marking the large factories and mines near the provincial capital and J City, and then visiting them one by one according to their distance. The steel market they were going to visit first was very close to J City, located at the intersection of J City and the provincial capital. This steel would later become the most widely used building material, but its importance was currently unseen. The journey by highway took an hour and a half, but many roadbeds had been destroyed in the apocalypse, requiring them to stop frequently, store the car in their storage compartments, and carefully walk along the side of the road. However, once they reached the highway, the two noticed several large cracks in the road, filled with soil and gravel, seemingly repaired intentionally. This made sense. Items like air-conditioned clothing, cacti, and new tires were all being transported layer by layer. Therefore, a passable road had to be built. The poor road conditions and frequent stops made the journey quite slow. What should have been an hour and a half drive took 2.5 hours. They set off at 8 in the morning and arrived at 10:30. The two didn't get out of the car but instead ate something to replenish their energy, using the air conditioning. Seeing Zhou Shuan take out several pieces of chocolate, Chi Mingyu couldn't help but exclaim, having a spatial ability is really great. Even in this weather, we can still eat fresh chocolate. The ones I stockpiled, although I was very careful to preserve them, got damp and melted. They're no good anymore. Zhou Shuan then handed him a chilled bottle of Red Bull, which he raised an eyebrow at, took, and downed in one gulp. After finishing their meal, the two put on air-conditioned suits and got out of the car. This was the largest steel plant in the provincial capital, covering an area of over 1,500 acres. They parked in Zone 2. Walking a short distance in, they saw piles of steel neatly stacked. Zhou Shuan went over and collected them all into her spatial storage. After collecting all the steel from Zone 2, the two drove to Zone 3, which also produced steel. The factory area not only had steel but also a long production line inside. Zhou Shuan stared at the long production line for a moment before walking over and placing her hand on the sophisticated equipment. Soon, the entire production line was stored in her spatial storage. Qi Mingyu, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Chapter 200. To avoid suspicion, he rarely asked Zhou Shuan about her spatial abilities, so he never knew exactly how large they were. That's why he was so shocked right now. Standing there, though he couldn't see her face through her air-conditioned clothes, he could feel her pupils dilate in shock. How big is your spatial ability? He asked. Zhou Shuan shrugged. It's about the size of several football fields. Actually, it was only a few dozen square meters at first, so it was a real hassle for my family when we were stockpiling supplies. We rented several warehouses. Only after the space expanded were we able to move all the supplies inside. Qi Mingyu then asked, how did the space expand? As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and quickly said to Zhou Shuan, you don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. Zhou Shuan smiled. There's nothing that can't be said. The space devours gold and jade. As long as it's high-quality jade and gold and silver jewelry, it can devour it. The more it gives, the larger its area becomes. Qi Mingyu nodded. If that's true, expanding the space is quite easy. In peacetime, it would naturally be difficult, but after the apocalypse, those gold and jade jewelry pieces are practically unwanted, so they can be used to expand the space. He looked at the entire production line that had disappeared in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, when we go back, let's go somewhere to take care of something. Zhou Shuan asked what it was. Qi Mingyu didn't elaborate, only saying, I'd tell you on the way back. He walked to the front of the production line, gathering up cables and miscellaneous machines, and had Zhou Shuan store them in her spatial storage. We don't know how to operate this kind of production line, so we can only take as much as we can use as possible. Zhou Shuan had no objection. They went to Districts 4 and 5. District 4 was still producing steel, and had one production line. Zhou Shuan wanted to collect other materials, and was worried that adding these production lines would take up space, so she hesitated about whether to add more. Qi Mingyu told her it was no problem, to add as much as she wanted, and that he would find a way to expand the space. He was never one to act without a purpose. His statement meant he already had a way to expand the space. Recalling his earlier comment about taking a detour on the return trip, Zhou Shuan's lips curled into a smile. Since she didn't need to worry about space, Zhou Shuan added all the production lines and large machines she saw to her space. These things might never be used in the future, and they wouldn't be exchanged for many materials. But Zhou Shuan possessed a space and hoped to use it to do something. Whether it was to pass on civilization or technology, she felt she had a responsibility to do so. District 5 produced cold-drawn steel pipes. District 6 produced various castings. Zhou Shuan collected all the steel pipes and castings she found into the space, including the 2 production lines. Actually, factories and mines are generally located in low-lying areas, and during floods, they are all submerged. Therefore, the entire factory area was very dirty, dusty, and the steel, pipes, and production lines were all filled with dust. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu hadn't considered this when they came out, and by the time they finished collecting the items, their air-conditioned suits were covered in dust. Zhou Shuan frowned. I didn't notice, we weren't wearing smocks. Qi Mingyu replied, it's okay, it's just surface dust. I wipe it off with a wet wipe after we get in the car. The air-conditioned suits contain sophisticated technology and cannot be washed. The material itself is also easily cleanable. A gentle wipe with a damp cloth is all it takes. The factory area is large, and the two worked for over 3 hours. By the time they returned to the car, it was already past 1 p.m. Neither of them took off their air-conditioned suits. They first turned on the car's air conditioning to lower the temperature inside. Then, standing, they wiped their suits down twice with damp towels until they were clean before getting back into the car. Lunch was eaten in the car. Zhou Shuan asked Qi Mingyu what he wanted to eat. He thought for a moment, and then smiled. What kind of food do you have in your space? Zhou Shuan blinked. Try ordering. Qi Mingyu's eyes filled with a deep smile. So much. Let me think. I have some spicy and sour cold noodles. Spicy and sour cold noodles were Zhou Shuan's favorite summer dish. She had shredded cucumber, radish, and tomato mixed into the noodles. It was incredibly refreshing. Zhou Shuan then brought out 2 bowls of spicy and sour cold noodles, and 2 Rigiamo, Chinese hamburgers. These are homemade Rigiamo, not from the same batch as the ones I gave you last time. Try them, and see how they taste. The Rigiamo were filled with braised pig's head meat with green peppers. The pig's head meat was fatty, but not greasy, rich and fragrant. The Rigiamo were still slightly warm when they were placed in the space. The crust was golden brown, and one bite revealed a crispy exterior and a soft interior, with a rich pork aroma. So delicious you almost wanted to swallow your tongue. Especially after they had been eating pre-cooked meals for a while. One wasn't enough for Qi Mingyu, so he ate 3 in the end. Zhou Shuan also ate 2 Rigiamo, a bowl of cold noodles, and 2 bowls of sweet rice wine soup, which the 2 of them gulped down. As he returned the bowl, Qi Mingyu smiled. This is rice wine brewed by my grandma. Yes, Grandma Peng's rice wine has a wonderful flavor. My mom and I can't seem to make anything similar. We have no choice but to drink our own for now, and store Grandma Peng's in our spatial storage to enjoy slowly. Qi Mingyu continued, Grandma is from the south, and she's the best at brewing rice wine. She loves making it early in the morning. I practically grew up drinking her rice wine. Later, I went to the provincial capital and joined the army, so I didn't taste it for a long time. His thoughts drifted a little, but he quickly returned to his senses, looking at Zhou Shuan and saying, I can brew wine too. I watched it since I was a child. I brew some for you to try next time, and see how it is. Great. I can't wait. There were only 2 people in the family. Grandma Peng usually took charge of cooking. Although Qi Mingyu was very diligent, doing chores like sweeping, mopping, and washing clothes, Zhou Shuan had never actually seen him cook. The chicken soup he made last time didn't count. She had already asked. His job was simply to thaw the frozen chicken, and then put it in the stew pot. Grandma Peng added all the other seasonings and controlled the heat. Qi Mingyu smiled and stroked Zhou Shuan's hair before starting the car and driving south. He was taking Zhou Shuan to a bank vault. This vault was located in a relatively remote suburb, not too far away. Above ground, it was an ordinary building, but the vault was on the 2nd basement level. The surrounding area was full of factories and mines. If Qi Mingyu hadn't pointed it out, Zhou Shuan wouldn't have noticed the vault was hidden there. Bank vaults usually have bulletproof glass, surveillance cameras, security personnel, and alarm systems for security, but in the post-apocalyptic world, these were practically useless. As long as they found the right spot, they could just go in without any obstacles.